Xu Changsheng traversed into the world of beast tamers, inadvertently awakening the SS level talent known as the Eye of the World, which grants him the ability to perceive all things and discern hidden evolutionary paths. Simultaneously, he activated an achievement system, bestowing an extraordinary enhancement upon his spatial realm. All beasts entering this space would acquire a fragment of a mythic lineage. The Shadow Wolf, upon its ultimate evolution, could ascend to the mythic beast known as the Night Monarch. The Wood Sprite, upon its ultimate evolution, could evolve into the mythic beast called the Divine Wood of Ascendance. The Rainbow Serpent, upon its ultimate evolution, could transform into the mythic beast known as the Eternal Ancestral Dragon. Upon witnessing the multitude of mythic beasts surrounding Xu Changsheng, countless adversaries fell into utter despair. Who could contend against an army of mythic beasts? Chapter 1. The World of Beast Tamers, where talent reigns supreme. In Changnan City, at Onwu No. 1 High School, the awakening square buzzed with anticipation. May the heavens bless me. I am certain to awaken my beast master talent. May the heavens bless me as well. Even inflevel talent would elevate me above the common folk. Indeed, without talent, we humble beast masters cannot hope to garner the favor of powerful factions, let alone acquire the resources necessary for beast evolution. In the awakening square, hundreds of youths gazed expectantly at the awakening crystal ahead. Today marked the day of their formal talent awakening as seniors. 18 years of effort and anticipation surged within them, fueling their excitement. Changsheng, you are so intelligent, you must awaken at least a level talent, Lin Heng remarked enviously, standing beside Xu Changsheng. Though he wished Xu Changsheng well, he too yearned to awaken a talent and transcend the ordinary. You shall certainly awaken as well, Xu Changsheng replied, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. Little did they know, he was a traveler from another world, having spent 18 years in this mysterious realm. In his previous life, he was an ordinary office worker who awoke to find himself in this strange and wondrous world of beast tamers. In this world, numerous fearsome beasts threatened human existence. These creatures were capable of reshaping mountains and oceans, their might rendering the very earth asunder with but a thought. Even the weaker beasts posed insurmountable challenges for ordinary humans. Humanity's response was to tame the relatively docile beasts, harnessing their strength. Through millennia of exploration by countless ancestors, the current system of beast tamers has reached a relatively advanced state, allowing anyone to become a beast master. However, not all can attain the status of a formidable beast master. Only those who successfully awaken their innate talents and enhance their own or their tamed beasts are deemed truly powerful, referred to as the chosen beast masters. They are the core candidates for prestigious beast tamer academies and are sought after by various factions, promising a bright future. Silence. The teacher's voice interrupted Xu Changsheng's reverie. The talent awakening ceremony at Onwu No. 1 High School is officially commencing. The previously raucous awakening square fell silent, all awaiting their turn for the awakening ritual. Zhang Jun, no talent, next. Wan Junjie, no talent, next. Class 1 of senior year, Lin Heng. Upon hearing his name, Lin Heng trembled, casting a tearful glance at Xu Changsheng before stepping forward. His expression was understandable. Only 2 out of the 18 preceding individuals had successfully awakened their talents, both with the lowest level abilities. This only further eroded Lin Heng's already waning confidence. However, as Lin Heng's left hand made contact with the awakening crystal, a dazzling yellow light erupted forth. The spectrum of colors red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet corresponded to E and S level talents. Throughout human history, only 3 S-level beast masters had ever emerged, and during their era, humanity had even eradicated all beast congregations on land. As for the SS level talent, it had never materialized in recorded history. Its corresponding color was merely a figment of imagination. My heavens, it's a clever talent. Lin Heng, who usually appears so simple-minded, has awakened such a talent. From rags to riches, I am utterly envious. In an instant, the previously quiet awakening square erupted in chatter as everyone marveled at Lin Heng's unexpected clever awakening, a feat that would rank him among the top 10 in Onwu No. 1 High School. After the teacher recorded Lin Heng's details, he smiled and gestured for him to return to his place. Changsheng, I can't believe it, Lin Heng exclaimed, returning to Xu Changsheng's side, still in a daze from the overwhelming surprise. His murmured words were barely coherent. revealing that he had yet to recover from his shock. Meanwhile, classmates regarded Lin Hang with envious glances, some brazenly attempting to forge connections with him. It was noteworthy that while Lin Hang was not particularly isolated in class, he was far from popular. Now, however, their enthusiastic demeanor was undoubtedly a result of his recently awakened clever talent. Observing this scene, Xu Changsheng gained a deeper appreciation for the significance of awakening talent. The mere achievement of a clever talent had transformed Lin Hang's standing so dramatically. This only heightened Xu Changsheng's anticipation for his own potential awakening. Class 1 of senior year, Xu Changsheng. As this name resonated through the air, the awakening square erupted in whispers of astonishment. Isn't he the second son of the Xu group? I've heard he has never lacked for rare resources. Indeed, individuals like him possess stronger souls and physiques, increasing the likelihood of awakening a high-level talent. I reckon Xu Changsheng will at least awaken a clever talent. Not inferior to Lin Hang, Xu Changsheng stood confidently, reveling in the speculation and discussion swirling around him. He relished the attention of the crowd, but his expression turned cold upon hearing comparisons between himself and Lin Hang. With a disdainful glance at Lin Hang, he thought, what manner of identity dares to compare with mine? Lost in joy, Lin Hang remained oblivious to the scornful glance, while Xu Changsheng keenly noticed it. Xu Changsheng narrowed his eyes, observing the still blissful Lin Hang, choosing to remain silent. He had no intention of dampening his friend's spirits at such a jubilant moment. Just then, a brilliant green light burst forth before Xu Changsheng's eyes, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Heavens! A clever talent! In previous years, there were at most one or two such prodigies in the entire city. Truly, he is the son of the Xu group. Individuals like us cannot even begin to compare. After Xu Changsheng awakened his talent, he did not immediately depart, but stood proudly, savoring the envious expressions of those around him. Today, he would undoubtedly be the center of attention. No one could overshadow his glory. So he stood there, basking in the admiration until the teacher urged him to step down. A mere commoner. A worthless being dares to compare with me. As Xu Changsheng swept past Xu Changsheng and Lin Hang, he abruptly halted, enunciating each word with meticulous precision. The corners of his eyes and brows were laden with an unfathomable disdain to him. The very notion of equating someone like Lin Hang with himself was an affront of the highest order, a profound humiliation to Xu Changsheng. Xu Changsheng clenched his fists, ready to charge at this insufferable braggart, only to be firmly restrained by Lin Hang. Lin Hang shook his head at Xu Changsheng, murmuring softly, "Do not stoop to the level of such individuals." He was reluctant for his friend to become embroiled in conflict with a scion of wealth like Xu Changsheng over such trivial matters. Xu Changsheng's earlier remarks had not been uttered in a hushed tone. Rather, he had deliberately raised his voice, ensuring that all present could hear his derision directed at Lin Hang. In an instant, countless pairs of eyes turned towards Lin Hang and Xu Changsheng, their gazes piercing and sharp, akin to daggers, especially for the barely 18-year-old Lin Hang, who felt as though they were penetrating straight to his core. His fists tightened, his complexion flushed with indignation. Xu Changsheng could distinctly perceive that Lin Hang's face was trembling ever so slightly. His jaw clenched so tightly that the flesh on either side of his cheeks seemed to cave. Xu Changsheng gazed at Lin Hang with a sense of appreciation, relishing the sight of someone unable to endure his disdain, yet powerless to retaliate. Witnessing this scene, Xu Changsheng steeled himself, his fists hardening. Having lost both parents at a young age, he had survived solely through the support of Lin Hang's family, forging a bond that transcended mere brotherhood. Even across 2 lifetimes, Xu Changsheng could not bear to witness Lin Hang being subjected to such humiliation. Just as he was about to act, the teacher's voice called out, "Class 3, Xu Changsheng." It was his turn for the awakening ceremony. Chapter 2, SSS Class Talent. Eye of the World. Upon hearing these words, Xu Changsheng could only relent. He cast a cold glance at Xu Changsheng and then strode forward with determination. He was resolute in his intent to demonstrate his innate talent and deliver a resounding blow to Xu Changsheng's arrogant facade. Xu Changsheng was filled with anticipation at the thought of Xu Changsheng discovering that his abilities surpassed his own. Would Xu Changsheng still be able to maintain his insufferable demeanor then? Approaching the awakening crystal, Xu Changsheng took a deep breath and placed his left hand upon it. A refreshing sensation coursed from his palm to his heart, ascending further until it reached the deepest recesses of his mind. Then, a wondrous voice emerged within his consciousness. "You have awakened an A-class talent, Eye of Evolution. Eye of Evolution. A-class your contracted beasts have a certain probability of gaining a talent upgrade during their evolution. Unknown energy intrusion detected. Your talent has fused with the unknown energy, resulting in a significant enhancement. Your ultimate talent is now SSS class, Eye of the World. Eye of the World, SSS class perceive the essence of all things in the world. All evolution paths are visible to you. Buzzing sounds accompanied this revelation, and simultaneously, the previously tranquil awakening crystal began to tremble violently. Brilliant azure light flickered across the surface of the crystal, piercing the heavens and dispersing the ominous clouds overhead. Such an extraordinary phenomenon was far more profound than the event witnessed during Xu Changsheng's awakening. The onlookers were taken aback by this spectacle, and the awakening square fell into an eerie silence. Soon after, a cacophony of astonished voices erupted throughout the square. What? That color? A-class talent. How is that possible? My heavens! Xu Changsheng has actually awakened an A-class talent. Does that mean he is at least a diamond-tier powerhouse? How could such a prodigy emerge from Changnan City? Yet, in mere moments, the azure glow abruptly vanished, as if it had never existed. Only the clouds in the sky had entirely dissipated, leaving the brilliant sun hanging in the distance. What is happening? How could an A-class talent produce such a fleeting manifestation? Could it be that Xu Changsheng's awakening had failed? While such occurrences are rare, they are not without precedent in history. One could only wonder what misfortune Xu Changsheng had encountered to warrant such ill luck. The clamor intensified, as people appeared to revel in the prospect of their peers being inferior to themselves rather than surpassing them. Particularly, Xu Changsheng exhaled heavily, relieved to have salvaged his pride after being startled by the earlier azure phenomenon. With this thought, a disdainful smile returned to Xu Changsheng's face. Amidst the murmurs behind him, Xu Changsheng closed his eyes and remained silent. Xu Changsheng, what was that azure light just now? Has your talent awakened? What is its level? A teacher beside him could no longer contain his excitement and inquired urgently. If he could cultivate an A-class Beastmaster talent, his rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. Xu Changsheng slowly opened his eyes and let out a soft sigh. Not only had he awakened his talent, but he had also unlocked a system essential for any traveler. Detection confirms that the host has successfully awakened a Beastmaster talent. The achievement system has been bound. The Beastmaster space has been remodeled for the host. The Mythical bloodline pool has been transferred into the host's Beastmaster space. Mythical bloodline pool can bestow a bloodline baptism upon contracted beasts, granting them a mythical level bloodline. Remaining functions are for the host to explore. It was this series of notifications that had left Xu Changsheng momentarily stunned. Upon hearing his sigh, the teacher responsible for the awakening deeply exhaled. He had suspected that such a small place as Changnan City could not possibly produce a seed of A-class talent. It appeared his reward was thoroughly squandered. The teacher waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not be disheartened if you have not awakened. An ordinary Beastmaster still holds promise you." "Teacher, I awakened an A-class talent." Xu Changsheng interrupted before the teacher could finish. No awakening, no problem. What? You awakened an A-class talent." The teacher continued to offer consolation. However, as he spoke, his previously narrowed eyes widened dramatically, gleaming with excitement. Seeing this expression, Xu Changsheng raised his right hand, and a dense aura of Beastmaster energy began to coalesce at his fingertips. This was the first sign of having awakened a talent. High concentration of Beastmaster energy, enabling a Beastmaster to more easily bond with their desired beasts. It is important to note that the higher the quality and potential of the beast, the greater its demand for resources, as well as the superior quality of the Beastmaster's energy required. Therefore, only with high concentrations of Beastmaster energy could one hope to contract exceptional beasts. Excellent, 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 the teacher exclaimed, overwhelmed by the purity of the Beastmaster energy before him. He had been a Beastmaster for over a decade. How could he fail to recognize the extraordinary essence of the energy present? At the very least, it far surpassed his own C-class talent. The teacher eagerly grabbed Xu Changsheng's hand, assisting him in filling out various forms. His demeanor towards Xu Changsheng was significantly more favorable than it had been toward Xu Changsheng. Xu Changsheng stood at the back of the crowd, gritting his teeth as he watched this scene unfold, feeling a burning heat on his face. He never imagined that the ordinarily unremarkable Xu Changsheng would possess such exceptional talent. Reflecting on his previous disdainful remarks towards Xu Changsheng, Xu Changsheng could hardly contain his agitation. Fortunately, only a few were aware of this matter. Xu Changsheng consoled himself internally, yet he could not suppress the fury and jealousy boiling within him. Accustomed to a life of luxury and pampering from his parents, he could not bear the slightest hint of humiliation. Thus, even though Xu Changsheng had awakened an A-class talent, he could not resist standing in the crowd, mocking disdainfully. An A-class talent? What is its worth? It's still a worthless nobody. A poor boy. What could he possibly compare to me? As soon as these words left his lips, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Xu Changsheng's statement was brazen and left no room for compassion. Xu Changsheng hesitated momentarily as he filled out the information, realizing that while Xu Changsheng may not be the brightest, he had not anticipated such a level of idiocy. Xu Changsheng had not sought confrontation with Xu Changsheng. Rather, it seemed Xu Changsheng was extending an invitation to be struck. If Xu Changsheng did not retaliate, he would truly be wasting his SSS class talent and newly awakened system. If his thoughts were not clear, what good would his cultivation serve? With this resolution, Xu Changsheng stepped forward, a slight smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Indeed, it is quite curious. I am merely a poor boy, not even qualifying as an ordinary person, yet my talent surpasses that of some scions from prominent families. Quite strange, isn't it? Could it be that certain individuals are utterly devoid of talent? That they are incapable of producing anything worthwhile from their resources? How amusing, truly. Though he did not name names directly, everyone present knew he was referring to Xu Changsheng. Goodness, Xu Changsheng is so bold. He is directly challenging the second heir of the Xu family. One must remember the caliber of talent he possesses. An A-class talent is not inferior to the identity of any Xu family scion. Damn it, I have long found Xu Changsheng's pretentiousness unbearable. Indeed, awakening a B-class talent and acting as if he were superior, he is nothing but trash. Whispers began to permeate the square. Listening to the disparaging and insulting remarks, Xu Changsheng felt a surge of anger that nearly overwhelmed him. His face flushed crimson as he cast a fierce glance over the crowd, only to find that nearly everyone was looking at him with peculiar expressions in their eyes. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, draining the color from his face, rendering him as pale as a corpse. As a pampered second-generation heir, accustomed to being coddled since childhood, he had never endured such humiliation. Who had ever dared to treat Xu Changsheng with anything but utmost respect, or even obsequiousness? Observing Xu Changsheng's ashen complexion and fiery gaze, Xu Changsheng felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction as he strode back to his original position, no longer wishing to engage in a debate with this theatrical fool. Chapter 3. An expansive personal space. The terrifying mythical bloodline pool. Xu Changsheng returned to his place amidst envious and admiring glances. His earlier pretense of possessing an A-grade talent was not intended to provoke Xu Changsheng, but rather to serve his own agenda. An SSS-level talent was too astonishing, verging on the unprecedented. Xu Changsheng could scarcely imagine the frenzy that would ensue should the first SSS-level beast master emerge. The high-level beasts would undoubtedly conspire to eliminate him, extinguishing this potential threat in its infancy. History had shown that such occurrences were not without precedent. Beasts were not devoid of intelligence, merely mindless killers. Among them existed a hierarchy akin to a genius assassination list. In the Huaxiao Federation, every year, talented individuals fell victim to assassination. This reality compelled Xu Changsheng to exercise caution. He could not afford to gamble with his own life. Conversely, to follow his teacher's advice and feign a lack of talent would be nothing short of folly. In the world of beast masters, talent reigned supreme, and strength was revered. A superior talent meant greater access to resources and special treatment. Should Xu Changsheng declare that he had not awakened any talent, he would inevitably forfeit access to precious resources. He was not foolish enough to make such a mistake. Thus, he chose to adopt the guise of an A-grade talent. This way, he could enjoy the privileges of an absolute genius, benefiting from the schools and the authority support while remaining discreet enough to avoid drawing attention, thereby escaping the fate of being targeted by assassination lists. Changsheng, I knew you would succeed. Lin Heng exclaimed excitedly as Xu Changsheng returned to his seat, the displeasure from Xu Changsheng's provocation dissipating in an instant. Xu Changsheng smiled faintly, focusing his gaze on Lin Heng, whose various attributes appeared before him. Name, Lin Heng. Talent, Super Speed Enhancement. Super Speed Enhancement. In battle, the speed of the summoned beast doubles, entering a state of super speed. This state ends with the summoned beast entering a period of weakness. Rank, Black Iron Level 1. Contracted beast, none. The more Xu Changsheng observed, the more astonished he became. The SSS level talent, Eye of the World, not only allowed him to perceive the evolutionary paths of all summoned beasts, but also enabled him to investigate various information about individuals. Particularly, it could discern the specific functions of a beast's talent. This was an extraordinarily fearsome capability. It is vital to understand that in this world, a beast master's talent is undoubtedly the greatest secret of one's life. The awakening crystal merely reveals the grade of the talent, failing to indicate even a general direction of capability, let alone the detailed introduction that Xu Changsheng could see. With this ability, Xu Changsheng could effectively prepare in advance to counter the diverse abilities of various foes. It could be said that even before the battle commenced, he had already secured a significant advantage. This ability was merely one aspect of what the Eye of the World encompassed. Before long, the talent awakening ceremony concluded. The teacher overseeing the awakening clapped his hands and proclaimed, "Now that everyone has awakened, let us create our Beast Master space right here." Upon hearing this, all the students seated themselves and began to sense the beast power within their bodies. In this world, every individual possesses a certain amount of beast power. The awakening of talent merely refines this power, allowing beast masters to establish larger spaces and contract more beasts. Generally, a more spacious beast master space tends to yield more remarkable effects. Therefore, the distinction between a talented beast master and one without talent is stark. Xu Changsheng also sat down on the ground. He need not exert effort to create his beast master space. During his talent awakening, his space had already formed autonomously. Now, he merely had the opportunity to inspect it. Xu Changsheng held his breath and focused his mind. Soon, he felt the presence of his beast master space within him. How astonishing! Just one glance left him feeling as though he might burst with excitement. His beast master space resembled a small island, encompassing an area of at least 7 or 8 square kilometers. Surrounding the island was an endless expanse of ocean, with a blue sky and white clouds above, and lush vegetation teeming with life. Even ordinary animals were foraging in the forests. This was not merely a beast master space. It was evidently an island with a complete ecosystem. It is noteworthy that generally, beast masters without awakened talents possess spaces no larger than a single bed. Those with awakened talents typically have spaces about the size of a room. Even those with slightly higher talent levels might have more spacious rooms. But none could compare to Xu Changsheng's island-sized beast master space. It was utterly terrifying. Xu Changsheng silently marveled. In his recollection, he recalled a mention in a book of a historical figure, a possessor of SS-level talent, a formidable individual who swept through an entire era. Even such a being had a newly formed beastmaster space no larger than a sports field. This was undoubtedly related to the invading unknown energy. Xu Changsheng speculated internally before directing his attention to the pond at the center of the island. That must be the so-called mythical bloodline pool. The pool was not extensive, measuring only a few dozen square meters, and the water shimmered a deep golden hue. Upon gazing into it, Xu Changsheng was overcome by a sense of desolation and ferocity. It felt as if the water were composed of the essence of countless mythical beasts' blood. He could almost hear the unwilling and wrathful roars of those beasts. Humph! Xu Changsheng's consciousness stood before the bloodline pool, letting out a cold snort. The once tranquil island was suddenly swept by a fierce wind, silencing all the roars. What a jest! This was his beast master space. Mere lifeless blood could not assert dominance here. He was the unequivocal master of this realm. Gazing at the vibrant life force emanating from the mythical bloodline pool, Xu Changsheng felt an overwhelming anticipation for his first summoned beast, and how it would ascend to unprecedented heights after being empowered by the bloodline pool. As Xu Changsheng explored his beast master space, the other students also completed their awakenings. "Changsheng, my beast master space is so vast. It's a spacious room, probably over 20 square meters." Lin Heng exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Xu Changsheng open his eyes. He then inquired, "How about you? Surely your beast space is far more expansive than mine." Xu Changsheng pondered briefly before responding, "It's not too different, just a bit larger." "Perhaps. Without a doubt, as an A-grade talent beast master, your beast space must indeed be more substantial than mine. That is to be expected." Their conversation was interrupted by their teacher's voice. Students without awakened talents may proceed to the beast taming grounds to select their preferred beasts. Those with awakened talents, follow me. With that, he led Xu Changsheng and the others away, leaving the remaining students gazing enviously at the departing group. Those without awakened talents could only select from the lowest tier of black iron talent beasts at the taming grounds. The unfortunate ones might never transcend black iron to reach bronze, while those with slightly better luck might only attain silver rank, with no hope for further advancement. Such was the disparity in resources brought about by varying talents. A single misstep would lead to a cascade of setbacks. Chapter 4. Selecting Beast Eggs. A challenge. Feel free to choose at your leisure. Most of these are silver quality beast eggs, though some may be mixed with bronze and gold qualities. The teacher smiled warmly at the 90 or so students before him. Out of over 1,000 high school seniors, only this small number possessed talent, highlighting its rarity. Wow! The school is being so generous this time. Indeed, these are beast eggs. The students gasped in astonishment upon hearing that they were silver quality beast eggs in their egg stage. Eggs, once bonded through a contract, often foster a closer relationship with their beast masters, sometimes even achieving a level of telepathic connection. Thus, in the marketplace, beast eggs command prices that exceed those of fully developed beasts by more than double. Ordinary silver quality beasts typically fetch several million federal coins, let alone silver-quality eggs. Such a gesture cannot be understated. Xu Changsheng and his peers stood at a starting point far superior to those talentless beast masters. Therefore, Xu Changsheng felt increasingly grateful that he had not completely concealed his talent. "Changsheng, what do you think of this beast egg?" Lin Heng inquired. Pointing to a sky-blue beast egg, he sought his friend's opinion. As these beast eggs were unmarked in terms of species and quality, his selection was purely based on instinct, leaving him somewhat uncertain. After all, this would be his first beast, and he could not afford to be careless. Xu Changsheng followed Lin Heng's gesture, and information that would be invisible to ordinary individuals appeared before his eyes. Species: venomous green snake. Poison attribute. Quality: medium silver. Talent skills: lethal constriction, common. Venom shot, excellent. Evolution path 1, venom route. After 1 evolution, can advance to color-scaled snake, gold rank. After 2 evolutions, can advance to 7-colored venom serpent, platinum rank. Materials required for this evolution path. Evolution path 2, size route. After 1 evolution, can advance to twisted forest python, gold rank. After 2 evolutions, can advance to earth-splitting demon serpent, platinum rank. After 3 evolutions, can advance to sky-swallowing giant python, diamond rank. Materials required for this evolution path. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Xu Changsheng's eyes as he gained a deeper appreciation for the power of the eye of the world. The venomous green snake was a common silver-quality beast, renowned for its venom and lethality. However, the world at large believed that although the venomous green snake was formidable in its early stages, capable of instantaneously defeating foes with its venom, it lacked potential for advancement, typically stagnating at silver. Yet, the eye of the world presented 2 divergent evolution paths. The former could ultimately elevate it to a platinum-grade beast, while the latter held the terrifying potential to reach a diamond-grade beast. In this world, beast qualities are categorized into 10 ranks: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, shattered star, bright moon, sun, and myth. The strength of a beast master correlates with these ranks. An insurmountable chasm exists between each level. It is worth noting that Changnan City, as an ordinary city, boasts only platinum-grade beast masters as its strongest combatants, whose beasts also peak at platinum, rendering them incomparable to diamond-level beasts. Such beasts cannot be acquired merely through monetary means. Even the Gu family, should they exhaust their fortunes and connections, might find it impossible to obtain a beast of such caliber. Yet now, with merely a beast egg valued at several million, one could easily cultivate a beast to such heights. The disparity is indeed staggering. With this thought in mind, Xu Changsheng swiftly surveyed all the beast eggs before him, absorbing every detail. He then pointed to a pure white beast egg, stating, "I believe this one suits you better. This is the egg of the silver high-grade shattering wind monkey, known for its speed and offensive prowess, evidently more aligned with Lin Heng's super speed enhancement talent. Furthermore, the shattering wind monkey has a known route to advance to gold grade, facilitating Lin Heng's future enhancements. This one, sure, the white one does look rather appealing." Lin Heng, trusting his friend's judgment, opted for Xu Changsheng's suggestion, as his own choice felt entirely random. At that moment, Xu Changsheng had also selected his desired beast egg. It was a pitch-black egg, quietly resting on the shelf, resembling a small black hole, deep and enigmatic. The light around it subtly warped, as if even sunlight could not penetrate its darkness. "Changsheng, are you certain about this choice?" Lin Heng expressed concern upon seeing Xu Changsheng's selection. There existed an unwritten rule regarding selecting beast eggs. The more vibrant the color, the higher the quality of the beast within. Conversely, the duller the color, the poorer the quality, with even cases of unsuccessful hatching. A completely black egg was considered a grave taboo. How ridiculous, 2 penniless boys. What do they know about beast eggs? Don't think that just because you awakened a decent talent, you can leap to greatness. Sometimes, resources outweigh talent. Gu Siyuan, who had been trailing behind them, scoffed. His left-hand ring glimmered as a sea-blue beast egg appeared in his palm. "See this? A spatial ring, worth several million federal coins. And look at this, a high-grade gold beast egg, worth tens of millions. How can you even compare to me?" Gu Siyuan's gaze dripped with disdain as he looked at Xu Changsheng and Lin Heng, his expression brimming with arrogance, clearly reveling in his ability to overshadow Xu Changsheng. Faced with Gu Siyuan's demeanor, Xu Changsheng remained unmoved, his gaze calmly fixed on Gu Siyuan until the latter's smile faltered entirely, his joy transforming into chill. Xu Changsheng finally spoke. "A clown will forever remain a clown. No matter how prestigious your lineage, you are merely a loud, barking beast. You. Gu Siyuan, taken aback by Xu Changsheng's blatant mockery, pointed at him in agitation, his spittle flying as he struggled to articulate a response. His pathetic display elicited laughter from the crowd. All were students, youthful and spirited, unwilling to coddle a wealthy heir like Xu Changsheng. Hearing the derisive laughter of the crowd, Xu Changsheng's face flushed crimson. His eyes filled with a fiery rage. He bellowed, 3 days hence, at the Beastmaster Arena, a life-and-death duel, dare you? The words sent a ripple of shock through the onlookers. A life-and-death duel was no trifling matter. It was a true confrontation aimed at taking a life. To them, although Xu Changsheng possessed an A-grade talent, he had yet to mature and could very well be no match for Xu Changsheng, who was bolstered by myriad resources. Would Xu Changsheng dare to accept the challenge? The crowd turned their expectant gazes toward the gifted commoner. Calm and unperturbed, he coolly replied, "What is there to fear?" Chapter 5, Contracting Beasts. Advancement. Diamond Quality. The hall erupted in astonishment. They could hardly fathom that the promising Xu Changsheng would be so impulsive as to accept a life-and-death duel. Given his talent, if he allowed himself to grow gradually, he could eventually rival the entire Xu family conglomerate. Lin Heng hurriedly grasped Xu Changsheng's arm, signaling him to temper his enthusiasm. Suddenly, applause erupted from the crowd as a commanding middle-aged man appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. What presence! Truly deserving of being a student from Anwu High School. The man's voice boomed. This individual was none other than Wang Ping, the principal of Anwu High School. A platinum-level beastmaster and one of the foremost powers in Changnan City. He smiled at both Xu Changsheng and Xu Changsheng, stating, "However, you are both classmates. Why resort to a life-and-death duel that might mar your camaraderie? I propose a compromise. The victor shall receive double the resources for the first semester, while the loser will have 20% of their resources deducted. What say you?" He first glanced at Xu Changsheng, seemingly inquiring for his consent. Wang Ping was attempting to extricate Xu Changsheng from a precarious situation. Even he held reservations about Xu Changsheng's ability to surpass Xu Changsheng in 3 days. Thus, the penalty for the loser was merely a reduction of 20% in resources. Xu Changsheng readily perceived Wang Ping's goodwill and nodded with a smile. Xu Changsheng, wary of provoking Wang Ping, also acquiesced, as the principal was of the same caliber as his father. "Since you both extend me such courtesy, I shall reciprocate with an advance on the first month's resources." With that, Wang Ping waved his left hand. 60 low-grade beast stones and 50 low-grade beast stones appeared on either side of him. The monthly resource allocation for an A-grade talent is 60 beast stones, while a B-grade talent receives 50, and so forth. These beast stones are imbued with pure energy, essential for the growth of beasts, making them invaluable resources. Though of low grade, each stone commands a price of 1,000 federal coins in the market. 60 stones amount to a staggering 60,000 federal coins, an entire household's worth of earnings over 6 months. This illustrates the school's commitment to nurturing gifted individuals. "Thank you, Principal," Xu Changsheng expressed with a respectful bow. He understood that Wang Ping was deliberately bridging the resource gap between him and Xu Changsheng to mitigate his potential losses. With Wang Ping's presence, Xu Changsheng refrained from further provocations, and the selection of beast eggs swiftly approached its conclusion. "Students, 3 days hence, return to school for special training in the advanced class. In these 3 days, familiarize yourselves with the habits and skills of your beasts," the principal instructed earnestly. Upon returning home, Xu Changsheng placed the hefty bag of beast stones on the sofa and retrieved the obsidian beast egg. This was the treasure that instilled him with confidence to face Xu Changsheng's challenge. Species: Mutated Shadow Wolf, Dark Attribute. Quality: Platinum High. Rank: Black Iron Level 1. Talent Skills: Frenzied Bite, Excellent. Shadow Transformation, Rare. Soul Devouring Shadow, Exceptional. Unique Evolution Path. Night Direction: After the first evolution, can advance to Soul Devouring Magic Wolf, Diamond Level. After the second evolution, can advance to Shadow Master, Star Shattering Level. After the third evolution, can advance to Moon Eater Wolf King, Full Moon Level. After the fourth evolution, can advance to Sun Swallowing Divine Wolf, Daylight Level. After the fifth evolution, can advance to Night Monarch, Mythical Level. Hatching Conditions: Immerse the beast egg in the host's blood. Hatching will complete within 3 minutes. First evolution conditions. Note: this beast has undergone mutation. Failure to successfully advance will result in inevitable shadow transformation and demise within 6 months. A platinum high-quality beast. 3 skills, the least of which is of excellent grade. Its potential far exceeds that of the golden high-quality beast that Xu Changsheng so proudly boasts. For an ordinary person, this beast egg might never hatch. And even if it did, it would likely perish due to its inability to evolve. Yet for Xu Changsheng, this was a beast egg tailor-made for him. Powerful, brimming with potential, and its side effects utterly inconsequential. Xu Changsheng picked up a fruit knife from the table and made a swift incision in his left palm, allowing his blood to drip into the prepared bowl. Soon, he collected a small bowl of blood. He placed the beast egg within the bowl and patiently awaited its hatching. Crack, crack. The blood was absorbed by the beast egg at a visible pace. The egg swelled, even threatening to crack the bowl. A howl echoed from within the egg, followed by a front paw shattering the shell. A small wolf, completely ebony with crimson eyes, emerged from the egg and leaped onto the table. Though diminutive in size, it radiated a menacing aura, its scarlet gaze surveying its surroundings as though it were a ruler surveying its dominion. Upon spotting Xu Changsheng seated on the sofa, the fearsome aura instantly retracted, and it pounced into Xu Changsheng's embrace. The little wolf nuzzled its head against Xu Changsheng's injured hand, emitting soft whimpers of concern. Feeling the silky fur in his grasp, Xu Changsheng was overwhelmed with excitement. His first beast had successfully hatched. You are entirely black, save for your red eyes. How about naming you Bloodshadow? Xu Changsheng said with a smile, bestowing a name upon his inaugural beast. A howl of enthusiasm erupted from Bloodshadow, seemingly quite pleased with its name. Just then, a voice resonated in Xu Changsheng's mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully contracting your first beast. Achievement unlocked, Novice Beastmaster. Reward, 100 low-grade beast stones. Rewards have been credited to the beast space. The achievement system had finally come into play. Xu Changsheng had previously explored it extensively, yet had failed to discern its operation. It appeared to be entirely triggered by one's actions, devoid of any governing rules. Well, let us consider it an unexpected delight in the fabric of daily life, Xu Changsheng murmured, confident that even without this system, he would ascend to become the strongest in this world of beasts. Come, let me take you to a splendid place. He gently stroked Bloodshadow's fluffy head and then summoned it into his beast space. Simultaneously, its spiritual form accompanied it into the beast space. Before long, the pair found themselves standing before the mythical bloodline pool. Upon seeing the pool, Bloodshadow's eyes ignited with an insatiable yearning, as if it could hardly contain its eagerness to leap in and complete the bloodline baptism. However, it remained steadfastly by Xu Changsheng's side, its wolf-like eyes fixed upon him, awaiting his approval. Without Xu Changsheng's directive, Bloodshadow would never act independently. This was the foremost principle of its role as a beast master. Go forth, little one. This is your opportunity. Upon Xu Changsheng's command, Bloodshadow immediately leaped into the mythical bloodline pool, immersing itself in the elixir of the blood of legendary beasts. A resounding roar erupted from beneath the surface shortly thereafter. Then, a dark silhouette shot skyward, landing beside Xu Changsheng. It was Bloodshadow, now having completed its evolution. No longer in the form of a mere pup, it had grown to over 2 meters in length, its fur standing on end, radiating the aura of a wolf king. Xu Changsheng eagerly examined Bloodshadow's information. Just a glance took his breath away. It was astonishingly formidable. Race, shadow-devouring demon wolf, dark attribute. Qualification, diamond hot. Rank, black iron level 1. Innate skills, deathmatch, rare, shadow transformation, exquisite, soul-devouring shadow, epic, blood pact, epic. Deathmatch, the more severely the beast is injured, the higher its combat power becomes, remaining immune to weakness despite wounds. Shadow transformation, the beast may shadow itself and its master, rendering them immune to most attacks. Soul-devouring shadow, the beast can directly assault an enemy's soul, inflicting substantial damage and soul injury. Blood pact, when the beast master suffers a fatal injury, the damage is transferred to the beast. Unique evolution path, Nightfall direction, second evolution requirements. Chapter 6, Indomitable combat power, terrifying growth potential. After completing the bloodline baptism, Bloodshadow's mutated state vanished. Simultaneously, its qualification reached a terrifying diamond high. What does this signify? In all of Chang'an City, or perhaps even the entire Sichuan province, there may not be 5 beasts of diamond high qualification. In this age, where the stars are fragmented and the moon has become a mere legend, diamond represents the pinnacle of combat power in this world. Moreover, it is diamond high. Bloodshadow's innate skills are astonishingly potent to an exaggerated degree. All 4 skills are at least of rare grade, with 2 reaching epic. In this realm, skill levels are classified into 6 tiers: ordinary, excellent, rare, exquisite, epic, legendary, and invincible. For an ordinary beast master, having an excellent grade innate skill is already quite commendable. Possessing a rare grade skill marks one as a master among peers. Exquisite is something few dare to dream of, while epic skills are typically found only in high-tier beasts. How could they manifest in a black iron tier beast? Yet, Bloodshadow has achieved this. Such exaggerated combat prowess. The final skill is even more grotesque. It can forcibly transfer damage aimed at the beast master to the beast itself. What a terrifying effect. It must be understood that during battles, the greatest vulnerability lies with the beast master themselves. Though they benefit from the power of their beasts and possess a physique stronger than that of ordinary individuals, they remain significantly weaker in comparison to their beasts, rendering them easy targets. The Blood Pact essentially grants Xu Changsheng an additional life, one that can be utilized innumerable times. You stay here and absorb these spirit beast stones. Xu Changsheng gently stroked Blood Shadow's soft fur, smiling as he spoke. This creature's size is far too great. Allowing Blood Shadow to roam freely within his home would likely wreak havoc upon his abode. Moreover, the Beast Master space is evidently more conducive to Blood Shadow's growth. Woo! Upon hearing Xu Changsheng's intention to depart, Blood Shadow immediately emitted a mournful whimper. All right, I shall visit you every day, Xu Changsheng reassured. At this moment, the most pressing matter was to accelerate Blood Shadow's combat prowess. 3 days later, within the Beast Master space, Xu Changsheng gazed helplessly at the pile of debris on the ground and the scattered spirit beast stones nearby. You are noble. You are exceptional. Your diamond high qualification allows you to absorb spirit beast stones at an astonishing rate, Xu Changsheng remarked. Meanwhile, Blood Shadow leaned against its master, attempting to soothe his sorrow with its soft fur. Xu Changsheng felt both joy and pain. The joy stemmed from Blood Shadow's formidable resource absorption capabilities. His monthly supply amounted to a mere 60 spirit beast stones, a month's worth of resources. Yet, in just 3 days, Blood Shadow had absorbed over 80 stones. Generally, a beast of ordinary qualification could absorb only 1 or 2 stones a day. Those with slightly better qualifications might manage 4 or 5 at most. But Blood Shadow astonishingly managed to absorb over 20 stones daily. This growth rate was several times, even a dozen times, greater than that of other beasts. As a beast master, Xu Changsheng was naturally elated by such rapid progress. However, the pain arose from the realization that he would struggle to sustain this voracious creature. Of course, with the consumption of such abundant resources, Blood Shadow's growth was indeed significant. In just 3 days, it had advanced from Black Iron Level 1 to Black Iron Level 3. 2 tiers in 3 days. If this were to spread, others would surely think Xu Changsheng was jesting. An ordinary beast might not even ascend a single tier in a month, yet Blood Shadow had remarkably achieved 2 levels in a mere 3 days. This implies that, with a sufficient supply of resources, Blood Shadow could maintain such a meteoric rise until it reached the Diamond High tier. What a terrifying growth velocity. Alright, today I shall take you out to experience the world. Xu Changsheng caressed Blood Shadow's fur, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Today marked the day of his decisive battle against Xu. Upon arriving at the Beastmaster Arena within the school, Xu Changsheng found the previously empty venue now brimming with spectators. The news of his duel with Xu had already spread throughout Oni No. 1 High School. Everyone was eager to witness who would triumph, the No. 1 genius of Changnan City or the second young master of the Gu family. I concede that Xu Changsheng possesses talent, but transforming that talent into strength requires time. Thus, this time I stand with Xu. Indeed, no matter how gifted one might be, could they defy the odds in just 3 days? Exactly. Furthermore, young Master Gu is also a B-grade beast master, a top-tier presence in Changnan City. He is not significantly inferior to Xu Changsheng. With Blood Shadow's enhancement, Xu Changsheng's own strength had naturally increased. He too had reached Black Iron Level 3, his physical attributes and senses considerably heightened compared to before. Consequently, the chatter among the onlookers resonated vividly in Xu Changsheng's ears. Unsurprisingly, most seemed to favor Xu. After all, it is indeed improbable for an ordinary genius to bridge such a vast resource gap in just 3 days. Yet Xu Changsheng was different. He would demonstrate to all what true genius entails. Did you hear that? Do you hear the murmurs from the arena? Xu, already waiting in the arena, scoffed as he observed Xu Changsheng's approach. Then he feigned surprise and remarked, "Oh, I forgot. You are probably still a Black Iron Level 1 Beastmaster, so you might not be able to hear clearly. They all look down upon you." Xu mocked, a flicker of pity flashing in his eyes. For this duel, he had expended a considerable amount of precious resources. In just 3 days, he had forcibly elevated his beast companion to the 2nd tier. These resources were so valuable that even he, the second young master of the Gu family, felt a pang of regret. Thus, this battle allowed for no defeat. Victory was imperative. This was no longer merely a matter of personal triumph or failure, but rather a matter of the Gu family's reputation. With this thought, a hint of malice welled up in Xu gaze. In this confrontation, he not only aimed to defeat Xu Changsheng, but also to render him utterly talentless, wishing him a fate worse than death. He intended to make it abundantly clear that he, Xu, was the true genius of Onwu No. 1 High School, an entity absolutely not to be trifled with. Xu Changsheng observed Xu's arrogant demeanor and replied softly, "I have come to realize that some dogs, if not beaten, will never comprehend pain." Meanwhile, Xu Changsheng's personal information appeared before Xu Changsheng's eyes. Name: Xu Changsheng. Talent: twin damage. Twin damage. When you contract a beast companion, you can forcibly split the soul of that beast, thereby producing an identical regenerative entity. If this is done, both the original and the regenerative entity will possess 70% of their prior strength. Rank: Black Iron 2nd tier, contracted beast, deep sea water python, an intriguing talent. Xu Changsheng pondered upon seeing Xu Changsheng's abilities. In a typical duel, an adversary would possess only a single beast companion. Suddenly summoning two would undoubtedly throw anyone into disarray. Moreover, in a 2-against-1 scenario, the dynamics of the encounter would not simply be a matter of addition, but rather 1 + 1 would yield greater than 3. After all, not everyone can fully unleash their capabilities under siege. 2 fists cannot rival 4 hands, and even a flurry of wild punches can fell a seasoned master. Though such duality would diminish the beast's overall strength, when considered holistically, Xu Changsheng's talent could certainly be regarded as top-tier among B-grade talents. It was no wonder he exhibited such arrogance. He possessed the foundation for it. Alas, he had encountered me. Xu Changsheng mused. Let me take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on humility, so you may understand that one ought not to be overly arrogant. Chapter 7. A single move to defeat, kneeling and begging for mercy. Even though Xu Changsheng merely uttered his thoughts, how could Xu Changsheng, whose body was enhanced by the power of his beast, fail to hear it? With a wave of his left hand, 2 10-meter-long giant pythons appeared beside him in the blink of an eye. The pythons, their bodies predominantly white adorned with intricate black patterns, exuded an otherworldly allure and an imposing presence. Their emerald eyes were fixated intently on Xu Changsheng, who stood before them. The onlooking classmates gasped at the scene. What on earth is happening? Didn't Xu Changsheng just graduate? How does he have 2 beast companions? Is he cheating? Look, this is the strength of young Master Xu. What's Xu Changsheng? He should just step aside. With a 2-on-1 situation, the odds seemed decidedly stacked against Xu Changsheng. Public opinion swayed once more in Xu Changsheng's favor. Even those who had previously supported Xu Changsheng began to speak in favor of Xu Changsheng. Meanwhile, Lin Heng sat in the audience, his fists clenched tightly, his face etched with worry and guilt. If it weren't for Xu Changsheng standing up for him, he would not have found himself embroiled in such turmoil today. Above them, unseen in the skies, a magnificent silver eagle perched at the horizon, with a middle-aged man standing with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down. This man was none other than Wang Ping, the principal of Anwu No. 1 High School. He had come to observe the duel between the 2 students, to prevent any unforeseen incidents. In the center of the arena, Xu Changsheng summoned his own beast companion. In an instant, a shadowy giant wolf appeared beside him. Its ebony fur billowed in the wind, and its blood-red eyes radiated a terrifying killing intent. The malevolent aura emanating from the foes made Blood Shadow acutely aware of its adversaries. Strangely, the 2 giant pythons, which had been advancing, suddenly halted upon the appearance of Blood Shadow, even displaying a tendency to retreat. Their slender tongues flickered anxiously in the air, seemingly apprehensive of something. In contrast, Blood Shadow, aside from its evident murderous intent, bore an expression of disdain. It turned to Xu Changsheng, its crimson eyes filled with confusion, as if questioning, Master, where did you find these 2 useless creatures? They offer no challenge at all. Xu Changsheng, attuned to Blood Shadow's thoughts, could not help but chuckle. Indeed, for Blood Shadow, possessing diamond tier qualities and having already reached Black Iron 3rd tier, these 2 giant pythons were merely oversized nuisances, devoid of any threat. Naturally, Xu Changsheng sensed the hesitation of his beast companions. Attack! Go for the Black Wolf! He bellowed, attempting to rouse their courage with his voice. Hiss! Under Xu Changsheng's command, the 2 giant pythons advanced slowly from either side, seemingly preparing to encircle Blood Shadow. Blood Shadow, however, remained poised, muscles tense, ready to respond to any eventuality. Hiss! The python on the left launched itself, swiftly covering several meters, attempting to constrict Blood Shadow around its neck. It seemed to rely on its size to crush Blood Shadow to death. Simultaneously, the other python sprang forward, its razor-sharp fangs aimed at Blood Shadow's vulnerable abdomen. The glistening green sheen on its fangs revealed the presence of deadly poison. A perfect encirclement. Yet, just as the first python was about to seize Blood Shadow, the latter's form suddenly blurred, and the python's fierce assault met only empty air. The massive body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Boom! The sound of the impact echoed, followed by a flash of cold light as Blood Shadow's claws, accompanied by a fierce wind, plunged into the fallen python's body, then tore to the left. A gory spray of flesh and blood splattered across the arena floor. Hiss! A piercing scream erupted from the python's mouth, as if it were enduring immense agony. Blood Shadow's attack was not merely a physical assault. It dealt a profound blow to the soul as well. With one swipe, the enemy suffered both corporeal and spiritual torment, a testament to its terror. The injured python writhed on the ground momentarily before lying still, utterly lifeless. In a mere instant, a black iron second-tier beast companion had met its demise. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The second python, still bewildered by the rapid turn of events, watched in horror as its fellow beast fell beneath Blood Shadow's claws. It let out a wretched scream before abruptly turning and charging straight at Xu Changsheng. The python's speed surged, rapidly closing the distance to Xu Changsheng. It opened its massive jaws, seemingly intent on swallowing him whole. Its fangs glimmered menacingly in the sunlight, radiating a sinister green light. At this moment, Blood Shadow stood frozen, still processing the unfolding events. Good. Xu Changsheng stood in place, his expression ecstatic as he beheld the python's assault, utterly unconcerned that he had already lost one beast companion. To him, the loss of a single beast was inconsequential. He had plenty to spare. However, having an adversary like Xu Changsheng, the fewer the better. What? Xu Changsheng exclaimed in astonishment. His previously mocking smile abruptly froze. Before him, Xu Changsheng's figure had inexplicably begun to shimmer, resembling a giant wolf. The colossal python lunged but found nothing but empty air. How could they possibly fight like this? Not only could he not touch the enemy's beast, but even the beast master remained untouchable. A glint of mockery flashed in Xu Changsheng's eyes. He had long since gleaned the various skills of the giant python through the eye of the world. Thus he was well prepared. The earlier apparent confusion of Blood Shadow was merely a ruse to toy with Xu Changsheng. It was a delightful pleasure to grant the enemy a glimmer of hope, only to snuff it out with one's own hands. Nothing could be more exquisite than that. Yet, the frozen smile on Xu Changsheng's face swiftly morphed into sheer terror. Unbeknownst to him, Blood Shadow had already approached him. The crimson eyes of Blood Shadow sparkled with derision, and then, with a swift motion of its left claw, it unleashed a tempestuous gust aimed directly at Xu Changsheng's face. To reciprocate an attack upon a beastmaster is simply unacceptable. Since Xu Changsheng chose to breach the ethics of martial conduct, Xu Changsheng would not allow him to go unpunished. As he gazed at the oncoming wolf's claw, Xu Changsheng's eyes brimmed with dread. If even his beast could not withstand Blood Shadow's assault, how could his own fragile head? The razor-sharp claw brushed past Xu Changsheng's face, only to be intercepted by an eagle's talon. Principal Wang Ping had finally intervened. Nevertheless, even with this intervention, 3 deep gashes marred Xu Changsheng's face, exposing the bone beneath. Xu Changsheng curled up on the ground, writhing in agony and howling in pain. The physical torment alone was not sufficient to drive him to such a state. The anguish of his very soul felt as if it compelled him to understand his own demise. Only now did Xu Changsheng comprehend why his beast could not withstand the strike from Blood Shadow. If a mere scratch inflicted such suffering upon him, how much worse would the giant python fare against a strike aimed at its vulnerabilities? However, the pain had long since clouded Xu Changsheng's rational thought. Through a haze of blood and tears, he vaguely discerned the approaching figure of Xu Changsheng, and in a desperate grasp for salvation, he clutched at Xu Changsheng's pant leg. Please, I was wrong. I beg you, spare me this agony. Xu Changsheng pleaded, devoid of any dignity, utterly stripped of his previous arrogance. Witnessing his pitiable state, Xu Changsheng chuckled, I'm afraid that's impossible. After delivering the jest, Xu Changsheng callously kicked Xu Changsheng aside. There was no need for mercy towards such scum. Chapter 8. Compensation. 3 months of resources. The battlefield within the arena was in constant flux, and in the blink of an eye, the battle had concluded. All the students present were left in shock by the final outcome. In an instant, the once boisterous beast arena fell into an eerie silence. Then, one voice broke the stillness in astonishment. My heavens! Did I just witness Xu Changsheng being defeated in an instant by Xu Changsheng? No way. How is that possible? How could he lose in a 1-on-2 situation? Is Xu Changsheng even competent? What is up with Xu Changsheng's beast? It's so powerful. That phasing ability can even be conferred upon the beast master, doesn't he, that render him invincible? I declare, from this moment on, I am a staunch fan of Xu Changsheng. Count me in. Count me in. Me too. In a heartbeat, public opinion shifted dramatically. This is the world of beast masters, where the strong reign supreme. Everything else is naught but illusion. On the other side, Xu Changsheng and Principal Wang Ping stood in silence at the center of the arena. After a moment, Wang Ping finally spoke. You. He glanced at Xu Changsheng, who now resembled a mangled heap, his brow furrowed in concern. Wang Ping had not anticipated that Xu Changsheng's beast would be so ferocious, inflicting such severe damage with a mere swipe. In truth, the divine eagle beneath Wang Ping could have easily intercepted Blood Shadow's assault. However, at that moment, he had thought to teach Xu Changsheng a lesson, to temper his arrogance. Little did he know that Xu Changsheng's beast would prove to be so domineering. Yet, Wang Ping refrained from further comment. After all, 1,000 pairs of eyes had witnessed the events unfold. It was Gu Xiyuan's beast that had initiated the attack. Xu Changsheng's retaliation was thus justified and beyond reproach. However, the influence of the Gu family weighed heavily on Wang Ping's mind. Gu Xiyuan, the second son of the Gu family, had sustained such injuries in his school. He felt compelled to offer an explanation, regardless of his status as a platinum-ranked strongman, unafraid of the Gu family's power. Yet, as an educator, the severe injury inflicted upon a student was a reflection of his own negligence. Xu Changsheng, having lived 2 lives, naturally discerned the anxiety that clouded Wang Ping's thoughts. He spoke up. Principal, there is no need for concern. Gu Xiyuan has merely sustained a spiritual injury from my beast, with the help of a suitable healing beast master. He will recover in due course. Oh, at this, the principal's expression shifted slightly, and he continued, a soul attack? Quite rare indeed. Changsheng, your beast is extraordinary. His words were laden with praise, and the weight upon his heart lifted. As long as no lives were lost, it was not a significant issue for Wang Ping. Healing the soul, while costly, would not be a burden for the affluent Gu family. However, restoring Gu Xiyuan to his former self? The complexities of soul injuries were anything but straightforward. One feared that even if Gu Xiyuan were healed, he might emerge as a mere shell of his former self, devoid of any brilliance. Yet, this battle was ultimately Gu Xiyuan's fault, and Xu Changsheng was his own student. No matter what grievances the Gu family might harbor, Wang Ping would shoulder the responsibility. With this thought, Wang Ping felt his doubts dissipate. He summoned the power of his beast and declared, I hereby announce that the victor of the duel between Xu Changsheng and Gu Xiyuan is Xu Changsheng. Furthermore, due to Gu Xiyuan's assault on a fellow student with a ferocious beast during the duel, he shall receive a significant demerit. Given the severity of Gu Xiyuan's injuries, he will be sent home for treatment. As compensation, the resources for Xu Changsheng's senior year will be doubled. In addition, he will receive an extra 3 months' worth of resources. Effective immediately. His voice was not loud, yet it quelled all the noise and commotion within the arena. These simple 4 sentences garnered resounding applause from the crowd. The assailant faced punishment, while the victor was duly rewarded. Such is the natural order of things. Xu Changsheng's expression mirrored his surprise. Resources that were initially set to double for half a year had now transformed into a full year. This was nothing short of a monumental boon. After all, Blood Shadow was a merciless spirit beast devourer. The spirit beast stones would never be too plentiful. Yet, just as the crowd erupted in cheers, a tremendous and ominous sound echoed from above. A fierce wind swept through, scattering the jubilant atmosphere in an instant. As the dust settled, an irate figure emerged, declaring, I do not consent. Xu Changsheng turned towards the source of the voice. He beheld a massive vulture landing beside the principal's divine eagle. Unlike the majestic divine eagle, this vulture was entirely devoid of feathers, its grotesque flesh marred with unsightly growths upon its wings. Upon the vulture sat a middle-aged man, arms crossed, glaring intently at Xu Changsheng. His information materialized before Xu Changsheng's eyes. Name, Xu Changsheng. Talent, power of the fallen. The power of corruption. Each beast you contract will succumb to the insidious influence of corruption. As the corruption deepens, the beast's combat prowess will increase. Yet it will gradually descend into depravity, its temperament becoming increasingly brutal and prone to losing control. Furthermore, upon completion of the contract, the beast will have a maximum lifespan of 10 years. Rank, Platinum Tier 3. Contracted beasts, Golden Gibbon, Azure Sea Dragon, Earth-Slicing Mantis, Carnivorous Vulture, Spiritwood, White Tree. Upon glimpsing this information, Xu Changsheng immediately recognized that the head of the Gu family had arrived. Moreover, the visitor bore ill intentions. Oh, what insights does Brother Tianxing possess? Wang Ping inquired, slightly bowing to Gu Tianxing, his courtesy evident, yet his tone lacked politeness. After all, in his own school, within his own sphere of influence, his decisions were being dismissed by an outsider. Even a clay figurine would harbor some ire, let alone Wang Ping, a top-tier Platinum 7 powerhouse. My son, Gu Tianxing gestured to the prostrate Gu Xiyuan, who writhed in pain, pausing momentarily as if unable to bear the sight of his son's plight, before turning and bellowing. 18 years of nurturing. A single day of awakening. He was the hope of the Gu family. Now, he has been rendered nearly a cripple, yet you still wish to punish him? Even reward this murderer? As he concluded, Gu Tianxing trembled, pointing accusingly at Xu Changsheng, his aura intensifying. Meanwhile, the vulture beneath him began to grow agitated. Emitting a menacing aura, Blood Shadow seemed to sense the tension in the atmosphere, slowly edging closer to Xu Changsheng, baring its fangs and glaring fiercely at the adversary. It remained unafraid, even under the oppressive aura of a platinum-tier beast, wholly focused on protecting its master. Oh, then what do you propose we do? Wang Ping narrowed his eyes and asked. Compensate my son, Xu Changsheng insisted. At the same time, expel this cruel-hearted individual who has harmed a fellow student from the school. Forever barred from examination. No, such a person deserves to be rendered powerless, lest they endanger society and wreak havoc. Xu Changsheng's agitation escalated with each word, and the vulture beneath him slowly advanced towards Xu Changsheng. A woo, blood shadow lunged at the approaching enemy, prepared to seize the vulture by its throat. It disregarded any disparity in strength. If the enemy dared to approach its master, it would charge forth, even at the cost of its own life. However, how could a black iron-tier beast harm one of platinum tier? A flicker of mockery flashed in the vulture's eyes as it prepared to retaliate. Yet, before it could act, the divine eagle's talons restrained its movements. Crack! Blood shadow's claws sank deep into the vulture's throat, but due to the vast difference in strength, it merely grazed the vulture's throat, drawing a thin line of blood. Nevertheless, this wound inflicted a slight spiritual injury. Even a platinum-tier beast could not entirely negate such harm. Suddenly, the vulture, once proud, stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Xu Changsheng, standing atop it, almost lost his balance as well, though his robust physique allowed him to regain his stance. Even so, in front of thousands of students, he had made quite the spectacle. Witnessing this scene, Xu Changsheng showed no mercy, taunting. I have heard that once a person commits a guilty act, misfortune tends to follow. Xu family head, have you done something to feel guilty about? Wang Ping, suppressing a chuckle, interjected. I believe Brother Tianxing should focus on properly disciplining his beasts before judging how I educate my students. As for my previous decision, I regret to inform you. It remains unchanged. With Wang Ping's mockery and Xu Tianxing's prior embarrassment, he found it difficult to persist in his obstinacy. Moreover, he knew he could not best Wang Ping. Although his influence surpassed Wang Ping's, he was now alone and dared not act too brazenly. Thus, Xu Tianxing summoned another beast, hoisting Xu Xiyuan onto his shoulder, and departed in a huff. However, before leaving, he cast Xu Changsheng a glance with crimson eyes, the meaning unmistakable. Chapter 9, Special Training Challenge Officer. Is this the demeanor of a genius? To manipulate great figures at will. While somewhat excessive, it was indeed fearless in the face of danger. So impressive, Xu Changsheng. I wish to bear your children. As they witnessed Xu Changsheng and Wang Ping force Xu Tianxing to retreat, the emotions in the stands surged even higher. Who wouldn't wish for their principal to be unafraid and confrontational? Who wouldn't desire a senior who dared to challenge and strive, undaunted by power? Now, both Xu Changsheng and Wang Ping had achieved just that. Rest assured, as long as your actions are just, the school and I shall always stand as your unwavering support. Wang Ping assured Xu Changsheng. His greatest aspiration throughout his life had been to nurture a powerhouse of diamond tier, or even shattered star tier. However, after decades in the field, the most accomplished student he had ever trained had merely reached the pinnacle of platinum. Yet now, Xu Changsheng, with his A-grade talent, offered him hope for the future. If he did not meet an untimely end, he would certainly become a strong contender at the diamond tier. Furthermore, Wang Ping greatly admired Xu Changsheng's character and disposition, which is why he extended such care towards him. Acknowledging this, Xu Changsheng nodded. He was acutely aware of who treated him well, and he would forever remember this kindness. All right, go on to class. Today marks the first day of the special training class, and the teachers are likely eager to begin. They can be quite impatient, Wang Ping said with a smile. Then added, should you notice anything amiss, contact me immediately. He retrieved a feather from his spatial ring, stating, in the event of danger, toss this feather into the air. If within the city, I shall arrive within 3 minutes. If outside, within 15 minutes. Clearly, Wang Ping was concerned that the Xu family might seek to trouble Xu Changsheng afterwards. He had certainly noticed the glance Xu Tianxing cast before leaving. Xu Changsheng solemnly accepted the feather and bid farewell to the principal. Then, amidst a throng of admirers, he made his way to the special training class. Upon entering, they were greeted by a burly man with an angry countenance standing in the center of the classroom. Fixing his gaze on the tardy students, he bellowed, "You are undoubtedly the worst class I have ever taught. Arriving late on the first day of class without even offering an explanation? Today, I will make you all lie down and return." The students exchanged glances, their eyes darting towards Xu Changsheng. After all, they had all been late to witness Xu Changsheng's duel. The burly man quickly discerned that Xu Changsheng was the focal point of the group. However, before Xu Changsheng could explain, he interrupted, "Summon your beasts. We shall have a match." "Instructor, is this not bullying? We have only just awakened our talents. How could we possibly compete with you?" Lin Heng exclaimed, eager to protect his friend from being mistreated. Unfazed, the burly man retorted, "Who said I would bully him? My beast will be constrained to the black iron tier. I will show you how crucial technique is. And remember, respect your elders. With that, he summoned one of his beasts, a massive black bear. Standing at an imposing height of over 3 meters, its entire body cloaked in darkness. It was only the tuft of golden fur upon its chest that stood out strikingly. It loomed over the crowd, casting an overwhelming presence. The black bear even beckoned to Xu Changsheng with a pointed finger, clearly displaying a significant level of intelligence. Yet, Xu Changsheng remained undaunted. If this black bear truly suppressed its strength to the black iron first level, he was confident that his blood shadow could contend with it. A resounding howl echoed through the air, heralding the arrival of the majestic blood shadow. It shook its fur and affectionately rubbed against Xu Changsheng, overflowing with joy at the sight of its master. Blood shadow, engage, but refrain from delivering a fatal blow, Xu Changsheng instructed, pointing at the black bear. Upon hearing this, the black bear snorted loudly, a plume of white mist escaping its nostrils, seemingly expressing disdain. The crowd parted for the impending clash between the blood shadow and the black bear, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. The wolf and the bear faced each other, each searching for the other's vulnerabilities. Suddenly, the black bear charged. Despite its massive stature, it moved with remarkable swiftness. Its enormous paw swung toward the blood shadow's midsection. Observing the blood shadow still frozen in place, a flicker of contempt crossed the bear's eyes, yet it curbed its strength by a fraction. However, as its paw made contact with the blood shadow's form, it felt as though it had grasped nothing but air. The bear's substantial momentum caused it to lurch forward. And in that fleeting moment, the blood shadow seized the opportunity. With a powerful push from its hind legs, its sharp front claws grazed the bear's throat, pulling away a tuft of black fur. The blood shadow had held back, ensuring the bear remained unharmed. Staring at the tufts of fur scattered on the ground, the black bear paused in disbelief, then began to pound its chest, unleashing a furious roar that sent shockwaves rippling outward. The sound waves seemed tangible, emanating from it in concentric circles, just as these waves were about to reach the students. The burly man with the dark complexion summoned another beast to shield them from the assault. Yet, the blood shadow was not so fortunate. Its shadowy form could not fully shield it from the sonic waves, resulting in a moment of disorientation, causing blood to seep from its mouth and nose. Nevertheless, in the blink of an eye, the blood shadow regained its agile form, even exhibiting a speed surpassing its previous capabilities. The innate skill of deathmatch had indeed showcased its effect. The ensuing battle was devoid of suspense. The black bear's attacks failed to connect with the blood shadow, while each sonic wave merely served to augment the blood shadow's power. In a decisive victory, the blood shadow emerged triumphant. Excellent. This wolf, having just hatched, already possesses such determination and can withstand the bear's sonic assaults. Remarkable. The dark-faced man nodded at Xu Changsheng, then proceeded with his introduction. My name is Ren Chao, and I will be your instructor for this year, possessing the strength of the golden 8th level. After introducing himself, Ren Chao pointed to Xu Changsheng and declared, this individual will serve as the class leader of our special training group. Does anyone have any objections? A moment of silence ensued, and Xu Changsheng was duly appointed as the class leader. Good. Next, each of you will summon your beasts and engage the black bear in battle. Is that clear? Yes. The crowd replied enthusiastically. Having just witnessed the black bear being overwhelmed by the blood shadow, their excitement was palpable. Such an excellent target for practice should not be wasted. However, the subsequent scene left them utterly dumbfounded. The summoned beasts, upon seeing the colossal form of the black bear, were too intimidated to attack. Even under their master's fervent encouragement, they could not breach the bear's defenses. It dawned on everyone that it was not the black bear's inferiority, but rather Xu Changsheng's overwhelming strength that was the true factor. Thus, their respect for Xu Changsheng deepened. His training, of course, was unlike that of his peers. He was to engage in sparring with another beast belonging to Ren Chao, one that retained its power at the golden tier. Faced with such a formidable opponent, even the blood shadow needed to exercise caution. A single misstep could lead to grievous injury. After all, the shadow form was not invincible. As for inflicting harm on the opponent, that seemed like a mere fantasy. The 3-tier disparity in strength was no trivial matter. It represented a stark and tangible difference in combat prowess. For the blood shadow to dare to strike, it was indeed a testament to its extraordinary talent. In this high-pressure environment, everyone's abilities were advancing at an astonishing pace. Following the day's training, Ren Chao announced momentous news. In 1 week, the micro-realm will reopen. You will represent Onwu No. 1 High School in the exploration. The victors will represent Changnan City in the provincial competition. Prepare yourselves. Chapter 10, The Micro-Realm. A week later, Xu Changsheng arrived early at the special training class. Today marked the day when everyone would embark on the exploration of the micro-realm. During the preceding 3 days of intensive training under Ren Chao, Each individual had made significant strides in their abilities. Most had seen their beasts ascend from the Black Iron first level to the second level. Xu Changsheng's Blood Shadow, benefiting from ample resources, had leaped to the Black Iron 5th level. Such a rate of advancement left even Xu Changsheng himself astonished. It is crucial to note that as one progresses, the challenges of leveling up increase exponentially, requiring greater resources. Thanks to the 3-month reward from the principal, he could afford to nurture the Blood Shadow. Xu Changsheng mused that without the principal's compensation of 360 Spirit Beast Stones, he would have run out of resources long ago. Without resources, the Blood Shadow's growth would inevitably stagnate. With this thought in mind, Xu Changsheng's desire to explore the secret realm intensified. Within the realm lay not only dangers, but also countless resources and opportunities. He was confident that, with the Blood Shadow's capabilities, he would emerge with remarkable gains from the micro-realm. As he pondered, the others had gathered. Ren Chao led the group northwest towards Changnan City. Surrounding Changnan City were numerous pre-tamed secret realms. These realms opened only once every 6 months for a duration of half a month, allowing ample time for resources within to regenerate. After all, exploiting resources without restraint is the most foolish of actions. The realm they were heading to was the least formidable, an entry-level micro-realm. The beasts within were predominantly of Black Iron rank, with only a few silver-tier beasts present. The danger was minimal, yet the resources were abundant, making it ideal for students to undergo trials. This trial would see all high school seniors from Changnan City competing alongside them. The assessment would be based on a material valuation system, evaluating the worth of resources obtained from the realm, followed by a ranking. The top 5 in the city would represent Changnan City, and there would be rewards for the rankings. 5th place would receive 500 Spirit Beast Stones. 4th place, 1,000 Spirit Beast Stones. 3rd place, 1,000 Attribute Spirit Beast Stones. 2nd place, a Space Ring. 1st place, a Soul Stone. As Ren Chao guided the students forward, he elaborated on the rewards, each mention eliciting gasps of awe from the students. My goodness, 5th place already boasts 500 Spirit Beast Stones. That's 50,000 federal dollars. Spirit Beast Stones are all well and good, but the Soul Stone for 1st place, that's the real treasure. It's priceless. The Soul Stone is currently recognized as a resource that can directly influence the Beastmaster themselves. Its primary function is to augment the Beastmaster's soul. After all, a Beastmaster forms a contract with their beasts using their own soul. If their soul is strengthened, it signifies the potential to command more beasts at the same rank. This represents a substantial enhancement of power. Naturally, to reach the capacity of multiple beast contracts, one typically requires at least 5 soul stones. Yet even so, the price of soul stones is exorbitantly high, starting at tens of millions of federal coins upon their emergence. Xu Changsheng never anticipated such generosity from the officials this time. The dangers within the secret realm are not limited to ferocious beasts, but also include those with malicious intent. Should one encounter life-threatening peril, remember to promptly utilize the distress signal. I will arrive with utmost urgency. Observing the excited expressions of the crowd, Ren Chao continued. Exploring the secret realm is no trifling matter, nor is it a game. I must clarify the stakes involved to these Na'vi students. Even in the most rudimentary micro-secret realm, there exists a risk to life. Some students may not even have the opportunity to activate the alarm before succumbing to a beast's attack or falling victim to an ambush. This is the harsh reality of the world, a world that everyone must confront. Xu Changsheng and the others nodded solemnly, securing their distress signals at their waists to ensure immediate access. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, a location already teeming with students from various schools awaiting the activation of the teleportation array. Fortunately, the preparations on the part of the secret realm were thorough, and it soon became Xu Changsheng's turn. With a flash of white light, he felt a sudden brightness before him, the intense illumination forcing his eyes shut. The jarring sensation of turbulence caused a momentary discomfort. However, this discomfort dissipated quickly. Upon reopening his eyes, Xu Changsheng found himself in a verdant forest, vibrant and teeming with life. He looked up and saw no sign of another soul. Without hesitation, Xu Changsheng summoned Blood Shadow. In the secret realm, he needed to keep Blood Shadow by his side at all times, as the threat to life was ever present. Now is our time to shine, Xu Changsheng said, stroking Blood Shadow's sleek fur with determination as he strode boldly into the depths of the forest. He remained cautious of plant-type ferocious beasts, which can easily masquerade as ordinary flora, possessing formidable concealment abilities that render them perilous. Of course, such abilities hold no effect against him, Xu Changsheng mused, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Countless pieces of information flooded his vision. Everything hidden was laid bare before him. Soon, his eyes brightened. It was a ferocious beast, a mantis. Its entire body a striking shade of green, was nestled among the leaves. Its coloration melded seamlessly with the similarly green foliage, making it hardly discernible even upon thorough inspection. However, its green blades were extremely sharp and could take a beastmaster's life with a single strike. Species: Greenblade Mantis. Would attribute. Qualification: Low Bronze. Rank: Black Iron Tier 3. Talent skills: Concealment, Normal. Lethal Blade Strike, Normal. Yet, with just a glance, Xu Changsheng comprehended the mantis's attributes entirely. This mere Black Iron Tier 3 beast was inconsequential to him. Sensing its master's unusual demeanor, Blood Shadow also became alert. To the left, Xu Changsheng whispered, signaling for Blood Shadow to advance for an attack. However, before Blood Shadow could act, the mantis unexpectedly launched its own assault. With a clang, a flash of green light sliced through the air, zipping past Blood Shadow and directly aimed at Xu Changsheng's throat. Xu Changsheng's figure swiftly became ethereal, causing the mantis's attack to miss entirely. It attempted to retaliate, but Blood Shadow's paw was already descending. With a crack, a single swipe was sufficient to slay the Black Iron Tier 3 ferocious beast, its mangled body spilling forth green blood. Only the mantis's blades remained intact, glimmering with a cold light under the sun's rays. Xu Changsheng retrieved the blades from the carcass and placed them into his spatial ring. This was the most valuable part of the Greenblade Mantis, worth approximately 3,000 federal coins. The spatial ring was uniformly distributed by the officials to facilitate students' collection of resources, while also mitigating the potential for cheating. After all, prior to entering the secret realm, all students were required to surrender their spatial rings to the official staff, being permitted only to utilize the rings provided by the authorities. Chapter 11. High-Tier Black Iron Resource. Soul Condensing Grass. What a splendid haul, Xu Changsheng remarked with a smile. Just a few minutes into the secret realm, he had already amassed 3,000 federal coins, which greatly lifted his spirits. Let us press our advantage, Xu Changsheng urged Blood Shadow. Blood Shadow grinned, seemingly amused. Though it could not speak, it comprehended the meaning behind Xu Changsheng's words with remarkable clarity. The duo, a man and a wolf, deftly navigated the forest, and within a brief hour had dispatched over a dozen ferocious beasts, the highest of which had reached Black Iron Tier 7. Yet, such low-aptitude beasts with only mediocre skills were still no match for Blood Shadow. Wait, what is this? Suddenly, Xu Changsheng halted his advance. He glanced to the front right, where a vast expanse of emerald grass lay concealed beneath the underbrush, seemingly indistinguishable from the surroundings at first glance. Yet, these blades of grass exhibited a subtle hint of pale yellow amidst their verdant hue. Xu Changsheng hurried forward, standing before the green grass and inhaling deeply. The sweet aroma surged into his mind, invigorating him. Even his somewhat fatigued soul, wearied from the earlier skirmishes, seemed to rejuvenate. There's no mistaking it. It's soul-condensing grass, Xu Changsheng exclaimed, excitement lacing his voice as detailed information regarding the grass appeared before him. Soul-condensing grass, a high-tier black ironwood resource. Used for incense, it subtly enhances the soul strength of both beastmasters and their beasts. It is also often employed in the evolution of lower-tier wood beasts. Note: humans must not directly consume soul-condensing grass. Although soul-condensing grass is merely a high-tier black iron resource, its dual function in strengthening both beasts and the beastmaster's soul renders it exceedingly valuable in the market, rivaling even resources of the bronze tier. The sizable patch of soul-condensing grass before him is worth at least 800 to 900,000 federal coins, possibly even exceeding 1,000,000. I've struck it rich. This time, I've truly struck it rich. Xu Changsheng's heart raced with exhilaration. He could readily exchange this soul-condensing grass for various resources needed by Blood Shadow, or even attempt to procure resources necessary for Blood Shadow's evolution. Currently, Blood Shadow was a high-tier diamond-quality beast. To advance, the required resources would have to be of a very high grade. Previously, Xu Changsheng's financial means were insufficient to attain such resources. But now, he seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. Although Xu Changsheng was immensely excited, he did not allow greed to cloud his judgment. Instead, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Locations abundant with rare resources are often guarded by formidable ferocious beasts. Otherwise, these resources would never have grown to their current stature. Gazing around, Xu Changsheng's eyes narrowed, his focus settling upon a towering tree 2 meters away from the soul-congealing grass. A thick, grayish-black vine, as robust as a human thigh, coiled tightly around the trunk of the tree. However, upon closer inspection, the vine appeared to tremble gently in the breeze. Suddenly, a blood-red tongue flickered out from above the vine, followed by piercing green eyes that abruptly opened upon the trunk. It was not merely a vine, but a colossal python, its entire body a shade of grayish-black, adeptly camouflaged against the tree's bark. Race: Tree Spirit Python. Would attribute. Qualification: High Bronze. Rank, Black Iron level 9. Innate skills, Tree Spirit Power, excellent. Fatal Strike, excellent. What a formidable Black Iron Python. Xu Changsheng felt a surge of alarm. His caution had saved his life. Had he been ambushed by such a top-tier beast, even with Blood Shadow by his side, he would likely have met a grim fate. After all, a beast tamer's own body is quite fragile. A mere swipe of that python's tail could bring Xu Changsheng to the brink of death. Sensing Xu Changsheng's gaze, the python ceased its pretense. It slowly slithered down the tree, its grayish-black form advancing like a wave, eventually halting before Blood Shadow. The tension between the snake and the wolf thickened palpably. With a fierce roar, Blood Shadow lunged first, its form rapidly phasing as it propelled itself toward the python. The python reacted swiftly, retreating just in time to evade Blood Shadow's ferocious strike. Seizing the moment when Blood Shadow landed unsteadily, the python concentrated its strength into its tail and lashed out violently. Swish! The strike seemed to rend the very air, producing a piercing sonic boom. Yet, Blood Shadow did not flinch. It continued its swift advance toward the python. Observing Blood Shadow's reckless charge, a glimmer of human-like disdain flickered in the python's emerald eyes. The last beast tamer that underestimated its attack had been cleaved in two, their mangled remains stuck to the tree, unable to be scraped off. The python seemed to envision the scene of Blood Shadow being torn apart before it, followed by a cruel game with Xu Changsheng. With this thought, its crimson tongue flickered in the air, betraying an unmistakable delight. However, the python's formidable tail passed through Blood Shadow's form without inflicting any harm. While Blood Shadow's claws had already pierced its flesh, the sound of tearing flesh echoed in the air, and the python's pupils dilated in shock. It gazed incredulously at Blood Shadow, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Yet, before it could ponder further, a wave of excruciating pain surged from its very soul, rendering it incapable of rational thought. Blood Shadow, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a series of claw strikes, dismembering the python in a matter of moments. Its crimson blood instantly staining the ground. Xu Changsheng was hardly surprised by this outcome. At the Black Iron stage, he had yet to encounter any beast capable of harming Blood Shadow in its phasing state. Ordinary physical attacks were utterly ineffective against it. This was the might of an epic-level ability. Moreover, this ability could directly impact the beast tamer himself. Just as Xu Changsheng bent to collect the soul-congealing grass, he suddenly heard faint footsteps behind him. Swiftly turning his head, he signaled Blood Shadow to come closer. Soon, two men, one tall and one short, emerged from the thicket before him. The shorter man, visibly excited, exclaimed, "Boss, we've struck gold. So much soul-congealing grass. This must be worth over 1,000,000 federal coins." The other, though calm in tone, could hardly conceal his exhilaration. "This time, my brother, we are indeed going to make a fortune." These two men utterly disregarded Xu Changsheng, standing mere feet away from the soul-congealing grass. Xu Changsheng's cold gaze swept over them, their information instantly materializing before him. Name, Songwa. Talent, Critical Revival. Critical Revival. The more severely injured the beast, the stronger its recovery ability. Rank, Black Iron level 7. Contracted Beast, Iron-Spiked Porcupine, Black Iron level 9. Name, Songwu. Talent, Super Speed Enhancement. Strength Enhancement. Your beast can enter a state of enhancement, increasing its strength by 50%. After this state ends, the beast will experience a brief period of weakness. Rank, Black Iron level 6. Contracted Beast, Mindless Rampaging Bull, Black Iron level 8. Upon reviewing the information of the two, Xu Changsheng felt a slight relaxation, lowering his hand from the communicator. They were merely two inconsequential beast tamers. They hardly warranted the use of the communicator. "I say, are your eyes blind?" Xu Changsheng mocked, drawing their attention back to himself. Initially, they peered at the imposing Blood Shadow with trepidation, then turned their gaze to Xu Changsheng. Upon noticing his school uniform, their apprehension dissipated, replaced by profound disdain. "A student? Off you go home and suck your mother's milk." "Hey, how can you speak to him like that?" The taller man sneered. "Boy, gather up the soul-congealing grass for us, and hand over that ring you have. Maybe we'll reward you with a stem or two of the grass." "Ha ha." The two laughed shamelessly, dismissing Xu Changsheng entirely. After all, he was merely a newly awakened senior high student. No matter how extraordinary he might be, he could not possibly rival seasoned beast tamers like them. "Kill them," Xu Changsheng commanded coldly, a sneer escaping his lips. Speaking to such trash was a waste of his breath. Blood Shadow, unable to contain its bloodthirsty desire, lunged toward the two men. How dare these worthless beings mock its master? Such speed. As Blood Shadow pounced, the two men's pupils constricted, hastily summoning their beasts. An iron-spiked porcupine bristling with spikes and a blood-eyed water buffalo materialized before them. The porcupine lowered its head with a grunt, and its spikes shot forth simultaneously. A dozen black spikes whistled through the air, hurtling toward the airborne blood shadow. That foolish wolf is doomed. A cruel smile curled on Song Wen's lips. His beast's entire strength lay in its back spikes. Even a single spike could severely injure a beast of the same level. Moreover, blood shadow was airborne, incapable of evading. It would surely be struck by at least 7 or 8 spikes. Song Wen could almost envision the scene of the wolf, impaled and whimpering on the ground. Meanwhile, the water buffalo did not remain idle. It circled around blood shadow, charging directly at Xu Changsheng. Its curved horns glimmered faintly, indicating their formidable lethality. The two brothers, one commanding a beast named Blood Shadow and the other directing a beast to assault Xu Changsheng, exhibited an astonishing level of coordination. Who knows how many lives they have ruthlessly extinguished? Blood Shadow, disregard those two beasts and eliminate these individuals. Xu Changsheng bellowed, seemingly unperturbed by the charging water buffalo. This kid must have lost his wits. Does he truly think he can kill us? The brothers, Song Wen and Song Wu, erupted into raucous laughter. However, in the next instant, their mirth froze upon their faces as they witnessed a dozen sharp spikes pierce through Blood Shadow's form, landing amidst the underbrush. While Blood Shadow remained utterly unscathed, not only that, but even the water buffalo's ambush proved futile. Its horns passed harmlessly through Xu Changsheng's body, inflicting not a scratch. Quick! Block its path! As Blood Shadow closed in, a flicker of fear flickered in their eyes, prompting them to command a nearby porcupine to shield them. Yet, the lumbering porcupine's speed paled in comparison to that of Blood Shadow. In a swift motion, Blood Shadow glided past the porcupine's left side, and its razor-sharp claws pierced Sun Wen's throat. A torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, and Sun Wen gazed at his brother, seemingly wishing to utter something. Yet, an overwhelming rush of air surged into his throat through the wound, rendering him voiceless. With a thud, Sun Wen's body collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, the porcupine succumbed alongside its master. Upon the death of the beast master, the contracted beast perished as well. Witnessing this, Sun Wu's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground in a crumpled heap. The water buffalo, still some distance away, was unable to mount a defense in time. Even if his beast had been at his side, it would not have been able to thwart Blood Shadow's assault. Lying on the ground, Sun Wu wept profusely, to the point that he lost control of his bladder, creating a significant puddle beneath him. In that moment, he was utterly consumed by terror, disregarding all semblance of dignity. Struggling to rise, he knelt towards Xu Changsheng, crying out, "Please, don't kill me. I was wrong. I was wrong. All of this is yours. Please show mercy and spare my life." As he spoke, he tore off his backpack, spilling an array of resources onto the ground. "Kill them," Xu Changsheng replied, devoid of any compassion. What a jest! Were it not for his formidable strength, Xu Changsheng would have already become a lifeless corpse. Now these scoundrels dared to plead for their lives. Moreover, given the brothers' adeptness in ambushing, countless individuals must have met their cruel demise at their hands. To eradicate evil is to perform a righteous deed. Xu Changsheng felt a surge of virtuousness swell within him. As for the resources promised by Song Wu, by eliminating them, those spoils would naturally belong to Xu Changsheng. With a roar, Blood Shadow screeched in response. Without a moment's hesitation, it ended Song Wen's life with a single strike of its claw, and the water buffalo fell lifelessly to the ground. With both brothers dispatched, Xu Changsheng approached Blood Shadow at a leisurely pace. Beneath him lay the corpses of the two men and a pool of blood. This marked Xu Changsheng's inaugural act of taking a life. Strangely, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. In this world, if you do not slay others, others will slay you. Glancing at the still warm bodies, he spoke to Blood Shadow, "Howl." Blood Shadow responded with a cry, affectionately nuzzling Xu Changsheng's chest. It understood not the deeper principles at play. All it desired was to vanquish its master-esque foes. Xu Changsheng bent to collect the resources scattered on the ground. These supplies were comparable to those he had previously fought for, representing a commendable gain. Subsequently, he began to gather the precious soul-condensing grass and the remains of a giant python. The corpse of a black iron 9th-tier beast held considerable value, and its gallbladder, skin, and other components were rare resources. After completing these tasks, Xu Changsheng surveyed his spatial ring, a smile gracing his features. It was merely the first day, and he had already amassed resources worth over 1 million federal coins. Indeed, strength equated to wealth. With this realization, Xu Changsheng, accompanied by Blood Shadow, ventured deeper into the forest. Time, too, is a form of currency. Chapter 13. Lin Hang's Humiliation. The Thirst for Power. 3 days later, in a certain part of the forest, several instructors were engaged in casual conversation. The higher-ups have truly invested heavily this time. Even soul stones have emerged. Indeed, previously we would only see spatial rings, and now the rewards have escalated to this extent. The danger has certainly increased. They Haven-T even prohibited others from entering. Our students are like lambs to the slaughter in the eyes of those people. Huh, do you really think they're allowing them to seek resources? It's actually about enhancing their survival skills. Who knows what the mortality rate will be this time? It might surpass previous years by a considerable margin. A heavy silence fell upon the group, with no one knowing whether their students would survive this expedition into the secret realm. Even with communicators, they might not arrive in time to save their students before catastrophe struck. But such is the price one must bear to become a beastmaster. During these 3 days, Xu Changsheng explored various corners of the forest with Bloodshadow. Through prolonged life-and-death battles, Bloodshadow successfully advanced, now standing as a black iron 6th-tier beast. Simultaneously, the Beastmaster's own power grew, reaching the same black iron 6th-tier level. What a pity! If only we had enough soul stones, you could potentially advance further, Xu Changsheng lamented. If I had brought all the soul stones from home, Bloodshadow would surely attain black iron 7th-tier status. Alas, my beast space can only hold beasts. External items cannot be stored within. Suddenly, Xu Changsheng halted in his tracks, as a familiar voice reached his ears. Slowing his pace, he cautiously approached the source. He arrived at a thicket and peered through the gaps in the leaves. Lin Hang? Xu Changsheng exclaimed in surprise. It was his friend, Lin Hang. However, Lin Hang's predicament was dire. He was encircled by 3 individuals. Xu Changsheng's heightened senses allowed him to hear the mocking jeers directed at Lin Hang. Look at you, student. Be tough now. Just a moment ago, you were so defiant. You refused to hand over your belongings, and now look where that S got you. Your beast is dead. Ha ha ha. One of them kicked the corpse at his feet. Xu Changsheng focused his gaze, and to his shock, it was Lin Hang's beast. The rending wind monkey, one he had personally recommended to Lin Hang. In the face of their ridicule, Lin Hang remained silent, his gaze fixed on the 3 assailants, as if he intended to etch their faces into his memory. His eyes brimmed with a profound, seething hatred. Among the trio, the strongest possessed merely a black iron 6th-tier beast. What are you staring at? Today, I'll put your eyes out. One individual, evidently irked by Lin Hang's unwavering stare, strode towards him, intent on blinding him. Upon witnessing this scene, Xu Changsheng could no longer contain the fury that surged within him. Go, eliminate them. He commanded the Bloodshadow. The Bloodshadow sprang forth from the thicket with a speed that was nothing short of astonishing, immediately targeting the foremost man. With a swift motion, it tore into him, blood gushing forth from his throat in a violent spray. The man, who had been struggling beneath it, instantly fell silent. The Bloodshadow, now at the 6th level of Black Iron, had significantly enhanced both its speed and attacking prowess compared to before. It wasn't until it had slain one man that the remaining 2 finally reacted. Third brother, hurry, kill this wolf, one shouted. In the midst of their frantic cries, another man met his demise beneath the Bloodshadow's claws, his final moments nothing more than a startled gasp, leaving no room for resistance. How could this happen? The last remaining man was utterly stripped of his will to fight. He had long since realized that he was no match for this beast. Seeing the tide of battle shifting in his favor, Xu Changsheng emerged from the foliage. He gazed at the blood trickling from his friend's lips, momentarily at a loss for words. Thank you. Lin Hang spoke up, though his voice was devoid of its usual vitality. There's one left. You may do as you wish. Xu Changsheng replied, gesturing towards the remaining man. By this point, the man had shed all his previous bravado. Upon seeing Xu and Lin, he immediately knelt, pleading for mercy. Upon hearing Xu's words, a flicker of emotion crossed Lin Hang's eyes. He glanced at the lifeless beast sprawled on the ground, as if having made a momentous decision. He slowly approached the man, who was still bowing in apology, and delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. Roar! The Bloodshadow stepped forward, growling fiercely as it pressed the man's head into the ground with its forepaw. Yet, even after this initial blow, Lin Hang remained unsatisfied. He stepped forward again, delivering kick after kick, seemingly intent on unleashing all his pent-up rage. Blood flowed from the man's wounds, and his pale bones protruded under the immense force. The man screamed in agony under Lin Hang's relentless assault, but as time wore on, his cries gradually diminished until they ceased entirely. Enough, let's return, spoke Ren Xiao, who had arrived just as Lin Hang delivered his first kick. However, he was too late. Upon witnessing the corpses of the beasts and the 2 friends, he understood what had transpired and did not intervene in Lin Hang's outburst. The school will compensate for any beasts lost while exploring the secret realm, Ren Xiao informed Lin Hang. The instructor then escorted Lin Hang back, knowing that without his beast, further exploration was impossible. Xu Changsheng watched Lin Hang's retreating figure, his understanding of the world's cruelty deepening. Had Ren Xiao not arrived in time, he might have been returning with Lin Hang's lifeless body. Once Lin Hang's silhouette had vanished completely, Xu Changsheng bent down to collect the resources of the three fallen men, then pressed onward into the depths of the jungle. The previous events had ignited an insatiable thirst for power within him. If he missed this opportunity to explore the secret realm, he knew not when he would have the chance to acquire such abundant resources again. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the final day of Xu Changsheng's exploration. Looking at his space ring brimming with supplies, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He gazed at the setting sun, preparing to use his communicator when suddenly, a flicker of dark light caught his eye. This light, Xu Changsheng's body trembled as he contemplated a certain possibility, and thus he strode purposefully towards the source of the glow. Chapter 14, Shadow Essence. A bronze-tier ferocious beast. It truly is Shadow Essence. Xu Changsheng gazed ahead, his face alight with joy. Before him lay a vast expanse of marshland, and at the center of the largest swamp, a block of obsidian stone emanated an enigmatic glow. This was indeed the Shadow Essence, the very resource required for the Blood Shadow's evolution. Furthermore, wherever Shadow Essence existed, one could surely find a deposit of Shadow Crystals. After all, only a copious amount of Shadow Crystals could yield even a small piece of Shadow Essence. Shadow Essence, a precious resource formed from the condensation of dark attribute energy, primarily used for the evolution of high-tier dark attribute beasts. Note: when Shadow Essence is present, a deposit of Shadow Crystals must be nearby. The Blood Shadow's eyes gleamed with unrestrained desire upon sighting the Shadow Essence. Had Xu Changsheng not been at its side, the Blood Shadow would have lunged forward, devouring the essence whole. Look over there. Xu Changsheng pointed towards the marsh beneath the Shadow Essence. Bubbling occasionally emerged from the gray-black muck, and such bubbles were visible in every corner of the swamp. It was evident that there were ferocious beasts lurking beneath the surface, and they were of a social nature. Blood Shadow, call out a few times, but louder, Xu Changsheng instructed. He needed to ascertain the number of beasts guarding the Shadow Essence before determining his next course of action. A wolf. The Blood Shadow immediately lifted its head and howled, the fierce wolf's cry resonating throughout the forest, sending ripples across the surface of the marsh. This roar exuded the majesty of a wolf king. As if startled by the Blood Shadow's call, a ferocious beast emerged from the depths of the swamp, a crocodile measuring a full 3 meters in length. Its body was ensconced in thick, gray-black scales, exuding an imposing presence. Its tail extended over 1 meter long, muscles rippling beneath the scales, a clear testament to its great strength. At this moment, the crocodile's small, green eyes glared menacingly at Xu Changsheng and the Blood Shadow. Species: marsh poison crocodile, dual dark and poison attributes. Qualification: high silver. Tier: black iron 8. Innate skills: poison attachment, common. Death roll, excellent. Frenzied tail strike, excellent. Just as this crocodile revealed itself, 8 more crocodiles of similar attributes surfaced from the swamp. However, this was not the end. As the 8 crocodiles slowly approached the Blood Shadow, a massive crocodile began to rise from the depths. Unlike the others' gray-black scales, this crocodile boasted pure black scales adorned with crimson patterns, appearing extraordinarily sinister. At this moment, it fixed its green gaze upon Xu Changsheng. Unlike the ferocious and bloodthirsty expressions of the other crocodiles, this one bore an air of amusement and mockery, as if it were ridiculing Xu Changsheng's arrogance and pride. Xu Changsheng met its gaze unflinchingly, and the information about the Crocodile King instantly appeared before him. Species: marsh poison crocodile king, dual dark and poison attributes. Qualification: medium gold. Tier: bronze 3. Innate skills: dark poison heart devour, excellent. Death charge, excellent. Frenzied tail strike, excellent. To encounter a bronze tier ferocious beast, Xu Changsheng felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated encountering a foe of such caliber within this miniature secret realm. It was evident that it had evolved by absorbing the energy of Shadow Essence over a prolonged period. Xu Changsheng pondered deeply, his yearning for the Shadow Essence intensifying. This crocodile had merely feasted upon the energy naturally emanating from the Shadow Essence to grow to such a formidable size. One could only imagine the extent of its growth should the Blood Shadow fully absorb the Shadow Essence. Thus, despite the formidable nature of the adversary, Xu Changsheng felt no trepidation. Rather, a fierce spirit of battle ignited within him. Retreat was utterly out of the question. The Shadow Essence was something he was determined to obtain. Xu Changsheng exchanged a glance with Blood Shadow, both recognizing the fervent combativeness reflected in each other's eyes. Fall back and lure them out of the swamp, Xu Changsheng strategized. He certainly would not engage in battle on the crocodile's home turf. Upon hearing his words, Blood Shadow slowly retreated, steadfastly guarding Xu Changsheng and ensuring he remained untouched by danger. Roar. Observing Xu Changsheng and his companions withdrawing, a crocodile bellowed and attempted to pursue. Slap. The Crocodile King's tail struck it across the head, momentarily incapacitating it. The other crocodiles, witnessing this spectacle, promptly complied, unwilling to venture even a step away from the swamp. The Crocodile King possessed a measure of intelligence. Xu Changsheng was somewhat astonished by this scene. In the past, those ferocious beasts would have attacked him and Blood Shadow without a second thought, devoid of any semblance of rationality. However, this Crocodile King restrained its murderous intent, unwilling to abandon its swamp, seemingly aware that only within the mire could it curtail the enemy's capabilities while maximizing its own strength. For a time, the situation reached a stalemate. Xu Changsheng gazed at the immobile crocodiles, contemplating for a moment. He then reached for the spatial ring on his left hand. A flash of light revealed a plethora of resources appearing beside him. These were all the materials he had painstakingly collected over the past 7 days, collectively valued at over 3 million federal coins. Among these rare resources lay an abundance of energy. Xu Changsheng was convinced that the Crocodile King would be unable to resist the allure, even with the replenishment from the Shadow Essence. Its underlings would require these resources to grow. Indeed, upon seeing the materials beside Xu Changsheng, the crocodiles could no longer contain themselves. Roar! With a thunderous roar from the Crocodile King, the crocodiles surged forth from the swamp, charging at Xu Changsheng and Blood Shadow. Howl! Blood Shadow's form swiftly became ethereal, darting forward with agility. Faced with the assault of 10 crocodiles, it remained unperturbed. A single charge shattered their encirclement, standing firm against 10. Yet, Blood Shadow was no brute. It refrained from engaging in a reckless confrontation with the crocodiles. Possessing a high degree of combat intellect, and having rapidly matured under Rin Chao's training, Blood Shadow had now mastered the art of cleverly utilizing Soul Devour to inflict devastating harm upon the enemy's souls. Thus, when besieged by numerous foes, Blood Shadow typically targeted the nearest crocodile. Just one strike. The unfortunate crocodile froze in place, writhing in agony. Seizing the moment while the other crocodiles were still in shock, Blood Shadow swiftly evaded the encirclement and attacked the nearest enemy. With advantages in speed and the ability to meld into shadows, Blood Shadow maintained a distinct edge even when surrounded. After all, each time it transformed into shadow form to absorb an attack, while no direct harm befell Blood Shadow, it did expend considerable stamina. Consequently, this method of assault was both efficient and energy-conserving, a veritable masterpiece. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated as the Crocodile King emerged from the swamp, charging towards Blood Shadow. The Crocodile King, resembling a small mountain, bore down with a formidable force. Though massive in size, its movements were remarkably swift. In the blink of an eye, it had reached Blood Shadow. Bang! The Crocodile King collided with Blood Shadow, crashing into a large tree and uprooting it with a diameter of 2 meters. The sheer power of that impact was evident. Blood Shadow leaped aside, panting heavily. While the Crocodile King's charge had not inflicted direct harm, it had drained a significant amount of Blood Shadow's stamina. Now, Blood Shadow's form was gradually solidifying. To conserve energy, it even chose to forego transforming into shadow form. Chapter 15, The Counteroffensive, the Shadow Crystal or Vein. Striking rich, the Crocodile King, naturally perceptive, sensed Blood Shadow's weariness. A fierce, brutal glint flickered in its eyes. Just moments ago, Blood Shadow had dispatched several of its kin. The Crocodile King advanced rapidly, offering Blood Shadow no respite. The remaining crocodiles also closed in to encircle Blood Shadow. Bang! Blood Shadow nimbly evaded the Crocodile King's assault. However, a crocodile's tail, hidden behind, struck fiercely against Blood Shadow's back. Roar! Blood Shadow let out a furious roar, propelling itself with force to leap out of the encirclement. Yet, the Crocodile King lunged forward, clamping its jaws around Blood Shadow's abdomen, dragging it down from midair. Crimson blood flowed from Blood Shadow's wound. The once dark and formidable fur was now stained with chaotic bloodstains. Additionally, numerous gashes could be seen across Blood Shadow's body, remnants of the crocodile's tail strikes. Blood Shadow's crimson eyes were now completely suffused with bloodlust. Roar! It rose once more, glaring menacingly at its surroundings. Wherever its bloodshot gaze landed, no crocodile dared to meet its stare. Even the Crocodile King averted its gaze. A dominating aura erupted from within Blood Shadow. At this moment, the bloodstains were not a sign of its vulnerability, but rather a badge of honor. Deathmatch activated. Deathmatch. The more severely injured the beast, the greater its combat power becomes, and it will not enter a weakened state from its injuries. Blood Shadow had just reverted from shadow form, partly to conserve energy, but also to activate its Deathmatch ability. It is essential to note that Blood Shadow, endowed with Deathmatch, becomes most formidable when on the brink of death. Thus, Blood Shadow deliberately chose to sustain injuries to unleash its true potential. Were it not for this strategy, these crocodiles, including the Crocodile King, would never have been able to harm it in the slightest. Even if Blood Shadow could not best them, it could utilize shadow form to escape, relying on its speed to carry Xu Changsheng to safety. Those cumbersome crocodiles would never be able to catch up to Blood Shadow. Roar! The Crocodile King growled uneasily. Its enemy seemed to have transformed. Howl! Blood Shadow roared back, its voice booming and potent, completely overshadowing the Crocodile King's. In an astonishing display of speed, Blood Shadow lunged forward, directly confronting the Crocodile King. This speed was more than double that of before. A flicker of astonishment crossed the Crocodile King's emerald eyes. It could hardly fathom that its adversary had become so much swifter. As the Crocodile King prepared to lash out with its tail, the icy wolf claws had already pierced its throat. An overwhelming pain erupted from the depths of its throat, cascading into its very soul. Its body convulsed, and it swiftly lost the ability to resist. For the Crocodile King at this moment, death became an escape. Blood Shadow had no intention of torturing its foe. With a swift motion of its claw, the Blood Shadow tore the dark head of the Crocodile King from its body. Vivid crimson blood gushed from the severed throat, staining the Blood Shadow's fur. In that moment, it resembled a hellish hound, striking terror into the hearts of all who beheld it. The very sight was enough to instill dread. Thud! The Blood Shadow flung the head behind it, crashing it onto the ground, as if to declare to the remaining crocodiles, who truly reigned supreme in this forest. As anticipated, the crocodiles, witnessing their king defeated with a single blow, promptly lost their will to fight and fled in all directions. This, however, aligned perfectly with the Blood Shadow's intentions. Like a merciless reaper, it coldly harvested the lives of the fleeing crocodiles. In no time, the crocodiles were utterly annihilated. After completing this grim task, the Blood Shadow returned to the side of Xu Changsheng, gently rubbing its bloodied head against his chest, seemingly awaiting praise from its master. Well done. Xu Changsheng was more than willing to offer his commendation. He had watched the recent spectacle with bated breath, wishing he could leap into the fray and dispatch each crocodile himself. Naturally, as the master, he could not act so rashly. Thankfully, their strategy had proven effective. Xu Changsheng stroked the Blood Shadow's blood-soaked fur, reflecting on how he had diligently honed its various abilities since acquiring it. This included maximizing the duration of its shadow form and how long it could endure damage, as well as enhancing its combat prowess. Based on these capabilities, he had devised numerous tactics, including how to respond to ambushes and confront formidable foes. The Blood Shadow's deliberate sacrifice of blood to boost its power was merely one of many strategies. After all, Xu Changsheng was no fool. He would not recklessly provoke the Crocodile King without assurance of victory. A woo! The Blood Shadow let out a soft yip, as if to convey, "Master, you are truly remarkable." The duo, man and wolf, ceased their lingering and began collecting their spoils. Xu Changsheng did not squander time on the corpses of the beasts. The sun was setting, and he needed to hasten to gather shadow essence and the shadow crystal veins hidden beneath the swamp. Disrobing, Xu Changsheng cautiously dipped a foot into the murky waters. The viscous sensation enveloped his foot, and after confirming the swamp's depth was not life-threatening, he grasped the initially acquired mantis blade and proceeded slowly toward the center of the swamp. Lacking a mining shovel, he had no choice but to employ the mantis blade as a makeshift tool, while the Blood Shadow followed closely behind. My goodness, there is so much, Xu Changsheng exclaimed as he collected the shadow essence into his spatial ring. Upon observing the 3-meter-long shadow crystal vein, he was astounded. He had not anticipated that this seemingly modest expanse of swamp could conceal such a substantial deposit. Do not underestimate the 3 cubic meters of ore. These attribute-rich energy crystals are incredibly difficult to form and are worth twice that of ordinary spirit beast stones. The sheer size of this shadow crystal deposit suggested he could extract at least 4,000 shadow crystals, translating to a staggering income of 8 million federal coins. Moreover, the shadow essence was even more valuable. A mere fragment gathered earlier was equivalent to the total worth of 4,000 shadow crystals. Furthermore, the Blood Shadow could directly absorb these crystals, which contained pure dark energy. Consuming these crystals would undoubtedly accelerate the Blood Shadow's growth, implying that Xu Changsheng would not need to worry about resources for the Blood Shadow for quite some time. Chapter 16. Insolent Words? A Lesson in Humility. Phew. Exhausted, Xu Changsheng struggled to emerge from the swamp. As soon as he stepped onto solid ground, he collapsed, utterly spent. He had no idea how many times he had swung the mantis blade. Now, his hands felt nearly numb. Moreover, the shadow crystal vein lay concealed beneath the swamp, and each swing met with the swamp's resistance, making the task exceedingly arduous. The Blood Shadow lay sprawled before him, equally fatigued from the mining ordeal. After a brief respite, Xu Changsheng lifted his gaze to the sky. Night had fully descended, and the forest was enveloped in an eerie silence. He could even hear his own labored breathing. Rising to his feet, he retrieved the communicator and, with the blood shadow in tow, ventured in a particular direction. On the 7th day, the communicator would display the assembly point of the instructors, facilitating the students' return to their mentors. In a certain area of the forest, lights illuminated the surroundings. Ren Xiao observed the weary faces of his students. Once vibrant and lively, they now bore the marks of exhaustion, some even stained with remnants of blood, appearing quite disheveled. Yet, the youthful naivete in their expressions had begun to fade, replaced by determination in their eyes. It appeared that his students had undergone significant training within the secret realm. Ren Xiao nodded, but his gaze turned forward, revealing a hint of concern. 4 of his students had yet to return, including the most outstanding of this year's cohort. Xu Changsheng. The longer they remained absent, the greater the likelihood of trouble, Ren Xiao thought, as anxiety spread within him. Xu Changsheng was strong, but Ren Xiao did not believe he could navigate the micro-secret realm without caution. If he encountered truly formidable beasts, the possibility of peril was not negligible. Teacher Ren, may we proceed with the resource summary? A staff member inquired impatiently, having asked the same question 3 times already. Yet, the only response was a monotonous, "Please wait a moment." Not just him, but even the surrounding students were growing dissatisfied. After fighting for 7 days in the secret realm, they yearned to return home and rest thoroughly. Don't wait for that so-called genius. A genius without growth is nothing. One student from the Spirit Beast High scoffed, his tone dripping with derision. Having reaped considerable rewards in the secret realm, he was eager to finalize the resource tally. Upon hearing this, Ren Xiao's expression darkened, and he approached the brash student. To openly curse his own student was akin to slapping Ren Xiao in the face. Ren Xiao, what do you intend to do? He was still a student. Did he really need to stoop to his level? Wang Lei, apologized to this teacher at once. Suddenly, Wang Lei's instructor intervened, blocking Ren Xiao's advance. His words clearly favored his student, while Wang Lei hid behind his instructor, disdainfully curling his lip, showing no intention of contrition. Ren Xiao registered this behavior, and his anger flared even further. Oh, I am also a student. How about we have a little contest? A chilling male voice emanated from the depths of the forest, followed by the sound of rustling footsteps drawing closer. Soon, a young man, covered in blood and mud, emerged before them, accompanied by a massive black wolf. At this moment, a man and a wolf were fixated on Wang Lei, who was concealed behind the instructor. The man was none other than Xu Changsheng. Wang Lei, it seemed, felt somewhat guilty under the piercing gaze, lowering his head and avoiding Xu Changsheng's eyes. The onlookers were astonished to see the previously arrogant Wang Lei reduced to such a coward. They even dared not meet Xu Changsheng's gaze, erupting into derisive laughter. Particularly, the students from Anwu No. 1 High School not only laughed but also mocked, exclaiming, "I thought he was someone significant, yet he doesn't even dare to look into another's eyes." Ren Xiao, upon seeing Xu Changsheng's return, visibly sighed with relief. "Xu Changsheng, you have finally returned." The fury that had simmered within him dissipated significantly. As long as his students were safe, that was all that mattered. Xu Changsheng nodded in acknowledgement towards Ren Xiao. Before they could exchange more than a few words, Wang Lei suddenly began to boast. How ridiculous. What genius. He looks like he just crawled out of a pigsty. How embarrassing to call him the top talent of Changnan City. Wang Lei's face flushed red, spitting as he spoke, clearly trying to regain some semblance of dignity after being humiliated in front of everyone. With so many witnesses around, he doubted Xu Changsheng would dare retaliate against him. Upon hearing Wang Lei's jester-like remarks, Xu Changsheng cast him a curious glance. After weeks of tension, he finally had the opportunity to unwind, only to be confronted by a fool like Wang Lei. Name, Wang Lei. Talent, unyielding. Unyielding. Your contracted beast can act normally when in a near-death state. Rank, Black Iron Tier 3. Contracted beast, Marsh Lizard. Wang Lei's information appeared before Xu Changsheng. A Black Iron Tier 3 Beastmaster. Should Xu Changsheng choose to act against him, within 3 seconds, Wang Lei's head would part ways with his body. Who gave you the audacity to provoke me? Xu Changsheng's words had barely left his lips when the blood shadow behind him transformed into a streak of black lightning, tackling the still ranting Wang Lei to the ground. Roar. The blood shadow opened its gaping maw, exhaling a foul stench directly onto Wang Lei's face. The sound of Xu Changsheng's shoes methodically striking the ground echoed ominously, reverberating like a death knell in Wang Lei's heart. You. The instructor of Wang Lei attempted to intervene, but was halted by Ren Xiao. Are you certain you wish to offend both me and Xu Changsheng over such a worthless individual? Ren Xiao's tone held an enigmatic weight. The instructor glanced between the steadily approaching Xu Changsheng and the prostrate Wang Lei, sighed, and retreated. As an instructor, he would not stoop to such depths. As long as Wang Lei's life was not in danger, he would not interfere. And why should anyone else concern themselves with such a contemptible and irrelevant figure? Finally, Xu Changsheng stood before Wang Lei. He brought his mud-caked shoe down heavily upon Wang Lei's left cheek. You must learn to respect your teachers, Xu Changsheng stated, before delivering another kick that sent Wang Lei tumbling, then stepping upon his relatively cleaner right cheek. You must learn to respect your classmates. He continued, do you understand? Wang Lei? Xu Changsheng retracted his foot, bending slightly, his tone surprisingly gentle, as if the one who had just acted violently was not he. Yes, I understand. I was wrong. Wang Lei, now terrified, stammered through tears as he begged for mercy. Observing this, Xu Changsheng allowed the blood shadow to retract the claws poised at Wang Lei's throat. He then scanned the surroundings, smiling, and said, what are you all staring at? Go about your business. In an instant, none dared meet his gaze. Chapter 17, Counting the Gains. 19 million federal coins. Dominating the scene. The young hero. Suddenly, a middle-aged voice resonated from behind Xu Changsheng. Startled, he realized he had not noticed any movement behind him. He quickly turned to see a smiling middle-aged man, his face alight with admiration. Governor. Ren Xiao quickly lowered his head in deference. This man was none other than Lin Hongjiang, the governor of Changnan City. Additionally, he was a top-tier expert at Platinum Tier 9, firmly established as the strongest in Changnan City. It has been a long time since I have seen such spirited youth. Lin Hongjiang clapped Xu Changsheng on the shoulder, his tone brimming with unmasked appreciation. The others present were taken aback by the governor's words. They had never before witnessed such praise from him. Years ago, a student with A-level talent had emerged in Changnan City, but in Lin Hongjiang's eyes, that had merely been commendable. Why did Xu Changsheng warrant such high regard? Wang Lei, who had just risen, appeared utterly defeated. He understood that he would never have the opportunity to exact revenge on Xu Changsheng. Indeed, the incident that had just transpired marked the final intersection of their paths. From now on, he could only look up to Xu Changsheng, forever unattainable. In response to Lin Hongjiang's compliments, Xu Changsheng merely inclined his body slightly, expressing his respect. He had grown up hearing tales of Lin Hongjiang and, now in his presence, found himself at a loss for words. Our Changnan City needs talents like you. Lin Hongjiang concluded with another praise before declaring, everyone, stop dawdling. It is time to tally resources, rank them, and distribute rewards. Upon the governor's command, the staff present straightened, beginning the meticulous process of resource accounting. The farce had finally come to a complete end. Various beast corpses yielded 7 resources, totaling 230,000 federal coins. 8 powerful spiritual flowers of low black iron resources, 6 beast corpses, amounting to 420,000 federal coins. 23 healing grasses of low black iron resources, 13 beast resources, totaling 1,070,000 federal coins. The resources collected by each student over the past 7 days were being counted. Each time a sum exceeding 1,000,000 federal coins was announced, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the crowd. Suddenly, an impassioned voice rang out. 2,312 spirit beast stones, totaling 2,300,000 federal coins. Everyone was taken aback, turning their gazes toward the source of the voice. Even Xu Changsheng, intrigued, cast a glance to see which fortunate soul had stumbled upon a vein of spirit beast stones. To his surprise, a pile of glowing spirit beast stones was amassed beside a staff member on the far left. And beside this individual stood none other than the mud-streaked Wang Lei. At that moment, a smile returned to Wang Lei's soiled face. It was no wonder he had been so eager to tally resources earlier. Xu Changsheng understood this but thought little of it. After all, despite the abundance of spirit beast stones, they paled in comparison to his own harvest. However, when Wang Lei caught Xu Changsheng's eye, the smile that had just blossomed on his lips immediately froze, fearing he might again invoke the ire of this living nightmare. Upon this thought, Wang Lei once again forced a smile, bowing with a nod towards the direction of Xu Changsheng, exuding an air of sycophancy. Meanwhile, Xu Changsheng had already turned away, presenting his spatial ring to the staff. Your harvest is assured, the staff member remarked with a smile, as he probed into the spatial ring with his consciousness. Suddenly, his words halted, his mouth agape in disbelief, as if he had witnessed something extraordinarily extravagant. You truly are a celestial being. After a moment, he regained his composure, gazing at Xu Changsheng with an expression of incredulity. Then, the spatial ring in his hand emitted a brilliant glow. Boom! A thunderous sound akin to an earthquake reverberated through the air. Countless resources tumbled to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust that captured the gaze of every onlooker. As the dust settled, the crowd gasped in unison upon beholding the resources surrounding Xu Changsheng. A palpable silence enveloping the scene as they struggled to find words to encapsulate the magnitude of his findings. It is worth noting that Xu Changsheng had explored a micro-realm. Eventually, the staff member's booming voice shattered the silence. 43 pieces of beast corpses, totaling 1.35 million federal coins. 18 stocks of high-grade black iron resources, totaling 1.8 million federal coins. 4,000 shadow crystals, amounting to 8 million federal coins. One piece of shadow essence, estimated at 8 million federal coins. In total, Xu Changsheng has amassed resources worth 15 million federal coins. As soon as the staff members' words fell, the crowd could no longer contain their emotions. Wow, is Xu Changsheng even human? This sum could sustain me for a lifetime. Don't overestimate your own worth, another retorted. Honestly, I believe it surpasses the combined total of all of ours. Have you not noticed? Xu Changsheng has acquired a staggering 43 beast corpses. What terrifying combat prowess that indicates. I am now seriously questioning whether the size of the spatial ring limited Xu Changsheng's harvest. Excitement radiated from everyone present, particularly the students from Onwu No. 1 High School. They stood tall, as if sharing in Xu Changsheng's accomplishments collectively. Yet, the focal point of their discussions, Xu Changsheng, remained remarkably composed. He possessed a general understanding of his gains and was not overly astonished. The counting of resources transpired amidst this fervent atmosphere, and unsurprisingly, Xu Changsheng claimed the top position, surpassing the second place by a landslide. Even the smallest portion of his harvest far exceeded that of the runner-up. Soon, the exhilarating award ceremony commenced. Ahem. Governor Lin Hongjiang stepped forward into the crowd, clearing his throat twice. Though he spoke softly, his voice seemed to possess a magical quality, silencing the bustling camp instantly. I hereby announce the commencement of the award ceremony for this secret realm exploration. With no superfluous words, Lin Hongjiang delved straight into the matter, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. Chapter 18, Soulstone, awarded the second Beastmaster qualification. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers as the top 5 entered the stage one after another. When Xu Changsheng stepped onto the podium, the cheers grew even more fervent, the atmosphere nearly spiraling out of control. Ultimately, it was Lin Hongjiang's presence that calmed the crowd. Your prize, the Soul Stone. Lin Hongjiang personally handed the Soul Stone to Xu Changsheng. Xu Changsheng accepted it with both hands. Upon contact, a chilling sensation coursed through him, penetrating deep into his mind. He involuntarily shivered, feeling an unparalleled sense of comfort, his mind becoming exceptionally clear. It seemed as though the exhaustion of the past 7 days had been entirely swept away at the moment of contact with the Soul Stone. This Soul Stone is indeed extraordinary, Xu Changsheng mused internally. Having lived 2 lives, his soul was already considerably stronger than the average person's. Now, after absorbing the Soul Stone, he could only wonder about the extent of his soul's strength. After handing over the prize, Lin Hongjiang did not take his leave immediately. Instead, he retrieved another spatial ring from his pocket and presented it to Xu Changsheng. With so many resources, it would be impossible for you to carry them without a spatial ring, Lin Hongjiang remarked with a smile. This ring is an investment and support for the younger generation. Do not let my expectations go unfulfilled. Hearing these words, Xu Changsheng smiled in return, softly expressing his gratitude to Lin Hongjiang. He had not anticipated such a boon. It is worth noting that even the most basic spatial rings cost over 1 million federal coins. He was astonished at Lin Hongjiang's generosity, as he readily gifted one to him. Thus, Xu Changsheng felt even more fortunate for not concealing his talents. Had he falsely claimed a lack of aptitude, he would have never qualified to explore the secret realm, let alone accumulate such vast resources or catch the eye of influential figures in Chang'an City. In the world of Beastmasters, talent and strength serve as a person's finest credentials. Xu Changsheng possessed both in ample measure. After concluding all matters, Xu Changsheng returned home late at night, yet he was imbued with vitality. He sat upright on the sofa, retrieving the Soul Stone from the spatial ring. Grasping the Soul Stone in both hands, he summoned the power of beast mastery within him. A torrent of formidable beast mastery energy surged from Xu Changsheng's palms, melding into the Soul Stone. Under the influence of this energy, the Soul Stone gradually merged, ultimately transforming into a silvery liquid. The liquid seeped into Xu Changsheng's body, coursing through his limbs before converging upon his mind. With his eyes closed, the icy, invigorating sensation coursing through him nearly elicited a sound of pleasure. Boom! Xu Changsheng abruptly opened his eyes, a resounding echo reverberating in his mind. The shackles had been broken. A smile graced Xu Changsheng's face as he realized his soul's strength could now bear the burden of contracting a second beast. He had not anticipated such a profound transformation from merely one soul stone. Xu Changsheng contemplated, raising his hand to summon Blood Shadow. Simultaneously, a dark purple stone appeared in his grasp. It is time to administer the Shadow Essence to Blood Shadow. The resources required for Blood Shadow's second evolution comprised 3 types, one of which was indeed the Shadow Essence. The other two consisted of the beast core of a high-grade dark attribute beast and a withered heart. When a beast transcended the bronze rank to reach the silver rank, it would condense a beast core within itself. Provided the beast core remains intact, the beast will never perish. High-grade beasts refer to those of gold rank or above, and acquiring such a beast core would cost no less than 4 million federal coins. The withered heart, derived from a spiritual wood aged over 1,000 years, contains potent life force in its essence after withering. Its price is slightly less than that of the shadow essence, likely requiring around 6 million federal coins for procurement. The resources Xu Changsheng had gathered appeared plentiful, yet they were sufficient for the evolution. He gently patted Blood Shadow's head, realizing that the shadow essence would be utilized for its evolution. In his contemplation, Xu Changsheng resolved to retain 1,000 shadow crystals as daily resources for Blood Shadow, while selling the remaining 3,000 to procure other necessities. Coupled with the soul condensing grass and additional resources, he anticipated amassing a total of 10 million federal coins, precisely sufficient to acquire further evolutionary materials. As for the second beast he intended to tame, Xu Changsheng had no intention of purchasing one. He harbored his own plans. Having made up his mind, he tossed the shadow essence into the eager maw of Blood Shadow, which lunged forward with uncontainable anticipation, swallowing it whole without a moment's hesitation. In an instant, a torrent of dark energy erupted from Blood Shadow, its overwhelming force even causing Xu Changsheng's hair to sway. After a prolonged moment, this ferocious aura gradually subsided. Blood Shadow's physique had grown significantly, nearing the height of the standing Xu Changsheng. Its eyes, once a fiery crimson, now glowed a deep blood red, exuding an eerie allure. Most astonishingly, Blood Shadow had ascended 3 tiers in rank, breaking through from the 6th tier of black iron to the pinnacle, achieving the 9th tier. With this newfound power, facing the Crocodile King and its kin would require no deliberate injuries to enhance its combat prowess. It could simply overpower them with ease. The crocodiles would scarcely catch a glimpse of Blood Shadow. In a word, it was invincible. Tomorrow, I shall find you a companion, Xu Changsheng declared. At this, a flicker of joy sparkled in Blood Shadow's eyes. Typically kept in the beast space by Xu Changsheng, it was only released during the absorption of spirit beast stones, as that environment was more conducive to its growth. However, being left alone to guard an island was rather dull, hence its eagerness for another beast to share its company. Outside Changnan City, in a clandestine base, Xu Changsheng inquired with a brooding expression, "Are the assassins prepared?" "All set. 1 gold-tier beastmaster and 2 silver-tier beastmasters." Even if Xu Changsheng is a genius, he cannot possibly escape their assassination, came the respectful reply from the cloaked figure behind him. "Excellent. I want him dead within 3 days. Once this is accomplished, you shall take over the population trade in the eastern part of the city," Xu Changsheng commanded. Hearing this, Gu Ziyuan's father felt slightly relieved, aware of Xu Changsheng's recent triumph in the exploration of the secret realm. Meanwhile, as Xu Changsheng basked in glory, his beloved son lay bedridden and immobile, fueling Xu Changsheng's hatred. Furthermore, having already provoked Xu Changsheng, Xu Changsheng deemed it imperative to eradicate this genius completely. "Thank you for your generosity, boss." The excitement was palpable in the cloaked figure's voice upon hearing Xu Changsheng's plans. On the surface, the Gu family controlled a significant portion of the beast trade in Changnan City, yet in reality, they were also involved in the population trade. 80% of the city's missing populace could be traced back to their machinations. Young, beautiful women without support were sent to the beds of the affluent, while robust men were ensnared into dark, oppressive minds. As for children, they were brainwashed and subjected to inhumane training, ultimately becoming mere puppets, obedient to commands. Over the years, countless lives had been shattered due to their actions, leaving behind a trail of devastation. The next day, Xu Changsheng ventured early to Wanbao Pavilion, a place known for the sale and purchase of various resources. "Greetings, how may I assist you?" Upon entering, a woman clad in professional attire approached him. Her figure accentuated alluringly, reminiscent of a ripe peach, her long legs glimmering in the sunlight. She discreetly glanced at the spatial ring on Xu Changsheng's left hand, her smile growing ever more enchanting. However, Xu Changsheng was not there to admire beauty. Maintaining his composure, he replied, "I seek a high-tiered dark attribute beast core, the Withering Heart." The woman slightly bowed, gesturing for him to follow. "Please, allow me to escort you to the VIP room. These items exceed my authority and require managerial approval." As she bent slightly, her fair cleavage was fully exposed to Xu Changsheng's gaze, which he discreetly averted. Following her into the VIP room. The room was spacious and elegantly simple, dominated by 2 sofas opposite each other by the window and a round table in between. In a corner, an incense burner wafted fragrant smoke, invigorating Xu Changsheng the moment he stepped inside, suggesting that the incense was no ordinary blend. Please wait a moment. Our manager will arrive shortly. Moments later, a short-haired middle-aged man strode into the room confidently. Upon entering, he extended his hand with a smile. I am Fang Jie. May I inquire your esteemed name, young brother? Xu Changsheng stood, shaking his hand as he replied, I am Xu. No need for formalities. Fang Jie gestured for Xu Changsheng to take a seat before continuing. To be frank, we have a high-tier dark attribute beast core available, an inferior shadow dragon of the gold tier. As for the withering heart, if you desire it, I shall petition our headquarters. I assure you, it will reach your hands within 3 days. Xu Changsheng pondered briefly before nodding and inquiring. That is agreeable, but what about the price? Fang Jie chuckled and interjected. May I presume you to be the renowned Xu Changsheng, who has recently made waves in Changnan City? Indeed, here at Wanbao Pavilion, we offer special discounts for Beastmasters with A-tier talent and above. He produced a small black card from his spatial ring, adding, with this card, you can enjoy a 10% discount at all Wanbao Pavilions within the Huaxia Federation. Xu Changsheng, perceiving the gesture as a form of goodwill, politely declined. I cannot accept this without merit. Ah, young brother, do not be modest. I merely hope that in the future, when you seek rare resources, you will think of us first. Fang Jie laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Xu Changsheng felt reassured and accepted the card. Its smooth texture suggesting it was crafted from something precious. The price for the beast core was originally 4,200,000 federal coins, discounted to 3,780,000. The withering heart, originally priced at 6 million, would now be 5,400,000, totaling 878,000. However, as it was Xu's first time at Wanbao Pavilion, Fang Jie decided to waive the small amount, bringing the total to 850,000. Upon hearing the final price, a smile graced Xu Changsheng's face. This was a reduction of 150,000 from his initial budget of 1 million. Such a sum was not insignificant. Thank you, Brother Fang, he said with a slight bow, expressing gratitude for Fang Jie's kindness. There is another matter I must address, Brother Fang, Xu Changsheng continued. But do not hesitate. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall undertake it without reservation. Fang Jie waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Xu Changsheng need not stand on ceremony. I possess some resources that I wish to sell at your esteemed establishment. What is there to deliberate? Just some resources, do present them. Fang Jie replied with a hearty laugh. Upon hearing this, Xu Changsheng felt no further need for formality, and a flicker of light emanated from the spatial ring on his left hand. An abundance of materials nearly filled the space around the two. The once spacious VIP room seemed to constrict under the weight of the sudden influx. Even Fang Jie was momentarily taken aback by the sheer volume of resources, left momentarily speechless. Fortunately, as the manager of the Wanbao Pavilion, he was accustomed to grand spectacles and swiftly regained his composure. With a wry smile, Fang Jie remarked, My young brother certainly possesses a considerable amount. Tingjing, summon someone to inventory the resources and assess their value. Soon, Tingjing, the lady who had previously guided Xu Changsheng, arrived with several individuals to tally the resources. The total value of the resources brought by young Master Xu was reported to be 10 million federal coins. Before long, Tingjing reported back to Fang Jie, Go fetch a storage card valued at 1,500,000 federal coins, and that golden third-tier beast core, Fang Jie instructed. Tingjing strode elegantly out of the room. In less than 2 minutes, a black brocade box was delivered and handed to Xu Changsheng. Alongside it came the storage card valued at 1,500,000 federal coins. After carefully inspecting it to ensure everything was in order, Xu Changsheng stood and prepared to depart. Fang Jie rose to see him off, saying, Young brother Xu, you may come to collect in 3 days. Or we can send it to your school or home. I shall come personally, Xu Changsheng replied, and then departed on his own. Upon exiting the Wanbao Pavilion, Xu Changsheng paused for a moment, contemplating. Instead of returning home as originally planned, he made his way directly to the largest treasure hunting street in Changnan City. This street differed from the Wanbao Pavilion. Here, most items were peculiar trinkets whose true functions eluded the appraisers. The majority were utterly useless, with only a scant few possessing remarkable properties. Consequently, this street attracted a multitude of gamblers hoping to strike it rich, though most returned empty-handed. However, Xu Changsheng boasted an SSS-grade talent known as Eye of the World. The information regarding all special items was crystal clear to him. Thus, for him, this treasure hunting street represented genuine opportunities rather than mere gambling. Xu Changsheng had previously intended to explore this street for treasures, but had been hindered by a lack of funds and time constraints. This time, however, he arrived with a substantial sum of 1,500,000. Chapter 20, Mythical Bloodline. By Fang. What a deceptive treasure hunting street. It ought to be named the Trickster's Street, Xu Changsheng mused. He had just traversed the street from end to end without discovering a single useful item. Not even a black iron-grade resource had graced his path. No wonder others returned defeated. It seemed the entire street held nothing of value. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, Xu Changsheng resolved to complete his walk. After all, he had come this far. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he strode purposefully toward a stall in the far corner. The stall owner was engaged in idle chatter with a companion. Have you heard? Some cities in the neighboring Shachang province are facing a beast tide. Noticing someone approaching, the stall owner immediately ceased his conversation, scrutinizing Xu Changsheng up and down, his gaze lingering on the spatial ring adorning Xu's hand and his youthful visage. Wealthy and youthful, a prime target. In no time, the stall owner categorized Xu Changsheng as an unsuspecting mark. His eyes gleamed with avarice, though he maintained a facade of nonchalance, stating, "Take a look, all fine goods here. You cannot go wrong with any purchase." Xu Changsheng offered no reply, instead squatting before the stall, sifting through various items, occasionally touching this one or that. He resembled a naive youth who had never encountered the world. Witnessing this, the stall owner's greed intensified, vowing to fleece Xu Changsheng. At last, Xu Changsheng's hand lingered on a reddish-brown stone. The stone, with its deep red hue and scattered brown speckles, appeared no different from any ordinary rock. Yet Xu Changsheng's eyes sparkled with curiosity, indicating his interest in the stone. This is a remarkable find. It was unearthed from the lair of the platinum-tier beast, the Crimson Flame Dragon. Just think, a dragon is inherently greedy for treasures. Anything found in its lair cannot possibly be ordinary. I see that you possess an exceptional aura. You are bound to uncover its secrets. The stall owner nearly extolled the stone to the heavens, while simultaneously flattering Xu Changsheng. "Oh," Xu Changsheng replied noncommittally, seemingly awaiting further elaboration from the stall owner. 100,000 federal coins, a fair price, I assure you," the stall owner proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this price, Xu Changsheng nearly burst into laughter. Truly audacious. This was merely a common quartz stone. One wondered where the stall owner's confidence originated. Quartz, ordinary, sturdy, and durable. Suitable for construction and home decoration. 1,000. Xu Changsheng countered, a hint of regret flickering across his face. His intent was not to acquire this worthless stone. Rather, it served as a mere ruse to mask his true purpose. Bargaining was essential to avoid arousing suspicion. After all, in such places, no buyer ever refrained from haggling. 5,000. 1,000 is utterly unacceptable. The stall owner immediately retorted, his enthusiasm visibly waning. It seemed that unless Xu Changsheng acquiesced, he would refuse to sell. 2,000. Along with this, and this as well, Xu Changsheng continued his negotiation. Extras are acceptable, but it must be at least 30,000. The stall owner gritted his teeth, as if he were nearing his limit. Very well, Xu Changsheng replied, feigning reluctance. After settling the payment, a radiant smile blossomed on the stall owner's face. The total cost of the items he had acquired was barely 2,000 federal coins. Selling them at this price had netted him a profit of several times over, and how could he not be elated? Yet Xu Changsheng seemed to realize he had been duped and hurriedly left the embarrassing scene. However, as soon as he turned away, a gleeful smile spread across his face. What a windfall! He clutched a piece of black wood tightly. The wood was entirely black, as if scorched by fierce flames. The detailed information about this wood replayed in Xu Changsheng's mind. Race, Deathfire Magpie, Fire Attribute. Qualification, Medium Diamond. Rank, Black Iron First Tier. Talent Skills, Wind Control, Rare, Flame Lord, Epic. Deathfire Impact, Epic. Unique Evolution Path, Dual Woodfire Direction. After one evolution, it can advance to the Woodfire Heavenly Crane, Star Fragment level. After a second evolution, it can advance to the Source of Wood, Moonlight level. After a third evolution, it can advance to the Ultimate Fire, Solar level. After a fourth evolution, it can advance to Baifeng, Mythical level. Hatching conditions: immerse the beast egg in the blood of the host and incubate it in an environment rich in wood energy, such as a forest. First evolution conditions. Note: this beast contains the mythic bloodline of the Baifeng. An extraordinary phenomenon will occur during hatching. It is advisable to incubate it in the depths of an uninhabited forest. The Baifeng is a legendary mythical creature. Its form and divine powers widely celebrated in folklore. The Chronicles of Divine Beasts, the Flying Bird Volume Records. There exists a bird, resembling a crane, with a single leg, red markings upon a blue body, and a white beak, named Baifeng. Its call proclaims itself, and upon its sighting, the village will experience calamity by fire. The Elemental Divine Beasts further notes, wood gives rise to the Baifeng. It is noted that the Baifeng, being an essence of wood, resembles a bird and does not consume grains. The first volume elucidates the Baifeng's mastery over the fire element, while the second details its dominion over the wood element. Prior scholars generally believed that the Bai Fong possessed only one elemental attribute. However, Xu Changsheng now perceives the Bai Fong is not merely a single elemental beast, but rather a harmonious blend of wood and fire. The concept of wood nurturing fire is entirely logical. Moreover, this beast egg possesses an initial talent level reaching that of intermediate diamond, comparable even to the evolved blood shadow. Should Xu Changsheng successfully hatch it and subsequently immerse it in the mythic bloodline pool, the talent of his second beast would surely attain an astoundingly formidable level. With this thought in mind, Xu Changsheng promptly set off towards the forest in the west of the city. Today, he shall forge a contract with his second beast. Shortly thereafter, Xu Changsheng arrived at the western city gate of Changnan. The imposing 10-meter-high walls, robust and thick, spoke of their indomitable strength to all who passed. The surfaces of the walls were etched with various arcane patterns, serving both to reinforce the structure and to protect it from the ravages of wind and rain. The gates closed at 8 in the evening and reopened at 6 in the morning. After the routine inspection, the gatekeeper soldiers offered their caution. Xu Changsheng nodded. It was merely midday. How could he possibly delay the hatching of a beast egg until 8 in the evening? However, unbeknownst to Xu Changsheng, after he exited the city, 3 powerful veteran beast masters were poised to strike him down. Chapter 21. The Water of Calamity Diverted. The principal comes to aid. Brother Xia, shall we take action? In the shadows, one cloaked figure asked the leader, observing Xu Changsheng as he gradually distanced himself from the urban area of Changnan. Let us wait a moment longer, until he ventures further away. It seems he is heading to the forest in the west of the city. We shall act there, the leader replied. As an assassin, he wished to avoid drawing excessive attention. This kid is, after all, walking right into our trap, another black-clad figure remarked, his tone laced with derision. Thus, the trio trailed Xu Changsheng at a calculated distance. Meanwhile, Xu Changsheng had already summoned Blood Shadow from the beast's space. Roar! Xu Changsheng looked at Blood Shadow, which had been emitting low growls since its emergence, its fur bristling as if sensing an impending threat. Oh well, Blood Shadow tugged at the hem of Xu Changsheng's clothing, seemingly trying to convey a warning. Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow, an alarm ringing in his mind. Yet, he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, continuing on his path as if unaware of any disturbances. He slipped his left hand into his pocket, seemingly searching for something. Crack! Xu Changsheng withdrew his hand from his pocket, producing a fruit-flavored hard candy which he tossed into his mouth. This kid has quite the sweet tooth, the leader muttered under his breath. Just as Xu Changsheng had reached into his pocket, the leader had been ready to strike. To his surprise, this so-called genius was merely indulging in a piece of candy. He had thought himself discovered. Such is the so-called genius. Nothing extraordinary, the leader sneered inwardly. The thought of an A-rank talented beast master meeting his demise at his hands filled him with a twisted sense of exhilaration. Yet, unnoticed by anyone, a feather floated on the breeze, drifting slowly through the air. Xu Changsheng continued his leisurely pace, his expression solemn. Now, both he and Blood Shadow felt an insistent sense of being watched, accompanied by a profound malice. The deeper he ventured into the forest, the more intense this sensation became. However, intuition warned Xu Changsheng. If he were to halt now, death would be imminent, for the danger did not emanate from the forest, but rather from the unknown adversaries behind him. 7 more minutes, Xu Changsheng silently counted. Principal Wang Ping had stated that should he cast the feather into the air, he would arrive within 15 minutes at most. And now, there remained 7 minutes. Suddenly, Xu Changsheng's steps faltered. Before him stood 2 individuals clad in blood-red garments, adorned with white patterns, fixated intently upon him. That attire. Xu Changsheng's pupils constricted sharply. The Beast Cult. The Beast Cult is the largest anti-human organization within the Huaxia Federation, and indeed across the globe. They revere ferocious beasts, worshipping high-level feral creatures as deities, even willing to sacrifice their lives for them. Whenever members of this organization appear, the region is invariably engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed. Xu Changsheng quickly scanned the 2 members of the Beast Cult, their details immediately imprinting upon his mind. Name: Zhang Jiai. Talent: Last Stand. Last Stand. Your number of beasts can only be 1. That beast's physical attributes are doubled, and skill damage is elevated by 1 level. Rank: Golden Tier 3. Contracted Beast. Venomous Magic Insect. Name: Fan Liqiang. Talent: King of Strength. King of Strength. Passive talent. The strength of all your beasts is permanently enhanced by 15%. Rank: Golden Tier 1. Contracted Beasts. Earth Splitter Lizard. Silverback Strong Ape. Flame Savage Bull. Gale Eagle. Here stood 2 Golden Tier Beast Masters. Zhang Jiai and Fan Liqiang glared at Xu Changsheng with ferocity, determined not to allow their movements to be exposed. For the Beast God, for the world, you must die. Zhang Jiai advanced slowly, behind him a centipede, measuring a full 2 meters in length, slithered ominously. What are you waiting for? Quickly seize these two scum from the beast cult. Xu Changsheng suddenly spoke, his expression calm, as if assured of his victory. At his words, Zhang Jiai's advance halted, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. Captain, it seems there truly is someone behind him, Fan Liqiang interjected. Upon seeing Xu Changsheng, he unleashed his Gale Eagle, which quickly discerned the 3 figures trailing Xu Changsheng. Strike first. Zhang Jiai's expression hardened, directing the 2-meter centipede towards Xu Changsheng, while Fan Liqiang followed suit, all 4 of his beasts charging towards him. Xu Changsheng had already begun to retreat slowly, and upon seeing their beasts approach, he hastily retreated. Go. He leaped onto Blood Shadow, drawing the 2 groups together. Let us arrange ourselves, Xu Changsheng instructed. The Blood Shadow's muscles tensed as it melded its form with that of Xu Changsheng, rendering both bodies ethereal to evade the impending assault from behind. Swiftly, it surged towards the group of cloaked figures. Xiegu, what on earth is happening? As Xu Changsheng rode towards them atop his wolf, the black-clad individuals found themselves momentarily bewildered, seeking clarification from their leader. This is bad. Someone is behind him. How could this be? Have our movements been compromised? No matter. We must strike first. In an instant, the trio summoned their respective beasts. A dozen formidable creatures charged forth, their fierce onslaught aimed squarely at Xu Changsheng. Boom. Countless attacks passed through the bodies of Xu Changsheng and Blood Shadow, crashing to the ground without inflicting any harm. Even the assaults from silver and gold-tier beasts failed to intimidate the shadowed Blood Shadow. Yet, it was becoming increasingly fatigued, unable to sustain this state for long. We cannot maintain this for much longer. We must eliminate the others first. The leader of the black-clad figures growled. The 2 members of the Beast God sect shared this sentiment. In a surprising turn of events, the 2 factions intent on killing Xu Changsheng began to clash amongst themselves. However, the black-clad figures were no match for the 2 from the Beast God sect. Particularly, Zhang Jiai's soul beast, the 100-poison demon worm, thrived amidst the chaos. Any creature that came into contact with it was corroded by its toxic secretions. The venom within this secretion was lethal. The dozen beasts contracted by the black-clad figures were utterly incapable of contending with the 100-poison demon worm. Within a mere 2 minutes, 7 or 8 of their beasts lay dead. Only the golden-tier black-clad leader remained, desperately directing his beasts to hold their ground, while the other 2 had already fallen to the beasts contracted by Fan Liqiang, powerless to retaliate. The Beast God sect proved to be astonishingly formidable. Xu Changsheng observed this scene with a sense of trepidation. A 2-against-3 scenario had concluded with such swiftness. Truly, they were an anti-human organization capable of challenging global official forces. Long live the Beast God! Zhang Jia and Fan Liqiang crushed the skull of the last black-clad figure, raising their voices in fervent exultation. Their faces were alight with unrestrained zeal. They then turned their gaze towards Xu Changsheng, grins of malice spreading across their faces as they advanced menacingly. Suddenly, an eagle's cry pierced the air. A magnificent giant eagle descended from the heavens, seizing the once mighty 100-poison demon worm in its beak. Principal, he has arrived. Chapter 22. The beast tide approaches, chaos amongst the masses. Black, viscous fluid dripped from the 100-poison demon worm, falling into the eagle's mouth. However, the eagle erupted in radiant golden light. The moment the viscous secretion touched its body, it evaporated in the brilliance of the golden glow. Black steam erupted from the 100-poison demon worm, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Under the illumination of the golden light, the once menacing 100-poison demon worm fell silent, its prior arrogance extinguished. How dare members of the Beast God sect wreak havoc in Changnan City? Wang Ping leaped from the eagle's back, his expression stern. As he spoke, several beasts appeared at his side, swiftly subduing the 2 who attempted to resist. In the face of overwhelming power, all struggles were rendered futile. The Beast God is immortal. The world shall inevitably face its end. Only the faithful shall be spared from calamity. Even in captivity, Zhang Jia proclaimed fervently, his eyes ablaze with conviction. Kill them, Wang Ping commanded. One of his beasts, a fiery steed, delivered a powerful kick, sending Zhang Jia flying 10 meters. Mid-air, he spewed forth a torrent of blood. His chest caved in by the force of the blow, his innards ruptured by the immense pressure. Blood streamed from his orifices, rendering his upper body nearly unrecognizable. His demise was nothing short of gruesome. And you, do you have anything to say? Wang Ping approached the despairing Fan Liqiang with deliberate slowness. He discerned that this individual had not yet been completely indoctrinated by the Beast God sect. Perhaps he could extract some valuable information. As anticipated, Fan Liqiang immediately fell to his knees. Please spare me, my lord. I have only been with the Beast God sect for 3 months and have never harmed anyone. Xu Changsheng, witnessing this, could hardly contain his disbelief. You've been a member for 3 months. How could you possibly claim not to have harmed anyone? Do you take us for fools? Enough with the nonsense. Wang Ping struck him with a resounding slap. The might of a platinum-tier beast master propelled Fan Liqiang through the air, crashing him to the ground. We came here to forcibly open the hidden realm within the spatial rift, subsequently unleashing the beast tide. The key item lies within Zhang Jiayi's spatial ring, the very person you just killed. As for subsequent actions, I am not entirely certain, Fan Liqiang confessed, struggling to endure the pain. The beast tide. Wang Ping's expression turned grave. Previously, a beast tide erupted in Shachang City, leading to the deaths or injuries of thousands. The financial losses were incalculable. It appears this is also the work of the beast god sect. Fan Liqiang's next words caused Wang Ping's face to pale dramatically. We have 4 more squads like ours. No sooner had he spoken than Xu Changsheng felt the ground beneath him tremble violently. Boom. A thunderous sound of stampeding echoed from all directions. Dust and debris billowed from the forest. From a distance, it appeared as though a colossal cloud of dust was poised to envelop the entire woodland. It seems they have succeeded, Fan Liqiang smirked. This smile was swiftly met with Wang Ping's foot striking his face. Let us go. Wang Ping gestured for Xu Changsheng to join him on the eagle's back. He needed to relay this news to the city immediately, ensuring that everyone was prepared to minimize losses. As for Fan Liqiang, he was crushed under the foot of Wang Ping's beast, deemed expendable after being drained of his value. Once they steadied themselves, the giant eagle soared into the sky. In mere minutes, they arrived at the city gates. Alert! Seal the city gates. Everyone, prepare for the beast tide. The soldiers guarding the city recognized the principal of Anwu No. 1 High School, one of the top combatants in Changnan City. Upon hearing Wang Ping's words, every soldier's expression turned serious as they sprang into action. No one doubted the truth of his statements. Even if there was merely a hint of a beast tide approaching, they had to be fully prepared. You go to the shelter in the city and stay inside. We will handle everything, Wang Ping declared, depositing Xu Changsheng onto the street before taking flight on the eagle. Xu Changsheng had no objections. The beast tide was not a challenge he could face at present. It was a conflict meant for those of silver tier and above. Beast masters below silver tier would perish alongside their beasts in the onslaught of the beast tide, rendering them utterly ineffective. Xu Changsheng swiftly made his way to the nearest shelter. Only a robust refuge could sufficiently mitigate the onslaught of the beast tide. Meanwhile, countless ordinary people had also heard the ominous news of the approaching beast tide. The entire street was soon engulfed in chaos. Everyone was hastily pushing towards the direction of the shelter. Child, my child. A heart-wrenching female voice pierced through the crowd. Xu Changsheng paused, his gaze drawn to the source of the anguished cry. There, a woman was being swept forward by the throng, desperately waving her arms and struggling against the tide, tears streaming down her face as she cried out in agony. Following her line of sight, Xu Changsheng spotted a little girl, around 6 or 7 years old, also waving her tiny hands in the direction of the woman. Yet, how could such a small child stand against the crowd? Suddenly, the little girl stumbled and fell to the ground, her bare arms scraping against the rough surface, leaving a trail of blood. However, amidst the throngs of desperate souls, no one noticed the fallen child. They were all too consumed by their frantic rush forward, oblivious to the impending danger as feet threatened to trample the delicate body. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Xu Changsheng summoned Blood Shadow. The massive form of Blood Shadow materialized on the street, its crimson eyes instilling fear in everyone, causing them to instinctively retreat a few steps. Blood Shadow dashed towards the little girl, clearing a path through the obstructing crowd. It exercised caution, ensuring that while it forcefully pushed aside those in its way, the thick, dark fur cushioned the impact, leaving the individuals with only minor discomfort. A lesson, to be sure. Xu Changsheng mounted Blood Shadow and swiftly scooped the little girl into his arms. Do not cry. Go find your mother, he soothed, wiping the tears from her face before handing her over to the sobbing woman. Ignoring the woman's incessant expressions of gratitude, Xu Changsheng turned away on Blood Shadow, recognizing that the nearest shelter could not possibly accommodate the vast throng before him. He preferred to seek refuge in a less crowded location rather than jostle amidst these frantic souls. Boom. Suddenly, a tremendous sound erupted from the distant city gate. The beast tide was at the gates. A great battle was imminent. Chapter 23. The beast tide subsides. The mysterious transformation of the beast eggs. Xu Changsheng gazed towards the city gate, where the sky above was darkened by a swarm of ominous birds. These flying beasts possessed no less than bronze tier strength. Should they breach the city, a single charge could result in catastrophic casualties. Whoosh! A volley of crossbow bolts was unleashed from the city walls. These massive crossbows were specifically constructed for the defense against aerial beasts. Each bolt represented the full might of a silver-tier beast tamer's attack. At this moment, hundreds of bolts were launched simultaneously, scattering the avian horde. However, seizing the opportunity during the reloading of the crossbows, several beasts descended rapidly from the sky, causing significant casualties. Some of the birds even soared over the city walls and into the city, unleashing chaos and slaughter without restraint. Raucous. Coincidentally, a black bird swooped down onto the street where Xu Changsheng stood. It immediately spotted him, riding the colossal wolf and standing out prominently amidst the crowd. Xu Changsheng, sensing the threat, dismounted Blood Shadow to allow its full power to be unleashed. His gaze met that of the black bird, and the enemy's information materialized before his eyes. Species, black feather eagle, wind attribute. Qualification, high silver. Tier, bronze 9. Talent skills, wind break, excellent. Black feather rapid fire, excellent. To his astonishment, this black eagle was a pinnacle of bronze tier combat prowess. Raucous. The black eagle circled above, its gaze filled with disdain as it regarded Xu Changsheng and Blood Shadow. In its eyes, the duo posed no threat whatsoever, and it seemed keen to toy with them. With a sudden thrust of its hind legs, Blood Shadow propelled itself like a cannonball, soaring to a height of 7 or 8 meters. The black eagle barely had time to react before a claw struck deep into its neck, spilling forth a torrent of blood. Raucous. A mournful cry escaped the black eagle, the agony piercing its soul, nearly causing it to lose control of its flight. The bird wobbled in the air before its wings faltered, and it plummeted to the ground. Blood Shadow swiftly approached, delivering a final blow to end its life. Having consumed the essence of the shadow, Blood Shadow grew even more powerful. Its diamond tier talents began to reveal themselves, now capable of effortlessly transcending an entire tier to vanquish foes. With such strength, why not defend the city gate? Just as Xu Changsheng prepared to leave, a sharp male voice called out from behind him. Xu Changsheng turned, and Blood Shadow's crimson eyes fixated on the speaker, the blood slowly dripping from its claws creating a chilling sight. The man, unnerved by their piercing gazes, retreated a couple of steps. What? Did I say something wrong? He stammered, attempting to feign bravado. It seemed he had forgotten that it was Xu Changsheng who had just saved their lives, risking his own to bring news of the impending beast tide. Without his warning, the city would not be facing just a few wandering beasts, but a relentless horde of them. Meanwhile, the little girl Xu Changsheng had rescued piped up. You mustn't say that, big brother. He is a good person. From the crowd, another voice rang out. What nonsense. He is my class leader, just awakened days ago. Why don't you go ahead? A classmate of Xu Changsheng, present among the crowd, spoke out indignantly. His words ignited a stir among the onlookers. A student? You must be joking. With his strength, you expect me to believe he's a student? Have you ever been to school? The man retorted defiantly. Don't compare your meager talent with that of a true genius. The classmate shot back, leaving the man speechless. His face turned a sickly shade of green and white, and he scurried away like a frightened dog, provoking laughter from the crowd. Raucous. The familiar cry of the eagle echoed again. Xu Changsheng looked up to see Wang Ping approaching, flanked by several flying beast companions, each ridden by their respective tamers. All of these beasts emanated an aura of terror, and upon closer inspection, Xu Changsheng realized they were all platinum-tier beasts. Everyone, remain calm. I have already requested reinforcements from higher authorities. Diamond-tier beast tamers are on their way. Wang Ping's voice carried clearly to every ear, instilling a surge of hope in the hearts of all present. A diamond-tier beast tamer. In this era where stars were scarce, diamond signified the pinnacle of combat strength. Such a formidable beast tide could be quelled in mere minutes by a diamond-tier beast tamer. After all, at that level, the contracted beasts possessed widespread destructive capabilities. Having spoken, Wang Li hurriedly made his way towards the city gate along with a few companions. As the pinnacle of combat strength in Changnan City, it was only natural for them to stand vigilant at the forefront. With the addition of several platinum-level warriors, the fierce onslaught of the beast tide was momentarily stymied. Suddenly, an unusual sound echoed from above. Xu Changsheng looked up to the sky and beheld a blazing meteor streaking across the horizon, reaching the city gate in the blink of an eye. Its speed was unparalleled, surpassing anything Xu Changsheng had ever witnessed. Even the headmaster Wang Ping's divine eagle paled in comparison to this magnificent beast. Xu Changsheng could hardly grasp its information, but it was likely the fabled diamond-tier beast. This flying creature, like a fiery comet, hung in the sky before abruptly opening its mouth. Instantly, crimson flames poured forth, incinerating the surging beast tide beneath the city gate to mere ashes. What was even more terrifying was the flames' overwhelming corrosiveness. It seemed impervious to extinguishment, devouring all ferocious beasts in an instant. The once formidable beast tide was utterly obliterated under the might of this beast. Could this truly be the power of a diamond-tier beast? Xu Changsheng stood rooted in place, his heart racing with excitement. His own beasts included one with a diamond high-tier aptitude and another, yet to evolve, possessing a diamond mid-tier potential. After the baptism of the mythic bloodline pool, it held the promise of evolving into a star-shattering divine beast. Such potential for growth far surpassed that of the earlier beast, intensifying Xu Changsheng's anticipation for future developments. Simultaneously, the recent assassination attempt heightened his yearning for strength. With the timely assistance of Headmaster Wang Ping this time, would he be so fortunate next time? This thought further solidified Xu Changsheng's resolve to grow stronger. Once the beast tide had completely subsided, he returned home. His area, being distant from the western city, had suffered little damage. He stored the beast egg he had just acquired in his beast space, intending to find a secret opportunity to hatch it the following day. Suddenly, Xu Changsheng paused, delving his consciousness into the beast space. There, the recently stored beast egg was undergoing some mysterious transformation. Chapter 24, Hatching. Star-shattering beast. Xu Changsheng immersed his consciousness deeper into the beast space. The charred exterior of the beast egg began to peel away gradually. It appeared to possess life, pulsing gently. This was a phenomenon of hatching. Xu Changsheng was astonished. This was clearly not a forest, and he had not shed any blood. Why was the beast egg hatching without reason? Suddenly, an idea struck him. His gaze sharpened as he focused ahead. An informative message materialized before his eyes. Beast space. After special modification, it contains a mythic bloodline pool. Simultaneously, it is rich in various elemental energies, fulfilling all conditions for beast hatching. Beasts hatched within will automatically recognize the owner of the beast space as their master. Upon reading this, Xu Changsheng's heart brimmed with joy. Had he known that his beast space possessed such capabilities, he would not have exerted so much effort in the forest. Bloodshadow, too, approached Xu Changsheng, gazing at the hatching beast egg with eager anticipation, a rare glimmer of affection gleaming in its crimson eyes. At last, the charred exterior of the wooden egg completely fell away, revealing a vibrant emerald hue within. Boom! Suddenly, a surge of azure flames erupted from the egg. In an instant, the azure flames enveloped the entire wooden shell. From a distance, the beast egg resembled a blazing azure sun, merely standing beside it. Xu Changsheng could feel the intense heat and the destructive energy it harbored. A piercing cry emanated from the azure fireball. Xu Changsheng's spirit soared as he gazed in anticipation. All the flames gradually converged inward, compressing the terrifying energy to its utmost limit before erupting violently. Crack! However, this formidable strike was thwarted by a delicate blue wing that extended from the beast egg. To Xu Changsheng's astonishment, this seemingly effortless movement was sufficient to disperse such a powerful fireball. It was utterly inconceivable. With a chirp, a long leg emerged from the beast egg. Finally, the complete visage of the beast was unveiled before Xu Changsheng. It resembled a red-crowned crane, yet it possessed only one leg to support its body. Its feathers were a sky-blue hue, with the tail feathers tinged in a shade of crimson, exuding an air of regal elegance. Merely standing there, it commanded an aura of exceptional distinction. Upon spotting Xu Changsheng, the newly hatched beast swiftly flapped its wings and flew into his embrace, emitting a soothing cooing sound. Roar! Witnessing this scene, Bloodshadow approached, gently caressing its feathers with its paw. Since you carry the bloodline of the Bifong, I shall name you Bifong. May you grow to be as formidable as your ancestors. Xu Changsheng pondered for a moment before bestowing a name upon his second beast. With a joyful chirp, Bifong nestled in Xu Changsheng's arms, seemingly enamored with its name. All right, let us go for a bath. Once assured of Bifong's well-being, Xu Changsheng pointed towards the nearby mythic bloodline pool, eager to see just how far Bifong could grow after the baptism. Reluctantly, Bifong fluttered away from Xu Changsheng's embrace and dove into the mythic bloodline pool. Burble, burble. Approximately 3 minutes later, the once tranquil surface of the mythic bloodline pool erupted with a flurry of bubbles. The blood-red waters surged violently, as if boiling. Xu Changsheng approached to investigate, but was pushed back by the intense heat radiating from it. He brushed a hand through his slightly curled hair, still warm from the proximity. At that moment, no one could approach the mythic bloodline pool. Even the air surrounding it warped and shimmered under the extreme temperature. Xu Changsheng and Bloodshadow could only wait patiently. Roar! After about 10 minutes, Bifong's clear voice resonated throughout the island once more. If the previous calls had held a hint of childishness, this one bore the burgeoning authority of a king, commanding and undeniable. Splash! Bifong burst forth from the surface, soaring into the heavens. Its azure and crimson wings danced gracefully against the sky, akin to the most exquisite ballet. Luminous flames radiated from its form, creating the illusion of two suns appearing simultaneously in the sky, one golden and dazzling, the other azure and regal. Before long, Bifong descended from the heavens, flapping its wings to land before Xu Changsheng. After the baptism of the bloodline, its physique had grown significantly, expanding from its original 1 meter to approximately 2 meters in length. Moreover, when Bifong spread its wings, their astonishing span exceeded 3 meters, ample enough to support 7 or 8 individuals standing together. As the resplendent Bifong came into view, Xu Changsheng eagerly inspected its attributes. Race, Wood-Fire Celestial Crane, dual attribute of wood and fire. Qualification, high-grade star fragment. Rank, Black Iron level 5. Innate skills, Sovereign of the Sky, Epic. Source of wood and fire, Epic. Celestial Fire Purification, Legendary. Sovereign of the Sky, Lord of the Void. When this beast is airborne, its physical attributes are doubled, and its speed is significantly enhanced. Source of wood and fire, the origin of wood and fire attributes. Your beast is immune to wood and fire attacks of silver rank and below. This skill will strengthen as the beast's rank increases. Celestial Fire Purification, the fire of the heavens, purifying all. The beast will unleash heavenly flames, inflicting original damage upon adversaries. As long as the enemy survives, the celestial fire will not extinguish. Unique evolution path, dual directions of wood and fire. After the first evolution, it can advance to the source of wood, lunar level. After the second evolution, it can advance to the ultimate fire, solar level. After the third evolution, it can evolve into Bifong, mythical level. Conditions for the second evolution. As the information regarding Bifong unfurled before Xu Changsheng's eyes, he was utterly astounded. Its might was formidable to the point of being monstrous. A beast possessing high-grade star fragment qualifications was a rarity not only in Sichuan province, but also throughout the Huaxia Federation and even the world, being limited to but a few. Moreover, Bifong's initial strength was already an astonishing Black Iron level 5, a realm that many ordinary beasts would take months to attain. The innate skills of Bifong elucidated the sheer power of a star fragment level beast. Though there were only 3, they included 2 epic and 1 legendary skills. Legendary skills are indeed a rarity that exists solely in tales. Most individuals across the globe have not only failed to possess such skills, but have not even heard of them. The effect of Celestial Fire Purification was exceedingly potent, delivering an attack that strikes at the very essence. It is an effect more aberrant and unreasonable than the soul attacks of Blood Shadow. While Blood Shadow's soul attack inflicts immense suffering and trauma upon the soul, which can be somewhat resisted and repaired, Bifong's essence attack directly targets the core of the beast, leaving no room for defense or recovery. Even more terrifying is the fact that once touched by this flame, it cannot be extinguished, leaving one to helplessly and despairingly watch as they are consumed by the crimson and azure flames. Chapter 25, The Light of the City. Another achievement. As Xu Changsheng returned to reality, his door was rapped upon. Peering through the peephole, he recognized Wang Ping. Behind him stood Governor Lin Hongjiang and several middle-aged individuals unknown to Xu Changsheng. Recognizing familiar faces, he promptly opened the door. "Changsheng, you have achieved great merit this time," Wang Ping exclaimed as he entered. "Do you realize how many lives your intelligence has saved and how much property loss it has averted?" Lin Hongjiang chimed in. "At least tens of thousands of lives and over 100 million in assets. I knew I had not misjudged you. You are indeed the brightest talent in Changnan City." In the face of the commendations from 2 prominent figures of Changnan City, Xu Changsheng felt no trace of arrogance. He regarded Wang Ping and Lin Hongjiang with skepticism, suspecting their visit was not merely for flattery. As anticipated, Lin Hongjiang continued, "In light of your accomplishments and exceptional talent, I have applied to the higher authorities for your admission to the Mythical class at the Imperial Capital University. If all goes well, you should receive approval in a couple of days." Xu Changsheng's face registered astonishment upon hearing this. The Imperial Capital University is the most prestigious institution in the Huaxia Federation, with its president possessing a prowess that reaches the pinnacle of diamond rank. Rumor has it that the president once battled a star fragment-level beast from the 10,000 Beast sect, not only emerging victorious, but also driving it back. This feat solidified his top-tier status within the Huaxia Federation. The resources provided by Imperial Capital University are unparalleled, far exceeding those of ordinary institutions. Simply as a regular student, one receives thousands of spirit beast stones monthly. The Mythical class, comprised of elite individuals selected from across the nation, undergoes rigorous training. Students in the Mythical class possess at least A-grade talent, with many achieving S-grade. The resources allocated to such prodigies are, not surprisingly, extraordinary. Countless talents vie for entry into this class. Yet now, Xu Changsheng finds himself poised to enter with remarkable ease. Before he could express his gratitude, Lin Hongjiang raised his hand to interrupt. "You are aware of the situation in the Mythical class. As long as you graduate successfully, diamond rank is merely the starting point. Changnan City has never produced a beast master of such caliber. Remember, once you achieve success, do not forget Changnan City. Before Xu Changsheng could respond, he suddenly heard the indifferent voice of the system in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have achieved Light of the City. Achievement reward, Fire Phoenix Essence. The reward has been deposited into your beast space. Xu Changsheng was taken aback. His achievement system had finally resumed its function. The Fire Phoenix Essence is one of the essential resources for Bai Feng's next evolution, though the achievement system often seemed inconspicuous. The items it provided were precisely what Xu Changsheng desperately needed. Observing Xu Changsheng's astonishment, Lin Hongjiang assumed he was moved by his own actions and spoke up. You need not feel overly pressured. Just perform normally. By the way, I have a gift for you. With that, Lin Hongjiang clapped his hands. A figure clad in black was carried in by 2 staff members. This individual was the one behind the assassination, formerly employed by the Gu family corporation. However, today marked their departure, severing all ties with the Gu family. With a cold smirk, Lin Hongjiang scoffed. Do you think we are fools, falling for such tricks? Yet, he let out a deep sigh, nonetheless. We lack concrete evidence to apprehend Xu Changsheng. The Gu family is also a principal investor in the reconstruction of the city ravaged by the beast tide. For the time being, we find ourselves unable to act against him. In truth, Lin Hongjiang had shown considerable restraint. After all, this was a personal matter for Xu Changsheng. Thank you, Governor Lin, Xu Changsheng said, bowing slightly in gratitude. This individual is yours to deal with. He turned his gaze towards the man in black, who was positioned awkwardly, his legs twisted in an unnatural manner. It was evident that his legs had been broken prior. Blood-soaked rags clung to his form as his hair clung to his face. Hearing Lin Hongjiang's words, the man in black managed to lift his head. His eyes filled with regret and despair. He had never anticipated that Xu Changsheng could survive an assassination at the Golden Tier. Spare me, he began to plead, only to be interrupted by Xu Changsheng's frigid voice. Kill him, Xu Changsheng commanded. He had no inclination to torment his enemies, especially when this individual was merely a subordinate of Xu Changsheng. No matter the extent of suffering inflicted, as long as Xu Changsheng lived, the threat would persist. Alas, Xu Changsheng's current strength was insufficient to confront Xu Changsheng. However, Xu was soon to journey to the Imperial capital. The reach of the Gu family would never extend there. Given time to develop, he would ensure that Xu Changsheng and the Gu family understood the true meaning of cruelty. With this thought, a ruthless glint appeared in Xu Changsheng's eyes. He would show no mercy to his adversaries. Very well, Changsheng, rest well. We have matters to attend to. After clarifying the situation, Lin Hongjiang departed with his entourage. Chapter 26, The Imperial Capital. A new challenge. Once the others had left, Xu Changsheng submerged his consciousness into the beast mastery space. The Fire Phoenix Essence, a reward from the achievement system, was now perfectly timed for use. After all, to the world, students of the mythical class were regarded as unparalleled geniuses. Even with his SSS level talent, Xu would not underestimate them. Naturally, he aimed to elevate his strength wherever possible. Upon seeing Xu Changsheng's consciousness, Blood Shadow and Bai Feng eagerly approached. Without wasting words, Xu Changsheng directly placed the Fire Phoenix Essence into Bai Feng's mouth. As soon as the essence entered, a brilliant azure-red flame enveloped Bai Feng, radiating an immense heat. Reminiscent of the sun resting upon the earth, Xu Changsheng stood quietly, awaiting Bai Feng's evolution. Approximately 15 minutes later, the azure-red flames gradually dissipated, revealing Bai Feng once more. Its size remained largely unchanged, yet its eyes transformed from fiery red to one blue and one red. The left eye shimmered a vibrant cyan, as if countless trees were growing within, teeming with vitality. The right eye blazed a fierce crimson, akin to a raging sun, fierce and explosive. This peculiar duality added an uncanny aura to Bai Feng's already noble and splendid demeanor. Most astonishingly, Bai Feng had ascended from the Black Iron level 5 to Black Iron level 8. Having only hatched a day prior, it had gained such power through the dual influence of the mythical bloodline pond and the Fire Phoenix Essence, nearly matching Blood Shadow. Of course, in 3 days, once the necessary resources for Blood Shadow's evolution were gathered, its strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. This bolstered Xu Changsheng's confidence regarding his journey to the Imperial capital. The following day, Xu Changsheng was awakened by a series of knocks at the door. Peering through the peephole, he was surprised to see Lin Hongjiang, who had departed the previous day. Changsheng, the approval from above has come through, Lin Hongjiang said with a smile as he entered. Pack your things, we depart today. So soon, Xu Changsheng exclaimed, astonished by the swiftness of the official's response. The resources he had requested from Wanbage had yet to arrive. In a few days, the mythical class will host a grand competition. If you perform well, your rewards will surely be substantial, Lin Hongjiang explained. Sensing Xu Changsheng's hesitation, he inquired, "What seems to be the matter?" Xu recounted the details of his transaction with Wanbage. "That is simple. I will negotiate with Wanbage, and you can collect the resources at their headquarters in the Imperial capital." Lin Hongjiang resolved succinctly. As the governor of Changnan City, he possessed sufficient influence to facilitate this. Upon hearing this, Xu Changsheng felt a weight lift from his heart and immediately began to prepare for departure. His parents had passed away early in his life, leaving him with no significant inheritance. In just a short while, he had packed all his belongings. "I'll personally accompany you to ensure everything goes smoothly," Lin Hongjiang stated. His smile tinged with a hint of coldness in his eyes. The assassination of a genius like Xu Changsheng in the outskirts of Changnan City was a direct affront to him. Fortunately, Xu had emerged unscathed. Otherwise, Lin Hongjiang would have ensured that Xu Tianqing faced dire consequences. Even so, Lin Hongjiang was resolute in implementing various policies to hinder the development of the Xu family. Even if he could not eliminate Xu Tianqing, he would find ways to make his life miserable. Xu Changsheng, upon hearing this, had no objections. With a top-tier platinum-ranked expert like Lin Hongjiang leading the way, his safety was significantly assured. Sichuan province is located in the southeast of the Huaxia Federation, bordering the sea. Thus, to reach the Imperial capital, situated at the heart of the Federation, they would naturally need to pass through the western city gate. Xu Changsheng walked alongside Lin Hongjiang, silently observing the distressing scars marring the various structures in the western part of the city. Countless citizens had lost their homes. They were now haphazardly erecting tents on the debris-strewn streets to spend the night. Some impoverished families even resorted to sleeping on the open ground. In the corners of the streets, decaying corpses could occasionally be spotted. The stench was so overwhelming that Xu Changsheng could hardly suppress the urge to cover his nose. Sensing Xu Changsheng's discomfort, Lin Hongjiang spoke up. "This is relatively fortunate. Only the western part of our Changnan city is affected, and the damage is not severe. In contrast, neighboring Xiaochang City is in a dire state, with the entire city resembling this scene, and corpses littering the streets. They are even facing outbreaks of severe infectious diseases." Hearing this, Xu Changsheng could not help but ask, "Why does the Wan Beast sect do this? What benefits do the ferocious beasts provide them?" "Power," Lin Hongjiang replied coldly. "Those who contribute to the Wan Beast sect can voluntarily undergo the baptism of ferocious beast blood. Not only does it enhance their physical attributes, but it also extends their lifespan. However, it comes at a cost. Humanity is gradually lost, rationality diminishes, and individuals begin to resemble beasts. Moreover, the blood of higher-tier ferocious beasts does not carry these negative effects. It merely ensures that one must obey the commands of the high-tier beasts for life." Xu Changsheng remained silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Upon exiting the city gate, Lin Hongjiang summoned his flying beast, a pristine white crane, devoid of any blemish. The crane carried both Xu Changsheng and Lin Hongjiang towards the Imperial capital at an astonishing speed, though the comfort it provided paled in comparison to Xu Changsheng's own by Fang. Taking advantage of their journey, Lin Hongjiang briefed Xu Changsheng on the circumstances of the mythology class. The class was divided into two sections, A and B, each comprising 10 individuals, with competition being exceedingly fierce. A student from Class A had perished during a secret realm exploration, thus presenting Xu Changsheng with the opportunity to join the mythology class and fill the vacant spot. At the end of each month, the two classes would engage in a competitive arena, where the losing class would see its resources halved for the subsequent month, with the confiscated resources awarded to the victors. Those who performed exceptionally would also receive special resource rewards. With only 5 days remaining until the first grand competition, Lin Hongjiang spoke slowly, allowing Xu Changsheng ample time to digest the information. Xu Changsheng could envision that under the immense pressure of such a competitive system, the combat prowess of all students in the mythology class would undoubtedly be formidable. Moreover, according to Lin Hongjiang's description, as long as he excelled in the mythology class, the scarcity of resources would no longer pose a barrier to Xu Changsheng's growth and strength. The school would provide ample resources for both spirit beast stones and beast evolution. It could be said that they were extraordinarily affluent. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed, and under the crane's rapid flight, the two had traversed from Changnan City to the Imperial capital. Lin Hongjiang led Xu Changsheng to an office within the capital, producing a spatial ring and handing it to Xu Changsheng. "This is from Principal Wang Ping," he stated. Xu Changsheng accepted it and examined it briefly. To his astonishment, it contained all the spirit beast stones he had accumulated throughout his senior year. Even though Xu Changsheng was transitioning to the mythology class on Wuno, one high school had not forgotten his resources. Such loyalty moved Xu Changsheng deeply. "This spatial ring is also a gift for you. Do not dwell on it. Focus on your growth. Your support comes from all of Changnan City." After imparting these words, Lin Hongjiang hurriedly departed. As the esteemed governor of Chang'an City, he naturally had many affairs to attend to. Furthermore, the city had recently faced a beast tide, leaving numerous matters awaiting his judgment. To personally escort Xu Changsheng to the Imperial capital was already a significant gesture of goodwill. Taking a deep breath, Xu Changsheng pushed open the office door. A new world awaited him. Chapter 27. The Terrifying Supply of Resources. What met Xu Changsheng's gaze was a pair of snow-white long legs. The owner of these legs stood at the window, clad in a verdant lotus leaf skirt, gazing outside with her back turned to him. This particular style of dress artfully concealed its essential areas while accentuating her figure, making it exceedingly popular among women in this world. Upon hearing the door creak open, the woman turned around, her delicate features devoid of expression, appearing quite frigid. "You must be Xu Changsheng," she stated. Upon receiving a nod from Xu Changsheng, she introduced herself. "I am Luan Xue, the class instructor of Class A." In truth, there was no need for her to introduce herself. Luan Xue's detailed information had already appeared before his eyes. Name: Luan Xue. Talent: Ice Queen. Ice Queen. Your Ice-type spirit beasts experience a 50% increase in physical attributes, with Ice abilities doubling in effect. Rank: Diamond Tier 2. Contracted Spirit Beasts: Mindless Snowman, Snowfield Wolf King, Ice Fairy, Ice Ghost Dragon, Snowhawk, Spirit of Ice. Luan Xue's attributes left Xu Changsheng astounded. He had not anticipated that the instructor of the mythology class would be a master of Diamond Tier. Furthermore, the effects of her talent were astonishing, not only enhancing the overall attributes of her spirit beasts, but also doubling their skills. Although the Eye of the World did not specify a rank, Xu Changsheng surmised that, while limited to Ice-type spirit beasts, it was at least an S-tier talent. Such a top-tier expert would not only be a governor of a city, but would also rank among the top 5 within the province. Yet here she was, serving as a mere instructor? This only heightened Xu Changsheng's expectations for the mythology class. Someone must have already briefed you on the general situation of the mythology class, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Please showcase your spirit beasts to me, Luan Xue instructed. A glimmer of intrigue in her eyes as she sought to assess the caliber of this transfer student. Luan Xue would not waste her time teaching a worthless individual, no matter their past accomplishments or connections. In response, Xu Changsheng summoned both Blood Shadow and Bai Fong without reservation. "Oh, 2 spirit beasts. How intriguing," Luan Xue remarked, her eyes brightening at the sight of Xu Changsheng's 2 companions. Shortly thereafter, a humanoid being composed entirely of ice and snow materialized in the office. This creature, though similar in stature to Luan Xue, stood at only half her height, with icy wings sprouting from its back. It floated before Luan Xue, and the moment it appeared, Xu Changsheng felt the temperature in the office plummet dramatically. Even as a Black Iron Tier 9 Spirit Beast Master, he sensed a chill. This was a Platinum Tier 9 Spirit Beast. "Command your Spirit Beasts to attack it with all their might," Luan Xue instructed confidently. This Spirit Beast was primarily defensive, and Xu Changsheng's 2 beasts could not possibly breach its defenses. "Please be careful, instructor," Xu Changsheng whispered, signaling Blood Shadow and Bai Fong to advance and attack simultaneously. Creak, creak. The ice and snow creature called out in a childlike voice. Suddenly, ice and snow descended around it, engulfing Blood Shadow and Bai Fong. Roar. Bai Fong let out a long howl, azure and crimson flames erupting from its form, instantly melting the surrounding ice and snow. It then unleashed a torrent of flames that surged towards the ice creature like a dragon. The ice and snow attempting to obstruct the flames proved utterly ineffective. Boom. The flames struck the ice creature with great force, causing it to stagger back 2 steps. The azure and crimson flames rapidly spread across its body, yet were thwarted by a layer of ice that emitted a ghostly glow, preventing any damage. The flames and ice clashed, each unable to gain the upper hand. Roar. Suddenly, a wolf's howl echoed from the side as Blood Shadow lunged towards the ice creature, its forepaws glinting with a chilling light as they aimed for its neck. This strike shattered the previously balanced confrontation between ice and fire. The ice layer cracked, and the flames surged forth towards the ice creature, engulfing it entirely. Crack, crack. The sound of explosions filled the air. Xu Changsheng focused intently, and upon discerning the condition of the ice creature, his eyes widened in shock. It was completely enveloped in flames, appearing somewhat disheveled, but sustaining no injuries whatsoever. "That's enough," Luan Xue declared, a creature resembling a snow delicacy manifesting upon her shoulder. With a flicker of white light, the flames engulfing the ice creature dissipated by more than half, leaving the remainder still ablaze, and even expanding. "Your fire is quite troublesome," Luan Xue remarked with a frown. "Bai Fong," Xu Changsheng called out, and Bai Fong immediately extinguished the flames. As the master of fire, controlling it was effortless for Bai Fong. "Very good. Quite impressive." Lu Anxue clapped her hands, her gaze filled with admiration as she looked at Xu Changsheng. Although she had suppressed the offensive capabilities of the summoned beasts, their defensive prowess remained intact. At that moment, Xu Changsheng's two summoned creatures astonishingly managed to breach the first layer of defense of the ice and snow spirit, leaving her quite taken aback. Moreover, the crimson and azure flames were something even she found difficult to purify, which brought Lu Anxue considerable delight. You will receive 500 low-tier shadow crystals and fire crystals each month, Lu Anxue announced, directly allocating nearly 2 million federal coins worth of resources to Xu Changsheng. Hearing this, Xu Changsheng gasped in astonishment. After toiling for an extended period in the secret realm, he had managed to acquire only 4,000 shadow crystals. And that was under exceptionally fortunate circumstances. Now, he would receive 500 shadow crystals and 500 fire crystals monthly. Xu Changsheng gained a newfound appreciation for the generosity of the mythology class. Instructor, my final form possesses both wood and fire attributes, Xu Changsheng interjected, mindful that dual attribute summoned beasts could only absorb single attribute crystals, affecting their growth. Oh, then it shall be 300 fire crystals and 300 wood spirit crystals. Lu Anxue replied, her lips parting gently as she increased the total by 100, equivalent to 200,000 federal coins. Thank you, instructor. Xu Changsheng said with a respectful bow, recognizing the tangible benefits. It's nothing. Allow me to escort you to the student dormitory. Lu Anxue waved her hand and led Xu Changsheng out of the office. After settling him in, she departed, leaving him with a final instruction, tomorrow at 8. Report to the classroom for self-introductions. Sitting on his bed, Xu Changsheng surveyed his surroundings. The dormitory, spanning at least 40 square meters, was fully equipped with a bathroom and kitchen. Most importantly, it was a single occupancy room. The living conditions were undoubtedly superior to those of his previous life at university. With daylight still lingering, Xu Changsheng set off for the Imperial capital's Wanbao Pavilion. He had yet to collect the materials for Blood Shadow. Chapter 28, Blood Shadow's Evolution. Stellar Tier Qualification. Upon returning from Wanbao Pavilion, it was already deep into the night. On the table before Xu Changsheng lay the high-tier beast core of a dark attribute ferocious beast and a withering heart. Naturally, the headquarters of Wanbao Pavilion would not lack such items, hence there was no need to adhere to the 3-day waiting period. Xu Changsheng raised his hand and summoned Blood Shadow. The massive wolf, over 3 meters in length, appeared before him, making the previously spacious room feel cramped. Here, consume these, Xu Changsheng said, stroking Blood Shadow's sleek fur. Blood Shadow opened its maw wide and simultaneously devoured both resources. In an instant, a surging torrent of dark energy radiated from Blood Shadow. A woo! Blood Shadow howled, its crimson eyes filled with agony. Such a colossal influx of energy was overwhelming for its current state. Its skin began to crack inch by inch, and crimson blood seeped from the fissures, staining its dark fur. With its wide-open blood-red eyes, it appeared quite fearsome. Suddenly, the pain on Blood Shadow's face eased. A vibrant green light enveloped its entire body, a powerful life force mending its broken form. The areas that had cracked, through repeated damage and repair, became even more resilient. The vitality of the withering heart was taking effect. The evolution process lasted a full half-hour. Throughout this protracted duration, every inch of Blood Shadow's skin was nearly burst apart by the violent dark energy. Yet, all the wounds were restored to their original state under the influence of the withering heart. The pain, however, did not diminish in the slightest. Blood Shadow's roars grew fainter until they faded completely, and its eyes became increasingly scarlet, exuding an overwhelming aura. Suddenly, Xu Changsheng felt a jolt. An abundance of summoned beast power surged within him, bringing him just a step away from breaking through to the black iron rank. This summoned beast power also rapidly strengthened his physique. Experiencing this, Xu Changsheng's heart brimmed with joy. This was the feedback brought about by Blood Shadow's breakthrough. He gazed at Blood Shadow, noticing that its evolution had concluded. Race, Shadow Lord, Dark Attribute. Qualification, Stellar High Tier. Rank, Bronze Tier 2. Talent Skills, Death Battle, Epic. Shadow Transformation, Epic. Soul Devour, Epic. Blood Pact, Epic. Shadow Bite, Epic. Death Battle, the greater the loss of stamina, the higher the combat power. Will not fall into a weakened state due to stamina depletion or injury. Shadow Transformation. The summoned beast can shadow itself and its master, becoming immune to most attacks. Stamina consumption is reduced during Shadow Transformation. Soul Devour. The summoned beast can directly attack the enemy's soul, inflicting massive damage and soul harm. Blood Pact. When the beast master suffers a fatal injury, this damage is transferred to the summoned beast, significantly reducing the impact. Shadow Bite. The summoned beast temporarily controls the enemy's shadow, directing it to attack the foe. This attack also carries the effects of Soul Devour. Unique evolution route. Night direction. After one evolution, can advance to Moon-Eating Wolf King, full moon level. After the second evolution, can advance to Sun-Devouring Divine Wolf, solar level. After the third evolution, can advance to Night Sovereign, mythical level. Third evolution conditions. Blood Shadow, having evolved to stellar high-tier qualification and reached bronze rank, exhibits a remarkable enhancement in combat power. All skills have significantly improved. Death Battle, has even leaped 2 levels to reach the epic realm, its effects becoming formidable. Blood Shadow no longer needs to deliberately sustain injuries to trigger the Death Battle effect. As the battle progresses and stamina depletes, its combat power will grow stronger. Meanwhile, the stamina consumption reduction from Shadow Transformation enhances Blood Shadow's endurance in combat. Soul Devour seems to have undergone minimal alteration, with its high damage now classified as massive damage. The exact effects will be revealed in actual combat. Additionally, Blood Pact significantly bolsters the survival capabilities of both Xu Changsheng and Blood Shadow. As for Shadow Bite, it provides long-range combat abilities, allowing Blood Shadow to contend with airborne enemies without being at a disadvantage. Furthermore, Shadow Bite is executed silently and stealthily, boasting a high success rate. After all, who would guard against the shadow behind them? Although Blood Shadow's recent evolution did not grant it a legendary level skill, all its skills have reached the pinnacle of the epic level, and it gained a new skill. The enhancement cannot be deemed insignificant. After sharing an affectionate moment with Blood Shadow, Xu Changsheng returned it to the beast space. The night passed without incident. The following day, Xu Changsheng rose early. Following the map on the table, he made his way to his class in the Mythology Class A. Upon entering, he was unexpectedly met with the gaze of 9 pairs of eyes fixed upon him. These individuals had arrived even earlier than he. Luan Xue had also reached the classroom and was similarly observing Xu Changsheng, who stood on the stage. Xu Changsheng, hailing from Changnan City, possessing A-tier talent, Black Iron Tier 9. Xu Changsheng was not daunted. He introduced himself confidently. However, his brief statement caused an uproar among the audience. Black Iron Tier 9, how long has it been since his awakening? I initially presumed a young nobleman had arrived, yet it became apparent that he indeed possessed remarkable capabilities. It is merely that his innate talent falls slightly short, placing him at A rank. Undoubtedly, had he been S rank, he would have been an unbeatable force. After all, does not an A rank talent still advance more swiftly than yours? The audience murmured amongst themselves, surprisingly amiable. No one dared to voice skepticism or dissent. The atmosphere was notably harmonious. After a brief period of commotion, tranquility returned to the crowd. They were all geniuses of S-rank talent, and the Black Iron-tiered beast masters of the same age could certainly astonish them, yet they were not overly surprised. In their eyes, Xu Changsheng's talent might be correlated with his level of cultivation. When it comes to real combat, he may not measure up to them. Without this degree of confidence, they would hardly be considered geniuses. Lu Anxue nodded, handing Xu Changsheng a pitch-black helmet before instructing him to step down from the stage. Xu Changsheng cradled the helmet in his arms and found a spot to sit. He had already noticed that every table below held a similar helmet. Presumably, this item would be utilized in forthcoming lessons. In 4 days, we shall face Class B in a grand competition. You are the most talented class I have ever taught, so do not let me down. Upon seeing Xu Changsheng seated, Lu Anxue spoke. At her words, the remaining 9 students, aside from Xu Changsheng, displayed expressions of indignation. Previously, Class A had been 1 member short, resulting in a diminished overall combat capability compared to Class B, which had led to their derision. These brilliant youths, all under 18, were certainly proud individuals. How could they tolerate such mockery? Thus, every member of Class A harbored a profound disdain for those in Class B, observing their expressions. Lu Anxue nodded in satisfaction. Without a sense of rivalry, where would the motivation for improvement arise? She then declared, "Now, everyone, don the simulation helmets and engage in simulated combat." At her command, the others retrieved the helmets from their tables and placed them upon their heads, reclining their chairs to lie back. Xu Changsheng, seeing this, imitated their actions and donned the helmet. A tingling sensation akin to electricity coursed through him, causing Xu Changsheng to shiver involuntarily. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in an expansive grassland. Surrounding him were the students who had previously shared the classroom. Lu Anxue stood before them. This place resembled a beastmaster's space. Lu Anxue glanced at Xu Changsheng and took the time to explain. In this realm, both the beastmaster and their beasts will manifest as conscious entities. Yet their combat prowess remains unchanged. Furthermore, any damage sustained here can be nullified simply by removing the helmet. In essence, this is an arena where no one can be harmed. Lu Anxue succinctly elucidated the helmet's function. Xu Changsheng's eyes sparkled with awe. What an astonishing technology. In this space, Beast masters and their beasts could engage in life-or-death struggles without the looming threat of mortality. Under such intense combat conditions, everyone's fighting skills and advancement speed would undergo significant enhancement. This helmet is strictly forbidden from being taken out of the school. Otherwise, the consequences are dire, Luan Xue stated gravely. Xu Changsheng nodded in understanding. One could easily surmise the exorbitant cost of such a device, with its core technology being a treasured asset. It was entirely reasonable that it could not be removed. Yuan Jiawei, you shall spar with him, Luan Xue called upon a student with a full beard. If it were not for the fact that all students in the myth class had only just awakened, Xu Changsheng would never have associated the imposing figure before him with the age of 18. I am quite strong, so do be careful, classmate, Yuan Jiawei said with a jovial smile, his beard lending him an air of grandeur. I am also quite formidable. You should exercise caution as well, Xu Changsheng replied. The evolution of Blood Shadow was such that even he, its master, was unsure of its newfound strength. Their exchange momentarily captured the attention of the other students, who gathered around. Curious about Xu Changsheng's true abilities, Yuan Jiawei ranks among the top 3 in our class. Indeed, he possesses pure S-rank combat talent, and his beast is exceptionally well suited to his innate abilities. I wonder how long the new classmate can hold his ground against him, they speculated with interest. Having trained together for over 10 days, they were well acquainted with one another's strengths. Yuan Jiawei was indeed a formidable presence within the illustrious myth class A. As the discussions continued, Yuan Jiawei summoned his beast, which was a unicorn with a bright red coat and curved horns atop its head. The horns shimmered with a blood-red light under the sun. Just from a distance, Xu Changsheng could sense the tremendous energy contained within. He remained vigilant, activating Eye of the World to gather information on Yuan Jiawei and his beast. Name, Yuan Jiawei. Talent, Bloodthirsty Combat. Bloodthirsty Combat. Your beast's physical attributes increase by 50%. When it inflicts damage upon an enemy, it siphons their life force, weakening them while restoring itself. Rank, Black Iron Tier 7. Contracted Beast, Dream Unicorn. Species, Dream Unicorn, Illusion Attribute. Qualification, Low Diamond. Rank, Black Iron Tier 8. Talent Skills, Ruthless Trample, Rare, Fury, Exquisite, Dream Beam, Epic. Xu Changsheng's eyes brightened. A foe of this caliber was vastly superior to those he had faced in Chang'an City. Had Xu Changsheng not contracted a second beast, and had Blood Shadow not successfully evolved, the outcome of their match might have been a close contest. However, presently, Yuan Jiawei's prowess was insufficient. Xu Changsheng raised his hand, and both Bifong and Blood Shadow materialized simultaneously. The aura of the two beasts erupted, eliciting gasps from the surrounding spectators. Two beasts? How astonishing! Moreover, the energy emanating from them is formidable, as the crowd murmured. A dark shadow darted forward, reaching Yuan Jiawei's beast in the blink of an eye. Blood Shadow's claw then struck fiercely, aiming for the unicorn's throat. The attack was ferocious, causing even the air to seem to rupture, producing a terrifying sonic boom. The unicorn, startled, did not lose its composure. It lifted its front half and brought its hooves crashing down. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from beneath its hooves, with debris and dust exploding outward from the unicorn's center. This only slightly hindered Blood Shadow's advance, as the claw continued its relentless assault towards the unicorn. The unicorn, unable to block the strike, flashed a glimmer of crimson in its eyes. Energy rapidly coalesced in its horn, and in an instant, a dazzling beam shot forth. Yet, a flame of azure red surged forth even faster than the beam. Bifong had made its move. The azure red flame erupted from Bifong's mouth, hurtling toward the unicorn with unstoppable force. In but an instant, the flames engulfed the unicorn entirely. The unicorn's vibrant rays, devoid of subsequent energy to sustain them, vanished into the ether. The so-called genius among geniuses fell effortlessly to Xu Changsheng, unable to withstand even a single attack. In the blink of an eye, its beast succumbed to the combined onslaught of Blood Shadow and Bifong, leaving behind not even a complete corpse. Only charred ashes remained. Blood Shadow did not even resort to utilizing his newly acquired Shadow Devour. After all, with just his own prowess, he could have effortlessly dispatched the unicorn in mere moments, for the creature would never suspect its own shadow. Such an outcome rendered the originally eager onlookers, those self-proclaimed geniuses, utterly speechless. They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, as a single thought echoed in their minds. Are you telling me this is an A-class talent? After a prolonged silence, Yuan Jiawei's bitter voice shattered the stillness. I concede defeat. You are indeed formidable, and I am far inferior. He clasped his hands in respect towards Xu Changsheng and departed, seemingly suffering a tremendous blow. Yuan Jiawei could not fathom that he would face such a devastating defeat at the hands of his peers. Even the other strong students from the mythology class had engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, battling for dozens of rounds before ultimately falling short. Yet Xu Changsheng had triumphed with but a single strike. He could not even endure one blow from Xu Changsheng. How could someone who prided himself on being a genius come to terms with such a reality? Applause resonated from afar. The crowd turned to see Lu Anxue clapping her hands. Chapter 30, Provocation. The grand competition begins. With the attention of the gathered students upon her, Lu Anxue lowered her hands and spoke. I have always said, there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. Do you believe it now? She had intentionally selected Yuan Jiaowei and Xu Changsheng to battle, with clear intentions behind her choice. Yuan Jiaowei was the most self-assured and arrogant student in the class. A slight setback would not be detrimental. Your task now is for each of you to face Xu Changsheng in battle, Lu Anxue instructed. There were no objections. As for them, the opportunity to contend with such a formidable peer was a privilege. The entire morning passed in a flurry of uninterrupted combat. Notably, in this class, which gathered the most talented individuals from the entire Huaxiao Federation, no one had managed to withstand even a single attack from Xu Changsheng's beast. This realization brought some comfort to Yuan Jiaowei. After all, if everyone else was equally inexperienced, he did not appear quite so inadequate. Meanwhile, Xu Changsheng gradually amassed his own prestige within Mythology Class A, for in this world, strength commands respect. People instinctively revere the strongest, and geniuses are no exception. The morning was devoted to practical training, while the afternoon focused on theoretical education. The most learned scholars of the entire Federation personally imparted various knowledge to Xu Changsheng and his peers, covering topics such as the attributes of beasts, their interactions, and the identification and utilization of various resources. One should not underestimate this theoretical knowledge. It serves as the foundational basis for deeply exploring one's own beast mastery, as well as the evolution of beasts over millennia. Without this knowledge, all beasts would remain stagnant at their initial stages, utterly incapable of achieving true power. As night fell, Xu Changsheng and his companions gathered for dinner. Su Gu is truly formidable. He has bested us all since his arrival. One person jested. After an entire day of interaction, Xu Changsheng had grown familiar with these individuals. All being 18, sharing similar aspirations and goals, their camaraderie naturally deepened. Oh, has the replacement for the short-lived one arrived? I wonder if this one too will meet a swift end, a chilling voice interjected. The harmonious atmosphere instantly froze. Xu Changsheng frowned and turned to see a pallid man wearing a cold smile gazing at him and his companions. Behind him trailed 7 or 8 other students, equally disdainful in their expressions. What is he, Amu? How dare you come to my class A to show your face? Yuan Jiaowei, with a fiery temper, bellowed. I am nothing of consequence, merely someone from Class B here to crush your Class A. Surely, you won't deny that? He, Amu, unfazed by Yuan Jiaowei's outburst, maintained his dark smile, his overly pale visage reminiscent of a freshly unearthed corpse, exuding an unsettling aura. Previously, during the secret realm exploration, Class A had sacrificed numerous resources to save a comrade on the verge of death, resulting in a significant point deficit against Class B. Consequently, Yuan Jiaowei and the others had endured considerable mockery from He Amu and his cohort. Upon hearing this, Yuan Jiaowei's eyes widened, filled with bloodshot fury as he prepared to charge forward, only to be swiftly restrained by Xu Changsheng. Engaging in combat within the confines of the Imperial Capital University could lead to a cancellation of resources for a quarter, or worse, expulsion. To allow Yuan Jiaowei to be expelled over a mere provocation from this individual would be an utter loss. Oh, I misspoke. The newcomer is not a short-lived one, but a coward. He Amu continued to taunt, noting Xu Changsheng's restraint. Is that all so-called geniuses do? Talk big? Save your words for the competition stage in 4 days. Xu Changsheng, unaffected by the derision, replied coolly. For individuals like him, the more agitated one becomes, the more exhilarated they feel. Simply treating him as a mere jester would lead him to depart in humiliation. Upon hearing this, a flicker of intrigue crossed He Amu's eyes. We shall see. I look forward to your performance, coward. With that, He Amu exited, accompanied by his entourage. No need to pay attention to that clown. You all know my strength. Xu Changsheng reassured the visibly upset group. Upon hearing this, their expressions softened somewhat as they turned to Xu Changsheng, saying, Su Gu, you must obliterate that foolish worm. I've long found him insufferable. He constantly provokes us. They could never have anticipated Su Ge's true power. Indeed, we must remain discreet until the grand competition begins. I can hardly wait to witness the expression on He Amu's face when he realizes his folly. The group expressed their sentiments freely. Before Xu Changsheng's arrival, the overall strength of the two classes had been relatively comparable, with Class A even weaker due to being one member short. However, with Xu Changsheng's presence, everything had changed. In their eyes, Xu Changsheng alone was worth at least 5 students from Class B. 1 against 5. How could they possibly lose? In the blink of an eye. For days had passed, and the day of the grand competition between the two classes had arrived. Throughout those 4 days, everyone in Xu Changsheng's class had been fervently training and learning. Even Xu Changsheng's Baifeng had advanced to a minor level, reaching the rank of Black Iron 9. Tantalizingly close to another breakthrough. Clearly, they had been deeply motivated by He Anmu's arrogant demeanor. Luan Xue led Xu Changsheng and the others to the arena of the Imperial Capital University, simultaneously explaining the rules. The grand competition consists of 2 formats: individual contests and team competitions. The personal competition adopts a one-on-one format, aiming to select the strongest individual within the Myth class, who will be awarded a prize. The team competition follows, consisting of 10 versus 10, occurring after the personal matches. The victor of the personal competition can freely designate any item valued within 20 million federal coins or receive the sum directly. The winners of the team competition will acquire the resources of the defeated class for the following month. Listening to the detailed rules of the class competition, a glimmer of determination flickered in Xu Changsheng's eyes. The reward of 20 million federal coins was sufficient for him to gather an additional evolution resource for his Baifeng. After all, the cost associated with evolving the Shattered Star talent into the Moonlight level talent is extraordinarily daunting. Achieving this feat would require no less than 50 million federal coins. Initially, Xu Changsheng was troubled about how to amass such a fortune. Yet, the current reward has effectively alleviated a substantial portion of that burden. If he can secure first place 5 times consecutively, Xu Changsheng can evolve both his Blood Shadow and Baifeng into the Moonlight level talent simultaneously. At that moment, his overall combat strength would undoubtedly witness a terrifying enhancement. With this thought, Xu Changsheng's resolve solidified. He was determined to seize that first place, and no one could stand in his way. As they arrived at the heart of the arena, thunderous cheers filled the air. The stands were brimming with spectators, primarily first-year students from the Imperial Capital University. These students were among the elite from various provinces, naturally bearing a sense of pride. Thus, they were particularly eager to witness what the students of the Myth class, who enjoyed superior resources compared to them, were truly like. Luan Xue, representing Class A, ascended to draw lots, determining the order in which each individual would compete. Xu Changsheng was notably designated as number 1. This meant he would face his opponent in Arena 1. The arenas of the Imperial Capital University were extensive, comprising 50 arenas of varying sizes. This time, the personal competition of the Myth class would occupy arenas 1 through 10, allowing 20 individuals to engage in combat simultaneously, thereby maximizing efficiency. What a narrow path for enemies. As Xu Changsheng leaped onto the arena, a chilling voice echoed from the front. He didn't need to look to know it belonged to He Anmu, that scoundrel. Only he would possess such a half-dead tone. Xu Changsheng, uninterested in banter, summoned his Blood Shadow and Baifeng, awaiting the referee's whistle. Observing this, He Anmu retracted his frivolous demeanor, calling forth his own beast. He relished using taunts to provoke his foes, hoping to incite irrationality and thereby enhance his chances of victory. However, Xu Changsheng was evidently not one to be easily provoked. A 3-meter-long black bull appeared before He Anmu, sporting black wings on its back. Those wings seemed to harbor pulsating flesh tumors, creating an alarming appearance. As this beast manifested, Xu Changsheng immediately sensed a drop in temperature on the stage. Clearly, it was no ordinary creature. He focused intently on He Anmu and his beast, absorbing the information about both. Name, He Anmu. Talent, counterattack from the abyss. Counterattack from the abyss. When your beast is on the verge of death, it will remove all negative statuses and enhance its physical attributes to 3 times the original. This state can last up to 30 minutes. If exceeded, the beast will forcibly fall into a state of unconsciousness, losing 1 rank. Rank, Black Iron level 9. Contracted beast, Ice Blood Divine Bull. Species, Ice Blood Divine Bull, Ice Attribute. Qualification, Medium Diamond. Rank, Bronze level 1. Talent skills, Hardening, Exquisite, Blood Rage, Exquisite, Soul Condensing Frost, and Snow, Epic. To Xu Changsheng's astonishment, He Anmu possessed a bronze-level beast at this stage. He had not anticipated encountering someone with such a formidable beast at this level. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Those who could enter the Myth class not only possessed remarkable talents, but also hailed from backgrounds that were profoundly influential. With the full support of their respective powers, such accomplishments were understandable. Below, Luan Xue was engaged in conversation with an elderly man. Class B is bound to win this time, the old man, Song Shutong, the instructor of Class B, said with a smile. He Anmu is the most talented student I have seen in years. His talent may be rated S, but it is merely a hair's breadth away from SS. Noticing Lu Anshue's skepticism, Song Shutong added, "He is like a grandson to me, as I am a close friend of your grandfather." Over the years, Song Shutong's students had consistently been overshadowed by Lu Anshue's, leaving him with a sense of embarrassment. Now, with a chance to turn the tables, he could hardly contain his excitement. "Indeed, you are correct," Lu Anshue replied nonchalantly. Though she had genuinely witnessed Xu Changsheng's prowess, even she found his crimson flames formidable. Moreover, she had absolute faith in Xu Changsheng. "You," Song Shutong, noticing her demeanor, felt a surge of frustration before his eyes lit up with a cunning idea. "How about we place a bet?" "Oh, what are we betting on?" Lu Anshue inquired, her interest piqued. "A diamond beast core," Song Shutong declared loudly. At this, Lu Anshue's eyes widened in surprise. Such a resource was immensely valued by diamond-tier warriors. That Song Shutong would stake it in a wager was remarkable. It was common knowledge that diamond-tier beasts stood at the pinnacle of the mundane world, making them virtually impossible to slay. Consequently, their value was not reflected in the market, only tradable through barter. Very well, Lu Anshue acquiesced. She had no doubt that Xu Changsheng would prevail. As their conversation unfolded, the battle on the stage had already commenced. The ice-blood divine bull let out a furious roar, summoning a blizzard that cascaded from above, imbued with a chilling essence capable of freezing souls. This snowstorm enveloped the arena, providing no escape for Xu Changsheng or his beast. It appeared He had chosen to unleash his ultimate move right at the start of the battle. As the snowflakes descended upon Xu Changsheng, He's eyes gleamed with cold satisfaction. "Let's see how you evade this." He relished the thought, knowing that these seemingly innocuous snowflakes would inflict direct spiritual damage upon the Beastmaster, a process of repair being exceedingly convoluted. Furthermore, such area of effect skills were not considered intentional harm against the Beastmaster, thus no one would deem him in violation. However, a flash of red light surged in He's eyes. The subsequent scene caused the smile on his face to freeze in disbelief, as incredulity spread across his features. With a mighty roar, Bai Fong erupted, and azure-red flames soared skyward, vaporizing all the ice and snow in an instant. The flames ascended, devouring the falling snowflakes entirely. Yet, Bai Fong was not content with mere annihilation. The inferno converged, forming a colossal fireball that floated in midair, resembling a sun that had descended to the mortal realm, radiating an awe-inspiring majesty that was difficult to behold. As the fireball descended ominously, He hastily exclaimed. He discerned the overwhelming intent to kill embedded within the crimson and azure orb, understanding that he could not possibly withstand such an assault. He still had a vibrant life ahead of him and a promising future. There was no need to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Xu Changsheng. However, Xu Changsheng would not grant him the opportunity to concede. The fireball plummeted from the sky, crashing fiercely into the arena. The violent energy even sent spectators flying from the stands, and the once sturdy arena floor erupted in chaos. More terrifyingly, a multitude of stones melted under the searing heat, flowing like liquid across the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone gasped in astonishment. This was a specialized magic-repelling stone, capable of withstanding most energy attacks, even challenging for high-level beastmasters to destroy completely. Yet here was Xu Changsheng, a newly awakened youth, achieving such a feat. Standing upon the platform, Xu Changsheng patiently awaited the dissipating dust. He knew that this single strike could not possibly annihilate He. If it could, the instructor from Class B would have already rushed in to protect his student and would not allow the instigator, Xu Changsheng, to remain so serenely on the stage. What on earth is that? Suddenly, a voice from the stands erupted in shock, conveying a sense of disbelief as they beheld something incredible. All eyes turned towards the arena where Xu Changsheng stood, collectively inhaling sharply. Chapter 32. Fighting for the Nation? Upon the melted ground stood a skeletal divine bull, devoid of flesh and blood. On its bony frame, small flesh buds wriggled as if attempting to reconstruct its body. Yet, the crimson and azure flames mercilessly incinerated every trace of life, extinguishing any hope of new flesh buds emerging. Even so, the flames continued to cling to the pale skeleton, burning endlessly. Xu Changsheng's gaze shifted downward. A charred figure lay motionless beneath the skeleton. He's body bore severe burns over most areas, crumpled on the ground like a heap of lifeless clay, enduring the searing agony of the molten stone water. Only the slight rise and fall of his chest indicated that he still possessed life. Gone was the previous chill and arrogance. I concede. We surrender." An elderly voice rang out as Song Shutong hurriedly leapt onto the arena, flailing his arms in alarm, fearful that Xu Changsheng might strike again. "This student, let your beast extinguish that fire." After escorting He to a safer area, Song Shutong helplessly addressed Xu Changsheng. He had just realized that no matter what method he employed, he could not extinguish the crimson and azure flames. They seemed to possess an inexhaustible life of their own. That is only to be expected, Xu Changsheng remarked, raising his hand to signal Bai Fong to douse the flames. In an instant, the once raging inferno was extinguished. If the injuries inflicted upon He Anmu during battle could be deemed accidental and unavoidable, then allowing the flames to continue burning after the fight would imply that Xu Changsheng intentionally harmed a fellow student. He was unwilling to bear such a blame. Moreover, Bai Fong's fire struck at the very essence. Even if He Anmu could recover afterwards, his innate talent and potential would undoubtedly be significantly diminished, perhaps even rendering him incapable of advancement for life. Were it not for the fact that He Anmu's beastly attributes countered Bai Fong, and the blood of the Ice Blood Divine Bull had a cooling effect, he would not have survived such a fireball attack. Xu Changsheng leaped down from the arena, his expression one of satisfaction. Through this encounter, he finally grasped the true strength of Bai Fong and the formidable prowess of a star-shattering beastmaster. It was not merely about being invincible among peers of the same rank. Even those of a higher tier fell before them. Even when Bai Fong faced beasts of a superior level, under full force, the opponent could scarcely endure a single fireball. This demonstrated the swiftness of its assault. Remarkably, Xu Changsheng had not even summoned Blood Shadow during this battle. It is worth noting that Blood Shadow's combat capabilities rivaled, if not slightly exceeded, those of Bai Fong. Previously, during skirmishes with his classmates, he had refrained from unleashing his true power, but now he felt utterly liberated. Xu Changsheng mused to himself. His earlier peers, such as Yuan Jiawei and others, had not been able to compel him to unleash his full strength. This had left him unaware of his actual capabilities. Now, he comprehended, within the realm of bronze, invincible. Among peers, invincible. As Xu Changsheng descended from the stage, thunderous applause erupted throughout the arena. All gazes were filled with genuine admiration for Xu Changsheng, this student younger than themselves. That fearsome strike had already conquered their hearts. In the world of beastmasters, strength reigns supreme. As long as one possesses formidable power, respect and reverence from all will follow. Well done, remarked Luan Xue, her rare smile illuminating her face. Having just won a bet over a rare resource, her mood was undoubtedly buoyant. Meanwhile, the remaining 9 students aside from Xu Changsheng continued their battles on stage, with no definitive outcomes. Approximately 10 minutes later, all battles concluded, and the next round of individual competitions commenced. Curiously, upon encountering Xu Changsheng, every member of Class B immediately surrendered with a bow. The traumatic image of He Anmu haunted their minds, and none wished to experience the searing flames. Thus, Xu Changsheng effortlessly claimed the top spot in the individual competition, devoid of any challenge, and the 2 million federal coins were his to claim. Teacher Liu, our Class B is temporarily forfeiting the team competition due to a lack of participants. Song Shutong awkwardly stated to Luan Xue, just as Xu Changsheng and the others prepared to leave. After all, he had been so adamant about wagering earlier, only for everything to collapse in an instant. Not only had they been thoroughly defeated in the individual competition, but they also dared not participate in the team competition. Song Shutong felt that he had utterly lost face. Su Gu, forever a deity. I want to bear Su Ji's children. Woo, Su Gu, he Su Gu. Upon hearing this, before Luan Xue could respond, the students from Class A erupted in ecstatic cries. After all, an extra half of resources each month was a delightful prospect that would please anyone. Just then, a middle-aged man clad in dark purple silently approached Xu Changsheng. Upon seeing him, Luan Xue, who usually maintained a cold demeanor, was visibly startled and promptly lowered her head in respect, saying, "Principal, you have arrived." The previously jovial group immediately straightened up, bowing to greet him, their eyes subtly scrutinizing the middle-aged man, Shen Wuyan, the legendary figure said to embody the pinnacle of combat prowess in the world. There's no need for such tension. Xu Changsheng, please accompany me. Shen Wuyan waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of authority, yet appearing as amiable as a neighborly uncle. He beckoned Xu Changsheng to follow him to his office. Xu Changsheng had no objections and followed, intrigued as to what this legendary man wanted from him. The two journeyed in silence until they entered the office, where Shen Wuyan greeted warmly, "Please, have a seat. No need to be so formal. There's tea here. Help yourself." Xu Changsheng, unfettered by hesitation, lifted his teacup and took a sip, seemingly unperturbed by the potential for poison. If someone as formidable as Shen Wuyan wished him harm, there was no need for such convoluted measures. Perhaps Xu Changsheng was blissfully unaware that he had already met his demise. Noticing Xu Changsheng's unwavering composure, a flicker of admiration crossed Shen Wuyan's eyes as he remarked, "Your 2 summoned beasts are indeed remarkable." Upon hearing this, Xu Changsheng calmly sipped his tea, displaying no hint of surprise. It was evident to any observant individual that his summoned beasts were extraordinary. Would you be willing to fight for the nation and confront the East Sea? However, Shen Wuyan's subsequent statement nearly caused Xu Changsheng to expel the tea he had just ingested. What? Fight for the nation? Confront the East Sea? How could a mere black iron-ranked beast master like myself possess such merit? Seeing Xu Changsheng's astonished expression, Shen Wuyan smiled slightly before elaborating. Recently, an SS-ranked talent has emerged in the East Sea, emboldening their arrogance. They have even issued a challenge to us, permitting only newly awakened students to respond. It is high time to discipline these arrogant beings dwelling in their corner, unaware of the vastness of the world. As he spoke, an imposing aura radiated from him, causing Xu Changsheng, seated before him, to feel a pang of trepidation. Then, he continued, I initially intended to send you into battle. But now it seems you are more suited for the task. Xu Changsheng, do you wish to fight for Huaxia? Shen Wuyan's gaze burned with intensity as he regarded Xu Changsheng. He considered Xu Changsheng the most outstanding talent of the younger generation. The A-ranked talent recorded in the files appeared utterly laughable to him. In his eyes, Xu Changsheng's prowess was at least SS-ranked. Otherwise, such rapid advancement and formidable combat power would be inconceivable. As for Xu Changsheng's reasons for concealing his true talent, Shen Wuyan did not wish to pry. Everyone harbored their own secrets. As long as he ensured Xu Changsheng's loyalty to Huaxia and humanity, that was sufficient. Absolutely, Xu Changsheng declared resolutely. With foreign invaders encroaching upon their doorstep, how could he refrain from retaliating? Possessing an SS-ranked talent and the bloodline of a myth. If he could not surpass an SS-ranked foreign opponent, it would be better for him to perish. Excellent. Upon hearing Xu Changsheng's affirmation, Shen Wuyan laughed heartily. 100 million federal coins shall be at your disposal as resources to be used at your discretion. In the East Sea, you may act freely, with no restrictions. No matter how audacious the East Sea may be, it is merely a speck on the map. Behind you stands me, Shen Wuyan, Huaxia, and billions of people. Hearing this, Xu Changsheng returned Shen Wuyan's smile. Shen Wuyan's personal information appeared before Xu Changsheng's eyes, and then his pupils constricted sharply. 3-star fragmentation level. Principal Shun is actually at the 3-star fragmentation level. It was far from the legendary pinnacle of Diamond. No wonder he could battle fragmentation level beasts and emerge unscathed, earning the title of the world's foremost combatant. Thus, his confidence in the upcoming journey to the East Sea surged. With a fragmentation level powerhouse backing him, Xu Changsheng felt invincible. Although he was unaware of how Shen Wuyan had transcended the barriers of the diamond rank, having such a formidable ally on his side was undoubtedly a potent source of reassurance. Now, your summoned beasts are on the brink of advancement. Make haste. In 3 days, Luan Xue will escort you to the East Sea. As he spoke, Shen Wuyan handed Xu Changsheng a token. This token, a deep emerald green, bore the characters for the capital on one side and the gilded character for Shun on the reverse. This token represents my will. Should you encounter trouble, you may present it. If you find yourself in danger, envelop the token in the power of your summoned beasts, and I will respond with utmost swiftness. Upon hearing this, Xu Changsheng carefully accepted the token. This token was akin to a legendary get-out-of-jail-free card. In a world where Diamond was the pinnacle, having the protection of a fragmentation-level powerhouse was an indescribable advantage. Invincible. Afterward, Shen Wuyan inquired about Xu Changsheng's life at school. Once assured of his well-being, he allowed Xu Changsheng to depart. After all, as a top-tier powerhouse of Huaxia and the principal of the capital university, Shen Wuyan had many pressing matters and little time for casual conversation with Xu Changsheng. Upon leaving the principal's office, Xu Changsheng did not return to his dormitory but headed directly to the headquarters of the Wanbao Pavilion. With 100 million federal coins at his disposal, he was now fully capable of acquiring the materials needed for the Baifeng evolution. He might even attempt to purchase the materials necessary for the Blood Shadow evolution. The transportation in the capital was exceedingly convenient, and soon, Xu Changsheng arrived at the Wanbao Pavilion. Upon entering, dedicated staff members were there to assist him. As a distinguished guest with a reservation at Wanbao Pavilion, he naturally received personalized service without the need to queue. Young Master Xu, what do you require this time? The service staff, Xiao Ling, inquired sweetly. Xu Changsheng had recently visited to collect resources, leaving a deep impression on the young, affluent gentleman with his generous spending. I need the spiritual leaves of the Billow-Ocean tree and the fangs of the Hellhound, Xu Changsheng quickly stated. The Billow-Ocean tree was a platinum-ranked spiritual entity, said to have originated from a leaf of the legendary mythic Fuyo divine tree, possessing profound effects. Its spiritual leaves were not ordinary. They were the sole leaf that had remained after the Billow-Ocean tree shed all its leaves after a millennium of growth and subsequently grew for another millennium to yield this unique leaf. Its value was immeasurable. As for the Hellhound, it belonged to a high-ranking beast lineage. In this lineage, once they reached maturity, Their weakest members were at least of the platinum tier. Some kings among them could even surpass platinum and attain diamond rank, becoming mightiest in the world. Moreover, the Hellhound was unique in that its energy was concentrated in its fangs rather than its beast core. Upon hearing this, Xiaoling's smile widened, as the combined value of these two spiritual entities would amount to several million federal coins. This meant she would earn at least hundreds of thousands of federal coins in commission, a prospect that thrilled her as a mere service staff member. Sir, I am the deputy manager here, and I have the authority to offer the largest discounts on resources of this level. However, a female voice from behind Xiaoling interrupted, causing her smile to falter. This is blatant order snatching. Upon hearing the words, Xu Changsheng turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. A tall woman in uniform was looking at him with a face full of flattery. Noticing Xu Changsheng's glance, she deliberately bent over, making her fair bosom more conspicuous. You. Xiaoling glared at the deputy manager in indignation. This woman often bullied ordinary employees like them, but due to the deputy manager's status, no one could do anything about it. She was adept at currying favor with those in power, shamelessly fawning over them to secure her own benefits. The deputy manager huffed through her nose, a palpable threat lacing her tone, which even Xu Changsheng, as an observer, could discern. Xiaoling lowered her head in grievance, stifling her sobs and refraining from further protest. The salary at Wanbage was substantial, and her mother was gravely ill. This was not the time for impetuousness. Moreover, even if she fought back, she might not prevail against others. No, I shall have her. However, Xu Changsheng's voice made Xiaoling suddenly raise her head. There stood Xu Changsheng, illuminated against the light, pointing at himself with a gentle smile, resembling a savior. Chapter 34, Power. What? But, sir. The deputy manager attempted to argue, but was interrupted by Xu Changsheng's dismissive wave. Do I need your guidance to do my job? He retorted coldly. The weight of his presence made the woman shudder, silencing her. She merely shot him a venomous glare, yet such a gaze could not escape Xu Changsheng's perception. What are you staring at? Apologize. He bellowed, his handsome face now as cold as ice, as if on the verge of fury. The commotion drew the attention of others, who turned to the deputy manager, seemingly eager for a spectacle. The staff at Wanbage wore expressions of delight, relishing the unfolding drama. Upon hearing Xu Changsheng's fierce admonition, the deputy manager trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yet, the murmurs from the onlookers prevented her from swallowing her pride to apologize. She took pride in her position. Even if she lost this deal, she would incur no personal loss. Why should she apologize? With that thought, the deputy manager lifted her head defiantly, as if to say, "What can you do to me?" Slap. In an instant, her raised head was brought down by a large hand, not Xu Changsheng's, but that of a panting middle-aged man. I am Zhang Shunping, the manager here. We have offended many esteemed guests, he said with a smile before suddenly turning to the bewildered deputy manager and bellowing, Li Jingmei, apologize to our esteemed guest at once. He shouted while wiping the virtual sweat from his brow, his small eyes darting nervously towards Xu Changsheng, growing increasingly alarmed. After all, this man bore a striking resemblance to the prodigy from the capital, Xu Changsheng, who had garnered the admiration of Shun Wuyin, a person of immense influence. Not even Zhang Shunping, a mere manager at Wanbage, could afford to offend him. Even the hidden powers behind Wanbage would defer to Shun Wuyin, striving to curry favor with him. And now, what had transpired? His subordinate had dared to confront Xu Changsheng in front of so many witnesses. Merely contemplating this made Zhang Xuanping's legs quiver with fear. Why should I apologize? What have I done wrong? Li Jingmei finally recovered from the sting of the slap and exclaimed. Incredulity etched across her face as she looked at Zhang Shunping. Previously, she had enjoyed a degree of compliance from him, yet now, he had struck her for the sake of an outsider. How could she not be furious? Slap. Zhang Shunping struck her again, this time with considerable force, causing her to stagger. When she lifted her head once more, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Apologize. Zhang Shunping enunciated each word with a sense of urgency, panic spreading across his face. He feared that this deranged woman might further provoke Xu Changsheng's ire. If Xu Changsheng were to utter a few disparaging words about him in front of Shun Wuyin, the consequences would be dire. A shiver ran down Zhang Xuanping's spine as he glared at Li Jingmei. After receiving the slap, Li Jingmei was initially dazed, but as she tidied her disheveled hair, she surveyed the room, casting a deep glance at Zhang Shunping before fixing her gaze on Xu Changsheng. At this moment, even she, in her ignorance, realized that Xu Changsheng was no ordinary man. Otherwise, Zhang Shunping would not have treated her this way. A glimmer of humiliation flickered in her eyes as she slowly lowered her head, almost bowing at a 90-degree angle. I am sorry, sir. My previous service was lacking. Please forgive me. I say, have you misunderstood? Xu Changsheng finally spoke. I asked you to apologize to Xiaoling, not to me. Shouldn't you apologize for stealing her opportunity? He declared loudly. These two statements left not only Li Jingmei speechless, but also stunned the surrounding onlookers. Such a grand spectacle was merely to stand up for an ordinary waitress. All eyes turned to Xiao Ling, who was now teary-eyed, gazing at Xu Changsheng with profound gratitude. Seeing that Li Jingmei remained frozen, Xu Changsheng's expression grew increasingly frosty. Zhang Shunping, sensing the tension, urged her in haste. What are you waiting for? Apologize. At his words, Li Jingmei shuddered. While she could somewhat accept apologizing to Xu Changsheng, feeling humiliated yet resigned, the notion of apologizing to Xiao Ling, someone of an even lower status than herself, was intolerable. Li Jingmei had no qualms bowing to the strong, but to someone like Xiao Ling? Desperation flickered in her eyes as she sought Zhang Shunping's support, yet all she could glean from his gaze was urgency and menace. With a bitter smile, Li Jingmei turned to Xiao Ling. I am sorry. She slowly bent forward, nearly burying her face in her knees. The crowd could hardly discern her expression, but the tremors of her body spoke volumes about the turmoil within. Faced with Li Jingmei's apology, Xiao Ling flustered and waved her hands, rushing to help her straighten up. Witnessing this scene, Xu Changsheng finally nodded in satisfaction. Seeing Xu Changsheng's approval, Zhang Shunping released a breath of relief. However, Xu Changsheng's next words made that breath catch in Zhang Shunping's throat once more. Manager Zhang, how can a manager take away an employee's opportunity? Xu Changsheng remarked with a smile, seemingly in jest, yet his gaze bored directly into Zhang Shunping's. A chill ran down Zhang Shunping's spine as he realized the implication, and he immediately responded, This is my mismanagement. I take full responsibility. He immediately responded with a forced smile, stating, I shall relieve Deputy Manager Li Jingmei of her position as a cautionary measure. Concurrently, I appoint Zhou Xiaoling as the new Deputy Manager as compensation. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in murmurs of astonishment and envy, casting admiring glances towards Zhou Xiaoling. What a meteoric rise! Merely due to Xu Changsheng's few words, Zhou Xiaoling's position experienced a tremendous elevation. Not only did her base salary double, but her commission from sales of resources also saw a significant increase. All of this was a result of her being Xu Changsheng's exclusive service personnel. With this thought, everyone gazed at Xu Changsheng with a mix of reverence and ingratiation. They were mere mortals, and Xu Changsheng possessed the same capacity to alter their fates. Chapter 35, Breakthrough. Moonlight Level Beast Mastery. New Skills. By the time Xu Changsheng returned to his dormitory, it was already evening. He had not only procured the evolution resources for Baifeng, but had also pre-ordered the evolution resources for Blood Shadow. Additionally, he acquired numerous resources essential for the daily maintenance of beast masters, such as flame crystals and shadow crystals, among others. Merely these purchases drained nearly 100 million federal coins. Had it not been for Zhang Shunping offering Xu Changsheng a 10% discount due to their earlier unpleasantness, it might have been challenging for Xu Changsheng to gather these resources. After all, as beasts evolved, the resources required for their subsequent evolutions became increasingly scarce and expensive. Even the materials needed for Blood Shadow's next evolution were out of stock at Wanbao Pavilion, necessitating emergency procurement. Xu Changsheng was now worried that by the time Baifeng and Blood Shadow evolved into Moonlight tier beasts, he might not be able to find the requisite resources at Wanbao Pavilion or even within the Huaxia Federation. The current environmental conditions were nowhere near as abundant as they had been a millennium ago, with many treasures already extinct, leaving no possibility of rediscovery. However, this was clearly not the time for such concerns. Xu Changsheng laid the spirit leaves of the azure sky tree and the fangs of the hellhound upon the table. Tonight marked the moment of Baifeng's evolution, the first Moonlight tier beast. Xu Changsheng's heart raced with excitement as he focused his thoughts. In an instant, Baifeng appeared by his side. It gazed at the treasures on the table, brimming with immense wood and fire energy, its eyes reflecting a glimmer of desire, even emitting an excited low growl. Yet, without Xu Changsheng's permission, Baifeng would not dare to act impulsively, regardless of its yearning. Go ahead, Xu Changsheng gently said, stroking Baifeng's head. In an instant, Baifeng unfurled its wings and devoured the two treasures. As the spirit leaves and fangs entered Baifeng's mouth, they were incinerated by the raging flames within its body, transforming into the purest energy that infused its entire being. Its fur began to grow rapidly, and in an instant, Baifeng appeared as a fiery ball of red and green. However, the heat emanating from this ball was extraordinarily intense. Xu Changsheng stood before the fur-covered sphere, feeling as though his clothes might ignite from the heat. Suddenly, a flash of red and green flickered in his eyes. In that moment, a torrent of flames enveloped Baifeng. The flames expanded rapidly, even encircling Xu Changsheng. Bathed in the crimson and emerald flames, he felt an overwhelming heat, yet remained unharmed. Instead, countless black impurities surged forth from his body, filling his nostrils with an unbearable stench. As the impurities were expelled, Xu Changsheng felt an immense relief wash over him, as if the shackles that had bound him since birth had suddenly been released. He felt as though the world had widened before him. Simultaneously, the power of beast mastery within Xu Changsheng surged rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his total beast mastery power had doubled. Suddenly, his body trembled, and he achieved a breakthrough. Copper rank attained. As Xu Changsheng broke through, the flames surrounding him gradually subsided. He opened his eyes to find that Baifeng's evolution was complete. At this moment, Baifeng's fur had transformed from a red and green hue to a pure azure, seemingly brimming with boundless vitality. Only its eyes remained unchanged, one blue and one red. Disregarding the foul-smelling black impurities on his body, Xu Changsheng hurriedly examined the information regarding Baifeng's evolution. Species, source of wood, dual attribute, wood and fire. Qualification, high moonlight. Rank, copper tier 2. Talent skills, Lord of the Sky, epic, source of wood and fire, legendary. Heavenly fire purification, legendary. Ancestral wood domain, legendary. Lord of the Sky, King of the Skies. When this beast is airborne, its physical attributes double, and its speed significantly increases. While in the air, it is immune to ranged attacks from ground enemies. Source of wood and fire. The source of wood and fire attributes. Your beast is immune to wood and fire attribute attacks of gold rank and below. This skill enhances as the beast's rank increases. When you suffer wood attribute damage, not only is the damage negated, but it also heals your injuries. Heavenly fire purification. Heavenly fire purifies all. The beast will exhale heavenly fire, inflicting primal damage on enemies. As long as the enemy survives, the heavenly fire will not extinguish. Ancestral wood domain. The beast can unfold a domain, summoning ancestral wood. All enemies within the domain will be bound and attacked by the ancestral wood, while allies will receive boosts and healing from wood attribute energy. Unique evolution path, dual wood and fire. After the first evolution, it can advance to the final fire, solar rank. After the second evolution, it can advance to Baifeng, mythical rank. Third evolution conditions. Upon seeing all of Baifeng's information, even someone as mentally resilient as Xu Changsheng could not help but be momentarily stunned. It was simply too powerful. Previously, Baifeng had focused on offense, excelling in attack while having slightly weaker defenses. It only excelled defensively when dealing with wood and fire attribute enemies. However, after this evolution, Baifeng's defensive capabilities had undergone a comprehensive enhancement. First and foremost, the enhancement from Lord of the Sky rendered Baifeng nearly immune to all ground-based attacks. What does this concept entail? If the enemy lacks flying beasts, then facing Baifeng equates to being subjected to a one-sided assault with no possibility of retaliation. The enhancement of source of wood and fire was even more outrageous. Not only did it render Baifeng immune to wood attribute damage, but any wood attribute damage inflicted by enemies would also heal Baifeng. For a beast master endowed with wood attribute talents, encountering Baifeng would surely be a hopeless situation. Moreover, the newly acquired ancestral wood domain was extraordinarily formidable. It is noteworthy that domain-type skills are typically possessed by high-tier beasts. Such skills serve to suppress opponents or enhance and heal allies. Baifeng, even at the copper rank, possessed a domain-type skill that amalgamated both effects. Imagine if Baifeng were to activate the ancestral wood domain during battle, simultaneously enhancing allies while weakening foes. This effect is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. If the strengths of both parties were comparable, then the enemies would be sentenced to death by Baifeng. Furthermore, as a legendary skill, the effectiveness of ancestral wood domain would undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary domain skills. Xu Changsheng even began to suspect that, despite Baifeng just entering the copper rank, it might very well be able to outmatch those fearsome beasts of silver rank. Even when faced with a ferocious beast of the wood and fire attributes, even beings of golden or platinum rank may find it exceedingly challenging to vanquish the Baifeng. The innate talent of the Haoyue to command beasts is indeed terrifying. As Xu Changsheng contemplated this, a greenish aura suddenly emanated from Baifeng, enveloping the entire dormitory. It had directly unleashed the ancestral wood domain. Just as Xu Changsheng was perplexed, a verdant vine sprouted from beneath his feet, gently caressing his body. He felt a refreshing sensation, and the foul odor that had plagued him vanished instantaneously. Upon glancing down, he was astonished to find that the black impurities on his skin had completely disappeared, leaving his complexion glowing with a subtle radiance. It became evident that Baifeng had intended to assist its master in cleansing impurities. Moreover, he sensed a significant enhancement in his strength and speed. A moment of introspection left Xu Changsheng utterly astounded. The improvement in his physical prowess was astonishingly substantial, almost doubling. Such a terrifying effect. If Blood Shadow's physical capabilities were similarly amplified, it could withstand a silver-ranked beast purely through its physicality, without resorting to any skills. This augmentation was nothing short of fearsome. Chapter 36. Journey to the Land of the Rising Sun. A warm welcome. 3 days later, Xu Changsheng arrived as promised at the teleportation array in the Imperial capital. There, he spotted Luan Xue, who had been waiting for him. Today, she donned a flowing white gown, revealing a glimpse of her delicate, fair calves, shimmering under the sunlight and evoking a myriad of thoughts. Yet, Xu Changsheng found no inclination to admire this rare sight. He was still lamenting the fact that he had yet to fully collect the resources necessary for Blood Shadow's evolution. If only he could evolve Blood Shadow into a beast with the Haoyue's innate talent, his journey to the land of the rising sun would have been imbued with greater certainty. Furthermore, Xu Changsheng's recent breakthrough to the bronze rank had not granted him new contract qualifications. He surmised that his soul's strength was still insufficient. It seemed he would need to reach the 3rd to 5th tiers of silver rank to regain this qualification. Even so, his current status was already remarkable. You've arrived. Let's go, Luan Xue said, her beautiful eyes lighting up upon seeing Xu Changsheng. This time, she accompanied him to the land of the rising sun, ostensibly to take care of him, but in reality, she served as his bodyguard, ready to protect him from any potential dangers that might arise. Xu Changsheng nodded and quickly followed Luan Xue. For this journey, they chose not to travel by sea, as that mode of transport was exceedingly slow. If they had taken a ship from the Imperial capital to the land of the rising sun, the round trip would have taken at least half a month. But by utilizing the teleportation array, they would arrive almost instantaneously. Although it was rather costly, the expenses would be reimbursed by the authorities, leaving Xu Changsheng without any financial concerns. This was, after all, his first experience using a teleportation array. These arrays were crafted over a century ago by a formidable individual who inscribed them using his own spatial beast. With his unparalleled strength, he established hundreds of spatial teleportation arrays worldwide. Even after a century, these arrays remained functional, a testament to the extraordinary power of that individual during his lifetime. As Xu Changsheng hailed from the small city of Changnan, it naturally lacked a teleportation array. While he pondered this, Luan Xue had already settled the payment. Close your eyes. It will be over soon, she softly instructed as they stood within the teleportation array. Including Xu Changsheng, there were 5 individuals in total, all in haste to reach the land of the rising sun. The other 4 closed their eyes in unison. Following suit, Xu Changsheng did the same. Suddenly, a blinding white light flashed before him. Even with his eyes tightly shut, the light pierced through his eyelids like a needle. Soon after, he felt himself spinning wildly, as if someone had uprooted him and was twirling him around frantically. The white light transformed into a dazzling array of colors, and merely gazing at it induced a wave of nausea. At long last, the discomfort dissipated, and Xu Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself in an entirely different environment. The wall directly in front of him prominently displayed the characters Falling Cherry. He had evidently arrived in the capital of Tokyo, the city of Falling Cherry. Just then, a series of retching sounds erupted around him. Xu Changsheng glanced over to see the 3 individuals who had teleported with them doubled over, visibly suffering. He looked at Luan Xue, who appeared slightly pale, but otherwise composed. Luan Xue was internally perplexed. Upon landing, she observed Xu Changsheng, who seemed completely unfazed, even more so than her, a diamond-ranked expert. She recalled that during her first experience with the teleportation array, she had already been at the platinum rank, yet had felt her stomach churning violently, almost succumbing to the urge to vomit. Xu Changsheng, however, was merely at the bronze rank and appeared so unaffected, which left her feeling a tinge of frustration. Welcome, welcome. I am Yamamoto Aikir, the vice president of Sakura Falls University. Suddenly, a group of individuals clad in black surged into the hall where the teleportation array was located, forming 2 orderly lines as if to warmly receive esteemed guests. A white-haired elder stepped forward briskly, speaking in a slightly accented Mandarin. For centuries, the Huaxiao Federation had dispatched troops to assist the land of the rising sun, leading to a fusion of cultures, with the Japanese language gradually being assimilated by Mandarin, which has become the official language of Japan. However, the peculiar accent of the Japanese people rendered their Mandarin somewhat unrefined. This display was evidently to welcome Xu Changsheng and Luan Xue. The 2 exchanged glances and approached them, as it is customary to greet with kindness. Following the elder was a young man clad in a white robe. He was quite handsome, yet his pallor and the faint dark circles under his eyes suggested a life of excess. Upon noticing Xu Changsheng and Luan Xue, the young man inclined his body slightly in a gesture of politeness. Hello, I am Watanabe Waihan, an SS-ranked talent beastmaster. As he uttered the last words, Watanabe Waihan lifted his gaze, locking his eyes with Xu Changsheng, his expression subtly tinged with disdain, though he quickly masked it. Nonetheless, this did not escape Xu Changsheng's keen perception, prompting an inward chuckle. An SS-ranked talent bronze-level beast master dares to be so arrogant? If Bai Fong had not yet advanced, perhaps this individual might have had a slim chance of defeating him. However, with Bai Fong's advancement, Watanabe Waihan would be utterly crushed in comparison. Should Xu Changsheng so desire, Watanabe Waihan would not even be able to catch a glimpse of him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xu Changsheng and Luan Xue were escorted by Yamamoto Aikir to a magnificent estate. We have arranged a banquet for our esteemed guests. Please enjoy. Yamamoto Aikir explained during the journey. Xu Changsheng and Luan Xue remained passive, curious to see what tricks he might conjure. Despite the outward display of enthusiasm from the Japanese, one could only wonder what insidious schemes lay hidden beneath the surface. Such occurrences had transpired far too frequently throughout history. The Japanese were known for their facade of cordiality, all the while plunging a knife into the backs of their allies. However, despite Xu Changsheng's mental preparation, he was still taken aback by the scene before him. Upon entering the mansion, he was greeted by an exquisitely constructed house made of red bricks. The grand entrance stood wide open, guarded by two strikingly beautiful women. Yet, these two women were utterly unclothed, their bare forms laid bare for all to see. Rather than exhibiting any sense of shame, they gazed at Xu Changsheng with alluring eyes. Beneath them, a subtle aura of moisture lingered in the air. Even more outrageous was the sight of a colossal round table within the room, not adorned with food, but with the figures of young maidens. These women wore no garments, only delicacies that tantalized the senses. The table was hollow beneath, filled with ice, whose chill wafted upwards to preserve the freshness of the food. The maidens, their skin pale from the cold, dared not move an inch. Esteemed guest, this is our specially prepared red chamber. Everything within is yours to indulge in, said Yamamoto Ichiro with a beaming smile. He then turned to Luan Xue, adding, for you, we have prepared the blue chamber, should you be interested. Chapter 37. Are you, from the east, declaring war on our Huaxia? Enough, Luan Xue interrupted, her face a stormy shade of anger. What kind of reception is this? This is a blatant insult. Who in their right mind would host a banquet featuring such disgraceful displays for foreign dignitaries? Should Xu Changsheng and the others accept this, they would undoubtedly be branded as lecherous and shameless, bringing disgrace not only upon themselves, but also upon the Huaxia Federation. Yet, if they refused, it would be seen as a slight against the hosts. Moreover, neither Xu Changsheng nor Luan Xue could ever condone such an invitation. Why is the esteemed guest dissatisfied? We have not only Eastern men, but also those from Huaxia. Yamamoto Ichiro's face flickered with a chilling smile. He sought to offend Xu Changsheng and Luan Xue. Despite the East's inferiority to the Huaxia Federation, even with an SS-level genius, he could only resort to such underhanded insults, too cowardly to confront them openly. Yet, it seemed his ploy had worked. Yamamoto Ichiro's grin widened as he reveled in Luan Xue's discomfort, his gaze shamelessly drifting over her exposed calves and ample bosom. Old fool, do you not comprehend human speech? A cold male voice interrupted, freezing Yamamoto Ichiro's smile in place. He turned to Xu Changsheng in disbelief, not expecting this Huaxia genius to speak with such audacity. Yet Xu Changsheng, his expression frigid, continued, in this barbaric land, devoid of etiquette and shame, how dare you entertain guests with such spectacles? His tone dripped with derision, striking a nerve with Yamamoto Ichiro. What did you say? Yamamoto Ichiro's face flushed crimson, his aura swelling as if he were ready to strike. What do you intend to do? A graceful figure swiftly stepped in front of Xu Changsheng. Luan Xue's face was a winter frost, her presence rivaling that of Yamamoto Ichiro. Both were formidable figures of the diamond tier, neither able to overpower the other. However, to everyone's astonishment, Xu Changsheng stepped past Luan Xue, boldly approaching Yamamoto Ichiro. What? Am I mistaken? He inquired, his voice chilling, unperturbed by Yamamoto Ichiro's menacing demeanor. The commotion soon attracted a throng of guards, dark-clad figures rushing in to stand behind Yamamoto Ichiro, their muscles taut and their beast-taming powers at the ready, seemingly poised to pounce at his command. Mr. Yamamoto, are you declaring war on our Huaxia on behalf of the East? Xu Changsheng fixed his gaze on Yamamoto Ichiro, an inscrutable glint in his eyes. At these words, Yamamoto trembled. He could not bear such an accusation. Should war break out, the East would undoubtedly face defeat. Furthermore, this would be perceived as a provocation, and no other nation would come to their aid. His expression shifted rapidly, before he finally laughed. What are you all doing? I was merely jesting with Xu. Disperse. Disperse. He waved his hand, sending the guards away, then donned a bright smile as he addressed Xu Changsheng. It was my oversight. My apologies. My sincerest apologies. There is another banquet elsewhere in the mansion. Esteemed guests, please follow me. Seeing this, Xu Changsheng could only inwardly lament the audacity of the Easterners. No need. I'm feeling unwell and would like to rest, Xu Changsheng replied dismissively. After the earlier spectacle, he had no appetite for food. Very well, I shall arrange accommodations for both of you, Yamamoto Ichiro said with a smile. Soon, he led Xu Changsheng and Luan Xue to a hotel, preparing 2 suites for them. This time, Yamamoto Ichiro refrained from any further tricks. The suites were spacious, fully equipped, and laden with a variety of local delicacies. After watching the two enter their respective rooms, Yamamoto Ichiro clasped his hands in farewell. However, the instant he turned away, his smile twisted into a sinister expression, his gaze dark and intent, as if he wished to tear everything apart. As a diamond-tier powerhouse, it was humiliating for him to be rebuked by a mere bronze junior. Within the suite, Xu Changsheng sat comfortably on a soft tatami mat, sampling the food. The East's cuisine, predominantly seafood and often prepared for raw consumption, presented a unique flavor that Xu Changsheng found quite delightful. Suddenly, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow. He had only just settled in. Yet, he patiently rose to investigate. Peering through the peephole, he recognized Luan Xue and promptly opened the door. Luan Xue had changed into a flowing black robe, completely concealing her body, leaving no skin visible, effectively hiding her stunning figure. The lascivious gaze of Yamamoto Ichiro had left her feeling quite uncomfortable, prompting her to change her attire as soon as she returned to her suite. Is there something you need, teacher? Xu Changsheng inquired curiously, welcoming Luan Xue into the room. Nothing much, just a reminder to be cautious. Tomorrow's sparring will undoubtedly be challenging. Luan Xue spoke gravely. The earlier brazen provocation from Yamamoto Ichiro had made it clear that these Easterners harbored ill intentions. They might even resort to underhanded tactics against Xu Changsheng during the duel. Xu Changsheng nodded at her words, brimming with confidence in his own abilities. As long as he was not facing those ancient monsters, even someone like Watanabe Yudo would hardly pose a threat to him. If anyone sought to take his life, a glint of coldness flickered in Xu Changsheng's eyes. At that moment, he would ensure that Watanabe Yudo experienced the wrath of the celestial fire. Today was a commendable performance. After conveying her message, Luan Xue did not take her leave. Instead, she continued speaking. Her gaze turned towards Xu Changsheng, filled with an indescribable admiration. After all, not everyone possesses the courage to withstand the imposing presence of a diamond-tier powerhouse. It is important to note that Xu Changsheng had only just entered the bronze rank, separated by 6 or 7 tiers from his adversary. If Yamamoto Ikir were to unleash his fury, merely the pressure of his aura could cause Xu Changsheng to bleed from all 7 orifices and perish instantly. Nevertheless, despite such overwhelming odds, Xu Changsheng resolutely stepped forward rather than cowering behind her. How dare he? How dare he? Yamamoto Ikir roared within the confines of the room, his beastly power surging forth, shattering all furnishings around him. Those standing before him lowered their heads, trembling in fear, desperately trying to suppress their own auras, terrified that a moment of carelessness might draw Yamamoto Ikir's ire and result in them becoming the target of his wrath. Principal, there is no need to be so enraged. I possess a method that can render Xu Changsheng's life a living hell. A frivolous voice drifted in from outside the room. Soon after, Watanabe Waihan strolled in. Upon his arrival, Yamamoto Ikir reigned in his fury, though the heaving of his chest betrayed the anger simmering within him. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the others, leaving only Watanabe Waihan and Yamamoto Ikir in the expansive room. Chapter 38. Poisoning? Enchantment? Direct healing? What? Poisoning? Upon hearing Watanabe Waihan's suggestion, even someone as sinister as Yamamoto Ikir could not help but growl. Do you comprehend the consequences of such actions? If discovered, it would lead to war between our nations, and we would both be deemed criminals. Observing his reaction, Watanabe Waihan maintained a sly smile. But what if it goes unnoticed? There is no need for potent poisons. Merely causing Xu Changsheng's strength to wane will suffice. At that point, a mere slip during the sparring session would be entirely plausible, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Ikir's expression darkened, as if to refuse. However, he recalled Xu Changsheng's aggressive demeanor from earlier that day, and his anger surged anew. Fine. Let us proceed with absolute resolve. Xu Changsheng must die. Not a shred of evidence can remain. The following morning, Xu Changsheng was escorted to the arena by a designated guide. Luan Xue, serving as his bodyguard, naturally accompanied him. Unlike the arenas used in the Huaxia Federation, the arena in the East Japan was a completely enclosed semicircular platform. Above, a translucent blue dome, approximately 5 meters high, emanated a soft glow, purportedly designed to minimize the repercussions of combat, preventing disturbances to other facilities. Simultaneously, the arena was more private, with very few spectator seats. only a row of seats at the front occupied by the elite of East Japan, whose casual words could dictate the fates of countless individuals. Yamamoto Aikir introduced Xu Changsheng to each of these figures, while Xu Changsheng offered little more than perfunctory responses. In his view, regardless of their power and influence, they held no relevance to him. After all, no matter how far-reaching the grasp of East Japan, it could not extend to Huaxia. Once introductions were complete, Xu Changsheng stepped onto the arena, summoning Blood Shadow and Bai Fong, awaiting the arrival of his opponent. Approximately 5 minutes later, Watanabe Waihan sauntered in, wearing an apologetic smile as he leaped onto the arena. "I apologize for the wait, Xu. Brother Xu," he said with a bow. Though his smile belied a hidden malice in his eyes, Xu Changsheng returned the gesture casually, using the moment to glean information about him. Name: Watanabe Waihan. Talent: Soul Devourer. Soul Devourer. When your beast kills an enemy, it can consume the enemy's soul, absorbing memories and gaining combat experience to strengthen its own soul. Concurrently, the soul strength of the master will also increase as the beast grows. Tier: Bronze Tier 2. Contracted Beasts: Three-Headed Serpent, Six-Tailed Spirit Fox, truly an SS level talent. It is both a growth-oriented ability and allows for the rapid accumulation of combat experience through the absorption of enemy souls. Even more terrifying is that it can enhance the Master's soul. It is crucial to understand that for a Beastmaster, the strength of the soul is paramount, as a higher soul strength permits the contract of more powerful beasts. The majority of a Beastmaster's abilities reside within their beasts. Moreover, with the full backing of the East Japan nation behind Watanabe Waihan, one can only imagine the potential enhancement of his soul strength if he were to be provided with a platinum-tier beast for nourishment by the nation's top experts. However, a more likely scenario is that Watanabe Waihan may be unable to withstand the overwhelming soul energy, resulting in him being rendered mentally incapacitated. No matter how formidable the talent, it cannot be instantaneously realized. Baka. Witnessing Xu Changsheng's indifference, Watanabe Waihan roared in fury. He decided to abandon his pretense, grinning maliciously. "Prepare to meet your end." Watanabe Waihan raised his hand, summoning the three-headed serpent and the six-tailed spirit fox before him. As the serpent appeared, all three heads hissed in unison, coiling towards Xu Changsheng. The serpent, adorned with colorful scales, exuded a nauseating aura as it secreted a transparent, viscous liquid. Meanwhile, the six-tailed spirit fox, a creature of pure white fur, moved with an irresistible allure, reminiscent of the most exquisite goddess. Xu Changsheng merely cast a glance, and he felt his senses blur, nearly collapsing. Yet, before he could regain his focus, the serpent had already reached him. Its three heads suddenly split apart, transforming into three smaller snakes, each lunging towards Xu Changsheng and his two beasts. The razor-sharp fangs glimmered with a sinister green glow, clearly laden with venom. "Die." Before the soft god powder, you won't even have a chance to react. Watanabe Waihan's expression twisted in delight, his eyes gleaming with malice. He and Yamamoto Aikir had meticulously coated every corner of the arena with the soft god powder the previous night. This poison, colorless and tasteless, possessed minimal toxicity, merely rendering the afflicted powerless. If one were to exit the toxic environment, self-recovery would occur within half a day. But that was more than sufficient. Yes, right there. Bite the neck. Look at those green veins bursting forth with blood. How exquisite. Watanabe Waihan's expression was ecstatic, as if reaching a euphoric high. Suddenly, a dark wolf claw struck precisely at the serpent lunging towards Xu Changsheng. Under the immense weight of the wolf's paw, the serpent was utterly defenseless, crashing to the ground. Although the serpent attempted to struggle, the wolf claw swiped down, causing a sickly green liquid to erupt from its body. It was crushed mercilessly beneath Blood Shadow's might. The other two serpents, witnessing this, surged towards Blood Shadow. A piercing cry echoed, and an intense heat radiated from behind the serpents. Boom. Unbeknownst to Wen, a massive fireball had coalesced before Bai Fong, and in an instant, it was hurled towards the serpents. The remaining two serpent demons could not even emit a scream before they were reduced to ashes amidst the crimson flames. How could this be? Watanabe Yu's expression twisted in fury, utterly unable to accept such an outcome. The alluring six-tailed spirit fox and the ambushing three-headed serpent were supposed to be his invincible combat strategy. How could it have come to this? How could Xu Changsheng awaken so swiftly? Why did the softening powder fail to take effect? Countless questions loomed in his mind. Unbeknownst to Watanabe Yu, a verdant vine had already begun to grow slowly beneath him, extending to his chest. The same vine also manifested on Xu Changsheng and the Blood Shadow Bai Fong, emanating a luminous green glow that dispelled all negative effects. In the presence of the ancestral wood domain, the charms and softening powders were utterly trivial. Chapter 39. A single strike to annihilate the Eastern Dog, who does not recognize the name of Changsheng. Poisoning is truly despicable. Xu Changsheng leisurely stepped out of the flames. As Bifang's master, he was naturally unharmed by the flames. Do you think I am unaware? Xu Changsheng murmured, gradually approaching Watanabe Yu. I simply do not care. Abruptly halting, he waved his hand. The blood shadow surged forth like a bolt of black lightning, racing towards Xu Changsheng. Howl! 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 Sensing the giant wolf's approach, Watanabe Yu instinctively threw the fox from his shoulder to buy time. You cannot kill me. I represent the Eastern Land. Crimson blood splattered across Watanabe Yu's face. It was the blood of his beast. This creature, skilled in mental enchantment, could not withstand the onslaught of the blood shadow at all. Yet, it still halted, stopping merely half a meter away from Watanabe Yu, seemingly intimidated by his words. Seeing this, a flicker of joy passed through Watanabe Yu's eyes. He knew Xu Changsheng could not possibly be so audacious to dare to kill the most talented individual of the Eastern Land within its own territory. Witnessing this scene, the Eastern dignitaries who had initially prepared to intervene sat back down. You startled me. The Eastern Land is indeed a nation of etiquette. The child still maintains his decorum. They chuckled, masking their earlier embarrassment. You haven't suffered any loss. Rather, it is I who has lost 2 beasts, correct? Watanabe Yu slowly retreated, attempting to placate him. He could sense that Xu Changsheng had genuinely intended to kill him moments ago. Oh, Xu Changsheng remained non-committal, an inexplicable glint flashing in his eyes. I simply believe that your death would be too easy. He spoke softly. Upon hearing this, the relaxed expression on Watanabe Yu's face suddenly tightened, and he quickly retreated, attempting to distance himself from the blood shadow, as if that would grant him safety. However, Watanabe Yu failed to notice that the shadow behind him did not move in tandem with his retreat. Instead, it twisted in an eerie manner, then leapt suddenly from the ground, grasping towards Watanabe Yu's neck with a powerful grip. A tremendous force emanated from the shadow's hand. Watanabe Yu's feet gradually left the ground, and he emitted a pained whimper. Hiss, hiss. His eyes brimmed with disbelief. His legs flailed desperately in midair. Yet he was utterly powerless to resist. Splurt. A copious spray of blood erupted from his neck. Watanabe Yu's throat was ruthlessly crushed by his own shadow. The scene fell into silence. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. They had barely registered what had occurred when they beheld Watanabe Yu's headless corpse lying on the ground, gushing blood. Even Luan Xue wore a face of shock. She had not anticipated Xu Changsheng to act with such brazen audacity, publicly executing a genius held in high regard by the Eastern Land. What is the Eastern Land to threaten me? Xu Changsheng stood quietly, stating softly. Though his voice was gentle, all present were top-tier experts. Even the weakest among them possessed platinum-level strength. Xu Changsheng's words resonated like thunder in the ears of the Eastern delegation. How dare you? Yamamoto Aikaru was the first to react, leaping forward to attack Xu Changsheng. Countless beasts appeared around him, joining their master in the assault on Xu Changsheng. His initial strike was, of course, aimed at silencing him. Otherwise, if the matter of Eastern poison were to be exposed, the righteous party would be Xu Changsheng, and by extension, Huaxia. After all, poisoning an enemy during a spar is universally condemned. It is normal for injuries and even deaths to occur in a youthful competition. A striking figure appeared before Xu Changsheng, blocking all attacks. Without a doubt, it was Luan Xue. She shielded Xu Changsheng in the corner, ensuring he faced no danger. This is deliberate murder. Another Eastern dignitary ascended the arena, pointing at Xu Changsheng. Clearly, Watanabe Yu had no chance to resist, yet Xu Changsheng remained aggressive, even resorting to lethal force. I suspect this person is an undercover agent sent by the 10,000 Beasts sect, intending to eliminate our nation's genius. This individual directly cast a severe accusation upon Xu Changsheng, an undercover agent of the 10,000 Beasts sect. Such vile slander made even Lu Anxue's complexion change. She wished to argue, but a calm male voice resonated from above. Oh? Who gave you the audacity to claim my student is an undercover agent of the 10,000 Beasts sect? Suddenly, a gale swept across the arena, transforming the previously clear skies into an ominous shade, with distant thunder rumbling. Then, a dragon's roar echoed from above, and all anomalies dissipated. Principal Shen Wuyan. Upon recognizing the newcomer, everyone gasped in astonishment. How did he arrive? The so-called foremost expert of Huaxia, the greatest master of the era. How could he suddenly appear in the Eastern Land? Only Xu Changsheng maintained his composure. It was he who had summoned Shen Wuyan through the command token. The moment he stepped onto the arena, Bifang had begun to sound the alarm in the beast space. Alerted by Bifang, Xu Changsheng swiftly realized he had been poisoned. At that moment, he had resolved to kill. It was also then that he discreetly summoned Shen Wuyan via the command token, intending to ensure his safe withdrawal. Otherwise, even in his fury, Xu Changsheng would not have directly slain Watanabe Yu. He was no fool, unwilling to gamble with his own life. Principal Shun's unexpected arrival in the Eastern Land today, what could be the purpose? An elder spoke steadily, stepping towards Shun Wuyan. The others parted respectfully for the elder, their expressions exceedingly reverent. This was the foremost expert of the Eastern Land, Suzuki Koinai. Luan Xue quietly informed Xu Changsheng. Someone has poisoned my student. Should I not come? Shin Wuyan replied coolly. An invisible aura enveloped all present. What? Poisoning? How could that be? Suzuki Koinai's expression darkened as he glanced at Yamamoto Ikaru. The moment Yamamoto had acted hastily, he had begun to harbor suspicions. After all, Yamamoto Ikaru was not typically so eager. Moreover, the slightly flustered expression on Yamamoto Ikaru's face only deepened his apprehension. Believing in Shun Wuyan's words was a considerable stretch. Yet, even if he were indeed guilty of poisoning, he would categorically deny it. Absurd. Suzuki Koinai exclaimed in indignation. How could a person from the land of the rising sun act in such a manner? Observing Suzuki Koinai's demeanor, Shin Wuyan chose not to engage in a debate, merely letting out a cold smile. Evidently possessing a profound understanding of the shamelessness inherent in the East Asian mindset. Words are futile. Let us resort to martial judgment, Shun Wuyan stated calmly. At these words, Suzuki Koinai's expression softened, and he nodded in agreement. The so-called martial judgment is a method by which nations resolve their disputes. When a matter remains unresolved for too long, it may be settled through combat. The victor then holds absolute authority over the event in question. After all, Shun Wuyan had ventured alone. Aware that Xu Changsheng had been poisoned, yet lacking concrete evidence and any means of testing for toxins. By the time professionals arrive, it is likely that all traces would have been meticulously eradicated by the East Asians. Thus, Shin Wuyan opted for the simplest, most direct, and indeed the most brutal course of action. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Ichiro was brimming with confidence, believing that both were at the pinnacle of diamond-level prowess. And thus the contest would likely end in a stalemate. The arena was swiftly reconstructed, heralding the commencement of the ultimate showdown between the Celestial Empire and the land of the rising sun. Chapter 40. The absurdity of confidence. The enormous compensation. The last encounter had transpired a decade prior. Standing upon the arena, Suzuki Koinai gazed distantly at Shun Wuyan, a flicker of reminiscence crossing his eyes. At that time, the two nations of the East were at odds, and the martial judgment method was employed for the final resolution. Shin Wuyan, then barely in his 30s, already stood at the zenith of the Celestial Federation's might, representing his nation in battle. Conversely, Suzuki Koinai was the representative of the East. You narrowly triumphed over me back then. This time, it shall not be so. A glint of malice flashed in Suzuki Koinai's eyes. He had long been a dominant beast master in the East, and the fact that he had lost to Shun Wuyan, an obscure young man, had shocked everyone. Suzuki Koinai took that defeat as a personal disgrace, and from that day on, he had devoted himself relentlessly to the art of beast mastery, even reaching a rather obsessive level. Now he stood just a step away from crossing that chasm. This time, I shall not lose, Suzuki Koinai declared, stepping forward. Exuding an overbearing aura, the formidable presence of a top-tier diamond-level combatant sent a shiver through the hearts of all present. Yet, the only one who remained unfazed was Shun Wuyan, standing directly before Suzuki Koinai with an indifferent expression. A scornful smile played upon his lips. A frog in a well. How laughable your confidence is. From the very beginning, Shin Wuyan had never regarded Suzuki Koinai as a worthy adversary. What? Upon hearing this, Suzuki Koinai's fury erupted. He had considered Shin Wuyan his greatest rival for a full decade. Yet, Shin Wuyan had not even deemed him a respectable opponent. How could he maintain his composure? With a flick of his withered hand, 6 uniquely shaped beasts materialized before him. Despite their varied appearances, they shared one commonality: unparalleled might. Xu Changsheng, observing from the sidelines, felt an immediate chill. In his perception, any one of these beasts, should it unleash its full power, would leave him with no opportunity to resist. Is this the chasm of difference between me and the top-tier powerhouses? Xu Changsheng clenched his fists, reflecting on the vast disparity. His thirst for strength intensified. As the 6 beasts surged towards him, Shun Wuyan merely stood there, unperturbed. Have you not yet comprehended? We inhabit entirely different realms. As soon as the words left his lips, a dragon's roar resonated from the center of the arena. Shortly thereafter, a 5-clawed golden dragon emerged upon the stage. With the eyes of a rabbit, antlers like a deer, a mouth resembling that of an ox, a camel's head, the belly of a shun, tiger's claws, eagle talons, fish scales, and a serpentine body, it boasted 4-toed claws and eyes akin to flickering candles. Upon its entrance, it did not rush to attack, but surveyed the arena like a sovereign, as if nothing warranted its direct intervention. The immense sound wave generated by its presence reverberated through the crowd, leaving many feeling faint, with some even bleeding from their orifices and collapsing. The advance of the 6 beasts faltered slightly under the impact of the sound wave. Just one beast? Suzuki Koyanai's fury mounted at this sight. It seemed a blatant disregard for him. Attack! Tear it apart! He bellowed, commanding his beasts to encircle the 5-clawed golden dragon. The thunderous command seemed to catch the dragon's attention, its candle-like eyes sweeping over the scene. With a mere glance, Suzuki Koyanai felt his blood run cold. His body frozen in place. Gradually, his head lowered, as if in submission. How could this be? Suzuki Koyanai's mind screamed, utterly unable to control his own body. It felt as though an unseen force was pressing down upon his head. He attempted to resist, but the moment he harbored any rebellious thought, a searing pain shot through his entire being, warning him that to resist would spell his demise. In the battle between dignity and life, Suzuki Koyanai chose to preserve his existence. Humph! Just as his head fully bowed, Suzuki Koyanai seemed to hear a cold snort. A sudden jolt of pain coursed through him, and the scenery around him blurred as he found himself tumbling off the stage. What was happening? How could it be that Lord Suzuki had fallen so completely? Why was it that merely a glance from Principal Shun's beast caused him to stumble and fall? The crowd erupted in chaos, confusion flooding their minds. To everyone present, the clash between Shen Wuyan and Suzuki Koyanai was destined to be a cataclysmic battle, with the victor emerging only after a fierce struggle. This outcome, regardless of who triumphed, they could accept. Yet now, it was evident that Shen Wuyan had not exerted his full strength. No, he had not even revealed half of his capabilities. And Suzuki Koyanai had fallen in such a muddled manner, stripped of all dignity. At the moment Suzuki Koyanai bowed his head, the East Asians present felt as though their own honor had been shattered by Shen Wuyan. Let today serve as a warning. Should you dare to offend the Celestial Empire again, even from afar, you shall be punished. Shen Wuyan proclaimed from the arena, his voice not loud, yet crystal clear to all ears. Come, let us return home. He then turned to Xu Changsheng and Luan Xue, speaking gently. Shen Wuyan displayed a tender side towards his own. With a wave of his hand, the 5-clawed golden dragon descended from the stage, kneeling before Xu Changsheng, clearly inviting him to mount its back. Xu Changsheng stepped onto the dragon's back. Truth be told, this was his first experience riding a dragon. The moment his feet touched the dragon's scales, they immediately enveloped his legs securely. Thus, regardless of what might occur during flight, Xu Changsheng would never tumble from the back of the dragon. Simultaneously, he felt an extraordinary warmth enveloping his feet. A continuous stream of heat emanated from the dragon's scales, healing the hidden ailments of his body. It was evident that Shen Wuyan, concerned that Xu Changsheng might suffer lingering effects from poisoning, had specifically instructed the 5-clawed golden dragon to do this. Once Xu Changsheng and Luan Xue had ascended onto the dragon's back, Shen Wuyan mounted the dragon and departed. However, before leaving, he uttered a commanding statement. Compensation of 200 million federal coins to Xu Changsheng, to be delivered today. Shen Wuyan's tone was imperious, leaving no room for negotiation. Yet, none among the Easterners dared to voice a rebuttal. Chapter 41. Rewards. Star-shattering beast egg. Xu Changsheng stood atop the dragon's back, observing the reactions of the crowd. His heart ignited with fervor. This was the absolute authority bestowed by strength. Because of Shen Wuyan's overwhelming prowess, none dared to question his words. Xu Changsheng was confident that one day, his own strength would undoubtedly rival that of Shen Wuyan, perhaps even surpass it. And that time would not be long in coming. Well done. Just as Xu Changsheng indulged in his daydreams, Shen Wuyan spoke gently. The howling winds that swept through the air did not hinder the clarity of his voice, which fell distinctly upon Xu Changsheng's ears. Noticing Xu Changsheng's gaze, Shen Wuyan continued, an SS-level beastmaster from the east, should he grow, would pose a significant threat to our China. Your ability to eliminate him is commendable. Such a task is one only you can undertake, not I. As the foremost combatant of our nation, every action of mine represents the official stance of China. Engaging in a contest with Suzuki Koyanai is, at least, a justified endeavor. Were Shen Wuyan to assassinate Watanabe Yuhan directly, it would undoubtedly incite an international conflict. Yet, with Xu Changsheng's involvement, there is no such concern. After all, it is not uncommon for young individuals to spar, occasionally drawing blood or even risking their lives. No one can raise an objection. Furthermore, the East initiated the poisoning. Xu Changsheng occupies the moral high ground and, naturally, bears no responsibility. The 200 million federal coins are compensation from the East. Our nation will also provide you with a corresponding reward. Follow me to my office to collect it shortly. As he spoke, Shen Wuyan glanced toward Luan Xue. Of course, Teacher Lu, your efforts on this journey have not gone unnoticed. Your reward will be arranged through a dedicated individual. Upon hearing this, Xu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. He had not anticipated that there would be special rewards from China. Though he was uncertain of their nature, given the government's consistent approach, it was reasonable to assume the rewards would not be meager. This thought left Xu Changsheng feeling slightly eager. The journey was silent. The five-clawed golden dragon soared at remarkable speed, and within an hour, the three of them had traversed from the east to China. "I shall take my leave now," Luan Xue said, bowing slightly to Shen Wuyin before departing on her own. Shen Wuyin nodded at her, then gestured for Xu Changsheng to follow him. Inside the principal's office, Shen Wuyin brewed a cup of tea for Xu Changsheng. The elegant fragrance of the tea swiftly filled the room. For a moment, the two sat in silence, savoring the tea. Shen Wuyin gazed intently at the young man before him. In his youth, he too had shared such confidence, arrogance, and disdain for all else. Yet now his gaze fell, and after a brief moment, he returned his focus to Xu Changsheng. After a while, Shen Wuyin sighed. As if having made a significant decision, "You have received 200 million federal coins in compensation from the East, so you should lack for financial resources. I observe that your soul is stronger than others. You should be close to forming a contract with a beast, correct?" Shen Wuyin stated. A powerhouse of his caliber, with such experience, could easily discern the potential of a rising star like Xu Changsheng. "How about a high-quality beast egg?" As he spoke, a flicker of light from his spatial ring revealed a beast egg the size of a human head, its surface of brilliant crimson. Upon closer inspection, one could see the scenes of day and night, the changing seasons, and the tempestuous weather swirling upon it. Even to the untrained eye, the egg's extraordinary nature was unmistakable. Xu Changsheng activated the Eye of the World to absorb the information regarding the beast egg. Species: Night Dragon, Dark Attribute. Qualification: Star-Shattering Low Tier. Rank: Black Iron First Stage. Talent skills: Nightfall, Epic. Time Deceleration, Epic. True Body of the Night Dragon, Epic. Unique Evolution Path: Dual Direction of Light and Darkness. After the first evolution, it can advance to Day Dragon, Full Moon level. After the second evolution, it can evolve into the Day-Night Dragon King, Solar level. After the third evolution, it can evolve into the Candle Dragon, Mythical level. Hatching conditions: Immerse the beast egg in the host's blood. First evolution conditions. Note: this beast egg contains the bloodline of the Candle Dragon and possesses a highly proud nature. Without its acknowledgement, there is a significant chance of hatching failure. It was indeed a beast egg of star-shattering low-tier qualification. Xu Changsheng's pupils constricted. This was his first encounter with a beast of such caliber at the initial stage. It was known that the higher the initial talent, the greater the potential for enhancement after undergoing the baptism of the mythical bloodline pool. They could absorb the mythical bloodline of the pool to the fullest extent. Moreover, this beast possessed 3 epic-level skills at its inception. Should it undergo the bloodline baptism, there was a considerable chance of awakening legendary-level skills. Xu Changsheng had a profound understanding of the strength of such skills. Whether it was the ferocious might of the Baifeng's heavenly fire or the elusive and formidable nature of the Blood Shadow's phantom bite, both were immensely powerful entities. Noticing Xu Changsheng's expression, Shen Wuyin smiled, aware of the young man's satisfaction with the beast egg. Shen Wuyin inquired, "It seems you are quite pleased?" "Absolutely." Xu Changsheng nodded vigorously. If he were to miss this opportunity, he had no idea when he might encounter such a beast egg of this level again. He needed to seize this chance. It was rare and precious. Shen Wuyin handed the beast egg to Xu Changsheng, repeatedly offering his blessings. A flicker of pain crossed his eyes. He had seen few beast eggs of this caliber in his lifetime. To reward Xu Changsheng with it was undoubtedly a source of heartache. This egg was the product of the union between his 5-clawed golden dragon and other beasts. Originally, Shen Wuyin had intended for it to become his new beast, but in the current circumstances, it was far more fitting to entrust it to Xu Changsheng. "Thank you, Principal," Xu Changsheng said, bowing his hands in gratitude. The value of this beast egg undoubtedly exceeded the reward he was entitled to. If placed on the market for auction, it would fetch a price beyond Xu Changsheng's imagination. Realizing this, he understood that this was a personal gift from Principal Shen. "Now grow well. That will be the best way to honor my good intentions." Shen Wuyin waved his hand. The two engaged in further conversation, with Xu Changsheng seeking clarity on various aspects of beast mastery. After all, when it came to beast mastery, no one in the China Federation dared to claim superiority over Shen Wuyin. Once Xu Changsheng had clarified all his questions, he rose to take his leave. Exiting the principal's office, he headed directly for the Wanbao Pavilion. He was on his way to acquire the 2 materials required for the evolution of Blood Shadow. The person receiving him was none other than Zhou Shaoling. At this moment, although Zhou Shaoling had ascended to the position of deputy manager, she exhibited no hint of arrogance. Instead, she warmly welcomed Xu Changsheng and fetched the materials for him. Particularly, her gaze towards Xu Changsheng was imbued with a tenderness akin to the gentle spring waters. In her eyes, Xu Changsheng was the sole beacon of light in her otherwise dull existence, a savior amidst her dire straits. Preoccupied with the urgency of evolving blood shadow, Xu Changsheng was oblivious to the nuances of romantic entanglements. After collecting the materials, he hurriedly returned home. Blood Shadow was Xu Changsheng's first beast of mastery, but its performance in battle had been somewhat inferior to that of Baifeng. Today, however, marked the moment of its evolution. Xu Changsheng firmly believed that once Blood Shadow evolved anew, its combat prowess would undoubtedly rival, if not surpass, that of Baifeng. Chapter 42, Blood Shadow's Advancement. 6 Skills. Xu Changsheng laid the 2 materials upon the table. One was a long ivory, measuring half a meter, radiating a moonlit glow that nearly dominated the tabletop. This was the ivory of the moon worship elephant, a species long extinct and belonging to the platinum tier. Its formidable strength relied entirely on absorbing the essence of the moon during the night. The ivory, rich in gentle lunar energy, was widely utilized for healing soul wounds and crafting various potions. This led to the frenzied hunting of these powerful beasts until the last 7 moon worship elephants were captured and bred by humans in hopes of reviving the species. However, as beings of the platinum tier had already developed a semblance of intelligence, these proud creatures revered only the moon and could not abide captivity, ultimately choosing to end their own lives. Thus, the moon worship elephant species faced total extinction. Consequently, the price of its ivory soared in the market, with this particular piece costing Xu Changsheng a staggering 35 million federal coins, even after a discount. The other material was a plant entirely crimson, with a silvery bloom at its center. This was the sunfire flower, which blossomed at the dawn of the sun and withered at sunset, absorbing all the solar energy of the day. However, as extremes often lead to opposites, once the flower withered and underwent special treatment, the immense solar energy it contained would transform entirely into lunar energy. This transmuted lunar energy, however, was volatile and difficult to absorb, causing its price to be somewhat lower than that of the moon worship elephant's ivory. Xu Changsheng sought a special state of the sunfire flower, where half of its energy was transformed while the other half remained untransformed. Gazing upon the rare materials before him, a sense of satisfaction welled up within Xu Changsheng. With a grand gesture, a magnificent, pitch-black wolf appeared before him. Upon seeing Xu Changsheng, Blood Shadow could not resist nuzzling against his chest. Its soft fur brought immense comfort even through the layers of clothing. Go forth and grow stronger, Xu Changsheng declared after a moment. Upon hearing this, Blood Shadow swallowed the 2 materials whole. Suddenly, the scorching sunlight and the chilling moonlight erupted simultaneously from Blood Shadow. These 2 diametrically opposed energies clashed within its body, tearing and wearing each other down. The sunlight was fierce and domineering, scorching black holes into Blood Shadow's form. Yet, before blood could spill forth, the intense heat incinerated the wounds into charred remains. The moonlight was equally ruthless, slicing through Blood Shadow's interior like a sharpened scalpel, causing streams of blood to seep from its body, only to be evaporated by the searing heat. The room filled with the metallic scent of blood. Approximately 10 minutes later, the energies had sufficiently worn each other down. Blood Shadow's body was riddled with wounds. To Xu Changsheng's eyes, there was scarcely a patch of unscathed flesh. Its once supple fur had been reduced to sparse tufts from the solar burns. The majestic wolf's gaze dimmed, revealing a hint of frailty, causing Xu Changsheng to feel a pang of sorrow. However, at that moment, a soft, white light began to emanate from within Blood Shadow. The ivory of the moon worship elephant was now at work. The gentle lunar energy radiated from Blood Shadow's abdomen, spreading throughout its body. Where the moonlight touched, countless charred scabs fell away. Even the singed fur began to regrow, albeit this time in a soft, moonlit white rather than the deep black it once bore. Before long, under the gentle illumination of the moonlight, Blood Shadow was rejuvenated, its eyes gleaming with vitality once more. It is noteworthy that while Blood Shadow's fur had transformed from black to white, its eyes remained a striking crimson, unchanged, and still strikingly fierce. Evolution successful. Simultaneously, a torrent of beastly power surged within Xu Changsheng. He shuddered, feeling his own strength ascend to a higher tier. The shackles within his mind loosened slightly. Xu Changsheng sensed that with just one more minor elevation, he could contract a 3rd beast. Given the rapid advancement of Blood Shadow and Baifeng, he was confident that his next ascension would not exceed 5 days. Xu Changsheng shook his head, dismissing other thoughts, and focused his gaze on Blood Shadow. He was eager to ascertain the newfound strengths of his evolved companion. Species: Moon-Eating Wolf King, Dark Attribute. Qualification: High Moon, Tier, Bronze Tier 3. Talent Skills: Deathmatch, Epic. Shadow Transformation, Epic. Soul Devourer, Epic. Shadow Bite, Epic. Blood Pact, legendary. True form of the Moon Wolf, legendary. Deathmatch, the greater the physical loss of the beast, the higher its combat power. It will not succumb to weakness from exhaustion or injury. Shadow transformation. The beast can transform itself and all allies into shadows, rendering them immune to the majority of attacks. During this state, stamina consumption is reduced. Soul Devourer. The beast can directly assault the enemy's soul, inflicting substantial damage and soul injury. Blood Pact. When the Beast Master or other beasts suffer fatal harm, they will be immune to that damage. This can be activated twice within a short time frame. Shadow Bite. The beast can momentarily control the enemy's shadow and manipulate it to attack, which also carries the effect of Soul Devourer. True form of the Moon Wolf. When the moon is present, the beast can enter the true form of the Moon Wolf state, tripling its speed and doubling its strength and constitution. Note, the beast can forcibly summon the moon, which will remain for a maximum of half an hour when summoned in this manner. Unique evolution path, Dark Night direction. After one evolution, it can advance to the Sun-Eating Divine Wolf, Daylight tier. After a second evolution, it can ascend to the King of the Night, Mythical tier. Blood Shadow. With its accumulation of strength, directly advanced to Bronze tier 3 in this evolution, surpassing Bai Fong in tier. Moreover, its skills reached a staggering 6. It is worth noting that Bai Fong, also a beast of high moon talent, possessed only 4 skills. Although Blood Shadow's individual skill strength might slightly lag behind that of Bai Fong, it more than compensated through sheer quantity, for epic skills and 2 legendary ones. The Blood Shadow's skills are an extraordinarily formidable presence, regardless of the tier it occupies. Chapter 43, Special Secret Realm. Qualification for Exploration. After its evolution, Shadow Transformation has undergone a qualitative leap. Originally, Blood Shadow could only transform itself in Xu Changsheng. Now, it can envelop all companions in shadow. This means that no matter how many beast contracts Xu Changsheng establishes thereafter, all can benefit from the effects of shadow transformation, thereby rendering them immune to the majority of attacks. What a terrifying effect that is. The Blood Pact has also seen significant enhancement. The number of uses has increased from 1 to 2, and its effect has evolved from damage transfer to complete damage immunity. Furthermore, Blood Pact is no longer limited to protecting Xu Changsheng alone. It now provides damage immunity for Xu Changsheng and all the contracted beasts he commands. What a remarkable concept. With the existence of Blood Shadow, it is as if each of Xu Changsheng's beasts possesses 2 pieces of resurrection armor. The newly emerged legendary skill, Moon Wolf True Form, greatly amplifies Blood Shadow's overall combat capabilities. This is the first time Xu Changsheng has witnessed a capacity that triples one's physical prowess. Although it only enhances speed by 3-fold, it is still immensely terrifying. After all, in the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount. However, such a fearsome effect comes at a price. Blood Shadow can only enter Moon Wolf True Form under the moonlight. Fortunately, having successfully evolved into the eclipsing Moon Wolf King, it can forcibly summon the moon. Although this moon can only exist for half an hour, it suffices for most situations. Quite impressive. Xu Changsheng nodded in satisfaction, reaching out to caress the now cool, white fur of Blood Shadow. The icy sensation spread through his palm. After the evolution, Blood Shadow's entire body is in a state of low temperature. Given that it is summer, having it by his side is exceptionally refreshing. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed through the door. Xu Changsheng peered through the peephole and was astonished to see Luan Xue, who he had just parted with not long ago. Here. This is the compensation from the East Japan side. Upon opening the door, Luan Xue handed Xu Changsheng a spatial ring. He examined it briefly and found 2,000 spirit beast stones neatly arranged within. 2,000. Xu Changsheng looked at Luan Xue, his expression puzzled. 2,000 spirit beast stones are merely worth 2 million federal coins, which is barely enough to cover Blood Shadow and Bai Fong's consumption for half a month. Take a closer look. These are high-grade spirit beast stones. Luan Xue replied, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in her eyes. It turned out there were matters Xu Changsheng was unaware of. She had thought that a genius like Xu Changsheng, unparalleled in talent, would know everything. To be honest, Luan Xue had previously considered herself a genius as well. Having reached the diamond tier by the age of 30 is an achievement that many could only dream of. Yet, upon encountering Xu Changsheng, she realized how laughable her pride in her talent truly was. Now, witnessing Xu Changsheng's momentary surprise, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. High-grade spirit beast stones. Xu Changsheng exclaimed. These spirit beast stones are categorized into 3 levels: low, medium, and high, based on the amount of energy they contain. The value of a high-grade spirit beast stone is approximately equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit beast stones. However, due to the high quality of energy they contain and their scarcity, They are often available at high prices but difficult to obtain. Thus, a single high-grade Spirit Beast stone can be exchanged for 110, or even more, low-grade Spirit Beast stones. This implies that the Spirit Beast stones in the current spatial ring are worth at least 210 million federal coins. The East Japan side indeed fears the influence of Principal Shun. Xu Changsheng pondered. If it were not for their apprehension of Shun Wuyan's strength, East Japan would never have complied so readily with the compensation. Moreover, they even generously added an extra 10 million federal coins. His heart surged with excitement, intensifying his desire to grow stronger. The special secret realm exclusive to second-year students is about to open. At that time, the school will select 10 students to explore it together. However, your performance this time has been outstanding, and based on evaluations, your true strength is about to reach the silver tier. Thus, special permission has been granted for you to explore the secret realm alongside the upperclassmen. Luan Xue continued as Xu Changsheng accepted the spatial ring. What makes this secret realm so special? Xu Changsheng inquired, his enthusiasm for the exploration palpable. After all, during his first exploration, he had garnered exceptionally rich rewards. This is an ancient secret realm, home to ancient spirit plants and numerous ferocious beasts. Some species have even long been extinct in reality. Of course, it is also fraught with danger, Luan Xue explained, before adding. If you are unwilling to participate in this exploration, you may apply to withdraw. The school will not force you. Xu Changsheng shook his head. He certainly would not pass up such a fortuitous opportunity. Who knows? He might find the resources needed for Bai Fong and Blood Shadow's further evolution within the special secret realm. After all, in reality, these resources are either extinct or prohibitively expensive. He could scarcely afford them. This exploration of the secret realm is undoubtedly a chance. Well, I won't disturb your rest any longer. Seeing Xu Changsheng's unwavering agreement, Luan Xue was not surprised in the slightest. After all, he dared to confront a diamond-tier powerhouse head-on and even killed their strongest genius in front of the East Japan officials. How could he abandon an opportunity for self-improvement due to mere danger? Xu Changsheng rose to see Luan Xue out. Afterwards, he took out a conch and gently tapped it 3 times. A buzzing sound emanated from it, and then abruptly ceased. This was the communication conch that Xu Changsheng had received from Zhou Xiaoling during his visit to the Treasure Pavilion. Only those holding managerial positions above deputy manager in the Treasure Pavilion possess such a conch. Zhou Xiaoling, as a deputy manager, had only one pair of mother and son conches. Tapping one would alert the other, with different tap patterns signifying various meanings. Such a precious item is typically reserved for the most esteemed guests of the Treasure Pavilion. Zhou Xiaoling, upon acquiring it, gave it to Xu Changsheng without hesitation, indicating his esteemed position in her eyes. Not long after tapping the conch, there was another knock at the door. Xu Changsheng informed Zhou Xiaoling of the materials needed for Blood Shadow and Bai Fong's evolution. Unsurprisingly, he received the response that they were out of stock. Please keep an eye out for me. This is a deposit, Xu Changsheng said, casually handing over the spatial ring he had just received. 200 million federal coins sounds substantial, but it is far from sufficient to fully evolve Blood Shadow and Bai Fong. It is woefully inadequate. After sending Zhou Xiaoling away, Xu Changsheng sighed. The rapid advancement of strength cannot be achieved without the support of various rare resources. Without resources, his ascension would be significantly delayed. Thus, he eagerly anticipated the next exploration of the secret realm. If that still does not suffice, he would have to resort to that method. Xu Changsheng shook his head, dismissing those thoughts, and turned back to his training in Beastmaster power. The enhancement of Beastmaster power relies not only on the feedback from the strengthened beasts, but also on the diligent cultivation of the Beastmaster himself. Xu Changsheng naturally seized every opportunity to grow stronger, preparing for the impending exploration of the secret realm. After all, the students of the Imperial Capital University are, by all standards, true geniuses. Among them, the second-year students awaken their talents a full 2 years earlier than Xu Changsheng. Such a 2-year gap is not easily bridged. Chapter 44, The Third Beast. Continuous Breakthroughs. Unrivaled Skill Level. 5 days later, Xu Changsheng slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. He had broken through. Blood Shadow and Bai Fong had both ascended, reaching the 4th and 3rd levels of bronze, respectively. Meanwhile, Xu Changsheng, bolstered by the feedback from his beast control powers, had also attained the 3rd level of bronze. However, of utmost significance was the sensation that the shackles in his mind had been shattered. His soul strength was now sufficient to accommodate a 3rd beast. It was time to forge a contract with the Night Dragon, Xu Changsheng mused silently. Lost in thought, his consciousness drifted into the beast control space. The crimson beast egg was carefully placed beside the mythical bloodline pool. After 5 days apart, the egg had noticeably increased in size, and the extraordinary phenomena surrounding it had become even more pronounced. Merely gazing upon it, Xu Changsheng felt as though he were witnessing the cycles of day and night, the ebb and flow of the seasons. He hastened forward, creating a small wound on his wrist. Blood dripped onto the beast egg, which absorbed every drop in no time. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar resonated in Xu Changsheng's heart. He seemed to behold a fearsome Zhu Long with a human head and serpentine body, fixated on him with unwavering intensity. The Zhu Long's colossal form sprawled before Xu Changsheng like a mountain. From a distance, he could not even discern where its tail ended. The eyes of the Zhu Long were particularly mesmerizing. The left eye crackled with flashes of lightning and thunder, showcasing an array of natural phenomena, steeped in profound mystery. The right eye displayed the changing seasons, flickering between brightness and darkness, as if illustrating the transition of day and night. With each shift, a new season unfolded. Yet, the allure of those eyes was almost overwhelming. Xu Changsheng had to steadfastly maintain his mental clarity, resisting the temptation to lose himself within their depths. However, there they were, man and beast, locked in a mutual gaze, neither willing to yield an inch. Time slipped away unnoticed until a singular voice echoed within Xu Changsheng's mind. It was a simple word, yet it seemed to encapsulate some profound truth, leaving him standing in a trance, unable to extricate himself for an extended period. Eventually, he emerged from this state, only to discover that he had inexplicably risen 2 tiers, now standing at the 5th level of bronze. Is this what a fully realized mythical beast looks like? Xu Changsheng was astounded. Merely an intangible thought form, a projection of ancestral bloodlines, had granted him such an elevation. It was simply incredible. Roar! Suddenly, a childlike roar interrupted Xu Changsheng's reverie. He looked down to find a pure black dragon, measuring half a meter in length and standing about 30 centimeters tall, nuzzling affectionately against his pant leg. Xu Changsheng lifted the little black dragon with one hand. Meeting its gaze, he could not find a single resemblance to the Zhu Long. If it weren't for the information displayed by the Eye of the World appearing clearly before him, he would never have connected this beast to the Zhu Long very well. You shall be named Zhu Long. I hope you will be as formidable as your ancestors. Having settled on a name, Xu Changsheng tossed the little black dragon into the mythical bloodline pool. He struggled with naming. For him, coming up with a good name was more difficult than facing death itself. Thus, he decided that all beasts born with a mythical bloodline would be named after their ancestors. A simple and memorable solution. Roar! Approximately half an hour later, a deep dragon's roar emanated from beneath the mythical bloodline pool. Following this, a magnificent crimson gold dragon soared into the sky, circling joyously, seemingly reveling in its newfound strength. It wasn't until Xu Changsheng beckoned that the Zhu Long descended from the heavens. Standing before him, the transformation was astounding. Upon witnessing the Zhu Long's appearance after the bloodline baptism, Xu Changsheng could not help but exclaim in awe. Its coloration had shifted from pure black to a dazzling crimson gold, and its overall presence had evolved from shadowy and enigmatic to fierce and powerful. Its size had also dramatically increased, transforming from a petite dragon into a colossal creature that could obscure the sun. As it merely stood before Xu Changsheng, it cast both him and Blood Shadow by Fong into shadow. In terms of size, it began to embody the grandeur of Shun Wuyan's 5-clawed golden dragon, a creature of star-shattering prowess. Simultaneously, the Zhu Long's information materialized before Xu Changsheng's eyes. Species, Sun Dragon, dual attribute, light and darkness, qualification, high moon level, black iron 9th tier, talent skills, nightfall, epic, sunfall, epic, time manipulation, legendary, true form of Zhu Long, unrivaled, unique evolution path, dual direction. Upon first evolution, can advance to Night and Day Dragon King, solar level. Upon second evolution, can advance to Zhu Long, mythical level. Nightfall, the beast briefly strips the enemy of all 5 senses, plunging them into pure darkness. Sunfall, summons a miniature sun. Under its rays, the enemy will suffer continuous burns and deplete significant stamina. Time manipulation, the beast possesses the ability to control time. When this skill is activated, time within a radius of 500 meters will come to a standstill for 3 seconds. During this time, only the Beast Master and the beast may act freely. Note, this skill will consume a considerable amount of the beast's stamina upon conclusion. True form of Zhu Long. The beast forcibly activates its bloodline, briefly entering the state of Zhu Long, with the duration of time manipulation extended to 1 minute. Simultaneously awakens the skills Seasons of Suffering and Cycle of Day and Night. Seasons of Suffering. The enemy will be compelled to experience extreme seasonal climates in a very short time, inflicting irreparable damage to their essence. Cycle of Day and Night. The enemy will be forced to endure 365 cycles of day and night in a very short period, causing irreparable damage to their soul and robbing them of a year of life. Note, After each activation of true form of Xu Long, the Xu Long will enter a weakened state and regress by 1 tier. Second evolution conditions. Upon reading the Xu Long's information, Xu Changsheng stood in stunned silence. Unrivaled skills. What an extraordinary concept. While legendary skills might be somewhat familiar to the common folk, having heard whispers of their existence, unrivaled skills were entirely unprecedented, beyond imagination. And now, Xu Changsheng's third beast possessed such a skill of unparalleled might. He could vividly envision the despair that would wash over any adversary facing the Xu Long once it activated true form of Xu Long. Chapter 45. A month of grievous training. Bronze 9th tier. The Xu Long's time manipulation was already an exceptionally potent ability, capable of halting the flow of time for everything within a radius of 500 meters. Although for high-tier warriors, this time halt might merely slow their movements. For foes of equal or even slightly superior tiers to Xu Changsheng, it was nothing short of a fatal technique. After all, 3 seconds of time is an eternity for a beast with formidable physical prowess. He has managed to vanquish them numerous times. The true body of the Candle Dragon extends this duration to a terrifying minute. Moreover, even more astonishingly, upon utilizing the true body of the Candle Dragon, it awakens 2 entirely new and formidable abilities. One inflicts direct and irreparable damage to the enemy's essence. In this realm, damage to one's essence constitutes an exceedingly dreadful affliction. The strength of one's essence is inextricably linked to innate talent, power, and the very soul. A severe impairment of the essence is tantamount to rendering a beast master utterly incapacitated, perhaps even reducing them to a state inferior to that of an ordinary person. This underscores the sheer brutality and terror of the suffering of the 4 seasons. Likewise, cycle of day and night is equally fearsome, forcing the enemy to endure 365 days of profound solitude, all within a remarkably brief span. This experience is akin to a soundless confinement where only the self is aware of the passage of time. Imagine being ensnared within one's consciousness for 365 consecutive days, devoid of conversation or any means to pass the time. The individual would be compelled to endure the entirety of those days until the very concept of time dissipates, their soul and awareness eroded by the relentless march of years. And upon release, it would feel as though only a fleeting moment had passed. The psychological impact on the soul would be monumental. Should a person be subjected simultaneously to these 2 abilities, it is likely that even a being of diamond rank would find it insufferable. As for the so-called side effects, in Xu Changsheng's view, they are to be expected. If such powerful abilities bore no negative consequences, that would indeed be the true anomaly. Of course, the Candle Dragon's other 2 skills, Into the Night and Sun's Eclipse, are equally mighty. Unlike the aforementioned abilities, they possess no side effects whatsoever and can serve as both offensive and supportive measures in daily engagements. Indeed, Xu Changsheng caressed the Candle Dragon's resplendent golden scales, feeling a searing warmth radiate from his palm. With the Candle Dragon by his side, his overall strength soared once more, especially when confronting previously insurmountable foes. As long as the Candle Dragon activated true body of the Candle Dragon, Xu Changsheng would possess the power to contend, no longer relegated to a state of helplessness. As the year drew to a close, a glint of shadow flickered in Xu Changsheng's eyes. He had not forgotten the assassination attempt orchestrated against him by the Gu family in Changnan City. Although the attempt had failed, and he had even reaped considerable benefits from it, the grudge remained etched in his heart. Xu Tiansheng, the next time we cross paths, it shall be your day of demise. The Gu family, which you hold in such high regard, shall be ground beneath my feet, utterly disintegrated. A surge of murderous intent swelled within Xu Changsheng's gaze. The primary impetus behind his relentless cultivation was indeed the existence of Xu Tiansheng. He could find no peace while such a powerful and sinister adversary roamed free. After exiting the Beastmaster space, Xu Changsheng retrieved the communication conch and summoned Zhou Shaoling to his chamber, once again ordering the resources required for the Candle Dragon's evolution. Once all preparations were complete, he plunged back into his arduous training. A month later, within the Beastmaster space, Xu Changsheng surveyed the formidable presence of the 3 beast companions before him, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Over the past month, through the training helmet, he had engaged in rigorous practice with Luan Xue in the virtual realm. Consequently, not only had Xu Changsheng and his beasts significantly enhanced their practical experience, but their own powers had also surged dramatically through this grueling training. The Candle Dragon successfully broke through to the Bronze 4th rank. Meanwhile, Blood Shadow ascended to the pinnacle of Bronze, reaching Bronze 9th rank, while Bai Fong, albeit slightly less advanced, attained the Bronze 8th rank. Under the immense influence of his powerful beasts, Xu Changsheng himself achieved the Bronze 9th rank, just one step away from ascending to Silver. It can be said that he is now vastly stronger than he was a month prior. More crucially, through repeated combat experience, Xu Changsheng grasped how the candle dragons, time manipulation, affected foes of varying ranks. Beasts of the gold rank and below would be completely controlled for 3 seconds. During this interval, the affected beasts could neither move nor possess any conscious thought, as if those 3 seconds had inexplicably vanished from their existence. Naturally, any injuries sustained during this time would manifest on their bodies once the candle dragon's skill concluded. For beasts of the platinum rank, control would last only 1 second, while diamond rank beasts would not be completely subdued but would experience a mental fog, akin to being dazed, resulting in significantly reduced speed and reaction time. However, even for diamond rank beasts, the debilitation would last less than a second. Even so, it remains a formidable ability. It is astonishing to consider that the candle dragon, currently only at the bronze rank, can already exert influence over diamond rank beasts, a staggering 4-tier disparity. Should this information circulate, onlookers would undoubtedly regard Xu Changsheng as a jest. Even Luan Xue, who had trained alongside him, expressed her astonishment, exclaiming that he was a prodigy. Simultaneously, her confidence in Xu Changsheng's expedition into the secret realm deepened. However, time manipulation can only be employed once every half-day before requiring a rest period. Should one attempt to force its use, the candle dragon would succumb to a brief state of unconsciousness. Nonetheless, this skill is undoubtedly extraordinary. After all, once the candle dragon activates time manipulation, it signifies that foes of gold rank and below will be instantly obliterated by Xu Changsheng. If he were to encounter those who had previously attempted to assassinate him now, he would no longer need to flee in desperation or seek assistance from Principal Wang Ping. With his own strength, he could annihilate both the assassins and the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect. This is the immense sense of security that power affords. Today, I shall take you all to a remarkable place, Xu Changsheng declared as he stroked the beasts before him. Today marks the official opening of the special secret realm, a moment to truly test his capabilities after many days of arduous training. The potential for his beasts to undergo further evolution hinges entirely on the rewards from this expedition into the secret realm. After sharing a moment of affection with his companions, Xu Changsheng withdrew his consciousness from the Beastmaster space. He glanced at the clock mounted on the wall before striding out of the dormitory. A decade honing a blade. Yet the frost edge has never been tested. Xu Changsheng had devoted an entire month to serene cultivation, and today would be the moment for his treasured sword to reveal its true brilliance. He made his way toward the secret realm zone in the southwestern corner of the Imperial Capital University. Soon, Xu Changsheng noticed Luan Xue, who had been waiting for him. Take this. If something feels amiss, press it to exit the secret realm, she instructed, handing him a wristband. The Imperial Capital University has long mastered the methods for swiftly and safely exiting secret realms, even if students find themselves in combat. A light press on the wristband will immediately transport them out of the realm. Though the manner of transportation is somewhat abrupt, akin to being forcefully kicked out, such minor discomfort pales in comparison to the value of life. Xu Changsheng accepted the wristband, casting Luan Xue a reassuring glance before stepping toward the teleportation array. "Hello, Junior," greeted a group of upperclassmen warmly upon his approach. They had heard much about this young junior, renowned for incapacitating his peers during routine competitions. Embarking on an overseas expedition to confront and annihilate the prodigies of rival nations has bestowed upon Xu Changsheng an infamous reputation. Yet, he remains blissfully unaware of this notoriety. In the face of such enthusiastic greetings, Xu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, responding with a series of polite smiles. However, a discordant cold scoff emanated from a shadowy corner, shattering the previously harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 46, Xu Changsheng, the venomous scorpion of spiritual treasures. Following the sound, Xu Changsheng beheld a tall, sallow youth casting a brooding glance in his direction. The visage of this individual struck him as oddly familiar. Xu Changsheng has been unwell lately. Please, young junior, do not take offense, an onlooker hastily interjected, sensing the rising tension between the two. Upon hearing the name, Xu Changsheng experienced a sudden epiphany. This was none other than Xu Changsheng, the eldest son of Xu Tiansheng and the elder brother of Xu Xiyuan. It was clear why the youth had immediately taken a disliking to him. Wei Dongqing, mind your own business. This scoundrel has crippled my brother. I shall ensure he pays dearly for it. Xu Changsheng bellowed, disregarding the face of the classmate who had spoken out. Growing up alongside his brother Xu Xiyuan, their bond was profound. Xu Changsheng had intended to care for his sibling once he entered university, only to be struck by the devastating news of his brother's incapacitation. The one responsible for this grievous act was none other than the recently resurgent Xu Changsheng. How could Xu Changsheng not harbor resentment? Wei Dongqing, chastised by Xu Changsheng, turned pale but refrained from further comment. casting a remorseful glance at Xu Changsheng before quietly retreating. Among the group, Xu Changsheng possessed the greatest strength, having attained the formidable golden 7th stage, while Wei Dongqing had only just entered the golden ranks, rendering him powerless in this confrontation. "Oh, I am rather curious to witness what prowess you possess." Xu Changsheng stepped forward, unperturbed. "Ah, by the way, your brother spoke to me in just the same manner. He now lies bedridden, akin to a mere shell of his former self." Xu Changsheng's tone dripped with disdain, seemingly dismissing Xu Changsheng entirely. "By heavens! It is no wonder the elder brother with a fearsome reputation dares to confront Xu Changsheng so boldly," murmured the onlookers. Everyone knows Xu Changsheng's temperament is volatile. He often resorts to violence at the slightest provocation. This junior exhibits remarkable courage. Had it not been for Xu Changsheng's overwhelming strength, I would have confronted him myself long ago. "Well done, Xu Changsheng." The crowd buzzed with astonishment at Xu Changsheng's audacity. Unable to fathom that a junior who had only recently awakened his abilities would dare to challenge the most powerful sophomore. Xu Changsheng's words struck a nerve within Xu Changsheng. "How dare you even mention him?" Xu Changsheng roared in near fury, his aura of beast mastery surging, as though he were on the verge of summoning a creature to tear Xu Changsheng apart. "The teleportation array is about to activate. All students, please prepare yourselves. Mutual combat is strictly prohibited within the secret realm. Any violations will result in disciplinary action and expulsion." A teacher overseeing the teleportation array interjected, having noticed the escalating situation. Initially indifferent, he now sought to quell the brewing conflict. At the mention of the prohibition against violence, the blood-red fury in Xu Changsheng's eyes receded slightly. He extended a hand, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture towards Xu Changsheng, the threat implicit. As for the teacher's warning, should he eliminate Xu Changsheng entirely, who would know that it was Xu Changsheng who struck the fatal blow? Without evidence, even if suspicions arose, the institution would lack grounds to act against him. In the face of this intimidation, Xu Changsheng remained unfazed, a flicker of murderous intent igniting within him. The ramifications of the Xu family's interest would commence with Xu Changsheng's demise. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped him, forcing Xu Changsheng to shut his eyes momentarily. When he opened them again, the bright day had given way to the cloak of night. A luminous full moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow. In response, Xu Changsheng summoned all 3 of his spirit beasts. Under the moonlight, Blood Shadow's muscles expanded rapidly, transforming within mere seconds into a form several times its original size. Yet, this immense bulk did not hinder its speed. Rather, it endowed Blood Shadow with astonishing explosive power. Xu Changsheng gazed upon the embodiment of strength and grace that was Blood Shadow, the manifestation of the moon wolf true form, its most potent state. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself flanked by a lush forest to the front, an endless plain behind, a fetid swamp to his left, and a scorching desert to his right. He stood upon barren ground, devoid of any vegetation, resembling a desolate wasteland with no hint of spiritual treasures. What an extraordinary phenomenon! Xu Changsheng marveled at the sight before him. For distinctly different environments coexisted within this realm, a testament to the secret realm's enigma. After a brief contemplation, he decisively chose his path, the scorching desert to the right. His 3 spirit beasts were all oriented towards evolution linked to the attributes of light and fire, making the desert the most promising location for suitable resources. This exploration of the secret realm would be open for only 3 days. Once the time elapsed, all students would be automatically ejected from the realm, and there were no rewards or rankings to be gained. The act of exploring such a unique realm was reward enough. Moreover, Xu Changsheng had already discerned through the eye of the world that Xu Changsheng possessed a fire affinity. Thus, venturing into the desert would maximize the likelihood of encountering Xu Changsheng. Resolute in his decision, Xu Changsheng led his team into the desert without hesitation. Baifeng forged ahead, clearing the path, while Blood Shadow maintained a vigilant rear guard against potential ambushes. Xu Changsheng, comfortably seated atop the back of Zhu Long, floated at the center of the formation. He remained vigilant, activating the eye of the world to not overlook any resource that came into view. Whoosh! As the team entered the desert, a greenish spike suddenly lunged at them with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, it had plunged deep into Baifeng's flesh. Yet, instead of bloodshed, Baifeng emitted a comfortable cry. This wood-type attack inflicted no harm on Baifeng, instead allowing it to absorb the wood attribute energy within, thereby augmenting its own strength. Of course, Baifeng would not let the assailant escape unscathed simply because it had not sustained injury. It swiftly conjured a fireball of azure-red energy, launching it at the offending cactus. Boom! The cactus and the surrounding sand erupted in a violent explosion, obliterating the treacherous ambusher in an instant. Xu Changsheng assessed the speed of the spike's assault, and promptly estimated the strength of the attacker, concluding that this formidable beast posed no threat to him at present. Just as he was pondering this, a multitude of venomous scorpions erupted from beneath the sandy surface. Numbering around 100, their darkly glowing tails poised to strike at the solitary blood shadow. Chapter 47, Fragments of the Sun, the evolutionary resource of blood shadow. Clang. However, when the tail needle pierced the skin of the blood shadow, a sound akin to the clash of gold and iron resonated in the air. Xu Changsheng focused his gaze and observed that these sharp tail needles were surprisingly ensnared by the muscles of the blood shadow, rendering them utterly immobile. Under the form of the moon wolf, the blood shadow exhibited a defense so formidable that it astonished him. Following this, the blood shadow let out a furious roar, and with a sweep of its wolf-like claws, it dispatched a multitude of venomous scorpions. The remaining scorpions, in a state of panic, hastily retreated underground, daring not to show themselves again. They were once the overlords of the desert's outer layer, thriving in numbers and utilizing their potent venom to dominate the sandy expanse. Yet today, they had encountered a creature into which they could not penetrate. If they could not even inflict harm upon their adversary, how could their toxins possibly take effect? Observing the shifting sands beneath his feet, Xu Changsheng's eyes sparkled with recognition. He identified these scorpions as the Lingbao scorpions. The name Lingbao suggested that their congregation indicated the presence of precious resources nearby. Due to their rarity, they had long been hunted to the brink of extinction by humans in the real world. Astonishingly, this unique secret realm of the Imperial Capital University still harbored such a creature. Pursue, follow their direction, Xu Changsheng commanded. Today, he was determined to locate the lair of these scorpions and uncover whatever treasures lay within. The Lingbao scorpions moved swiftly beneath the sands, their speed commendable even among silver-tier beasts. However, they were unable to evade the pursuit of his beasts, such as the Baifeng and Zhulong. After all, the talent of a full moon-level aptitude meant that Xu Changsheng's beasts, despite being of the bronze tier, possessed physical qualities that rivaled those of silver-tier beasts, and even surpassed them. Xu Changsheng soared through the air atop the Zhulong, while Baifeng glided alongside him with the blood shadow in tow. The Lingbao scorpions, oblivious to their pursuers, scurried frantically toward their lair. Approximately half an hour later, the movement beneath the sands gradually ceased. Xu Changsheng's eyes lit up as he directed the Zhulong and Baifeng to descend rapidly. With a resounding roar, the Zhulong summoned a miniature sun that suddenly appeared above the lair of the Lingbao scorpions. The skill Rising Sun was activated. This summoned sun, positioned perilously close to their lair, radiated an abundance of light and heat. Such intensity was unbearable even for the scorpions, accustomed to the desolate desert. Soon, the scorpions hidden beneath the sands began to emerge, wisps of white smoke rising from their bodies as if they were on the verge of spontaneous combustion. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In their panic, the scorpions gazed up at the suddenly manifested sun. With their limited intelligence, they could not comprehend such a formidable force and mistook the sun summoned by Zhulong as divine retribution. Some scorpions even attempted to flee, stopping directly beneath the sun, their upper bodies repeatedly rising and falling as if they were kneeling before a deity. Hiss, hiss. Thick white smoke wafted from their bodies. Under the relentless rays of the sun, those scorpions that did not escape were soon reduced to mere ashes. The remaining Lingbao scorpions, witnessing this devastation, swiftly abandoned their long-established lair. The Zhulong's ability was akin to a dimensional strike against these low-intelligence scorpions. All right, enough. Xu Changsheng gently patted the scales on Zhulong's back, signaling it to retract the miniature sun. Zhulong complied, and under Xu Changsheng's direction, it gradually descended to the ground. So hot. Even after the sun's disappearance, Xu Changsheng felt an unbearable wave of heat upon reaching the ground. Within moments, beads of sweat the size of soybeans dotted his forehead. One could only imagine the torment endured by the scorpions directly exposed to the sun's rays. Rage. Baifeng's master, feeling the heat, exhaled 2 balls of azure-red flames that swiftly enveloped Xu Changsheng and the blood shadow. The oppressive heat dissipated instantly, replaced by a refreshing coolness. Very good, Xu Changsheng praised as he stroked Baifeng's head. It truly lived up to its dual-element attributes of wood and fire, mastering the control of flames and temperature to perfection. Xu Changsheng recalled the location from which the scorpions had congregated to emerge. Before long, he excavated the lair of the Lingbao scorpions from beneath the sands. This lair lay 3 meters below the surface, constructed entirely of gray-black stones. The gaps between the stones were just wide enough for a single scorpion to pass through. A glimmer of red light seeped through these crevices, catching Xu Changsheng's eye. In an instant, he envisioned a sphere of blazing red suspended in the air, adorned with jumping flames and fierce light that rained down upon the earth, causing tremendous destruction. Seawater evaporated, rivers dried up, exposing parched riverbeds. Fields cracked open, leaving people in anguish, some even resorting to cannibalism. A series of tragic scenes unfolded before Xu Changsheng's eyes. Then, all these visions were abruptly replaced by a long arrow. The arrow soared upward, infused with boundless hatred and resentment, aimed directly at the sun. Boom! Xu Changsheng seemed to hear a tremendous roar. Then, an unbearable brightness and heat flashed before his eyes, blinding him momentarily. A sharp pain and swelling filled his vision, and tears streamed down his cheeks involuntarily. After what felt like an eternity, Xu Changsheng managed to reopen his eyes. All illusions had vanished. Only a small shard of fiery red lay quietly in the palm of his hand. This fragment was neither stone nor wood, slightly warm to the touch, appearing exceedingly ordinary. Yet Xu Changsheng understood that this was a fragment of the sun, a vessel of the sun's energy. One sun could sustain billions of lives through its energy. Even this minuscule fragment contained an unimaginable amount of energy. Should this energy be released, even a diamond-tier beastmaster would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Furthermore, the sun fragment was the primary material required for the blood shadow to evolve into a sun-gifted beast. This underscored the terrifying nature of a sun-gifted beast. The mere process of evolution necessitated such colossal energy. Roar! Upon seeing this fiery red fragment, a profound longing flickered in the blood shadow's crimson eyes. Were it not for Xu Changsheng holding the sun fragment, it could hardly have restrained itself from seizing it and consuming it whole. Patience. Consuming this now would only result in your demise. Xu Changsheng stored the sun fragment in his spatial ring. The overwhelming and volatile energy was beyond the blood shadow's capacity to absorb directly at this moment. It required a combination of other rare resources for moderation before it could be assimilated safely. Even so, during its evolution, significant risks remained. What a splendid harvest! Xu Changsheng mused inwardly. It had only been a short time since entering this special secret realm, yet he had already achieved such remarkable gains. One should note that the value of this small shard of sun fragment far surpassed the 200 million federal coins in compensation from the Eastern Isles. If all went well, it was conceivable that after exploring the secret realm, Bai Feng, Blood Shadow, and Zhu Long might all undergo evolution once more. Xu Changsheng felt an exhilarating surge of excitement, unwilling to squander even a moment as he continued his exploration deep into the desert. Chapter 48. The Annihilation of Xu Changsheng. However, while dreams are often beautiful, reality is starkly unyielding. Such precious and rare resources are not easily discovered. After a day and a half had passed, Xu Changsheng had yet to locate the materials required for beast evolution. Nevertheless, he had unearthed a considerable array of other assorted treasures, which collectively amounted to a staggering 100 million federal coins. He remained undeterred, for even a single fragment of the sun's essence was more than enough to elate him. Moreover, the Huaxiao Federation boasted over a dozen unique secret realms. Should he uncover even one useful material in any of these realms, it would suffice for the evolution of his beasts, albeit requiring a bit more time. After all, throughout the annals of history, only a handful of beasts endowed with the sun's talent had ever emerged. With just time on his side, Xu Changsheng could elevate all his beasts' talents to the level of the sun, and perhaps even to the legendary mythic tier. Such a prospect was indeed formidable. Imagine, if his enemies were encircled by those legendary mythic beings, they would hardly be able to muster a shred of resistance. Surrendering on their knees would be their only recourse. In the low skies, Xu Changsheng stood atop the back of the candle dragon, his gaze unwaveringly scanning the terrain below, eager to discover high-value treasures. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, a glimmer of coldness emanating from his gaze. He had spotted Xu Changsheng. Yet, Xu Changsheng did not hasten to descend, for in front of Xu Changsheng stood another figure, Wei Dongqing. Wei Dongqing was seen slumped against the desert floor, his complexion ashen. The communication device on his left arm had conspicuously vanished, while blood gushed from his left shoulder, staining the sand beneath him crimson. Xu Changsheng looked down upon Wei Dongqing with a sinister smile on his face. If you must blame someone, blame your fortuitous luck in discovering resources of that caliber. Had you not spoken on that wretched bastard's behalf, I might have merely seized your resources without resorting to murder. Wei Dongqing pressed his right hand against his bleeding shoulder, a flicker of regret evident in his eyes. He did not lament speaking up for Xu Changsheng. Rather, he regretted his own youthfulness and kindness. Witnessing his classmates' intention to band together for exploration, he had let down his guard completely. Otherwise, his hand would not have been so easily severed by Xu Changsheng's beast. Nor would he have had no time to react. You bully the weak. No wonder your brother has been reduced to nothing. I foresee your demise at Xu Changsheng's hands. Realizing that Xu Changsheng would never spare him, Wei Dongqing erupted in a tirade. Furthermore, his beasts had all been annihilated in Xu Changsheng's ambush. As a beastmaster, bereft of his beasts, Wei Dongqing's strength had been all but obliterated, leaving him with no chance of turning the tide. At these words, Xu Changsheng's expression darkened, and he spoke with deliberate clarity. Do not fret. Once I dispatch you, I shall personally send that scum Xu Changsheng to join you. With that, a fiery red mantis, positioned behind Xu Changsheng, advanced toward Wei Dongqing. Its right arm was still stained with the fresh blood of its victim, having severed Wei Dongqing's left arm in a single strike, extinguishing any hope of escape. Torture him. Do not allow him the mercy of a swift death, Xu Changsheng sneered, excitement flashing in his eyes. Anyone who obstructed his path, or that of the Gu family, would surely suffer immensely. As the mantis's scythe drew nearer to Wei Dongqing's pale visage, a twisted flush of excitement crept across Xu Changsheng's face. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and the scene before him vanished, replaced by an inky void. Not only that, but Xu Changsheng could no longer feel the scorching heat of the desert, nor could he detect the ever-present scent of sulfur that lingered in the air. He could not even sense his own existence. Perhaps it was an eternity, or merely a fleeting moment. But when Xu Changsheng regained his senses, he found himself still standing in the desert. However, the mantis that was supposed to attack Wei Dongqing had been reduced to charred remains. Astonishingly, beside Wei Dongqing stood his nemesis, Xu Changsheng. What a fortuitous day to encounter both of you. Xu Changsheng laughed maniacally upon seeing Xu Changsheng, a mocking thought flitting through his mind. What a fool Xu Changsheng is. Had he taken advantage of my momentary lapse, he could have ended me. Instead, he chose to rescue Wei Dongqing. Truly, he is the epitome of foolishness. He could not believe that Xu Changsheng's beasts could continuously unleash such skills. If so, it would be an unfathomable horror. Even he, a high-tier golden beast master, could not achieve such a feat. Upon hearing Xu Changsheng's laughter and the inexplicable confidence in his words, Xu Changsheng could hardly be bothered to engage in dialogue. Nightfall unleashed once more. The beasts of the moon-level talent were indeed beyond reason. But Xu Changsheng, who had been laughing uproariously, suddenly fell silent, as if his throat had been squeezed shut. A look of terror spread across his face as he flailed his hands in a futile attempt to fend off an unseen force. The beasts that had been circling around Xu Changsheng, upon witnessing their master's dismay, surged towards Xu Changsheng. Yet, no one noticed that Xu Changsheng's shadow, which had previously lain still upon the ground, began to writhe violently. Suddenly, the shadow surged upward, and a hand shot forth, plunging directly into Xu Changsheng's heart. With a resounding thud that sent chills down the spine, Xu Changsheng's heart was violently extracted from his chest. A torrent of blood erupted from the wound, staining his once pristine garments a deep crimson. Ah! Perhaps the pain was too excruciating, for Xu Changsheng regained his senses, incredulously gazing down to behold a gaping hole in his chest large enough to fit a fist. He screamed in a frenzy. The loss of blood rendered him incapable of maintaining his upright stance. Xu Changsheng collapsed onto the sands, his beast master life force allowing him to linger on the brink of death. His wide eyes fixated on Xu Changsheng, realizing that his beasts would soon strike him down. With the might of his golden tier beasts, he was certain they would annihilate Xu Changsheng in an instant. A mixture of excitement and agony twisted across his features as he stared ahead, eagerly anticipating Xu Changsheng's demise. Yet, Xu Changsheng stood his ground, unflinching and serene, a mocking smile gracing his face. Even his beasts remained utterly still, dutifully guarding him. Suddenly, a claw pierced through Xu Changsheng's chest. Yet not a drop of blood was shed. Waves of distortion emanated from Xu Changsheng's body as he seamlessly transitioned into an ethereal state, deftly evading the attack. Ugh! Stunned by the spectacle, Xu Changsheng's eyes widened, and he gasped for breath, only to find himself frozen in place, lifeless upon the desert sands. As for his beasts, they too faded into nothingness with the death of their master. Thus, Xu Changsheng, the foremost genius of the Xu family, met his demise. Chapter 49, A Perfect Skill Combination. Witnessing the once arrogant and imperious Xu Changsheng perish in such a manner left Wei Dongqing, who had been hiding behind Xu Changsheng, utterly incredulous. Xu Changsheng was, after all, the most formidable presence among the second-year students at the Imperial Capital University, capable of contending with many seniors from the third year. It is essential to note that this institution stands as the pinnacle of academia within the Huaxia Federation. This indicates that Xu Changsheng was indeed among the most powerful second-year students across the entire Huaxia Federation. However, in mere seconds, he was effortlessly slain by Xu Changsheng, without even the opportunity to plead for mercy. Furthermore, as Wei Dongqing recalled Xu Changsheng's demeanor in his final moments, a profound chill enveloped his heart. The bizarre, writhing shadow and Xu Changsheng's inexplicable reactions haunted him. He could hardly fathom how long he might last under Xu Changsheng's hand. Unbeknownst to Xu Changsheng, the senior behind him was grappling with such complex psychological turmoil. Through this battle, he gained a deeper understanding of his own strength. It seemed he had underestimated himself. Xu Changsheng mused inwardly. He had initially believed that only by relying on the time control of the Candle Dragon could he approach invincibility at the Golden Tier. To his astonishment, the combination of the Candle Dragon's Nightfall with the Blood Shadow's Shadow Devour yielded such overwhelming results. The sensory deprivation of Nightfall could typically be sustained for only a few brief seconds, and this skill could only affect a single target at a time. If the enemy's summoned beast were to encircle and protect its master, even if the enemy was deprived of their senses, Xu Changsheng would struggle to eliminate them swiftly. Yet, with the integration of Shadow Devour, his ability to slay enemies was significantly enhanced. After all, the Blood Shadow's skill manipulated the enemy's very shadow, who would remain vigilant against their own shadow, which summoned beast would be intimately aware of its master's shadow's transformations. The activation of Shadow Devour was instantaneous. Once unleashed, it became a lethal assault. If the enemy had not been deprived of their senses, they might have had a fleeting chance to react. However, once their senses were stripped away in the ensuing chaos, their shadow became the most lethal assassin. With this realization, Xu Changsheng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. At this rate of growth, it would not be long before Xu Changsheng, who had previously been an insurmountable opponent, would no longer pose a challenge. The Xu family was but a frog at the bottom of a well. "Xu, may I retrieve my severed arm?" Wei Dongqing's feeble voice broke through Xu Changsheng's contemplation. Turning around, Xu Changsheng beheld Wei Dongqing, head bowed and visibly hesitant, even too intimidated to meet his gaze. He had to seek permission just to retrieve his own severed limb, fearing that any displeasure from Xu Changsheng might lead to his demise like an ant beneath a boot. "Of course, senior. After you reattach your arm, do make haste to leave the secret realm," Xu Changsheng replied, feeling a certain fondness for the senior who had dared to speak for him earlier. Moreover, Wei Dongqing's hand, severed by the manted blade, had a clean wound. Given the healing capabilities of this world, reattaching the severed limb should be quite straightforward. "Thank you, Junior." A flicker of joy illuminated Wei Dongqing's face upon hearing this. Moments ago, he had hesitated to address Xu Changsheng as Junior, fearing it might lead Xu to perceive him as an elder trying to assert dominance, potentially resulting in his own demise. Had Xu Changsheng been aware of his true thoughts, he would have found it utterly perplexing. Did he truly seem like such a bloodthirsty individual? "By the way, senior, it would be prudent not to divulge today's events," Xu Changsheng reminded him before departing. "Absolutely," Wei Dongqing replied, not being foolish enough to spread such news. After all, it was Xu Changsheng who had initiated the confrontation and violated school regulations first. In fact, one might argue that Xu Changsheng was merely enforcing discipline and aiding his fellow students, which warranted commendation. However, such statements would inevitably lead to numerous inquiries and discussions about the battle's specifics, conversations Xu Changsheng wished to avoid. "Ah, Junior, do not forget to retrieve a particularly valuable resource from Xu Xichang's spatial ring," Wei Dongqing kindly advised before leaving. He had already hastily bound his severed left hand to the wound with bandages. It was precisely the discovery of this treasure that had compelled Xu Changsheng to resort to violence, as its worth was so immense that even splitting it would have caused Xu Changsheng great distress. Xu Changsheng was well aware of this. He had overheard every detail from above. Upon seeing Xu Changsheng nod, Wei Dongqing felt reassured and activated the hand ring on his left hand. A surge of intense spatial energy erupted from the ring, and in the blink of an eye, a flash of white light enveloped him, causing Wei Dongqing to vanish from Xu Changsheng's sight. Someone has emerged. The early return after merely a day and a half was astonishing. If it were my brother Xu, he would have persevered until the end, returning laden with spoils. And that brat Xu better not cross paths with my brother Xu, otherwise he would surely be obliterated. Who needed Xu? A mere bronze-tier child would likely be no match for any fierce beast within the secret realm, possibly never even having the chance to return, with his body left to rot. Upon his exit, Wei Dongqing found himself confronted by a group of individuals who regarded him with mocking smiles. He recognized them as a gang of sycophants who had thrived under Xu Xichang's protection, frequently engaging in bullying and resource hoarding, and were likely awaiting Xu Xichang's return at this moment. Hearing their derisive remarks, a smirk crept onto Wei Dongqing's lips. "Brother Xu, the very brother you all depend on? Let me tell you, he met a most gruesome fate. His heart was ripped out by his own shadow, with blood spraying 3 feet high." Nevertheless, Wei Dongqing had no intention of divulging the truth to these individuals. After all, this was an agreement he had made with Xu Changsheng. To Wei Dongqing, the seemingly harmless junior was far more formidable than Xu Changsheng. Moreover, he had more pressing matters at hand, reattaching his severed limb. As he left, the gang saw him retreating and spoke even more freely. Listening to their unsavory remarks, a sense of anticipation stirred within Wei Dongqing. If those who had suffered at the hands of Xu Changsheng were to learn of his demise, one could only imagine the fury they would unleash upon these individuals. With that thought, an unparalleled sense of satisfaction surged within him. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Xu Changsheng clutched Xu Changsheng's spatial ring tightly. He extended a portion of his consciousness into the ring, exclaiming in astonishment upon seeing a glimmer of red light, the core of earth fire. Chapter 50. The Duel of Top-Tier Platinum Beasts. The Fisherman Gains. The core of earth fire is a rare product of the desert, containing the immense heat buried within the earth's core for millennia. Even the most inferior core of earth fire is a precious resource of the diamond tier, valued at no less than 10 billion federal coins. Most importantly, the essential material for the next evolution of Bai Fong is precisely the core of earth fire. Bai Fong aspired to evolve into the source of fire, necessitating the absorption of countless flames of elemental energy. The sheer magnitude of energy required for this evolutionary process could only be satiated by a treasure of fire attribute, such as the earth fire core. Should Bai Fong encounter a deficiency in energy during its evolution and be forcibly interrupted, the ramifications would extend far beyond a mere failure of evolution. It would unleash a catastrophic disaster. At that moment, the latent potential of Bai Fong's bloodline and all accumulated energy would erupt simultaneously, manifesting an unparalleled inferno. This flame would be akin to Bai Fong's heavenly fire, indomitable and inextinguishable, until all that it touched was reduced to ash. Xu Changsheng gazed at the earth fire core within the ring, his heart brimming with excitement. Now, the primary materials required for Bai Fong and Shui Ying's evolution had already been meticulously gathered, although the remaining auxiliary materials were challenging to procure. With the strength of Wanbao Pavilion, they would eventually be obtainable with patience. This meant that the evolution of Bai Fong and Shui Ying into beasts endowed with the sun's talent was nearly a foregone conclusion, merely awaiting the passage of time. Only you remain, Xu Changsheng declared, turning to stroke the back of the Soaring Dragon trailing behind him. He then leaped onto the dragon's back, proclaiming, "Continue the exploration, and scour this desert for all its treasures. If I can discover the evolution materials for the Soaring Dragon within the remaining day and a half, it would be nothing short of perfection." However, fortune does not favor one indefinitely. As a day and a half slipped by, with the deadline for forced departure from the secret realm looming, Xu Changsheng had yet to find the final material for evolution. Nevertheless, he had successfully gathered numerous other scattered resources. His spatial ring now brimmed with several items, ample enough to accommodate the bounty from this expedition. Regrettably, he mused as he observed the sun ascending in the sky, that when the sun reached its zenith, he would be ejected from the secret realm. With a wry smile, he remarked, "How greedy I am. Initially pleased to find even one material, and now, with two, I am still not satisfied." Suddenly, Xu Changsheng's ears perked up. It seemed there were sounds of combat emanating from the east. The noise was faint, indicating that the skirmish was quite distant from his current location. Had he not been thoroughly imbued with the power of beast mastery, enhancing his hearing, he might not have detected it at all. "Let us go," Xu Changsheng urged, raising his arm. He was eager to discover who or what was battling in this enigmatic desert, and whether he could derive any benefit from it. Two flying beasts, one carrying Xu Changsheng and the other bearing Shui Ying, sped eastward. Soon, the sounds of conflict grew clearer, and Xu Changsheng's eyes widened in astonishment at the spectacle before him. Before him was a colossal python, its upper body rigid as it fiercely clamped its jaws around a peculiar bird soaring in the sky. From a distance, it resembled a massive iron rod piercing the azure expanse. The bird emanated a dark, iron-like aura, its feathers glinting with the chilling gleam of tempered steel. At that moment, the avian creature was firmly ensnared by the python, feathers falling away like deadly blades, embedding themselves in the serpent's maw and inflicting grievous wounds that revealed bone beneath. Blood streamed from the python's mouth, yet despite the severity of its injuries, it refused to relinquish its grip on the iron-feathered bird. In its emerald eyes, the size of a human head, a fierce rage surged forth. The pain it endured only fueled its determination, leading it to bite down even harder. Its body began to spin like a top, and with its formidable momentum, its fangs carved deep gashes into the iron-feathered bird. Strangely, no blood welled from these wounds. Instead, a dark hue emerged. Xu Changsheng recognized at once that the bird was deeply poisoned. What a pity, he lamented, had it not been caught. The two would have been evenly matched. He had just utilized the eye of the world to discern the details of the two fierce beasts. The bird was of the platinum 8th rank, while the python was of the platinum 9th rank. There was a difference, albeit a slight one. Moreover, aerial beasts inherently possessed an advantage over terrestrial foes. Suddenly, the bird seemed to notice Xu Changsheng's presence, letting out an enraged shriek. It expelled a glob of white viscous liquid directly towards him. Xu Changsheng's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the information of the white substance. Without flinching, he grasped the viscous mass in his palm. Within its repulsive exterior lay a beast egg the size of a fist. This was none other than the offspring of the towering python. It was no wonder the python was in such a frenzy. It had consumed the young of another. Xu Changsheng's confusion began to clear as he watched the python viciously rend the bird apart, a shower of feathers scattering across the desert. Yet, the bird, a formidable beast of the platinum rank, would not succumb so easily to such injuries. Even deeply poisoned, it managed to stabilize itself in flight, swaying as it attempted to escape. At this point, the python had no time to concern itself with the detestable bird that had stolen its egg. It flicked its crimson tongue, advancing rapidly towards Xu Changsheng. The enormous form, spanning dozens of meters, caused the very ground beneath the desert to tremble. Even Xu Changsheng felt a twinge of trepidation in the face of such overwhelming might. After all, this was a top-tier beast of the platinum rank, and even he was not its match. Yet, Xu Changsheng remained unperturbed. He pressed his right hand against the standard-issue bracelet provided by the academy. Suddenly, a powerful spatial fluctuation enveloped him and the beast beneath him. In a flash of white light, Xu Changsheng vanished from his spot. The python halted abruptly, staring at the place where Xu Changsheng had just been, lingering in stunned silence. Then, it let out a mournful roar, filled with sorrow and desolation. With a swift turn of its head, it raced towards the direction in which the iron-feathered bird had fled. Having lost its child, it now sought to tear apart that wretched creature. Once the white light faded, Xu Changsheng opened his eyes. His beast had returned to the beast space during the transport, and he had managed to stow the beast egg away before vanishing. Now, Xu Changsheng stood alone within the teleportation array, empty-handed. Surrounding him was a throng of onlookers. This was the final day of the secret realm exploration, and numerous spectators awaited the outcome. Regrettably, they had not persisted until the very end. Indeed, 5 students have yet to emerge. I knew it. Gugu is surely the last one out, they chattered among themselves, astonished that even the recently renowned genius could not endure until the final moment. After all, remaining until the last second in a timed secret realm was a testament to one's strength. Xu Changsheng chose to ignore their chatter, dismissing them as mere mediocrities. His own gains were beyond their comprehension. Chapter 51, A New Beast Egg. The secret realm closes. Changsheng, over here. As Xu Changsheng emerged, Luanxue, who had been waiting for quite some time, called out to him. As his homeroom teacher, she naturally felt compelled to ensure the safety of her students. Upon hearing Luanxue's call, Xu Changsheng approached her. How much longer until the exploration of the secret realm is completely concluded? Xu Changsheng inquired in a low voice. He had initially intended to depart directly, but, upon hearing the incessant calls for Gugu from the crowd, a sense of wicked amusement stirred within him. He was curious to witness the expressions of those who had incessantly called for Gugu when the secret realm was entirely sealed off, and he did not emerge. 37 minutes remaining. I trust you have acquired quite a few valuable items? Luanxue replied with a smile illuminating her features. Having known Xu Changsheng for some time, she had gained some insight into his character. Luanxue was aware that his current leisurely demeanor indicated he had reaped significant rewards from the secret realm. Not bad, not bad, Xu Changsheng responded with a grin, his mind drifting to the specific details of the beast egg he had obtained. Species, sky-soaring giant python, poison attribute. Quality, low diamond. Rank, black iron first stage. Talents, rapid, rare, devouring poison, exceptional. Giantization, epic. Evolution Path 1, Poison Attribute. After 1 evolution, it can advance to the Fragment Star level beast, the Poison Sky Demon Jiao. After 2 evolutions, it can progress to the Full Moon level beast, the Devouring Sky Demon Dragon. Evolution Path 2, Body Attribute. After 1 evolution, it can advance to the Fragment Star level beast, the Soul Devouring Giant Python. After 2 evolutions, it can progress to the Full Moon level beast, the God Devouring Sky Python. After 3 evolutions, it can reach the solar level beast, the colorful sky-devouring python. First evolution conditions. Hatching conditions. After mixing 9 different poisons with a significant amount of one's own blood to create a special liquid, the beast egg must be immersed in this special liquid and left to sit for 10 minutes. This beast egg was, astonishingly, a rare diamond-quality beast. Furthermore, it possessed 2 entirely distinct evolution paths, with the body attribute evolution path capable of reaching the solar level. Despite Xu Changsheng's beasts all boasting full moon level talent, he found the diamond quality beast egg to be underwhelming. On the contrary, this single beast egg equaled the combined value of the previously acquired earth fire core and solar fragments. One must note that in this era, diamond tier beasts were nearly at the pinnacle of global strength, capable of serving as the foremost combat power of any nation. Such beings commanded respect and reverence across the world. Thus, possessing such a beast egg signified that one had already set foot on the threshold of top-tier combat power. Becoming a diamond-tier beast master was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, Shun Wuyin, an exceedingly rare and perhaps the only fragment star-level beast master, could single-handedly exert pressure upon an entire nation like the East Ing. Under Shun Wuyin's influence, even the reparations demanded by the East Ing had to be carefully adjusted upward to curry his favor. Yet, even such formidable individuals typically commanded diamond-tier beasts, with only a select few serving as primary combatants at the fragment star level, highlighting the rarity and preciousness of diamond-tier beasts. However, Xu Changsheng had no intention of making the sky-soaring giant python his fourth beast. The reason was simple: its quality was far too inadequate for his standards. Even with abundant resources, he could not elevate it to the mythical level of strength. Such a beast held no allure for him. He lacked the patience to cultivate such a creature and would never squander his precious contract qualifications on it. If others were to learn of Xu Changsheng's sentiments, they would likely be unable to contain their exclamations of disbelief. How could he overlook such a rare beast with diamond quality starting attributes? It can evolve to the solar level, and yet he finds it lacking. After inspecting the beast egg, Xu Changsheng stood beside Luan Xue, patiently awaiting the emergence of the other students from the secret realm. One by one, classmates such as Fan Libei, Wang Yinxue, and Fan Zhouwei flickered into view from the teleportation array. Although they appeared somewhat disheveled, the joy on their faces was unmistakable, clearly indicating that they had garnered substantial rewards from their exploration. Where's Gugu? Why hasn't he emerged yet? What's the rush? If they are all fine, do you think Gugu could possibly be in trouble? Exactly. Do you not understand that the protagonist always makes the last entrance? As Xu Changsheng's absence persisted, the closest group to the teleportation array began to exhibit signs of agitation, though they soon fell silent. Their remarks, however, were overheard clearly by the students still within the teleportation array. The expressions of those within turned ashen. What did they mean by "they are all fine"? This was nothing short of blatant belittlement. Those capable of entering such a unique secret realm for exploration were the most outstanding talents of their cohort at the Imperial Capital University, as well as the prodigies of the Huaxia Federation. Accustomed to praise and accolades throughout their lives, how could they tolerate such condescension? What are you muttering about? A bunch of sycophants. A burly man strode out from the teleportation array, directly confronting the group. Undeterred, they retorted, "Fan Zhouwei, have you forgotten your crushing defeat in the arena last time?" At this remark, laughter erupted from the others. Fan Zhouwei was notorious for his volatile temper, having previously spoken out against Xu Changsheng and his cohorts for their bullying behavior towards classmates. Consequently, he suffered a severe beating from Xu Changsheng in the arena, leaving him bedridden for a week. Following that incident, Xu Changsheng's behavior on campus had grown increasingly arrogant, so much so that even the strongest among their year found themselves powerless against him. What cause did the others have for fear? A pack of mongrels. Just wait until Xu Changsheng is dead, then you will see. Fan Zhouwei's face turned a shade of anger. For a moment, he hesitated to act. Although he had a fiery temperament, he was not a masochist and did not wish to be beaten again. At the Imperial Capital University, there existed a rule that any peer could challenge another, barring exceptional circumstances, to encourage students to engage in real combat and gain practical experience, preventing the cultivation of mere ornamental talents. Naturally, the same opponent could only be challenged once a month. You need not wait for a day. I believe Xu Changsheng is already dead. Xu Changsheng interjected calmly from amidst the crowd. Upon hearing someone come to his aid, Fan Zhouwei cast a grateful glance his way. Yet, even he could not truly believe that the powerful Xu Changsheng could perish during a mere exploration of the secret realm. After all, unless he was instantaneously killed or ambushed, Xu Changsheng could easily return to the school through his wristband. With Xu Changsheng's strength, it was unlikely that an ordinary beast could bring about his demise. If even Fan Zhouwei, a sworn enemy, harbored doubts about Xu Changsheng's death, one could only imagine the disbelief of Xu Changsheng's entourage. Upon hearing Xu Changsheng's words, they were initially taken aback before erupting into a raucous laughter. Ha ha! I declare this the funniest joke I have heard all year. Are you so afraid of death that you imagine Xu Changsheng has taken your life? Young people are so imaginative. However, just as they were ridiculing him, a flash of blue light from the teleportation array signified its complete closure. This marked the definitive end of this exploration of the secret realm. What? Upon witnessing the cerulean light, one of Xu Changsheng's followers emitted a gasp of astonishment. Soon after, the raucous laughter dissipated, replaced by an eerie silence akin to death itself. Chapter 52. It is time to settle old scores. After a prolonged moment, a hoarse voice broke the stillness. The secret realm has closed, yet Brother Gu has yet to emerge. What is the meaning of this? His voice was sharp and raspy. as though the words were forced from his throat. No one around him dared to respond. The closure of the secret realm and the absence of the explorers typically foretold one grim outcome: death, even if they had not perished. The prospect of surviving alone within the secret realm for an entire year left little room for hope. The speaker, Xu Changsheng, surveyed his surroundings and noted that even the brothers who had once conspired with him now avoided his gaze, as if he were a harbinger of doom. They turned their heads away, treating him as though he were a plague. Xu Changsheng, known for his fervent sycophancy towards Xu Changsheng, had become the target of the very classmates he once tormented. With Xu Changsheng deceased and his protection gone, the resentment of those he had bullied now bore down upon him. No one wished to associate with him, not even through a mere exchange of glances. A shadow fell over Xu Changsheng's eyes, extinguishing the last flicker of hope within him. He comprehended everything, yet he was unwilling to confront the truth. Stumbling, it seemed he might collapse into the throng, but a strong hand grasped him firmly, wrenching his head back. Fan Zhou's mouth spread into a slow, menacing grin, revealing a row of stark white teeth as he declared, "It is time to settle old scores." Behind Fan Zhou, a host of students surged forward, their expressions dark and intent, as if they yearned to rend him apart. The remaining followers of Xu Changsheng attempted to exploit the chaos to flee, yet they were effectively blocked by the advancing students, rendered immobile. In the midst of this scene, Xu Changsheng observed with satisfaction, nodding approvingly before sauntering away. He could envision the days that lay ahead for Xu Changsheng, engulfed by the wrath of the entire sophomore class. Xu Changsheng hoped that when next he encountered these individuals, they would still bear the same defiant demeanor. Upon entering his dormitory, Xu Changsheng had barely settled when a knock echoed from outside. He approached the door to discover it was Shun Wuyan. Hastily, he opened the door, curiosity piquing as to why the principal sought him out. Yangtze City has been overrun by the Beast Tide, and surrounding cities have been affected as well. We require some students to assist with post-disaster reconstruction, Shun Wuyan stated gravely. At these words, Xu Changsheng's heart sank. Yangtze City bordered his hometown of Changnan City. If Yangtze City had fallen to the Beast Tide, Changnan City would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Has Changnan City been impacted? Xu Changsheng inquired. Shen Wuyan nodded. Changnan City recently endured a Beast Tide, and the city defenses have yet to be fully restored, suffering considerable losses. Fortunately, the city guards acted swiftly, barely managing to defend the city, though casualties were significant. Xu Changsheng felt a weight settle within him upon hearing this news. After all, he had spent 18 years in Changnan City and held a certain affection for the small town. The school has arranged for you to handle the post-war reconstruction in Changnan City. Remember, you have the highest authority over all matters concerning the reconstruction, even possessing the right to act first and report later. The waters there run deep. I will personally visit soon. As he spoke, Shen Wuyan tossed Xu Changsheng a medallion identical to the one he had received previously. Even someone of Shen Wuyan's caliber regarded talents like Xu Changsheng as exceedingly precious. Naturally concerned for his safety, a genius confined within the walls of the academy was merely a fledgling hawk, incapable of facing the true storms of life. Hence, he had chosen to send Xu Changsheng directly to Changnan City. The school has arranged for a fellow student to accompany you. Pack your things and set off immediately. With that, Shun Wuyan departed. Xu Changsheng quickly gathered his valuables and made his way to the school gate, the rendezvous point with his companion. Junior, it's good to see you well. His companion was none other than Wei Dongqing, whose severed arm had been successfully reattached, and his complexion had improved considerably. How is your recovery, senior? Xu Changsheng inquired casually while summoning his flying beast, Bai Fong. I'm nearly back to full strength, Wei Dongqing replied promptly. Upon reaching the golden tier, beast tamers undergo a qualitative transformation. If their beasts are slain, they do not perish completely, but return to the beast space, gradually healing their wounds. With sufficient resources, they could even restore their beasts to full health within a day. What about your flying beast? Xu Changsheng asked, noticing Wei Dongqing's delay in summoning his creature. In long-distance travel, a flying beast is typically employed for its speed and terrain independence. At this, Wei Dongqing's eyes flickered with embarrassment. Junior, I do not yet possess a flying beast. My apologies, I forgot. Come aboard, senior. Xu Changsheng invited. Flying beasts are rare and valuable, often only contracted by platinum tier tamers. Lower tier tamers simply cannot afford the resources required for a flying beast. Few possess the luxury of having 2 flying beasts among their 3 creatures, as Xu Changsheng did, a truly lavish feat. Moments later, the two stood atop Bai Fong. Soaring toward Changnan City, Bai Fong flew swiftly through the air, its speed rivaling that of Principal Wang Ping's Divine Eagle. Xu Changsheng departed at midday, and by the early hours of the following morning, they arrived at Changnan City. Who goes there? The guards stationed at Changnan City, having endured 2 beast tides in a matter of months, were on high alert as they spotted the extraordinary flying beast approaching like a blazing fireball. Countless crossbows shifted into position, aimed at Bai Fong. Seeing such a display, Xu Changsheng felt not anger but rather a sense of satisfaction. This is how warriors should be. He quickly revealed the medallion that Shen Wuyan had entrusted to him. The dark green medallion emitted a faint glow in the night, with the character for Shun radiating an unusual brilliance. A commanding soldier atop the city wall scrutinized the medallion closely before waving his hand. Lower the defenses. Welcome the special envoy from the capital into the city. Chapter 53. Withholding relief funds. Xu Changsheng and Wei Dongxing leapt gracefully from Bai Fong, landing securely atop the city wall before retracting the beast into its space. After hours of rapid flight, even Bai Fong, with its current physique, was fatigued. It was time for rest. I am Chen Ying, captain of the Western Guard of Chang'an City. The previously speaking commander approached Xu Changsheng to introduce himself. With over a decade of experience in the field, he could readily discern that Xu Changsheng was the true leader of the duo. Chen Ying extended his hand, seemingly wishing to shake Xu Changsheng's. His rough, calloused palm bore traces of blood and dirt between the fingers, clearly marking him as a pragmatic individual working tirelessly on the front lines of post-disaster reconstruction. Oh, my apologies. Chen Yingkai noticed the grime upon his hands and instinctively withdrew, vigorously rubbing them against his clothing. At that moment, Xu Changsheng extended his hand with a warm smile, saying, "Greetings, I am Xu Changsheng, the envoy dispatched from the Imperial capital, overseeing post-disaster reconstruction." Chen Ying was taken aback. He had not expected such a dignitary to possess such amiable demeanor. Tentatively, he extended his hand once more, firmly clasping Xu Changsheng's in a hearty shake. "You are truly an impressive young man, Lord Xu," Chen Ying exclaimed, marveling at the youthful visage of Xu Changsheng, who appeared to be of a similar age to his younger brother, currently entrenched in preparations for the college entrance examination. Perhaps this Lord Xu was a formidable beast master, adept at retaining youthful allure, he mused inwardly. Suddenly, a bolt of realization struck him. Xu Changsheng. Was he not the prodigy that his brother had incessantly mentioned? Surely, he thought, how could it be possible? Chen Ying shook his head, dismissing the notion that anyone could achieve such heights at the tender age of 18. It seemed utterly ludicrous. Captain Chen need not be so formal. I, too, grew up in Chang'an, and you are my elder, Xu Changsheng remarked, expressing profound respect for the dedicated city guardians. Without their sacrifices, he would not have enjoyed a safe upbringing for the past 18 years. At this, Chen Ying trembled slightly, his suspicions edging closer to reality. Unable to contain himself, he inquired with a quaver, "Were you, by any chance, a student at Chang'an No. 1 High School?" "Indeed," Xu Changsheng replied with a nod. Hearing this, Chen Ying felt a torrent of emotions bubbling within him. Here was a young man who had become an envoy at 18, while he himself, nearing 40, remained merely a captain of the guard. The chasm between individuals seemed insurmountable. Once the preliminary exchanges of information were concluded, Xu Changsheng adopted a serious tone. "I would like to understand the impact of the recent beast tide on our city. Could you please elaborate, Captain Chen?" Upon hearing the serious matter at hand, Chen Ying also grew solemn. The beast tide originated in Yangtze City, significantly affecting our city. The western part of the city suffered the most devastation. Among the 842 city defenders, 677 perished while resisting the tide, and nearly 800 were injured, with 400 sustaining severe injuries. As he spoke, the sturdy figure of the black-faced man seemed to sag slightly. Yet, a glimmer of pride flickered in his eyes. It is precisely due to the valiant defense of these warriors that civilian casualties were minimal, and the damage to city infrastructure was relatively slight. His voice rang with conviction, as if he were celebrating the contributions of his comrades. Xu Changsheng nodded appreciatively. "My brothers have put in tremendous effort. Have the compensation payments been dispersed as per the norm?" These warriors often served as the pillars of their families, in the event of their demise or incapacitation. The compensation became a vital source of support. There could be no room for error. However, at Xu Changsheng's inquiry, Chen Ying's gaze fell, and he replied, "Not yet." "Not yet." Xu Changsheng's brow furrowed deeply. The beast tide had struck 2 days prior, and the Chang'an authorities had yet to issue compensation. What was the matter here? Which department was responsible for this? Xu Changsheng questioned with a stern voice. If the compensation was not dispersed promptly, it would inevitably sow discontent among the soldiers, potentially leading to a sense of futility among the survivors. The Gu family group, Chen Ying responded, then elaborated, following the last beast tide. The Gu family group reached an agreement with the authorities to cover the compensation for the next decade. In return, the government would offer various incentives for the Gu family group's development. Recently, a parcel of land was specifically allocated for the Gu family's use. However, now, Xu Tiansheng was making all sorts of excuses. As he spoke, A flicker of indignation crossed Qinying's eyes, which soon morphed into a profound sense of helplessness. The Gu family was vast and powerful. He, a mere captain, was no match for them. Yet, witnessing his former comrades, who had fought valiantly to protect the city, even sacrificing their lives, without receiving any compensation, filled his heart with a deep, piercing pain. Then came the mention of the Gu family group. Xu Changsheng's expression darkened completely. This time, he was determined to uproot them from Changnan. Just then, a piercing eagle's cry resonated from the sky, followed by a gust of wind as a magnificent white eagle landed before Xu Changsheng. Behind this majestic bird, several flying beast companions descended in succession. Changsheng, it has been a long time. Wang Ping dismounted from the white eagle and enveloped Xu Changsheng in a hearty embrace. His eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Xu Changsheng, who had just recently awakened as a fledgling youth. Now, he had ascended to a stature that even required Wang Ping to treat him as an equal, perhaps even with a hint of deference. Such a transformation was nothing short of remarkable. Upon seeing Principal Wang Ping, Xu Changsheng's eyes lit up with warmth. This principal had been instrumental in his journey, saving his life and advocating for him at the Imperial Capital University. It was fair to say that without Wang Ping's support, Xu Changsheng would not have achieved such heights in such a short span of time. Just as he was about to exchange pleasantries with Wang Ping, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure standing behind him. The smile on his face instantly vanished. It was Xu Tiansheng. At that moment, Xu Tiansheng's countenance was dark, his gaze fixed on Xu Changsheng with palpable animosity. He had not anticipated that this once enemy would rise to such prominence in such a brief period, intensifying his murderous intent towards Xu Changsheng. Xu Changsheng, disregarding the niceties, launched straight into confrontation. Xu Tiansheng, who gave you the audacity to withhold the soldier's compensation? His voice rang out with authority, offering no quarter to Xu Tiansheng. Even Wang Ping and Lin Hongjiang's expressions shifted, taken aback by Xu Changsheng's directness. Meanwhile, Chen Ying stood aside, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. This envoy appeared to be unlike any other. Perhaps there was genuine hope for the soldier's compensation after all. Chapter 54. The family with two sons, one dead, one crippled. In an instant, all eyes converged upon Xu Tiansheng. Yet, faced with Xu Changsheng's reproach, Xu Tiansheng's complexion flushed crimson. His expression brimmed with indignation, as if he had been wronged beyond measure. How can the envoy unjustly accuse the Xu family? During the last beast tide, we bore the brunt of the soldier's compensation without a single complaint. Yet, merely 2 months later, another beast tide strikes. Upon witnessing the casualties among the soldiers, I too am deeply pained. I am equally powerless. The Xu family lacks the financial capacity to sustain this burden. As he spoke, Xu Tiansheng's eyes even squeezed out a couple of tears. Even Xu Changsheng, witnessing his performance, couldn't help but commend his acting prowess. Meanwhile, Chen Ying's eyes burned with fury. What nonsense! Could the Xu family truly be devoid of funds? The expenditure for the development of new land in the eastern sector of Xu City alone would suffice to cover the compensation. Yet, astonishingly, Xu Tiansheng now bemoans his financial woes. Lin Hongjiang, too, could only snort in disdain. In pursuit of this compensation, he had engaged in numerous discussions with Xu Tiansheng. However, Xu Tiansheng persisted in his narrative. Out of the blue, Xu Changsheng posed an entirely unrelated inquiry. How has your son Xu Xiyuan been faring lately? Upon hearing this, a flicker of disdain crossed Xu Tiansheng's eyes. In his view, Xu Changsheng had merely been deceived by his own theatrics, thus diverting the conversation. Fortunately, he had nearly regained his ability to move, and in a few days, he would be able to re-establish a contract with his beast. Xu Tiansheng remarked. Xu Changsheng nodded. Even if Xu Xiyuan resumed his training, his innate talent would undoubtedly suffer, and his potential for growth would be significantly diminished. Then, Xu Changsheng softly stated, by the way, your eldest son is pursuing studies at the Imperial Capital University, is he not? Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding flashed through Xu Tiansheng's mind. He forced a smile and replied, why does the envoy bring this up? Xu Changsheng responded with a smile of his own. It is nothing much. Merely to convey some news. Xu Changsheng has passed away. He perished in the secret realm. The distance between the imperial capital and Changnan spanned thousands of miles, causing the news to spread with excruciating slowness. The news of Xu Tiansheng's death had reached the public in no more than half a day. Xu Tiansheng was utterly oblivious to it. In his heart, Xu Changsheng remained his most cherished son, a being with talents that far surpassed his own. Consequently, Xu Tiansheng held high hopes for him, believing that under Xu Xichang's leadership, the Xu family would surely ascend to greater heights. Yet now, Xu Changsheng had delivered the devastating news. Xu Changsheng was dead. Dead. Do not jest, envoy, Xu Tiansheng managed to say, still clinging to a thread of hope. Do I strike you as one who enjoys jesting? Xu Changsheng's voice turned serious. Wei Dongqing, is what I say not the truth? Xu Changsheng and Xu Tianxing turned their gaze towards Wei Dongqing. In Xu Tianxing's eyes, hope flickered as he awaited a refutation. Indeed, Wei Dongqing nodded. With that simple affirmation, all of Xu Tianxing's illusions shattered. How could this be? Xu Tianxing stumbled, nearly losing his balance. A platinum-tier powerhouse almost fell flat on the ground. One can only imagine the magnitude of this revelation's impact on Xu Tianxing. Alas, the Xu family has lost 2 sons, one dead and the other incapacitated. What misfortune have we wrought? Xu Changsheng sighed, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Xu Tianxing. With your sons gone, perhaps the next to perish will be you. This was a blatant threat from Xu Changsheng to Xu Tianxing. Should the compensation not be settled promptly, Xu Tianxing would be the next to meet his demise. Upon hearing this, Xu Tianxing immediately realized Xu Xichang's death was undoubtedly linked to Xu Changsheng. At this thought, Xu Tianxing's eyes filled with a myriad of crimson veins, and he gasped for breath. Both of his sons had fallen at the hands of Xu Changsheng. What significance did his vast empire hold if it was merely to benefit others? As Xu Tianxing appeared on the verge of losing control of his emotions, Lin Hongjiang and Wang Ping swiftly positioned themselves in front of Xu Changsheng, guarding him closely. Do not panic, Xu Changsheng said calmly, advancing toward Xu Tianxing without a hint of fear of an imminent attack. Given Xu Changsheng's current strength, Xu Tianxing, a mere platinum tier level 3, posed little threat. Should Zhu Long employ Zhu Long's true body to activate time control, Xu Tianxing would be nothing more than a fish on the chopping block, ready for slaughter. Are you truly intent on pushing me to this extent? Is the life of my Xu family not even worth consideration? Xu Tianxing spoke each word deliberately, as though forcing them through clenched teeth. He raised his head, his eyes nearly consumed by crimson. In my eyes, the lives of all your Xu family members combined are worth less than that of a single warrior, Xu Changsheng replied coolly, producing a dark green token. What is this? Lin Hongjiang exclaimed in shock upon seeing the gilded character for Shun inscribed upon the token. That token belonged to one of the most formidable figures in the Huaxia Federation. Rumors suggested that this individual had even transcended the confines of diamond rank, entering the realm of shattered stars, unrivaled in the world. Xu Changsheng possessed a token from such an esteemed figure. Do you have any objections? Xu Changsheng inquired from his elevated position, his indifferent gaze sweeping over Xu Tianxing. The once mighty elder, who had even dispatched assassins against him, was now firmly under his heel. Yet, this alone was insufficient. Xu Tianxing trembled as he regarded the dark green token. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp something, and his demeanor calmed. I shall comply with the envoy's arrangements. The compensation will be supplied today before dawn. Xu Changsheng commanded, his tone domineering and unassailable. Xu Tianxing shuddered, his lips quivering, yet he responded, very well, I shall follow the envoy's arrangements. Observing Xu Tianxing's sudden compliance, Xu Changsheng felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. Was this truly the Xu Tianxing he had known? However, Xu Changsheng did not fully relax. Instead, he remained vigilant. Something was amiss. Yet, with his formidable strength, he had little to fear from Xu Tianxing's schemes. In the end, power was the essence of all. After further discussions, Lin Hongjiang and the others hastily departed. Meanwhile, Xu Changsheng and Wei Dongqing, guided by Chen Ying, took up residence in a room near the city gate. Thud. Once alone in the room, Chen Ying suddenly knelt, his knees striking the ground with a resounding thud. Xu Changsheng hurried to assist him. The iron-willed man, standing at nearly 6 feet tall, now had tears welling in his eyes as he repeatedly uttered, Thank you, envoy. Thank you, envoy. My brothers. As the captain, he had felt a profound ache in his heart each time he encountered the widows and children of fallen comrades over the past few days. What pained him even more was his inability to assist these individuals, not even being able to secure the compensation they rightfully deserved. The guilt gnawed at him like a venomous serpent, incessantly tearing at his heart. Xu Changsheng sighed softly, offered some words of comfort, and personally escorted him out of the room. Afterward, he found himself unable to settle his emotions. Chapter 55, Another Assassination? Eliminate Xu Tianxing. After seeing Chen Ying off, Xu Changsheng tidied up and lay down on the bed to sleep deeply. He had been exhausted for several days, and now he could finally rest properly. Time passed, and suddenly, Xu Changsheng's eyes flew open. The surrounding environment felt off. This room was adjacent to the city wall, often resonating with the sounds of patrolling footsteps and even the occasional clash. Now, however, an eerie silence enveloped the space, so quiet that even the buzzing of mosquitoes was absent. Xu Changsheng sensed a peculiar energy fluctuation, seemingly shielding his perception. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he sprang upright from the bed, swiftly summoning his beast. Clang. Suddenly, a piercing sound emanated from outside the room. Almost immediately, a gleaming iron spike pierced through the window, hurtling straight towards Xu Changsheng's brow. Sensing the imminent danger, Blood Shadow swiftly transformed Xu Changsheng's body into a mere shadow. The iron spike penetrated through Xu Changsheng's forehead and forcefully embedded itself into the wall. The spike, measuring a good 10 centimeters in length, was now entirely buried within the wall, a testament to the sheer force and ferocity of its attack. Pale dust from the wall cascaded onto Xu Changsheng. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly rose from the bed. Bang! At that moment, the door was violently smashed open by a beast resembling a hedgehog. Not only did it shatter the door, but it also created a gaping hole in the surrounding wall. Behind this hedgehog-like beast, two figures gradually materialized, accompanied by various beasts of distinct forms, evidently well prepared for this encounter. Xu Changsheng focused intently, and to his astonishment, one of the individuals was none other than Xu Changsheng. Upon discerning the identity of the other person, Xu Changsheng's pupils constricted. This individual was a spy from the Beastmaster sect, a skilled fighter who had already undergone the beast blood baptism. Name: Xu Changsheng. Talent: Soul Enhancement. This talent has been forcibly altered to beast blood baptism. Beast blood baptism significantly enhances physical attributes and extends lifespan. The personality will increasingly become brutal under the influence of beast blood until humanity is completely lost. Simultaneously, it greatly enhances affinity with beasts and accelerates their evolution. Rank: Platinum Level 7. Contracted Beasts: Dark Magic Hound, Flame Lizard, Iron Spike Hedgehog, Spirit Sky Egret, Immortal Divine Turtle. This was Xu Changsheng's first encounter with someone who had undergone the beast blood baptism. Such a baptism not only elevated the master's strength, but could also enhance their physical attributes to the level of their beasts, effectively eliminating the vulnerabilities of a beastmaster. Moreover, it accelerated the evolution of their beasts. It could be said to be extraordinarily formidable. However, the beast blood baptism would profoundly influence the recipient's character, potentially leading to a complete loss of humanity. Without humanity, what remains of one is a person? For this reason alone, Xu Changsheng held a deep-seated aversion to such a bizarre ritual. The beast blood baptism was scarcely comparable to a single strand of hair from the mythical bloodline pool. Xu Changsheng, could you have ever imagined you would find yourself in this predicament? Xu Changsheng roared. His previous endurance and humiliation were all strategies to lower Xu Changsheng's guard, intending to eliminate him entirely this night. For this, he was even willing to collude with the Beastmaster sect. It was crucial to understand that such collusion, if discovered, would lead to immediate execution, regardless of one's status. Even the assets of their family would be implicated, at best, confiscated without a trace, at worst, the entire family exiled to the frigid wasteland, never to return to civilization. Even so, Xu Changsheng was resolute in his desire to kill Xu Changsheng. Enough chatter, the barrier can only hold for 10 minutes, Xu Changsheng reminded. His voice gravelly like a beast's low growl, instilling dread. No matter, 10 minutes is more than enough for me to toy with him. I will ensure this little brat wishes he were never born, Xu Changsheng declared with bloodshot eyes. Today, he had staked everything, his entire fortune and even his life, to take Xu Changsheng's. Naturally, he would not allow him a swift demise. Keep track of the time, Xu Changsheng frowned. However, considering that Xu Changsheng had offered him all the valuables of the Xu family and was willing to join the Beastmaster sect upon the completion of this task, he acquiesced to Xu Changsheng's wishes. After all, a platinum-level combatant was not to be underestimated anywhere. Moreover, what could a mere bronze-level student achieve against him? Watching the two converse as if he were inconsequential, Xu Changsheng chuckled softly. Indeed, I did not expect this. Upon hearing this, a cruel smile curled at the corners of Xu Changsheng's mouth. He felt a thrill of excitement at Xu Changsheng's submission. Yet, Xu Changsheng's next words ignited a raging fury within him. I didn't expect you to be so eager to meet your demise. With that, the candle dragon coiled before Xu Changsheng, unleashing a furious roar. Its form swiftly transformed, its already mountainous body growing even larger, exuding an overwhelming aura merely by its presence. Simultaneously, its golden scales became suffused with a deep crimson hue. Its eyes, as large as lanterns, sparkled with the changing seasons and the passage of day and night. Merely gazing into those eyes caused Xu Changsheng to lose track of time. Clang! An iron spike pierced Xu Changsheng's thigh, the excruciating pain jolting him back to reality. It was Xu Changsheng who had pulled him from that stupor. Xu Changsheng attempted to retreat, but found himself utterly unable to control his own body. Even as he desperately tried to lift his feet, they felt as heavy as lead, moving only sluggishly. He cast a sidelong glance at Xu Changsheng, yearning for the assistance of the Beastmaster sect's expert. However, he despaired upon realizing that this so-called expert was in no better condition than himself, unable to even move, let alone help him escape. Do you think my confidence stems from some external force? That I am merely leveraging the power behind me? I tell you, true strength lies solely in one's own might. With every word Xu Changsheng spoke, he advanced a step closer, his aura intensifying with each stride. He approached Xu Changsheng, observing the terror in his eyes, and raised his hand. Slap. A resounding slap struck Xu Changsheng's left cheek, a strike for the countless fallen warriors. Despite the humiliation, Xu Changsheng felt no anger, only a profound sense of regret. How little time had passed for the once inconspicuous youth to grow to such heights. Even he found himself powerless to resist before Xu Changsheng, forced to endure this indignity. Had he known, he would never have. A fleeting thought darted through his mind. In that instant, a snow-white wolf's claw effortlessly swept across Xu Changsheng's fragile neck. In a heartbeat, a spurt of warm blood shot skyward, sending Xu Changsheng's head soaring before plummeting back down. The head rolled a few times on the filthy ground before falling silent. Yet, Xu Changsheng's eyes remained wide open, filled with regret and confusion. Regret for having provoked Xu Changsheng, for having sent assassins after him. Confusion over how a beastmaster with an A-rank talent could have developed so rapidly. Upon witnessing Xu Changsheng's lifeless body, the pent-up frustration within Xu Changsheng finally erupted. The Xu family was nothing more than a swarm of ants. Chapter 56. Plundering the Xu family. All assets confiscated. Having completed all of this, scarcely half a minute had passed. Xu Changsheng turned to face Gong Zixing, who, at that moment, bore a visage of strained veins and tufts of black hair sprouting from his exposed skin. Yet even in such a state, he could only move slowly within the confines of the time control realm. In the eyes of Xu Changsheng, the current speed resembled that of a sluggish snail. It appeared that after employing the true body of the Candle Dragon, the potency of time manipulation had significantly amplified. Xu Changsheng mused that during his training with Luan Xue, time manipulation merely slowed down the speed of the platinum-tier beast tamers, falling far short of its current efficacy. It seemed that his instantaneous combat prowess had elevated him to the pinnacle among those below the diamond tier. Xu Changsheng's perception of his overall combat capability had undergone a profound transformation. However, he refrained from eliminating Gong Zixing outright. Given the rare opportunity to utilize the true body of the Candle Dragon, he was keen to explore the two new skills that accompanied this state. Under Xu Changsheng's directive, the immense eyes of the Candle Dragon, resembling lanterns, gazed down upon the half-beastified Gong Zixing. Two beams of light shot forth from its pupils, striking the struggling Gong Zixing directly. In an instant, Gong Zixing's body became rigid, his previously contorted expression frozen in place, as if his very soul had been extracted. In a fleeting moment, Gong Zixing toppled backward, a copious amount of drool escaping his mouth, rendering him akin to a dazed individual babbling incoherently. Had Xu Changsheng not previously scrutinized his specific information, he would never have connected the man convulsing on the ground, saliva staining his hair, with the formidable platinum-tier warrior. Such strength. A flicker of astonishment crossed Xu Changsheng's mind. The simultaneous assault on his essence and soul was a burden that even the most resolute individuals would find challenging to withstand. Despite Gong Zixing's current state of utter foolishness, Xu Changsheng took precautionary measures, personally severing Gong Zixing's limbs to ensure he could no longer resist. Concurrently, Blood Shadow and Bai Feng joined forces to eliminate all of Gong Zixing's beasts. Thus, the minute of mayhem came to a definitive close. The Candle Dragon swiftly diminished in size, its crimson hue receding like a tide, while the once resplendent golden aura now appeared somewhat dulled. A hint of weakness flickered in the Candle Dragon's eyes, a consequence of its forced overexertion of its mythical bloodline. Were it not for the purification provided by the mythical bloodline pool, the Candle Dragon, with its current strength and tier, would never have been able to wield such a formidable skill as the true body of the Candle Dragon. You've worked hard. Xu Changsheng gently patted the head of the Candle Dragon before returning it to the beast taming space for rest. He retained Bai Feng and Blood Shadow by his side, just in case. Subsequently, Xu Changsheng rummaged through Xu Changsheng's corpse, uncovering several spatial rings. Naturally, he did not overlook Gong Zixing, discovering yet another spatial ring. After a cursory examination of the items within, he was astounded by the plethora of rare resources contained therein. Particularly, the spatial rings belonging to Xu Changsheng held an extensive array of resources, spanning from silver tier to platinum tier, even including treasures long thought to be extinct according to outside legend. Xu Changsheng estimated that the worth of these spatial rings alone rivaled all his gains from the special secret realm. Remarkably, this was merely the portable resources hastily collected by Xu Changsheng. The true wealth of the Xu family resided in their various enterprises within Chang'an City. Xu Changsheng sighed inwardly at the Xu family's long history of plundering the people's wealth. In contrast, Gong Zixing's ring contained only a handful of items, several barrels of viscous black liquid, and a mysterious blueprint. The black liquid emitted a foul odor, reminiscent of blood left to decay for days. The enigmatic blueprint appeared to depict some arcane ritual. As for the purpose of this ritual, Xu Changsheng remained oblivious. He resolved to hand over Gong Zixing's ring to Principal Shan, thinking it might yield some rewards. After all, Shen Wuyan was known for his generosity. Before long, 10 minutes had quietly elapsed. The barrier previously established by Gong Zixing dissipated with the passage of time. The area where Xu Changsheng stood lay in ruins due to the earlier skirmish, with even the surrounding structures affected. Fortunately, this vicinity housed no other occupants that night, as most of the soldiers remained steadfast at their posts due to manpower shortages. The patrol team quickly detected the anomaly in the area. Chuning arrived swiftly, his countenance turning stern upon seeing Xu Tianxing's lifeless head on the ground. His expression shifted to one of alarm upon observing Gong Zixing's entire body covered in black fur. He recognized this as a natural transformation that occurred after a beast blood baptism, wherein the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts cult unleashed their full power. The fact that the envoy of the Empire had been assassinated right under his nose by members of the 10,000 Beasts cult left him aghast. However, what astonished him even more was the realization that these disciples, empowered by the beast blood baptism, possessed combat capabilities that undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of platinum tier. Yet here was Xu Changsheng, a mere 18-year-old, who had managed not only to survive the onslaught of 2 platinum tier experts, but to turn the tables with unequivocal dominance. Send word to Governor Lin Hongjiang and Principal Wang Ping regarding this matter, informing them that the Xu family colluded with the 10,000 Beasts cult to orchestrate my assassination. But I countered with special measures, Xu Changsheng commanded, disregarding Chen Ying's shock. He then turned to Chen Ying, his gaze laden with significance. Captain Chen, what do you believe is the punishment for colluding with the 10,000 Beasts cult? Chen Ying's mind raced before he respectfully replied, confiscation of assets, exile of family members. In severe cases, extermination of the entire clan. Xu Changsheng nodded, stating, then hurry and act. Remember, be swift. These assets will suffice to provide compensation for the soldiers. Also, the military welfare should be improved. Upon hearing this, a wave of excitement washed over Chen Ying's face as he nodded earnestly at Xu Changsheng. He then directed his subordinates to split into 2 teams, one to report Xu Changsheng's ambush to the higher-ups of Changnan, and the other to handle the Xu family's assets. Overnight, Changnan City underwent a seismic transformation. By the time the sun rose the following day, the Xu family had vanished from the landscape of Changnan City. Chapter 57. Return to the capital. In the capital, one must exercise utmost caution. Survival is of paramount importance. On the high walls of the western side of Changnan City, Wang Ping cautioned Xu Changsheng. Xu Changsheng was his most esteemed student throughout his teaching career, a mere 18-year-old who had brought him countless moments of astonishment. Xu Changsheng nodded, standing atop the wall as the howling winds billowed his garments. Gazing upon the flourishing and peaceful scene of Changnan City, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment. This was the fruit of his labor over the past fortnight. Half a month had passed since Xu Changsheng vanquished Xu Tianxing and Gong Zixing. During this time, the confiscation of the Xu family's assets had significantly alleviated the financial strain on Changnan City. Not only had the issue of soldier compensation been flawlessly addressed, but the pace of infrastructure restoration had also accelerated dramatically due to the influx of funds. Presently, Changnan City bore little resemblance to the desolate ruins he encountered upon his arrival 2 weeks prior, showing almost no signs of having been ravaged by the beast tide. Moreover, due to the capture of the leader of the beast cult, Gong Zixing, under severe interrogation, Xu Changsheng led his companions to dismantle numerous beast cult strongholds. The environment surrounding Changnan City was significantly cleared. One could assert that during his brief stay in Changnan City, Xu Changsheng nearly eradicated the long-standing issues plaguing the city. Lin Hongjiang gazed at the spirited youth before him, feeling a surge of emotion. He had ultimately aged, lacking the youthful vigor, and had become overly cautious in his endeavors. Had it not been for this, the Xu family would not have been so audacious. This world, after all, still belonged to the youth. Lin Hongjiang mused, casting an expectant glance at Xu Changsheng. He hoped that this young man would one day bring him even more surprises. Of course, Special Envoy Wei had also worked diligently. Lin Hongjiang remarked to Wei Dongqing. Although significant decisions in the city had been made by Xu Changsheng, it was Wei Dongqing who diligently attended to the minutiae, leaving no detail unattended, thus contributing substantially. A golden-tier beastmaster in Changnan was no small force, all credit to Changsheng. Wei Dongqing scratched his head, modestly declining the praise. He understood his own capabilities. Without Xu Changsheng, it would have been impossible for Changnan City to achieve its current state. Well, it is time to depart. After some pleasantries, Xu Changsheng spoke. Changnan City had now entered a stable phase, and it was time for him to return to the Imperial capital. There, resources were abundant, opportunities plentiful, and it was far more suitable for his cultivation. Lin Hongjiang and Wang Ping nodded in agreement, as they had come to bid Xu Changsheng farewell. Uncle Lin, Uncle Wang, this is for you. Xu Changsheng summoned Bijiao and casually presented 2 spatial rings to Lin Hongjiang and Wang Ping. Each ring contained approximately 25 million federal coins worth of resources, serving as Xu Changsheng's token of gratitude for their prior care. No, how can a teacher accept such valuable gifts from a student? Wang Ping exclaimed, examining the rings before hurriedly declining. Lin Hongjiang nodded in agreement. Indeed, Changsheng. You should keep these resources for your own cultivation. Xu Changsheng leaped onto Bijiao, chuckling. You both have taken great care of me. This is merely a small token of my appreciation. Please do not refuse, for these items are inconsequential to me. Besides, you wouldn't want to tarnish my name with ingratitude, would you? Xu Changsheng jested lightly. Upon hearing this, Lin Hongjiang and Wang Ping chuckled and accepted the spatial rings. After all, in light of Xu Changsheng's caliber, this amount of resources was hardly significant. They might as well accept it. I'm off, Xu Changsheng called out. And with a powerful flap of Bijiao's wings, he soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of azure light, vanishing beyond the horizon. Changsheng seems to have grown even stronger. Observing his astonishing speed, Wang Ping and Lin Hongjiang exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of astonishment. In just half a month, Xu Changsheng's strength had evidently advanced. As they had anticipated, in this brief period, Xu Changsheng had successfully ascended from Bronze Tier 9 to Silver Tier 2. Simultaneously, he had acquired new beast contract qualifications. However, resources in Changnan City were meager compared to the Imperial capital, and Xu Changsheng could not find a beast egg superior to the towering giant python. Thus, he had to forego that pursuit. Furthermore, both Bijiao and Shuiying had also experienced notable enhancements, now reaching Silver Tier 2. The Zhulong, however, had been in a state of recuperation due to the activation of its Zhulong true body, and had only slightly improved to Bronze Tier 5 over the past month. The side effects of Zhulong true body were more severe than Xu Changsheng had previously imagined. Nonetheless, according to Zhulong's feedback, it appeared to be developing a resistance to this weakened state. Perhaps next time he activated Zhulong true body, the duration of weakness would only last 10 days or even less. In a mere half day, Bijiao transported Xu Changsheng and Wei Dongqing to the Imperial Capital University. With Shun Wuyin's token in hand, Xu Changsheng was granted special permission to utilize flying beasts within the Imperial capital. Otherwise, it would have been quite cumbersome for them to reach the university. Thank you for your hard work, senior. Please go rest, Xu Changsheng said to Wei Dongqing. He had been keenly observing Wei Dongqing's efforts over the past days. As a prodigy of the Imperial Capital University, Wei Dongqing worked diligently, unafraid of hardship, and tackled every task personally. This significantly alleviated Xu Changsheng's burdens, thus enhancing his regard for him. You two have worked hard, Junior. Wei Dongqing replied with a clasped fist before departing on his own. After their parting, Xu Changsheng proceeded towards the principal's office. He needed to submit the mysterious blueprints and black liquid from Gong Zixing's spatial ring to Shen Wuyin. Knock, knock, knock. Xu Changsheng gently tapped on the office door. Upon receiving an affirmative response, he entered. Principal, I captured a remnant of the beast cult a few days ago, and there are some peculiar items within his spatial ring. Xu Changsheng stated directly, outlining his purpose. I have heard about this matter, Shen Wuyin replied with a smile. I had intended to personally cleanse the beast cult strongholds in your area, but I did not expect you to perform so admirably. As Shen Wuyin praised him, he examined the contents of the spatial ring. You must have encountered the beastification state of the high-ranking members of the beast cult, correct? Shen Wuyin placed the ring on the desk and materialized a barrel of black, viscous liquid. Instantly, the office was filled with the nauseating stench akin to burnt plastic. This is what they refer to as beast blood. Once the members of the beast cult undergo the baptism of beast blood, they must periodically smear it all over their bodies. Otherwise, these cultists will devolve into mindless monsters, consumed by the urge to kill. At this, Xu Changsheng was taken aback. Did this not imply that the high-ranking members of the beast cult would be under the cult's absolute control for their entire lives, with no chance of turning back? It was crucial to note that this beast blood was exclusive to the beast cult. Subsequently, Shen Wuyin revealed the mysterious blueprint, pointing to the arcane ritual depicted within. This is the city massacre ritual, intended to use the life force of an entire city to empower the beast god of the beast cult. Chapter 58, The Secrets of the World. The mythical level complete power. The so-called beast god of the beast cult had never truly manifested. It was said to be sealed within the crevices of the secret realms and reality, occasionally bestowing miracles, such as the beast blood. This ritual was one of its miracles. Not only would the power of the beast god be enhanced, but the orchestrator of the ritual would also gain immense benefits. Moreover, the initiator of the ritual would possess the ability to briefly manipulate ferocious beasts by opening a passage between the secret realm and reality. Shen Wuyin continued to elucidate. These were originally confidential secrets. However, given your current strength and potential, you are now qualified to comprehend them. Upon hearing this, the myriad questions that had burdened Xu Changsheng's mind were finally elucidated. From whence came the countless ferocious beasts during the beast tide? Why was the beast cult so obsessed with the city massacre? Why are the followers of the beast sect so fervent? The root of it all lies in that ethereal beast god. Furthermore, the subsequent words of Shen Wuyin struck Xu Changsheng like a bolt from the blue. The beast god, as recorded, possesses at least the strength of a complete mythological entity at the pinnacle of power. Mythical level, complete apex combat prowess. Xu Changsheng recalled the colossal figure. One so immense it seemed capable of obscuring the very heavens when he hatched the candle dragon, exuding an aura that compelled submission akin to a mighty mountain. Can such power truly be resisted by humankind? Moreover, the highest combat capability of humanity today barely reaches the star-shattering level. There remains a vast chasm between that and the mythical tier. To say it plainly, if a beast of the mythical level were to re-emerge in this world, even 1,000 star-shattering beast tamers would likely be unable to withstand a single strike from it. Mythology represents the absolute power of heaven and earth, a force that humanity cannot contest. Only another myth can oppose a myth. The seal is gradually loosening. Not only is the seal of the beast god weakening, but the seal of the entire world is also becoming unstable. Shen Wuyin gazed at Xu Changsheng and continued, otherwise, I could never have broken through to the diamond level and reached star-shattering. The sealing ritual of the beast god requires the absorption of advanced powers from this world to maintain its integrity. Should a being of star-shattering level or higher arise in this world, it would signify a weakening seal, making it difficult to continue drawing from this realm. Observing Xu Changsheng's serious demeanor, Shen Wuyin chuckled lightly. No need to be so anxious. According to the records, the seal will not completely collapse. If a sun-level powerhouse emerges within the next decade, it will stabilize the seal. But what if none appear? Xu Changsheng could not help but inquire. Then we are all doomed. Shen Wuyin winked at him. This was the first time Xu Changsheng had witnessed such an expression from Shen Wuyin. Previously, Shen Wuyin had always left him with an impression of strength, seriousness, and generosity. It seems that even a formidable being like him bears immense pressure regarding the loosening of the beast goddess seal. According to his words, if anyone in this age were to successfully ascend to the sun level, it would most likely be him, Shen Wuyin. The life and hope of an entire world rest upon his shoulders, naturally causing him considerable anxiety. Enough of this. Just familiarize yourself with the situation. If the sky collapses, there will be tall individuals to hold it up. Shen Wuyin waved his hand dismissively and then shifted the conversation. By the way, the Imperial capital will soon host a grand competition among nations, with participants under the age of 22. There are 5 slots available from the Imperial Capital University. Do you wish to participate? Of course, the rewards will be substantial. Shen Wuyin regarded Xu Changsheng, pondering for a moment. Forget it. I'll advance you the rewards for this competition along with your reconstruction of Changnan. With that, he flicked his spatial ring, tossing a seed the size of a fingernail to Xu Changsheng. You're due to contract a new beast. What do you think of this beast egg? Xu Changsheng grasped the seed in his palm. Merely holding it, he felt an overwhelming vitality coursing from his hand, spreading throughout his limbs and bones. This life force surged through every corner of his body like a warm current, silently mending some lingering injuries from battle. In an instant, the fatigue he had endured over the past half-month dissipated entirely, and he even felt a slight enhancement to his physical constitution. Remarkably, this effect stemmed from an unhatched beast egg. Xu Changsheng opened his palm, his gaze fixed on the seed, and its information immediately materialized before his eyes. Species, Spirit Heaven Divine Wood, attribute. Qualification, High Star Shattering. Level, Black Iron Tier 1. Talent skills, Divine Healing, Legendary. Divine Wood Empowerment, Legendary. Unique Evolution Path, Wood Attribute. After one evolution, it can advance to the full moon-level Beast Soul Divine Tree. After a second evolution, it can advance to the sun-level Beast Heaven Opening Divine Tree. After a third evolution, it can advance to the mythical level Beast Ascending Divine Wood. First evolution conditions. Note, this beast egg is the life root of the mythical level Beast Ascending Divine Wood, possessing exceedingly high potential. Xu Changsheng's pupils contracted. This was indeed the life root of the mythical Ascending Divine Wood, the progenitor of all trees. It is said that the Ascending Divine Wood is a colossal tree that supports heaven and earth. Its existence gives rise to the very concepts of sky and earth. enabling the proliferation of various forms of life. Furthermore, it is the common ancestor of all tree beasts, underscoring its formidable nature. In legends, the primary abilities of the ascending divine wood are healing and vitality. With its blessing, even in death, it can forcefully revive you. What a terrifying capability. The dead can rise again. Simultaneously, the immense vitality provided by the ascending divine wood can genuinely enable its master to achieve eternal life and everlasting youth. This speaks volumes of its vast life force. As the spirit heaven divine wood, being the life root of the ascending divine wood, it has inherited its extraordinary healing abilities. Although it possesses only 2 skills, it reaches the legendary level at its initial stage. Xu Changsheng could even envision how formidable the effects would be after the spirit heaven divine wood underwent the baptism of the mythical bloodline pool and evolved further. It might even develop an invincible level skill. The dominance of such an invincible level skill has already been vividly demonstrated in the Candle Dragon. That represents a true qualitative transformation. What do you think? Not bad, right? Shen Wuyan remarked. Such a level of beast egg, even in our Huaxia Federation, is exceedingly rare. Surely it entices you. Xu Changsheng nodded emphatically. He must possess this. Chapter 59. Invitation to the Special Secret Realm. Seeing Xu Changsheng nod, Shen Wuyan's smile broadened. As long as you attain a top 3 position in the grand competition, this beast egg will wholly belong to you. For now, I'll hand it to you to bolster your strength. Should you fail to secure a top 3 position, you will need to provide the school with resources equivalent to 20 billion federal coins. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise glimmered in Xu Changsheng's eyes. Not due to concern over the compensation being too high, but rather, too low. 20 billion federal coins sounds substantial, yet in reality, it merely represents the total value of the resources Xu Changsheng obtained during his previous exploration of the special secret realm. Moreover, even a beast egg like the towering giant python, at the diamond level, would not fetch less than 10 billion federal coins on the market. Not to mention the spirit heaven divine wood, such an exceptionally rare beast egg at the star-shattering level. If auctioned publicly, it would fetch at least hundreds of billions. Yet now, Shen Wuyan is only demanding 20 billion federal coins as compensation from Xu Changsheng. Clearly, this is a tremendous concession on his part. I will not betray the trust the principal has placed in me, Xu Changsheng solemnly declared. Since others have such faith in him, he will spare no effort in return. Shen Wuyan waved his hand dismissively. This is not about living up to my trust. It's about being true to yourself. This beast egg is merely a reward from the school. If you can secure a ranking in the grand competition, the organizers will also offer substantial rewards. Then, as if recalling something, he added, by the way, I remember you have been searching for rare resources, haven't you? The Huaxia Theoretical University is set to unveil a special secret realm shortly. I happen to possess a slot, if it suits your convenience. Before Shen Wuyan could finish his words, Xu Changsheng readily assented. Of course, it is quite convenient. During the last exploration of the special secret realm, Xu Changsheng had successfully obtained the primary materials for the blood shadow and the evolution of the Bifong. With another opportunity at hand, he would certainly not decline. Allow me to finish, Shen Wuyan interjected, gesturing with his hand. The Imperial Capital Theoretical University differs from ours. It specializes in theory and is somewhat lacking in practical skills. Moreover, this secret realm permits entry only to individuals under the age of 20. Thus, each time the realm opens, the Imperial Capital Theoretical University recruits talented youths from various schools to ensure the safety of its own students. Therefore, during the exploration, you must accompany others to the destination. At critical moments, you will be required to protect your fellow classmates. Upon hearing this, Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow and inquired, accompanying others? How will the resources be allocated? He certainly did not wish for the fruits of his labor to be appropriated by others under various pretexts. The secret realm will be open for 7 days. You need only spend a maximum of 2 days escorting 5 individuals to the destination, after which you may explore freely. All gains from the first 2 days will belong to the Imperial Capital Theoretical University, while the resources acquired during the last 5 days will be yours to keep. Upon hearing this, Xu Changsheng's furrowed brow relaxed. 5 days of unrestricted exploration was ample time. Very well, thank you for your concern, Principal, Xu Changsheng nodded, storing the grass seeds within his beast-controlling space, and readily agreed. Subsequently, Shen Wuyan shared with Xu Changsheng numerous intricacies of the Wanshou sect. As time passed, Xu Changsheng excused himself with a respectful bow. Watching his departing figure, Shen Wuyan sighed softly, his eyes reflecting an enigmatic emotion. Achieving the Sunday-level mastery within a decade, his chances of success were at most 50%. Xu Changsheng, however, was Shen Wuyan's contingency plan. This child possesses innate talent and disposition surpassing even my younger self. Perhaps he may succeed, Shen Wuyan mused internally, his thoughts swirling. This was also the reason he invested such abundant resources and attention into Xu Changsheng. The weighty phrase saving the world was far too burdensome for one individual to bear alone. After leaving the principal's office, Xu Changsheng made his way directly to the Wanbao Pavilion. Just days prior, Zhou Xiaoling had informed him via a communication conch that she had located several resources he required. Now, he had time to retrieve them, perhaps even gathering the complete set of evolution materials for a beast. Xu Changsheng thought to himself, quickening his pace until he arrived at the entrance of the Imperial capital's Wanbao Pavilion. However, he found the usual warm presence of Zhou Xiaoling absent, with only a few ordinary employees bustling about in the lobby. Upon noticing Xu Changsheng's entrance, the staff hastily bowed and greeted, "Greetings, young Master Xu." Following the recent events, Xu Changsheng's name and reputation had spread throughout Wanbao Pavilion, earning him much respect. "Where is the deputy manager?" he inquired, waving his hand towards one of the women. The woman hesitated, her tone slow and uncertain, as if deliberating whether to answer him. "Speak." Xu Changsheng replied coldly, his brow furrowing slightly. Seeing his displeasure, the woman, now alarmed, could no longer conceal the truth. She understood that the previous deputy manager had lost his position after incurring the displeasure of the strikingly handsome man before her. "Manager Zhou is in the reception room," she stammered. "Thank you." Xu Changsheng expressed his gratitude before hastily departing. He sensed something amiss. Zhou Xiaoling had always personally delivered resources to his dormitory, never requiring him to retrieve them himself, let alone not coming to assist him. The woman's demeanor only solidified his suspicions. "Knock, knock, knock." Xu Changsheng rapped on the closed door of the reception room with a force neither too light nor too heavy. "Who is it? Get lost." A male voice from within responded, brimming with impatience and arrogance. Xu Changsheng paused, a flicker of ire igniting within him. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. The muffled sounds continued from inside the reception room. "It's the last day, are you coming or not? You, a mere manager of Wanbao Pavilion, being my Du Anjia's lover is already a favor from me. Don't overstep." Hearing this, Xu Changsheng's temper flared further. The door, which had been tightly shut, was suddenly kicked open with great force. And the doorbreaker was none other than Xu Changsheng himself. "Young Master Xu," Zhou Xiaoling exclaimed upon seeing him, her tense expression softening instantly, tears glimmering in her almond-shaped eyes. "Oh, so you are the one that Zhou Xiaoling has been so enamored with?" Du Anjia sneered, undeterred by Xu Changsheng's imposing presence. "Smart boy. You do well to just leave quietly. My Du family, even Shen Wuyan, must show some courtesy." Du Anjia, emboldened by his background, showed no signs of fear. Evidently, he had committed numerous misdeeds of bullying and oppression. "Young Master Xu, please don't act impulsively. The Du family has several diamond-tier powerhouses," Zhou Xiaoling urged, concerned for Xu Changsheng as she saw his countenance darken. It was precisely because of the Du family's formidable influence that she had refrained from seeking Xu Changsheng's assistance. She feared that he might attract trouble due to her predicament. Unperturbed by her words, Xu Changsheng continued his steady advance toward Du Anjia. Suddenly, with a swift kick, he sent Du Anjia crashing against the wall. Blood gushed from Du Anjia's mouth, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground, struggling to lift his head. He gazed at Xu Changsheng in disbelief, unable to comprehend why, despite revealing his family name, this person still dared to act so recklessly. It was well known that anyone who had heard of the Du family would, no matter how arrogant they had been, ultimately flee in a state of disgrace. Yet Xu Changsheng had the audacity to kick him. The fire in Xu Changsheng's heart subsided somewhat. He first cast a reassuring glance at Zhou Xiaoling, then approached Du Anjia. Looking down at him, "Do not presume to speak to me in such a manner. Not just you. Even your father wouldn't dare address me so. What is the Du family? Merely a mid-tier family with a few diamond-ranked members. Not only Shen Wuyan, but even I, Xu Changsheng, would hardly regard your Du family with any esteem." Chapter 60, Compensation. Resources gathered. "If you harbor any grievances, go fetch your father. I shall be waiting right here." Just today, Xu Changsheng crouched down and patted Du Anjia's dust-covered face. He then stood up and lightly kicked him again, saying, "Get up, stop playing dead. That kick of mine wouldn't have killed you." Within the capital, Xu Changsheng would naturally refrain from taking a life. That kick, though powerful, would at most have broken a few ribs and caused slight internal injuries. As a fellow beast master, Du Anjia would not be in any mortal danger. Had he possessed a stronger will, he might have already stood up by now. Clearly, Du Anjia was not of such resilient disposition. As he squirmed on the ground like a worm, struggling to rise but failing miserably. "Where are my things?" Upon witnessing his demeanor, Xu Changsheng felt an immediate sense of ennui and turned his attention to Zhou Xiaoling. Zhou Xiaoling, clearly still reeling from the earlier confrontation, was momentarily dazed. Just moments ago, she had been relentlessly pursued by Du Anjia, feeling utterly helpless. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Xu Changsheng had appeared as if descending from the heavens, delivering a single kick that rendered Du Anjia incapable of rising. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, Xu Changsheng urged. With a glance filled with concern, Xu Shaoling looked at Xu Changsheng, her lips slightly parted. Ultimately, she said nothing and quickly retrieved the two materials she had just acquired. Sunfire Essence. Devouring Stomach. Xu Changsheng's eyes gleamed upon seeing the two materials Xu Shaoling had brought forth. These were indeed two of the three auxiliary materials required for the Blood Shadow's further evolution. This meant that only one more auxiliary material was needed for the Blood Shadow to evolve into a Beast Taming Talent of the Sun level. Excellent. Xu Changsheng praised Xu Shaoling, a rare commendation, and even found Du Anjia, lying on the ground, somewhat more pleasing to the eye. He then settled into a chair in the reception room, awaiting the Du family's arrival to discuss the matter. At his current full strength, Xu Changsheng possessed at least the prowess of a platinum-level practitioner. Against a low-tier diamond beastmaster, he was certainly not without combat capability. Moreover, would the Du family truly risk offending Xu Changsheng, and by extension, the formidable Shun Wuyan, over such a trivial matter concerning Du Anjia? While Du Anjia was oblivious to Shun Wuyan's terrifying strength, the formidable members of the Du family were not. It wasn't long before a middle-aged man with a pale complexion and a beardless face hurried into the meeting room. Father. Upon seeing this man, Du Anjia's eyes lit up as he called out. The newcomer was none other than Du Anjia's father, Du Chugang. Du Chugang first cast a glance at Xu Changsheng, seated calmly in his chair, nodding with a smile. He then turned his gaze to his son, who was sprawled on the floor, and bellowed, "You ungrateful wretch! How dare you use the Du family's name to commit misdeeds?" Hearing this, the spark of hope in Du Anjia's eyes vanished instantaneously. He looked at his father in disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend that Du Chugang would utter such words. However, Du Chugang paid no heed to his son's emotions. Instead, he turned apologetically to Xu Shaoling, who was accompanying Xu Changsheng, and said, "Miss Zhou, I sincerely apologize. Would you kindly step aside? The losses incurred today and the compensation owed to you will be sent by a dedicated representative from the Du family shortly." Xu Shaoling glanced at Xu Changsheng, and upon seeing him nod, she slowly departed. Xu Changsheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the intentions of this middle-aged man. "I am Du Chugang, the heir of the Du family," he introduced himself, continuing, "Indeed, young Master Xu is a hero of his time, reminiscent of Principal Shun in his prime. My father holds your deeds in Changnan in high regard." Du Chugang disregarded his son lying on the ground, and instead engaged Xu Changsheng in casual conversation. Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow and spoke directly. "Let us discuss the matter at hand." Not taken aback by Xu Changsheng's demeanor, Du Chugang responded with calmness, "My father and Principal Shun are old acquaintances. My son has offended young Master Xu, akin to a flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple. For this, the Du family has prepared a modest token of compensation for you. A small gesture, but a sign of our respect." As he spoke, Du Chugang produced a black brocade box and opened it. A piece of stone, entirely crimson, was revealed before Xu Changsheng's eyes. Meteorite stone? Xu Changsheng marveled inwardly. This was indeed the final material required for the Blood Shadow's evolution. It seemed that the Du family had invested considerable effort in gathering materials for this compensation. With this realization, Xu Changsheng's expression softened slightly as he accepted the brocade box. "I appreciate your thoughtful gesture, Uncle Du. However, Du Anjia's temperament certainly requires some tempering." Seeing Xu Changsheng relent, Du Chugang subtly exhaled in relief and continued, "You speak wisely. I am grateful for your assistance in teaching my son a lesson." He then turned to Du Anjia, stating, "You will be confined for 1 year. Until you reach the golden tier, you shall not step foot outside the family compound." Du Anjia trembled at this pronouncement, yet upon witnessing the unprecedented seriousness of his father, he refrained from uttering a word. "Very well, let this matter be settled." Xu Changsheng waved his hand, preparing to take his leave. With all the materials for the Blood Shadow's evolution now gathered, he was eager to commence the advancement ritual. Moreover, he had the Ling Tian Divine Wood awaiting his nurturing. "Then I shall not disturb you further, young master," Du Chugang said as he dragged his son, who resembled a lifeless fish, away. "Father, why?" Once they were a distance from the Wanbao Pavilion, Du Anjia could no longer contain his curiosity. The Du family was a prestigious clan in the Imperial capital. When had they ever experienced such humiliation? "Silence!" Du Chugang barked, his expression darkening as he shed the amiable demeanor he had shown before Xu Changsheng. Du Anjia shrank back, too intimidated to ask further. Observing his son's timid demeanor, Du Chugang sighed softly and explained, "Reliable sources indicate that Shun Wuyan has broken through to the diamond tier and reached the Shattered Star level. That is a realm we cannot withstand. Furthermore, there is the legendary beast god. Moreover, Xu Changsheng is the sole acknowledged heir of Shen Wuyan, holding a status equal to his. Chapter 61. The terrifying effect of the divine wood enhancement. Upon returning to his dormitory, Xu Changsheng did not hasten to initiate the Blood Shadow's evolution. Instead, he ventured into the beast taming space. His gaze settled upon the beast egg next to the mythical bloodline pool. Even from a distance, Xu Changsheng could sense the overwhelming vitality emanating from the egg. The evolution to sun-level talent was fraught with peril. Perhaps the abilities of the fourth beast could offer some assistance, he thought. The sun-level talent signified a qualitative transformation. If the previous moonlight-level talent represented the pinnacle of the mundane world, then the sun-level talent indicated that the blood shadow stood at the threshold of mythical beings. Both in terms of strength and the essence of life and soul, it underwent a profound metamorphosis. This process of ascending from the mundane to mythical beings was undeniably fraught with danger. According to the eye of the world, even with all materials gathered, the likelihood of success for the blood shadow's evolution was less than 50%. As a healing-focused beast, the Ling Tian Divine would might alleviate some of the suffering during the evolution process. It was crucial to understand that in such high-stakes rituals, even the slightest change could alter the entire outcome. With this thought in mind, Xu Changsheng hesitated no longer and strode toward the azure grass seed. He conjured a sharp little knife with his will and made a decisive cut on his wrist. Crimson blood gushed forth, staining the grass seed. As his strength increased, Xu Changsheng became increasingly aware that this blood not only contained his life characteristics, but also embodied his soul's essence. Consequently, even blood conjured from the consciousness within the beast taming space sufficed to form a contract with the beast, as it represented his unique soul signature. Once the blood fully soaked into the grass seed, a surge of tremendous vitality erupted from the seed, rushing towards Xu Changsheng. The wound on his wrist, bolstered by the vigor of life, swiftly healed, leaving no trace behind. Gradually, the grass seeds began to swell, and when they reached the height of Xu Changsheng's calf, a vibrant green blade of grass broke through. Subsequently, serrated edges emerged along the grass, meticulously grinding the seed that had enveloped it into fine powder, which it then absorbed back into its being. Suddenly, the grass began to writhe frantically, and at the root, two prominent bulges formed, seemingly harboring nascent life. With a series of soft popping sounds, two elongated green legs sprouted directly from the roots. The grass quickly shot upward, soon reaching the level of Xu Changsheng's chest. A curious sound emanated from within it. Xu Changsheng's expression shifted to one of surprise. Although unfamiliar with this language, he instinctively grasped its meaning. The grass had just declared its own name. Fuyo. Astonishingly, it had named itself upon its birth. Xu Changsheng chuckled. Very well, then you shall be called Fuyo. This spared him the effort of conjuring a name himself. Fuyo's newly sprouted legs danced excitedly as it approached Xu Changsheng. A refreshing fragrance wafted into his nostrils, instantly enveloping him in an indescribable sense of comfort. This exquisite sensation compelled Xu Changsheng to close his eyes and savor the moment. After a brief interlude, he opened his eyes in astonishment, unable to contain his shock. Had he actually broken through? What was happening? He had merely inhaled the scent emanating from Fuyo. Yet he had ascended from Silver Rank 2 to Silver Rank 3. This was not merely a breakthrough in rank. Xu Changsheng felt his mind had become significantly more agile, as if the shackles that had once constrained his intellect had suddenly been cast off. He scrutinized Fuyo and quickly discerned the reason behind this transformation. Divine Wood Empowerment. Legendary significantly accelerates the master's advancement speed, enhances the strength of the master's soul and body, and simultaneously deepens the master's comprehension of the world and all its entities. This skill was nothing short of extraordinary. It could be said that, with just this single ability, Fuyo would attract the frenzied competition of beast tamers worldwide. A skill that simultaneously enhances the advancement speed, soul strength, and physical prowess of the beast tamer, while also augmenting their understanding of the universe. 4 effects that were terrifyingly potent. The first 3 effects were easily comprehensible. In Xu Changsheng's eyes, the enhancement of comprehension of the world meant an elevation of the master's potential. It is well known that, in this world, not only do beasts possess innate limits, but beast tamers also have their own rank thresholds. Otherwise, why would countless individuals remain forever trapped at the black iron rank, never to ascend to bronze? Yet some could surge ahead in their progression, breaking through ranks as easily as drinking water. This disparity in innate potential was striking. Perhaps Xu Changsheng had previously only been destined to become a daylight-ranked beast tamer, but under the influence of divine wood empowerment, he might ascend to the mythical rank or even beyond. Unfortunately, this effect only applied to Xu Changsheng himself. Nevertheless, he was immensely satisfied. One should not be overly greedy. Xu Changsheng embraced Fuyo tightly, inhaling the natural fragrance it exuded until none remained. Regrettably, the unparalleled sensation of comfort could no longer be found, replaced instead by a subtle yet enduring sense of ease. All right, let's go wash up in that pond, Xu Changsheng said to Fuyo, filled with anticipation for the transformation that the mythical bloodline pool would bring. He wondered what strength Fuyo's skills would attain. Would they elevate existing abilities or give rise to entirely new ones? Regardless of the outcome, it would significantly enhance his own power. With a chirp, Fuyo reluctantly departed from Xu Changsheng's embrace and leaped into the mythical bloodline pool. To Fuyo, Xu Changsheng was akin to a parent who had hatched it. And on this, its first day of successful hatching, it was naturally quite clingy. Once Fuyo entered the pool, it became remarkably tranquil, not even causing a single splash. Xu Changsheng, witnessing this, felt no surprise. He had now contracted 3 or 4 beasts, and each beast exhibited unique phenomena upon completing their evolution. All he could do was wait. Approximately 15 minutes later, the once calm water surface suddenly erupted with intense ripples. Then, a verdant divine wood shot up from the ground, piercing the heavens. Upon its trunk grew 4 crimson fruits, reminiscent of the legendary Zhugua. Before Xu Changsheng could discern the information regarding these red fruits, they seemed to possess sentience, drifting towards him and his 3 beasts. Upon contact with Xu Changsheng and the beast's skin, the fruits seamlessly melded into their beings. In an instant, a torrent of vitality surged through Xu Changsheng's entire body. He quaked, astonished to find yet another breakthrough in his rank. Merely hatching a beast had enabled him to ascend 2 ranks. If this were to spread, it would surely astonish the entire world. It is known that after reaching silver rank, the advancement of a beast tamer is no longer as simple as before. Typically, progressing through a single rank requires an entire month of arduous training. Yet Xu Changsheng had managed to ascend 2 ranks in such a brief period. What an extraordinary speed. Moreover, Xu Changsheng faintly sensed the emergence of 4 ethereal threads within him, each connecting to Bai Fong, Blood Shadow, Zhulong, and the newly hatched Fuyo. Chapter 62, Life and Death Link. A terrifying sharing of vitality. Meanwhile, Fuyo's body rapidly diminished in size, now only reaching the height of Xu Changsheng's thigh. Even smaller than before. However, it radiated an overwhelming verdancy, as if merely gazing upon it could extend one's lifespan. The vitality contained within it had more than doubled compared to before. Xu Changsheng gazed intently at Fuyo, now swaying near his thigh, and the specific information immediately came into view. Race, Soul Divine Tree, would attribute. Qualification, High Moon Grade. Rank, Black Iron Rank V. Talent skills, Divine Healing Legendary. Divine Wood Empowerment Legendary. Soul Damage Immunity Inherited. Life and Death Link Legendary. Divine Healing. The beast can consume its own vitality to swiftly heal all injuries of the master and allied units. Divine Wood Empowerment significantly accelerates the master's advancement speed, enhances the strength of the master's soul and body, and accelerates the master's comprehension of the world and all its entities. Soul Damage Immunity. The beast possesses a soul damage immunity field. Within a radius of 300 meters, it is immune to all soul damage not exceeding 3 ranks. This effect also applies to the master and allied units. Life and Death Link. The beast links the vitality of all allied units. When any unit suffers damage, that damage is distributed among the remaining allied units. Damage inflicted upon the master will also be shared among the other beasts. The unique evolution path would attribute, upon the first evolution, it can advance to the celestial tree of the sun and moon level divine beast. After the second evolution, it can ascend to the mythical level divine beast. The rising divine wood. Second evolution conditions. Note, this divine beast egg serves as the innate root vein for the mythical level divine beast, the rising divine wood, and possesses immense potential. After undergoing the baptism of the mythical bloodline pool, the rising has not only broken through from the black iron first tier to the black iron 5th tier, overcoming 4 tiers in total, but has also gained 2 legendary skills. Currently, the rising boasts 4 legendary skills, each exceptionally formidable. The effect of divine healing is straightforward and brutal, capable of healing all injuries, whether it be the elusive soul damage or the source damage that strikes directly at the essence, which many deem nearly impossible to heal. The rising can effortlessly mend. It can be said that no matter how insidious the attack or how tyrannical the damage, with the rising present, they are rendered trivial. The power of divine wood enhancement has long been felt by Xu Changsheng and requires no further elaboration. It is equally formidable. As for the newly manifested 2 skills, each is truly deserving of its legendary status. Soul Damage Immunity is an exceedingly rare domain type skill, specifically a large-scale immunity to damage within a domain. Although it can only immunize against soul damage, its tier determination is astoundingly high, capable of negating soul damage up to 3 tiers below. Should the rising reach the silver tier, even the soul attacks from diamond tier foes would not inflict even the slightest harm upon Xu Changsheng and his divine beasts. If an enemy specializing in soul attacks were to encounter the rising, it would indeed be a pitiable situation. The once tyrannical and omnipotent soul attacks would pale in comparison to ordinary assaults against the rising. As for the effects of life and death link, they are terrifying beyond comprehension. This skill is the origin of the ethereal line within Xu Changsheng's body. Its effect, simply put, grants Xu Changsheng and all his divine beasts 4 times their previous vitality. With such an immense augmentation of life force, almost no one could slay Xu Changsheng's divine beasts in a single strike. And if they cannot swiftly eliminate a divine beast, the Rising's divine healing can quickly mend the ally's injuries. It can be said that the perfect synergy of these 2 skills allows Xu Changsheng and his divine beast team to nearly achieve an immortal state. Perhaps Xu Changsheng may encounter adversaries he cannot contend with, but for the enemies wishing to slay him, it is far from an easy task. In fact, under prolonged attrition, there exists the possibility of the enemies being counter-killed by Xu Changsheng. Excellent. Xu Changsheng nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the 4 divine beasts before him. They are the very foundation of his existence in this world. The hatching of the rising has been thoroughly completed. Now, the most pressing matter is the evolution of Blood Shadow. Xu Changsheng is on the brink of welcoming his first sun and moon level divine beast. With this thought in mind, Xu Changsheng ceased his procrastination. He summoned all his divine beasts into the corporeal realm. The once spacious dormitory was suddenly cramped. The 4 divine beasts, each of differing sizes, consumed all available space within Xu Changsheng's dormitory. He frowned. Perhaps it was time to request a larger dormitory from the school. However, such trivial matters are clearly not the crux of the situation. With a flash of light from the spatial ring on Xu Changsheng's hand, 4 types of materials appeared on the table. Roar! Blood Shadow let out an excited cry, its bloodline urging it to devour these resources. No hurry, Xu Changsheng reassured. Following the prompt of Eye of the World, he first placed the meteorite stone and sunfire essence into Blood Shadow's mouth. These 2 materials contain sufficient fire attribute energy to allow Blood Shadow to adapt to the ferocity of this energy without severely injuring its body. As expected, as soon as the 2 resources slid into its belly, a tumultuous energy surged forth from Blood Shadow, crimson flames erupting from within and quickly enveloping its entire form. In the blink of an eye, the once silvery Blood Shadow was now shrouded in flames. The violent fire attribute energy rampaged within and outside Blood Shadow, inch by inch dismantling its muscles and skin. Meanwhile, the deeply hidden mythical bloodline within Blood Shadow was fully activated in this extreme peril. Countless charred remnants fell from its body, only for new flesh and blood to grow swiftly in their place. The newly formed muscles were adorned with intricate patterns. Merely watching caused Xu Changsheng to feel a sense of dizziness. As he observed, Blood Shadow's entire muscle structure had been replaced, and as the flames gradually subsided, Xu Changsheng hurriedly moved forward to insert the sun and moon fragment directly into its mouth. Boom! The flames flared up once more. This time, the flames were no longer crimson but twisted into a cold white hue. Within the pale flames lay a terrifying heat that even Xu Changsheng could scarcely fathom. The freshly grown muscles were once again reduced to ashes, while new flesh buds in the depths of the ashes began to stir. Yet before they could fully develop, they were consumed entirely by the chilling flames. Blood Shadow, relying solely on its own vitality, could not withstand such a degree of fire. From a distance, Blood Shadow appeared as a skeletal figure wreathed in pale, ghostly flames. Witnessing such a scene, Xu Changsheng's heart raced to the utmost. This was the most perilous stage of the evolution. Should it fail, Blood Shadow would face certain death, with no possibility of survival. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. A tremendous life force surged from the rising. Simultaneously, immense vitality also erupted from Bai Fong and Zhu Long. This life force did not linger. It directly infused into Blood Shadow's body. Life and Death Link activated. Chapter 63, Sun and Moon Level Divine Beast. Dual Invincibility Skills. The colossal life force converged into a half-meter thick green solid line, piercing through the blazing white flames and integrating into Blood Shadow's body. The originally rampaging white flames were violently struck by this green solid line, quaking in midair as they nearly extinguished. However, in the blink of an eye, the flames reignited fiercely, yet their ferocity was significantly diminished compared to before. Upon receiving the life force, the flesh buds on Blood Shadow's skeletal frame began to grow at an astonishing pace. In an instant, the charred remnants fell away, replaced by robust, powerful muscles. The eerie red patterns emerged within the textures of Blood Shadow's muscles. Moments later, the patterns fully formed, creating a blazing sun. Xu Changsheng squinted to observe. It truly appeared as if the patterns were emanating flames. No, it was not releasing, it was absorbing. The once engulfing pale flames surrounding Blood Shadow were rapidly consumed by the newly formed patterns. In an instant, the cataclysmic flames were entirely absorbed, leaving only extreme heat to testify to the prior danger. Following this, silvery fur swiftly regrew from Blood Shadow, concealing the intricate patterns on its surface. Seeing this, a flicker of joy crossed Xu Changsheng's eyes as he hurried forward, inserting the final resource, the devouring stomach, into Blood Shadow's mouth. This was the final step of the evolution, and also the safest one. The change it wrought would merely alter Blood Shadow's stomach characteristics. Compared to the previous torment inflicted by the flames, this is merely a drizzle. At present, Xu Changsheng needs only to exercise patience and await the unfolding events. As the devouring sky bag slipped into Blood Shadow's abdomen, a series of unsettling, tooth-grinding sounds emanated from within, reminiscent of a power drill forcibly altering the structure of Blood Shadow's stomach. Subsequently, Blood Shadow's abdomen swelled abruptly, the surrounding muscles shifting with a fluid grace, as if something dreadful were gestating within. A quarter of an hour later, the cacophony ceased, and Blood Shadow let out a resounding roar, expelling a cloud of green murk. As the noxious vapor settled upon the table, it corroded the sturdy surface into mere detritus. The evolution was complete. With the culmination of Blood Shadow's evolution ritual, Xu Changsheng felt an overwhelming surge of beast mastery power radiating from Blood Shadow. His body trembled as he unexpectedly ascended another tier. Within a short span, he had achieved 3 breakthroughs. Xu Changsheng now stood at the silver 5th tier. Should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly incite envy among countless souls. Yet, Xu Changsheng found little time to contemplate his elevation, his gaze fixed intently upon Blood Shadow, scrutinizing the particulars of its evolved form. Race, devouring sun god wolf, dark attribute. Qualification, high-level sun attribute. Tier, silver 5th tier. Talents, deathmatch, epic, shadow form, epic, soul devouring shadow, epic, shadow bite, epic, blood pact, legendary, lord of the night, invincible. Devour sun, devour sky, invincible. Deathmatch, the greater the loss of the Beastmaster's stamina, the higher the combat strength. It will not succumb to weakness due to stamina depletion or injury. Shadow form, the beast can shadow form itself and all allies, rendering them immune to the majority of attacks. Stamina consumption is reduced during shadow form. Soul devouring shadow, the beast can directly assault an enemy's soul, inflicting immense damage and soul harm. Blood pact, when the Beastmaster or another beast sustains a fatal injury, they become immune to that damage. It can be activated twice in a short duration. Shadow bite, the beast briefly controls the enemy's shadow, directing it to assault the foe. This attack also carries the effect of soul devouring shadow. Lord of the Night, in its normal state, the beast's physical attributes are tripled. Upon entering the Lord of the Night state, its physical attributes quintuple. During this state, each attack will deprive the enemy of one of their 5 senses, lasting up to 15 minutes. Note, after the state concludes, the beast will enter a brief period of weakness. Note, the duration of the Lord of the Night state and the deprivation of the enemy's senses depend on the beast's strength and bloodline density. Devour sun, devour sky, consuming all things, nourishing oneself. The beast can devour all ferocious beasts, extracting the essence of their bloodlines to enhance its own mythical bloodline density and elevate its tier. Note, the degree of enhancement in bloodline density and tier is determined by the bloodline of the devoured. Note, the beast can forcibly summon the moon, which can be maintained for a maximum of half an hour. Unique evolution pathway, night direction. Upon further evolution, it can ascend to Lord of the Night, mythical level. Final advancement requirement, purification of the Lord of the Night bloodline density to above 50%. Upon the completion of the evolution, Blood Shadow's tier increased by 2 levels. However, this was merely a minor change. What captivated Xu Changsheng's attention were the newly manifested skills, 2 invincible level abilities. Lord of the Night bears similarities to True Body of the Candle Dragon, yet is not entirely the same. Even without active use, it can enhance Blood Shadow's physical attributes 3-fold. That is a 3-fold increase. It is noteworthy that Blood Shadow, due to its mythical bloodline, already possessed a physical strength that surpassed other beasts of the same tier. Now, with this 3-fold leap, Blood Shadow can confront Platinum tier beasts head-on. Upon full activation of Lord of the Night, the enhancement reaches a staggering 5-fold. At such an elevation, Blood Shadow could contend with Diamond tier beasts without falling short. Moreover, while in the Lord of the Night, State, every strike would strip the enemy of one of their 5 senses. If an adversary were struck consecutively 5 times, they would be rendered utterly incapacitated. Sight, touch, hearing, taste, and sensation, all these would be lost. Xu Changsheng could scarcely conceive how an enemy might respond to Blood Shadow's subsequent onslaught. Furthermore, the Lord of the Night state endures for a full 15 minutes, a substantial extension compared to the less than 5-minute duration of true body of the Candle Dragon. Crucially, upon the conclusion of the Lord of the Night state, Blood Shadow would only experience a brief period of weakness, unlike the Candle Dragon, which could languish for over a dozen days, potentially suffering a drop in tier. According to the Eye of the World, the duration and effects of Lord of the Night would further enhance with increased bloodline density. The other invincible level skill, Devour Sun, Devour Sky, while not directly augmenting Blood Shadow's battle prowess, significantly accelerates its advancement speed and aids in elevating its mythical bloodline density. For Blood Shadow to become a mythical tier beast, a critical condition is that its Lord of the Night bloodline density exceeds 50%. In essence, most beasts aspiring to attain mythical status not only require rare materials, but also necessitate a high concentration of mythical bloodlines. Otherwise, they may remain eternally trapped at the Sun attribute level without any progress. Devour Sun, Devour Sky allows Blood Shadow to swiftly meet the prerequisites for further advancement. Its formidable nature is self-evident. Moreover, the enhancement of bloodline density extends the duration of Lord of the Night, effectively amplifying Blood Shadow's overall strength. Chapter 64, Theoretical University of the Imperial Capital. Entering the Secret Realm. 3 days later, Xu Changsheng departed from Imperial Capital University and proceeded to the Theoretical University of the Imperial Capital. Today marks the commencement of a special secret realm at the Theoretical University. During these 3 days, Xu Changsheng dedicated himself to rigorous training. Bai Feng achieved a breakthrough of 1 tier, reaching Silver 3rd tier. The Candle Dragon ascended 3 tiers, now standing at Bronze 8th tier. Meanwhile, Fu Yao's progress was remarkable, climbing 4 tiers in 3 days, reaching the pinnacle of the Black Iron tier. The vitality within it also surged, enhancing its healing capabilities. Not only does the training of beasts yield feedback for the Beastmaster, but a formidable Beastmaster also facilitates the cultivation of their contracted beasts. With Xu Changsheng's Silver 5th tier prowess and their already extraordinary talents, the training of these beasts progressed at an astonishing rate. Within mere minutes, Xu Changsheng was guided by an official from the Theoretical University to the teleportation array of the special secret realm. A cursory glance revealed 8 students already present within the array. These 8 students subtly formed 2 groups on either side. The left group, led by a short-haired female, exuded an air of scholarly gravitas. Upon Xu Changsheng's arrival, they greeted him with smiles, either warm or shy, evidently the diligent students of the Theoretical University. Conversely, the right group appeared far more composed, each standing with arms crossed. The posture appeared nonchalant, yet every muscle in the body was taut, embodying a state of vigilance. This, it seemed, was the external aid summoned by the Imperial Capital Theory University. Xu Changsheng paused for a moment in contemplation before making his way to the right. After all, he too was an external aid, and the group on the right suited him better. As Xu Changsheng approached, the 3 individuals present offered no particular acknowledgement, their expressions cold, as though they were oblivious to his presence. Observing this scenario, Xu Changsheng felt quite at ease and found a spot to lean against, arms crossed, awaiting the arrival of the last member. Before long, a man with medium-length hair, appearing somewhat sinister, walked over under the guidance of the reception personnel. He cast a glance at the teleportation array, and then his eyes lit up as he hurried over, exclaiming, "Lingling, it's been ages." The object of his affection was none other than the short-haired woman leading the Imperial Capital Theory University team. "Duanji Qing, we saw each other just yesterday." The woman named Lingling replied, entirely dismissing the awkward expression on Duanji Qing's face. However, Duanji Qing, displaying remarkable resilience, let the embarrassment fade in mere moments. He then sidled up to Lingling, engaging in idle chit-chat. Lingling, evidently uninterested in conversing with Duanji Qing, merely responded with half-hearted affirmations. Nevertheless, Duanji Qing's enthusiasm remained undeterred. "Ugh, I can't stand such sycophants," spat a burly man standing beside Xu Changsheng, his voice low. As everyone gathered, a middle-aged man resembling a teacher stepped into the teleportation array, calling upon everyone to introduce themselves and distribute teleportation wristbands. After all, the 10 members, including Xu Changsheng, would need to coexist for at least 10 days. It would be rather embarrassing not to know even each other's names and basic information. "I am LV Ling, specializing in the evolutionary research of dual attribute beast taming, focusing on wood and fire." As the 10 individuals gained a general understanding of one another, the teacher nodded in satisfaction. He then exited the teleportation array and whispered something to the instructor controlling the array. Soon, a flash of white light enveloped Xu Changsheng's vision. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing amidst a lush, verdant forest, accompanied by the other 9 who had previously stood in the teleportation array. Everyone, our exploration direction is westward, and we shall reach our destination within 2 days. At that point, you may act freely. During this process, I hope for your cooperation. LV Ling, the leader from the Imperial Capital Theory University and the object of Duan Jiqing's admiration, announced. Of course, Duan Jiqing exclaimed loudly before anyone else could respond. However, the others had no objections, as this had already been agreed upon. One by one, they summoned their beasts. In no time, dozens of uniquely shaped beasts formed a protective circle around the 10, creating a seemingly secure environment. Among these beasts, the Baifeng blood shadow stood out distinctly. Its entire body shimmered in a deep azure hue, soaring gracefully through the low skies like a celestial being that had mistakenly descended to the mortal realm. In comparison, the other flying beasts paled, resembling mere chickens next to a phoenix. The blood shadow was even more extraordinary. Having undergone evolution, its silvery, austere fur made it appear divine. Merely standing there, it emanated an indescribable aura of authority, causing the other beasts to hesitate in approaching it. The bloodlines within them screamed in warning, as if proximity would lead to their utter annihilation. Such a spectacle naturally drew the attention of others. The previously indifferent LV Ling, upon seeing Baifeng, could not contain the excitement that sparked in her eyes. She disregarded her composure and approached Xu Changsheng directly, her tone tinged with a hint of desperation. May I touch your flying beast? As a researcher specializing in the evolution of dual attribute beasts, encountering a rare and highly gifted wood-fire dual attribute beast like Baifeng left her utterly captivated. Absolutely not, Xu Changsheng firmly declined. What a preposterous request. How could he allow a near stranger to handle his beloved beast? Though LV Ling was indeed attractive, Xu Changsheng was no sycophant. He found her request rather offensive. Had he not restrained himself out of respect for the Imperial Capital Theory University, he might have reacted more harshly. Oh, very well, I was too forward. A flicker of surprise crossed LV Ling's beautiful face. It was the first time she had been so decisively rejected by anyone, let alone a man. For beast tamers, their beasts represented their closest kin. They could touch their own, but not allow others to do so. In Xu Changsheng's eyes, LV Ling's request bordered on the unacceptable. As LV Ling walked away, visibly disappointed, a flicker of jealousy crossed Duan Jiqing's eyes. Why was it that a goddess he could not approach showed such warmth to another? Most importantly, that person had rejected her. The immense disparity nearly drove him to madness. Yet, he merely bit his lip and quickened his pace to follow LV Ling. He was not foolish and could discern Xu Changsheng's exceptional nature. He would not risk provoking him over such trivial matters. Chapter 65, The Devourer Lizard? Thus, dozens of beasts ushered the 10 individuals swiftly westward. The sizable procession inevitably caused considerable commotion, leading to encounters with fierce beasts almost every minute. However, Duan Jiqing and the others were sufficiently powerful, dispatching these creatures with ease, leaving Xu Changsheng to merely extract bloodlines from the slain beasts to reinforce his own abilities. Yet, due to the low strength and poor quality of these beasts, the enhancements were far from satisfactory. Nevertheless, Xu Changsheng was unconcerned. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. The gains he could acquire without exerting much effort were certainly worth the effort, and even if the enhancements were minimal, accumulating them would still benefit the blood shadow, allowing for faster progress than if it were to train alone. And so, an entire day passed in the pursuit of their journey. The following day, as dawn broke, Xu Changsheng was roused from his slumber by a sudden tremor beneath him. He abruptly opened his eyes, sensing the ground vibrating slightly. A thunderous noise echoed from the side. Xu Changsheng's pupils constricted. It seemed as if countless ferocious beasts were rapidly approaching them. The others, too, were awakened by the cacophony, each rising with grave expressions, gazing towards the source of the sound. In the distance, trees began to topple like dominoes, a cloud of dust obscuring the faint light of dawn. Then, a colossal figure gradually emerged from the haze. A towering, 20-meter-tall lizard man appeared before them, its body adorned with dark gray scales that glimmered ominously in the dust. Its amber eyes, roughly the size of a human head, coldly surveyed the group, which appeared as insignificant as ants beneath its gaze. Suddenly, its attention fixated on a large silver wolf. The previously emotionless eyes of the lizard man ignited with brilliance, as if it had discovered a priceless treasure. Heavens, it's the devourer lizard. Upon encountering the lizard man, Lu Ling could only moan in anguish. According to the records at the Imperial capital's theoretical university, the sky-eating giant lizard's prowess is regarded as unparalleled within this peculiar secret realm, particularly its defensive capabilities, which nearly reach the zenith attainable by platinum-tier ferocious beasts. They, as mere mortals, stood no chance against the sky-eating giant lizard. However, the beast's lair was originally situated in the far western desert, utterly unrelated to the direction taken by Xu Changsheng and his companions. Why then had it specifically sought them out? Yet, this was not the time for contemplation. Lu Ling hastily whispered the information regarding the sky-eating giant lizard to the group. What? Platinum high tier? How could that be? It's over. Silence. We fight with our backs against the wall. There might yet be a glimmer of hope. Instantly, everyone felt the gravity of the situation. After all, a ferocious beast of platinum high tier strength could not be matched merely by numbers. Excluding Xu Changsheng, the strongest among them barely entered the platinum tier, rendering them incapable of facing the sky-eating giant lizard head-on, let alone breaching its defenses. Despair began to seep into their hearts. Simultaneously, Xu Changsheng absorbed the information regarding the lizard man. Race, sky-eating giant lizard, physical attributes. Qualification, platinum high. Tier, platinum 7. Innate skills, black scale hardening, rare. Supergigantfication, exceptional. Bloodline sensation, exceptional. Black scale hardening. The ferocious beast will harden its scales for a brief period, significantly enhancing its defense. Supergigantfication. The ferocious beast will temporarily enter a supergigantic form, doubling its strength and physique, while slightly reducing speed and agility. Bloodline sensation. When other ferocious beasts or beast masters with compatible bloodlines appear, this beast will respond accordingly. If it succeeds in killing and devouring them, it will slightly enhance its own bloodline. Upon reading the last skill attributed to the sky-eating giant lizard, Xu Changsheng understood at once. No wonder this lizard man had pursued them from east to west. It had sensed the mythical bloodline within Bloodshadow. For these ferocious beasts, bloodline signifies strength. Bloodline equates to everything. A powerful and noble bloodline denotes the upper limits of one's own power. Now that the sky-eating giant lizard had found an opportunity to enhance its bloodline, it would undoubtedly spare no effort in slaying Bloodshadow. The others, however, were merely caught in its unwarranted wrath. Of course, this platinum 7-tier beast posed no threat to Xu Changsheng at present. Thud, thud, thud. After fixating its gaze on Bloodshadow, the sky-eating giant lizard began to stride toward it slowly. Its movements appeared sluggish, yet each step covered several dozen meters. The sheer might generated by its walking left Lu Ling and the others in a state of bewilderment, momentarily unsure of how to respond. After all, they were prodigies from an academic institution, unaccustomed to the true trials of blood and storm. When confronted with an insurmountable foe, they lost their sense of agency. Suddenly, a clear and piercing howl echoed from the horizon. Subsequently, a blue-red fireball, brimming with violent energy, hurtled toward the advancing lizard man. The flames erupted upon contact with its head, scattering into countless sparks that rained down upon the sky-eating giant lizard's body. In an instant, the blue-red flames began to gnaw at the lizardman's form. Countless dark gray scales cracked and fell away under the ferocious blaze, stirring up a cloud of dust. Roar! The sky-eating giant lizard howled in pain, a glimmer of blood red flashing in its amber eyes. The once gray-black scales shimmered, transforming into a pure black hue. From the minuscule fissures in its scales, an unknown liquid oozed forth, staving off the flame's relentless assault. Witnessing Bai Feng's attack, the others gradually regained their composure from their terror, commanding their own beasts to launch various assaults. Yet predictably, all their efforts were akin to mere tickling. The instant their attacks made contact with the sky-eating giant lizard's scales, they were swiftly repelled, inflicting no damage whatsoever. What a joke. It's impossible to breach its defenses. We should just run. Yes, let us flee. Perhaps we might survive. Observing the dire situation, the spirits of those who had just ignited their fighting will quickly deflated. Some even began to retreat, clearly preparing to escape. In that critical moment, Bloodshadow sprang into action. The silvery white mane of Bloodshadow transformed in the blink of an eye into the inky blackness of night. Then, like a bolt of black lightning, it launched itself into the air from the ground. With razor-sharp claws, it struck fiercely at the lizardman's neck, tearing through the hardened black scales. A torrent of blood gushed forth from the wound like a spring. Roar! The lizardman was caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, its massive frame staggering backward before it could regain its balance. The intense pain in its neck nearly drove it to the brink of madness. Just as the lizard man prepared to retaliate, it suddenly froze in place. Unbeknownst to it, its ears had ceased to perceive any sound. Seizing the moment of its distraction, Bloodshadow unleashed a flurry of claws, leaving deep, bone-exposing gashes across its body. Yet the lizard man displayed no inclination to retaliate. It realized that its vision had been abruptly snatched away. Furthermore, its senses, touch, hearing, were also vanishing with each of Bloodshadow's strikes. In an instant, the sky-eating giant lizard, once the apex predator within this secret realm, had been rendered utterly impotent under Bloodshadow's onslaught. Now, it could neither retaliate nor even perceive its adversary. Chapter 66, Bloodline Enhancement. Ascending once more. To the others, the sky-eating giant lizard resembled a wooden dummy, allowing Bloodshadow to assault it without the slightest resistance. Even its chest, once adorned with scales, was shredded into fragments, exposing its slowly beating heart, yet it showed no signs of retaliation. What on earth is happening? My heavens, what is going on? Why is it not fighting back? It must be the effect of Xu Changsheng's beast skill. What tier of skill is this? To render a platinum high-tier ferocious beast completely defenseless? This skill is simply astonishing. Those who had previously lost their fighting spirit, even contemplating despair, suddenly came alive again. The few students who had quietly retreated to the back of the crowd found themselves inexplicably standing at the forefront, engaging in animated discussions with the others. Yet, regardless of their original standings, the gazes they directed at Xu Changsheng were now filled with awe. If Bloodshadow could effortlessly slay the sky-eating giant lizard, then eliminating them would be no more troublesome than crushing an ant. Such a formidable being, how could they not revere him? With a squelch, a black wolf claw emerged from the lizard man's chest. The heart, which had been beating within, was crushed to pulp by the claw. An unending rain of blood cascaded from above, threatening to stain the entire forest crimson. Boom! The gigantic body of the sky-eating giant lizard crashed to the ground like a mountain. The so-called apex ferocious beast of this peculiar secret realm was utterly incapable of retaliating before the activated Lord of the Night state of Bloodshadow. Following the lizardman's collapse, a peculiar wave flickered across its corpse. Subsequently, a luminous orb, as crimson as blood, manifested above the corpse of the lizard man. The moment the orb appeared, it swiftly merged into the body of the Bloodshadow. A tremendous vitality and peculiar life energy coursed through the Bloodshadow's limbs and sinews, subtly transforming its flesh. In an astonishing display, the Bloodshadow quivered, and under the immense power, it achieved a breakthrough. Simultaneously, within Xu Changsheng's perception, the concentration of the Bloodshadow's mythical bloodline also experienced a notable enhancement, at least by a full percentage point. This elevation surpassed the gains made from absorbing various lower-tier ferocious beasts over an entire day. Moreover, the life energy within the lizard man was far more refined and of superior quality, resulting in a significantly lighter burden for the Bloodshadow during absorption. It seemed evident that the consumption of higher-tier ferocious beast bloodlines was imperative. Xu Changsheng pondered. After all, if the life energy were overly fragmented, the Bloodshadow would require additional time for digestion, rendering the effort somewhat counterproductive. Naturally, these phenomena were perceptible only to Xu Changsheng and the Bloodshadow. The others present were entirely oblivious. Witnessing Xu Changsheng standing in silence, the onlookers hesitated to utter a word, fearing they might provoke this deity. After vanquishing the lizard man, the inky black essence enveloping the Bloodshadow receded like the ebbing tide, revealing its fur once more as silvery white, reminiscent of a celestial being. Yet, within its scarlet gaze lingered a hint of weariness. You have endured much. Xu Changsheng approached and gently stroked the Bloodshadow's fur, undeterred by the sanguine stains. A woo! The Bloodshadow bent down, nuzzling affectionately against Xu Changsheng's chest, emitting a docile sound. No one could have anticipated that this creature, so gentle before Xu Changsheng, had just moments ago independently slain a top-tier platinum-grade ferocious beast. Let us take a moment to rest, Xu Changsheng whispered, retracting the Bloodshadow into the beast space, where the presence of Fu Yao awaited. Its divine healing would prove beneficial for the Bloodshadow's weakened state. After securing the Bloodshadow, Xu Changsheng summoned the Candle Dragon. The dragon's resplendent golden-red form blotted out the sky, its imposing presence rivaling that of the earlier Titan lizard, perhaps even surpassing it. As for Fu Yao, given its lower realm, it was best left to cultivate within the beast space. Let us gather some resources and depart, Xu Changsheng commanded from atop the Candle Dragon, addressing Lu Ling. The remains of the platinum-grade ferocious beast were indeed a rare resource, not to be squandered. Since Xu Changsheng had previously agreed with the Imperial Capital Theory University that the resources from the last 2 days belonged to them. Even though he had independently dispatched the Titan lizard, he would not claim it for himself. After all, compromising his integrity for a few million federal coins seemed rather unwise. Observing Xu Changsheng standing majestically upon the dragon's back, Lu Ling found herself momentarily entranced. Just gazing at his silhouette imbued her with an overwhelming sense of security. a feeling she had never experienced in the past 20 years. What are you dawdling for? Move. Xu Changsheng chided as he noticed her momentary stupor. This woman, who typically wore an expression of haughty disdain for others, was now caught in hesitation, and Xu Changsheng had no intention of indulging her. When reprimanded publicly by Xu Changsheng, Lu Ling felt no anger. Instead, a rosy hue crept across her cheeks. Witnessing her bashful demeanor, Duan Muqing experienced a pang of heartache. The pain was acute. As a seasoned admirer, he recognized this as a manifestation of emotional vulnerability. After all, he had observed such sentiments in Lu Ling. Nevertheless, Duan Muqing remained silent. For Xu Changsheng had displayed a prowess that could easily vanquish him tenfold. Moreover, he had a more significant mission to fulfill in their exploration of the secret realm. With this thought, the pain in Duan Muqing's eyes vanished, transforming him into a figure exuding an air of enigmatic coldness. However, most of the group's attention remained fixated on Xu Changsheng, oblivious to his transformation. In terms of resource gathering, none in the party were novices. They swiftly harvested all valuable parts of the Titan lizard, leaving nothing behind. The group then resumed their trek westward, appearing no different from before. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the person at the heart of the group had quietly shifted from Lu Ling to Xu Changsheng. Chapter 67, Parting Ways. Solo Ventures. Perhaps due to the scent of Titan lizard blood clinging to Xu Changsheng and his companions, they encountered remarkably few ferocious beasts along their journey. Although the Titan lizard had proven no match for the Blood Shadow, its formidable strength was still among the pinnacle of this secret realm. Other beasts feared and respected its aura. Consequently, the group, imbued with the Titan lizard's essence, traversed the realm with little harassment. This led to their arrival at the destination, which had initially been estimated to take 2 days, in merely a day and a half. The ultimate goal of the Imperial Capital Theory University was an oddly shaped giant tree. Unlike the usual gray-brown of ordinary trees, its trunk bore a bizarre blood-red hue. Even more peculiar, numerous cysts the size of human heads sprouted from its trunk, pulsating as if alive. As Xu Changsheng stood at its base, he observed these cysts rhythmically swelling and contracting, filled with a viscous, yellow-red fluid that appeared dreadfully ominous. Gazing upward, countless forked branches shot toward the heavens like arrows, devoid of any leaves yet bizarrely adorned with numerous fruits of varied colors. The fruits hung densely, nearly obscuring the sunlight from reaching the ground. Xu Changsheng squinted, sensing an unfathomably terrifying presence gestating within the giant tree. Suddenly, a soft popping sound echoed. One of the fruits directly above Xu Changsheng erupted. An acrid juice cascaded down towards him. Screech. A piercing cry resonated, followed by a fireball precisely striking the foul-smelling juice, causing it to evaporate mid-air. What on earth is happening? The unexpected event startled the others, who had been curiously observing. They quickly distanced themselves from the ominous giant tree. I apologize. Our previous data did not indicate that these fruits would explode and harm anyone, Lu Ling anxiously explained to Xu Changsheng, whose face betrayed no discernible emotion. During prior explorations, the fruits had not matured to this extent. Xu Changsheng waved his hand, signaling his understanding. In truth, given the speed at which the noxious juice fell, even without intervention, he could have easily evaded it due to his quick reflexes. It posed no threat whatsoever. At that velocity, any ordinary silver-tier beastmaster could have dodged it. Thus, Xu Changsheng was confident Lu Ling would not resort to such treachery against him or the others. Indeed, among those present, the weakest among them is still a mid-level beastmaster of golden rank. Sister L, what exactly are these colossal trees and their fruits? They appear rather intimidating. Noticing Xu Changsheng's expression soften slightly, someone from the group mustered the courage to inquire. The others also gazed curiously at L Ling, sharing a common intrigue regarding the origins of this peculiar phenomenon. However, L Ling, who had been wearing a smile moments ago, suddenly adopted a frosty demeanor and declared, "This is a confidential matter of our academy and must not be disclosed." Witnessing her resolute attitude, the questioner felt a pang of embarrassment, realizing the futility of further inquiries. Subsequently, L Ling surveyed the surroundings and clasped her hands, saying, "I appreciate everyone's escorting efforts. You may now proceed to seek the resources you require." Upon hearing this, Xu Changsheng turned and departed without hesitation. The time for exploration in this unique secret realm is exceedingly precious, and he had no intention of squandering it. Observing Xu Changsheng leave, the others also dispersed. Only Duan Muqing approached L Ling and whispered something, after which he joined the group from the Imperial Capital Theory University towards the giant tree. Boom! A sphere of azure flame, imbued with immense energy, plummeted into the deep pool. The water, subjected to the intense heat, transformed into countless wisps of steam that ascended. In an instant, the surrounding environment was enveloped in a thick mist, resembling an ethereal paradise. The ferocious beast lurking beneath the water was also blasted onto the land by the azure-red fireball. With a splat, before the beast could regain its footing, a silvery flash darted across its neck. The Blood Shadow Wolf's claws effortlessly pierced through the defenses of this low-tier platinum beast. Scalding blood, coupled with the beast's severed head, soared skyward. In the seamless collaboration between Blood Shadow and Bai Fong, the beast had no chance to resist and met its demise on the spot. Xu Changsheng gazed at the severed head tumbling at his feet, his heart swelling with satisfaction. Indeed, he was more suited to solitary endeavors. Teaming up with others would only impede his resource-seeking efficiency. As it happened, merely 2 days after parting from the group, Xu Changsheng had already located 2 of the resources required for Bai Fong's evolution. Now, only one remained before he could evolve it into an unparalleled beast with a solar-level talent. Meanwhile, Blood Shadow, rejuvenated by Fu Yao's healing, regained its combat prowess. In just 2 days of relentless battles, both its bloodline and realm experienced a significant enhancement. Consequently, Xu Changsheng's own rank also achieved a breakthrough. Such rapid advancement was nothing short of invincible. As his thoughts raced, Xu Changsheng efficiently processed the beast's carcass beneath him. All valuable items were stored within his spatial ring. Having undergone multiple upgrades, his spatial ring now boasted a storage capacity of 200 cubic meters, making it a trivial task to store various items. Onward with the exploration, Xu Changsheng commanded decisively. He then leapt onto the back of the Zhu Long, scanning the air for any high-value resources and advanced beasts. Approximately 15 minutes later, Xu Changsheng's eyes brightened. This secret realm actually harbors an active volcano. He maneuvered Zhu Long to descend rapidly. Soon, Xu Changsheng and his beast landed steadily before a towering volcano. The volcano, standing at least 100 meters tall, presented an inverted trapezoidal shape, with steam occasionally wafting from its summit. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur, enough to induce nausea. Should an ordinary person linger in such an environment for too long, the risk of poisoning would be significant. However, for Xu Changsheng and his beasts, this atmosphere posed no challenge whatsoever. An active volcano, perhaps it contains the coveted magma essence. Xu Changsheng's heart raced with excitement. This magma essence was the final material required for Bai Fong's evolution. It exists solely within an impending eruptive volcano, representing the essence of the volcano's energy. In this world, active volcanoes are already a rarity. The probability of a volcano nurturing magma essence does not exceed 30%. Furthermore, due to the extremely high temperatures of the magma within, ordinary mining personnel would be unable to withstand the heat, let alone extract resources. With these factors combined, the rarity of magma essence reaches a terrifying level. Even after multiple attempts to procure it in the real world, Xu Changsheng had not received a single lead. Unexpectedly, today he found himself encountering an active volcano within the special secret realm of the Imperial Capital Theory University. Given the scale of this volcano, the probability of it nurturing magma essence is quite high. As for the difficulty of extraction, let us not forget that Bai Fong is entirely immune to fire attribute damage. For it, no matter how high the temperature of the magma, it is merely akin to bathwater. Nonetheless, Xu Changsheng did not rashly allow Bai Fong to enter the volcano alone. After all, treasures of such caliber are invariably guarded by powerful beasts. If Bai Fong were to combat alone in the enemy's territory, it might not come out unscathed. Xu Changsheng's mind raced, and soon he devised a plan. Bai Fong, ascend and unleash heavenly fire. At least 20 times, Xu Changsheng instructed Bai Fong. With a roar, Bai Fong soared to the volcano's rim. The steaming heat enveloped it like a celestial mist, rendering Bai Fong akin to a divine being. Azure-red flames brewed within its maw, and terrifying fluctuations danced within the fireball. Then, Bai Fong opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of fireballs that descended upon the volcano's mouth like hailstones. Boom, boom, boom. The tremendous sounds echoed from above. The terrifying magma, previously concealed within the volcano, was violently expelled, crashing to the ground. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The overwhelming heat instantly melted the surrounding rocks, which then rapidly solidified into an unrecognizable black substance. Xu Changsheng and Blood Shadow leapt onto Zhu Long's back, observing the transformations below. The dark red magma flowed sluggishly across the ground, leaving a scorched trail in its wake. Although both the magma and Bai Fong's heavenly fire belong to the realm of fire-type attacks, their essences diverge as dramatically as heaven from earth. In fact, the essence of Bai Fong's flames is nearly at the pinnacle of this world. Nothing is beyond its incineration. Even flames themselves are consumed by Bai Fong's heavenly fire. Boom. Bai Fong continued to tirelessly gather heavenly fire in the air. The azure-red fireballs, like divine retribution, forcefully collapsed half of the volcano's summit. Countless magma poured forth from within. and the steam nearly obscured Xu Changsheng's vision. Just then, a crimson serpent emerged suddenly from the magma, rearing its upper body and casting a venomous gaze upon the azure bird in the sky. With that, a crimson beam shot forth from the serpent's eyes. The speed of this strike was so rapid that even Xu Changsheng was taken aback, let alone Bai Fong, who was focused on the assault. However, just as the beam made contact with Bai Fong, an array of azure-red flames materialized around it, forming an unbreakable barrier. The crimson beam struck the barrier with tremendous force, failing to inflict any damage whatsoever. Bai Fong's skill, Lord of the Sky, activated. Lord of the Sky, Sovereign of the Air. This beast's physical attributes double while airborne, and its speed is significantly enhanced. When in the air, it is immune to ranged attacks from ground enemies. When the mythical creature Bai Fong ascends into the heavens, it becomes impervious to all ranged assaults from terrestrial foes. The sudden strike of the serpentine beast is utterly inconsequential to Bai Fong. Even in the absence of this skill, the serpentine creature's attack, being of the fire element, cannot inflict any harm upon Bai Fong. It is fair to assert that Bai Fong, at its very essence, holds a distinct advantage over this platinum-tier serpent. Hiss! Witnessing this spectacle, the serpent's previously gleeful and malevolent gaze abruptly falters, its mouth involuntarily agape, emitting a low, mournful whine. Subsequently, its once erect form quivers violently as it retreats into the molten lava, merging seamlessly with the dark red magma, where its crimson body becomes nearly indistinguishable. Without a keen eye, one would struggle to discern the serpent's current position. However, nothing escapes the watchful gaze of Bai Fong, the sovereign of the skies. Suddenly, a vibrant green vine erupts from the ground, binding the serpent with swift efficiency. In the next moment, azure and crimson flames swirl around Bai Fong, and in mere moments, a fireball of about 1 meter in radius takes shape. Without a hint of hesitation, the fireball crashes down upon the serpent. The terrifying heat obliterates it entirely. As a creature of the fire element, the serpent shows not the slightest resistance to the celestial flames, illustrating the overwhelming nature of Bai Fong's fire. This exemplifies the dominance that high-tier bloodline beastmasters exert over their lower-tier counterparts of the same elemental lineage. With the battle now concluded, Blood Shadow leaps from the skies. A crimson orb of light slowly emerges from the charred remains of the serpent, merging with Blood Shadow's form. Although Blood Shadow played no active role in this confrontation, it naturally claims what is rightfully its to devour. With the threat fully eradicated, Bai Fong plunges into the depths of the volcano. The dark red lava, even before making contact with Bai Fong, willingly parts to grant passage, akin to a servant making way for its esteemed master. A moment later, excited cries resonate from within the volcano, and a cerulean figure bursts forth like a blade. It is none other than Bai Fong, proudly bearing a striking stone that commands attention. The stone, imbued with a deep crimson hue, bears cracks from which molten lava seeps. This is the essence of condensed magma. Upon sighting this treasure, Xu Changsheng's eyes flicker with excitement. With all the materials for Bai Fong's evolution now gathered, coupled with Fu Yao's formidable healing abilities, it becomes evident that in just a few days, Xu Changsheng will undoubtedly possess a sun-level beast. However, he is not foolish enough to allow Bai Fong to evolve within the confines of this secret realm. Although the creatures within this realm are capped at Platinum level 9 and pose no lethal threat to him, it is crucial to recognize that Bai Fong's evolution represents the most perilous moment in its existence, requiring complete protection from external disturbances. Moreover, should Bai Fong's evolution falter, it may even necessitate drawing upon the vitality of the other 3 beasts to assist in its transformation, which would leave those beasts weakened to varying degrees. It can be said that the evolution process is the time when Xu Changsheng is at his most vulnerable. He must ensure an environment of absolute safety. Xu Changsheng accepts the magma essence from Bai Fong's mouth and stows it within his spatial ring. Just as he prepares to search for further resources, a resounding crash echoes from behind him. The sound reverberates from afar, yet is profoundly deafening. Even at a distance, Xu Changsheng feels a tearing pain in his ears. One can only imagine the horrific agony experienced by the source of that sound. Turning towards the noise, he sees a thick, inky black smoke billowing from its origin, staining the sky a deep shade of black. His brow furrows. That direction is precisely where the scholars from the Imperial Capital Theory University had congregated. Could it be that something has gone awry with Lu Ling and the others' research? Xu Changsheng shakes his head, dismissing such thoughts. The fate of Lu Ling and the others is of no concern to him. His only obligation was to escort them to the secret realm. Once that task was complete, they were no longer his responsibility. At that moment, Xu Changsheng feels a sharp pain in his left wrist. He glances down, his pupils contracting in disbelief. His wristband, an essential item for everyone leaving the secret realm, has shattered into countless fragments. Cursing under his breath, Xu Changsheng violently shakes his wrist, sending the debris crashing to the ground, where it disintegrates completely. It is imperative to note that without this wristband, even Xu Changsheng would be condemned to remain trapped within this peculiar secret realm until it reopens. After all, he possesses no beast with spatial abilities. Among the 4 beasts he currently commands, Baifeng is a dual-element deity of wood and fire, capable of countering any creature of these 2 attributes. Blood Shadow is the sovereign of the night, able to drag foes into deeper darkness with each strike. Candle Dragon manipulates time, wielding control over its mysterious domain. Fuyao specializes in vitality and healing, providing significant assistance to allies. Yet, none of these beasts possess spatial capabilities. Let us go. Xu Changsheng muses for a moment before mounting Candle Dragon, raising his arm and calling out. 1 man and 3 beasts swiftly advance towards the source of the black smoke. Perhaps at the site of the incident, Xu Changsheng can discover a means to escape the secret realm. In this situation, he has no choice but to act. Waiting passively for a resolution is not in Xu Changsheng's nature. Even in dire straits, he strives to uncover a sliver of hope. Time passes rapidly. The area shrouded in black smoke expands before Xu Changsheng's eyes, and his expression grows increasingly grave. He catches a whiff of a familiar, acrid scent reminiscent of burning plastic. The blood of beasts. This odor is identical to the beast god's blood that Xu Changsheng previously obtained from the spatial ring. In fact, its stench is even more potent. With Xu Changsheng's current physique, the smell induces a strong urge to vomit. His pores instinctively constrict, attempting to prevent the foul essence from invading his body. Suddenly, Candle Dragon halts mid-flight, and Xu Changsheng gazes in disbelief at the sky ahead. Above the grotesque, enormous tree, countless twisted, blood-red tentacles writhe through the air. These tentacles lack physical form, composed of a dense, almost viscous essence of blood, and are adorned with numerous black voids resembling eyes. The suffocating black smoke continuously spills forth from these voids. As if sensing an approach, the twisting tentacles abruptly cease their motion and collectively surge towards Xu Changsheng. Swish, swish, swish. The sheer number of tentacles is overwhelming, and their speed is astonishing. In an instant, they nearly seal off all avenues for Xu Changsheng to evade their ferocious onslaught. Moreover, it appears that an endless supply of tentacles continues to advance towards him. As he watches the tentacles expand rapidly before his eyes, Xu Changsheng's pupils constrict. He could sense an overwhelming malevolence emanating from the tentacle. A voice within urged Xu Changsheng, "You must not allow it to strike, otherwise, the consequences would be dire." Without a moment to ponder, Xu Changsheng and his summoned beasts rapidly faded into a spectral form. The vicious tentacles' attacks met with nothing but empty air. Unfazed, they relentlessly pursued Xu Changsheng. Yet, no matter how frenzied their assault, they could not inflict even a scratch upon him or his companions. Fortunately, the phasing ability of Blood Shadow was perfectly suited to counter such a swarm attack, Xu Changsheng mused. After numerous evolutions, the energy expenditure of Blood Shadow's phasing had significantly diminished. Now, even amidst a barrage from a multitude of foes, Blood Shadow could sustain the phasing state for at least an hour. With this thought, Xu Changsheng's gaze sharpened. He did not command Zhu Long and Baifeng to retreat from the tentacle's reach. Instead, he urged them to accelerate forward. He was determined to discover what had transpired at the ominous giant tree, which had incited such terrifying aberrations. Only by understanding the full scope of the situation could Xu Changsheng devise a solution. To flee was merely a slow death. Zhu Long and Baifeng, his 2 flying beasts, swiftly carried Xu Changsheng and Blood Shadow toward the peculiar giant tree. Within mere minutes, Xu Changsheng found himself standing before it. The tree, once boasting a trunk 2 meters wide, now bore an enormous blue halo, pulsating with terrifying spatial fluctuations emanating from within. Simultaneously, a tentacle, crimson to the extreme and tinged with a hint of blackness, began to extend slowly from the halo. The mere tip of this tentacle measured a staggering 10 meters in length. Xu Changsheng could scarcely fathom the horror of the beast that possessed such a colossal appendage. Numerous black holes were scattered across the red-black tentacle. Meanwhile, blood-red tentacles floated midair, rapidly emerging from these black voids. The phasing tentacles that had just assaulted Xu Changsheng were revealed to be mere offshoots of this very black-red tentacle. Even a fraction of its progeny posed a lethal threat to Xu Changsheng. Should this beast fully emerge from the halo, it would be beyond his capacity to contend with. He even suspected that this creature possessed the strength to tear through the secret realm, traversing the rifts of space to invade the real world. The ensuing carnage would undoubtedly claim countless lives among students and civilians alike. "Help me." Suddenly, a faint cry for help drifted up from beneath the red-black tentacle. It was the voice of El Ling. Xu Changsheng's eyes brightened. As the leader of the theoretical university delegation, she might possess crucial information. Just as he contemplated moving closer to assess the situation, the black-red tentacle writhed, and a humanoid entity began to emerge directly from it. The being was nearly naked, with only its vital areas covered by a grotesque carapace resembling armor. Ah, what a delightful sensation! The bizarre creature slowly approached Xu Changsheng, emitting a satisfied groan. To his astonishment, it was Duan Muqing. Duan Muqing twisted his neck, producing an unsettling cacophony of bone grinding, and then fixed Xu Changsheng with a malevolent gaze, stating, "I had initially planned to deal with you after the beast god's messenger fully broke free from its seal. Who would have thought you'd deliver yourself right to me?" Upon hearing this, Xu Changsheng experienced a moment of clarity. Duan Muqing was, in fact, an undercover agent of the 10,000 Beasts sect. This bizarre transformation of the giant tree was undoubtedly his doing. This meant that if Xu Changsheng eliminated this scoundrel, the deadlock could be shattered. With this realization, a dangerous glint ignited in Xu Changsheng's eyes as he regarded Duan Muqing. "Hey, how dare you ignore me?" Duan Muqing shrieked, witnessing Xu Changsheng's indifference. Countless tentacles erupted from his body, piercing his skin and causing dark green blood to spill forth. Yet, he appeared oblivious to the pain, wearing a mad expression as he incoherently muttered, "How dare you now?" Before he could finish speaking, Duan Muqing lunged at Xu Changsheng like a cannonball. His speed rivaled that of the most formidable platinum-tier beasts, perhaps even surpassing them. Chapter 70, a different kind of beast blood baptism. Duan Muqing surged towards Xu Changsheng, harnessing momentum to swing his arm and deliver a punch aimed squarely at Xu Changsheng's face. The sound of a sonic boom accompanied this rapid strike. Furthermore, as Duan Muqing's fist sliced through the air, countless black substances erupted from his body, forming vicious spikes resembling claws upon his fist. Should anyone be struck by this blow, they would surely lose half their life. However, Xu Changsheng stood unmoved, his expression calm, barely even shifting his stance. Observing this, a glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Duan Muqing's eyes. The once celebrated prodigy, now unable to withstand even a casual punch, let alone respond in kind. This was the limit of humanity. Boom. The powerful strike landed squarely on Xu Changsheng's face. Yet, contrary to expectations, blood did not spurt forth, nor did the familiar sensation of impact resonate. Instead, after exerting all his strength, Duan Muqing found himself propelled forward by sheer inertia, having struck nothing but air. What? How could this be? A flicker of astonishment crossed Duan Muqing's eyes. Just as he prepared to adjust his stance, a searing pain erupted from his waist. "Ah!" he howled, stumbling to the ground in disbelief, unable to comprehend why his attack had missed its mark. From the gaping wound at his waist, a tentacle slowly emerged, writhing and slithering over the injury. In mere moments, the grotesque gash, deep enough to expose bone, was completely healed. Xu Changsheng looked down upon the fallen Duan Muqing, fully aware of the situation. This fool was clearly not in his right mind. He failed to consider how Xu Changsheng had traversed through countless tentacles to arrive here. There was no reason to fear him alone. Contemplating Duan Muqing's bizarre behavior prior to the attack, Xu Changsheng began to suspect. This demeanor resembled that of those 10,000 Beast sect adherents who underwent the baptism of beast blood. Their power surged, yet their minds became clouded, devoid of rational thought. The manifestation differed slightly. Some sprouted black fur, while others developed tentacles within. However, the sudden increase in strength always came at a cost. Duan Muqing had catapulted from a mere golden 9th-tier student to a being nearly rivaling diamond-tier power, inevitably paying a significant price. Rationality was merely one aspect of that cost. While Xu Changsheng mused on this, the now-recovered Duan Muqing sprang back into action, seemingly undeterred. He launched a frenzied attack on Xu Changsheng, yet he could not inflict a single injury. He simply squandered his own stamina. Xu Changsheng was not in a rush. Instead, he meticulously observed the peculiar transformations occurring in Duan Muqing. The speed and recovery capabilities were remarkably potent, rivaling those of diamond-tier ferocious beasts. Although his stamina and strength were somewhat lacking, they still matched the prowess of an ordinary high-tier platinum beast. Nonetheless, Xu Changsheng discerned that Duan Muqing did not possess any abilities akin to innate skills. Hence, when all was considered, Duan Muqing was merely a human endowed with a formidable physique. "Are you done yet?" After acquiring the information he sought, Xu Changsheng's expression turned icy. The blood shadow's silvery white fur swiftly became enveloped in an inky darkness, and its form expanded several-fold. With a powerful leap, it pounced upon Duan Muqing, who had been persistently clinging to Xu Changsheng. The blood shadow, activated in its Night King state, possessed a constitution that was not inferior to any diamond-tier beast, making it effortless to suppress Duan Muqing. Roar, roar, hiss. While pinned beneath the blood shadow, Duan Muqing let out a reluctant howl. The sound was not that of a human, but rather reminiscent of those ferocious beasts devoid of intelligence. Observing the madness flickering in Duan Muqing's eyes, a fleeting sorrow crossed Xu Changsheng's mind. Was it truly worth it to immerse oneself in the cult of 10,000 beasts for the sake of so-called power? Not only had he become a foe to humanity, but he also had to endure the risk of losing his sanity and devolving into a beast. Was it truly worth it? This sorrowful thought passed quickly, and Xu Changsheng's heart soon regained its composure. The Blood Shadow was aiding him in maintaining his calm. In response, the Blood Shadow's claws ruthlessly pierced Duan Muqing's wrist. With a swift motion, a hand was severed from Duan Muqing's body, and a copious amount of blood gushed forth from the wound. Countless tendrils writhed within the wound, attempting to mend their master's injury. With a long howl, Baifeng unleashed a precise blast of azure-red flames towards the wound. The writhing tendrils were instantly reduced to charred remnants, devoid of vitality. The once profusely bleeding wound ceased to flow, thanks to the scorching heat. Baifeng's flames inadvertently helped Duan Muqing staunch the bleeding. Watching his severed hand, Duan Muqing let out a wail akin to a ghost's cry. He struggled beneath the blood shadow with increasing ferocity. Continue. Observing the situation, Xu Changsheng spoke with an air of indifference. Soon, another hand was torn away by the blood shadow. Duan Muqing's body momentarily froze in its struggle. As if regaining some semblance of calm, his bloodshot eyes glared at Xu Changsheng with hatred. As if he had temporarily regained clarity. Don't think you can extract even a whisper of information from me. Since his birth, he had been a disciple of the cult of 10,000 beasts. Shortly after he could remember, he was sent to an orphanage in the Imperial capital, posing as an innocent orphan, all to facilitate his current entry into the secret realm. His affections for Ling were merely a guise. Under these circumstances, Duan Muqing would certainly not betray the cult of 10,000 beasts. Upon hearing this, Xu Changsheng shook his head and said, "Continue." In the blink of an eye, both feet were also severed by the blood shadow. Just as the blood shadow prepared to strike at a vital area between Duan Muqing's legs, he spoke. Ling is not dead. What I know, she knows almost everything. With that, Duan Muqing tilted his head, and 2 streams of blood tears flowed from his tightly shut eyes. As he had not explicitly divulged anything, it could not be considered betrayal of the organization. Oh, is Ling also a member of the cult of 10,000 beasts? Xu Changsheng inquired. No, she merely knows many secrets. For instance, how to escape the secret realm, and how to reseal the beast goddess apostles. After obtaining the desired information, Xu Changsheng waved his hand, and a sphere of azure-red flames enveloped Duan Muqing. The intense heat swiftly melted the outer skin, revealing a pallid skeleton. Blood-red tendrils, as if animated, scattered in desperate flight. However, they could not escape the purifying flames. As everything was reduced to ashes, Xu Changsheng hastened towards the black-red tendrils. He needed to inquire with Ling about the nature of these entities. Chapter 71. The Malevolent 8-Armed Octopus. A sun-level beast. Stopping about 10 meters away from the enormous crimson tendrils, Xu Changsheng gestured for the blood shadow to advance and locate Ling. With a light and sprightly gait, the blood shadow soon returned with the limp form of Ling, who lay beneath the tendrils. During this process, the massive tendril exhibited no reaction. As if it were devoid of perception, its surface still exuding a continuous stream of blood energy. The blood shadow placed Ling before Xu Changsheng. Her once exquisite features had been ravaged by the corrosive slime, revealing a charred yellow skull. Her eyeballs, lacking the support of eyelids and muscle, hung feebly upon her face, seemingly on the verge of falling off with the slightest movement. Her skin and muscle bore no semblance of integrity, making it impossible to discern the beauty she once possessed. At this moment, Ling had completely succumbed to a profound stupor, were it not for the rise and fall of her chest. Xu Changsheng might have mistaken her for dead, had she not been a beast master with formidable physical attributes and remarkable recovery abilities. Such injuries could have claimed her life. Seeing her in such a pitiful state, Xu Changsheng summoned Fuyao, who had been diligently training in the beast master space. Treat her, Xu Changsheng instructed, pointing at Ling. Quack, quack. Fuyao chirped joyously, delighted by the outside world. A verdant glow soon enveloped its form, and a refreshing aura permeated the air. The acrid stench of burnt plastic that had filled Xu Changsheng's nostrils vanished instantly, leaving him feeling considerably lighter. The emerald light solidified, darting into Ling's body. Various flesh buds rapidly sprouted on her pallid skeleton, enlarging at a pace visible to the naked eye, forming firm muscle. Skin swiftly grew over the surface of the muscle, the newly formed dermis radiating a luminous pink hue, exuding vitality. In an instant, the once fading Ling regained a significant portion of her strength, though she still appeared somewhat frail. Fuyao's healing capabilities were nothing short of terrifying. Ling suddenly opened her eyes, then shot upright from the ground, emitting a piercing scream. She then scanned her surroundings, her gaze locking onto Xu Changsheng, and with a grimace, she remarked, "Are you dead too?" Hearing this, Xu Changsheng frowned slightly. It seemed this woman had mistaken her reality for a posthumous fantasy. "You are not dead. Tell me, what has occurred here?" he stated directly. The number of phasing tendrils in the distance was increasing. With each passing minute, the danger multiplied. "I'm not dead." Ha. Upon hearing Xu Changsheng's question, Ling first froze, then erupted into maniacal laughter. Her thunderous mirth even drew the attention of the phasing tendrils. Smack! Xu Changsheng stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap, sending Ling sprawling to the ground. "What time is it, and you're still indulging in madness?" He had revived Ling not to endure her cacophonous laughter. Though knocked to the ground, Ling felt no anger. Instead, she regained her composure. She looked at Xu Changsheng and quickly stated, "What is sealed here is one of the 4 apostles of the beast god from the cult of 10,000 beasts, the malevolent 8-armed octopus. It is said that at its peak, its strength is at least at the sun level among ferocious beasts. The eerie colossal tree was, in fact, the vessel of its seal. This strange tree could absorb the life energy of the malevolent octopus, thereby weakening its own power while simultaneously augmenting itself, eventually bearing fruit. This fruit matured only once in a century. Upon consumption, it could significantly enhance the physical prowess of the eater, though the individual would become exceedingly ferocious in the short term." Seizing the opportunity while we were distracted, Duan Muqing stealthily buried a mysterious stone beneath the tree. And 2 days later, the seal began to gradually loosen. As she spoke, a remarkable light flared in Lu Ling's eyes, a gaze filled with extreme hatred. She paused for a moment before continuing. Simultaneously, the 5 of us were ambushed by Duan Muqing, rendering us completely incapable of combat. As one of the malevolent octopus's tentacles absorbed us as nourishment, I was the last to be consumed. At present, it was merely a matter of excavating that stone to reinforce the seal anew. The stone's location was beneath the tentacles of the malevolent octopus. By the way, Xu Changsheng, be cautious. Duan Muqing seems to have been empowered by the malevolent octopus, possessing formidable strength, comparable to the ferocity of a diamond-tier beast. Lu Ling divulged all the information she had to Xu Changsheng. She understood that given the current circumstances, only someone of Xu Changsheng's extraordinary prowess could offer a glimmer of hope for resolution. Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy flashed in Xu Changsheng's eyes. Since there was a solution, things would be manageable. As for the danger posed by Duan Muqing, Xu Changsheng merely pointed to a pile of ashes behind him and murmured, "This is Duan Muqing." Lu Ling followed Xu Changsheng's gesture, her gaze landing on a pile of charred remnants lying quietly on the ground. "Is this truly Duan Muqing?" she echoed, seemingly struggling to grasp Xu Changsheng's implication. Then, a sudden realization illuminated her mind. Could it be that Duan Muqing had already been slain by Xu Changsheng? With this thought, she gazed at Xu Changsheng's towering and proud figure. Despite having previously overestimated this man's capabilities, he continually surprised her anew. This man was unexpectedly dependable. Ignoring Lu Ling's astonishment, Xu Changsheng pondered how to extract the mysterious stone and bring an end to this crisis. He directed his attention once more to the blue halo. With a single glance, his pupils abruptly constricted. When had this occurred? Xu Changsheng was filled with trepidation as he observed that the blue halo had expanded several-fold unbeknownst to him. The previously extended tentacle instantly multiplied into 4. He could even faintly perceive the massive form behind the tentacles. Unlike the dark red hue of the tentacles, the body of the malevolent octopus was an astonishing shade of blue, as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. It emanated a horrifying spatial fluctuation. Merely gazing at it made Xu Changsheng feel dizzy and nauseous. He quickly turned away, refusing to behold the form of the malevolent octopus any longer. Yet the blue halo continued to grow at a visibly rapid pace. It wouldn't be long before the malevolent octopus completely broke free from its seal. A beast of solar-level strength was beyond what Xu Changsheng could currently contend with. Time was running out. The urgency within Xu Changsheng intensified as he commanded all his beasts to attack the exposed portions of the malevolent octopus. Roar! Blood Shadow was still in the Night King state. It was the fastest, and in the blink of an eye, its wolf claws fiercely struck at one of the malevolent octopus's tentacles. Clang! A sound of metal clashing reverberated from Blood Shadow's claws. It was as if Blood Shadow's assault was not against the flesh of this solar-level beast, but rather against a substance of extremely high density, akin to metal. The enormous recoil forced Blood Shadow to stagger backward. Xu Changsheng observed intently, as the area Blood Shadow had attacked bore only a faint white mark. Even in the Night King state, Blood Shadow had failed to breach the defenses of the malevolent octopus. Just then, a thunderous dragon's roar resonated from behind Xu Changsheng. The body of Xu Long rapidly expanded, resembling an unending mountain of flesh, instilling a profound sense of awe. In terms of sheer size, it even dwarfed the malevolent octopus. A peculiar wave emanated from Xu Long's form. In an instant, the ethereal tentacles writhing in the sky became rigid. The blue halo halted its expansion. The once clamorous environment fell into silence, as if the entire world had been momentarily paused. Only the tentacles of the malevolent octopus seemed to still advance at an exceedingly slow pace. Chapter 72. Complete Sealing. In the true form of Xu Long, time control could not be entirely evaded, even by a beast of solar-level stature. Within Xu Long's lantern-sized eyes, scenes of seasonal changes and the alternation of day and night flickered. Then, two beams of light shot forth from its eyes, swiftly landing upon the tentacles of the malevolent octopus. In that moment, the octopus, which had been striving to advance, rapidly fell into stasis. Simultaneously, the colossal fireball that Bai Fong had long been gathering struck fiercely against the body of this beast. Flames danced densely across various parts of the malevolent octopus's form. The azure-red flames burned fiercely, slowly yet effectively eroding the defenses of this solar-level beast. Blood Shadow seized the opportunity, but rather than attacking the octopus, it swiftly dashed towards its tentacles. It aimed to excavate the mysterious stone buried beneath the tentacles of the octopus. Only by retrieving the stone could the sealing of this solar-level beast truly be achieved. And only with Blood Shadow's speed could this task be perfectly executed. In that moment, all three of Xu Changsheng's beasts unleashed their full potential. Would they succeed? Xu Changsheng and Lu Ling watched intently, both extremely anxious as they focused on Blood Shadow. Xu Long and Bai Fong were merely biding time. The true determinant of the battle's outcome lay with Blood Shadow. As long as it could rapidly locate that stone within this brief span, all problems would be effortlessly resolved. Blood Shadow darted like a black lightning bolt, weaving between the four tentacles. Its sharp wolf claws, akin to those of an excavator, ruthlessly tore into the ground it traversed, revealing the hidden situation beneath. Nothing. Still nothing. The soil beneath three of the tentacles was swiftly unearthed by Blood Shadow. However, there was naught but more moist earth beneath. Blood Shadow's form showed no sign of hesitation as it lunged toward the final tentacle. Its wolf claws swung wildly, digging into the soil. Suddenly, a burst of colorful light erupted from the ground. It was the radiant glow of that critically important stone. At that moment, an overwhelming noise surged back into Xu Changsheng's ears. Time control had unexpectedly ended. A look of incredulity crossed his face. Had only 40 seconds truly passed? How could it have concluded so abruptly? Yet now was clearly not the time for such contemplations. He watched as the once quiet octopus, still under attack by several beasts, now appeared to be in a frenzy. All four tentacles lunged toward Blood Shadow, seeking to prevent it from retrieving the mysterious stone. Meanwhile, the previously stable blue halo began to tremble violently under the onslaught, even showing signs of shrinking. As the colossal black and crimson tentacles loomed, nearly engulfing all the space around Blood Shadow, it found itself with no room to evade. Xu Changsheng observed the scene with mounting anxiety. Such a ferocious assault could not be withstood in a phantasmal state. The convergence of four tentacles was sufficient to claim Blood Shadow's life. Yet, astonishingly, Blood Shadow did not retreat or dodge. Instead, it bent low, the wolf's head swiftly approaching the enigmatic stone. It paid no heed to the terrifying attack. Blood Shadow was solely aware of its master's directive. It must fulfill its task, even at the cost of its own life. In a critical moment, Blood Shadow successfully grasped the iridescent stone in its mouth. Simultaneously, the four tentacles made their fierce approach. Each tentacle, measuring at least 10 meters in length and 3 meters in width, combined with their terrifying velocity, posed an overwhelming threat to Blood Shadow. Bang! Blood Shadow's phantasmal state endured under the onslaught for less than half a second. The four tentacles collided with a deafening crash, while Blood Shadow found itself at the epicenter of the crushing pressure. Such force was beyond what even the Diamond-tier Beastmasters could withstand, let alone Blood Shadow, a mere Silver-tier beast. Lu Ling emitted a gasp, instinctively closing her eyes, unable to bear the sight of such brutality. To her, Blood Shadow was under attack from this fearsome beast, and its fate could only be death. There was no other possibility. Boom, boom. The tentacles continued their relentless assault in midair, seemingly intent on reducing Blood Shadow to mere pulp. Meanwhile, as the mysterious stone was lifted from the earth, the already unstable blue halo began to contract at an astonishing rate. Hiss! The tentacles of the malevolent octopus were reluctantly drawn back into the blue halo, its main body emitting an enraged roar. After centuries of sealing, the prospect of liberation was thwarted by mere ant-like beastmasters. How could it possibly accept such an affront? With a discordant sound, the blue halo sealed completely and then vanished. The malevolent octopus was once again confined within the seal. As it disappeared, the phantasmal tentacles that had been flailing in the air became as rootless as a tree severed from its soil, dissipating into the ether in no time. Only the acrid scent of burnt plastic lingered in the air, a grim reminder of the recent terror. You. Lu Ling turned to Xu Changsheng, seemingly wishing to offer words of solace. To her, although Xu Changsheng had successfully sealed this sun-level beast, he had nonetheless lost a beast, and a high-quality one at that. However, Xu Changsheng had no time to spare for her. He strode purposefully toward the spot where Blood Shadow had been assailed. Lu Ling sighed softly and hurried after him, understanding that a beast was akin to family for a beastmaster, and now, that family had. Lu Ling's thoughts abruptly stilled. Before her eyes, the seemingly doomed Blood Shadow was now quietly squatting in front of Xu Changsheng, relishing his affectionate strokes. Blood Shadow, far from being dead, bore not even the slightest injury. What was happening? Lu Ling was utterly dumbfounded. Even if it had survived, it should not be unscathed. The scene before her clearly exceeded her understanding. Xu Changsheng affectionately petted Blood Shadow's head, smoothing its fur. With the presence of the Blood Pact, Blood Shadow was impervious to death. Nevertheless, the torment it endured would not diminish in the slightest. The sensation of being crushed by overwhelming force, to the point of one's insides threatening to burst, was a suffering that surpassed even death itself. Chapter 73, Silver Hair and Powdery Eyes, The Mysterious Family. Were it not for the malevolent octopus being sealed for centuries, its strength would be but a fraction of its former self. Furthermore, due to the instability of the blue halo, this sun-level beast dared not launch indiscriminate assaults, passively enduring the onslaught of the Candle Dragon and the Bifong. This provided Blood Shadow a significant advantage in its actions. Only when the malevolent octopus was thoroughly enraged did it unleash its full power. In the span of a mere second, Blood Shadow was nearly annihilated. Had it not been for the Blood Pact, it would have been reduced to a puddle of blood under such immense pressure. Xu Changsheng surveyed his surroundings. Without the multitude of phantasmal tentacles obscuring his view, the bizarre giant tree re-emerged in his line of sight. However, the once towering tree was now cleaved in half. Its upper portion, laden with branches and countless fruits, having been transformed into sustenance for the malevolent octopus's recovery. The lower section, now merely 2 meters tall, was connected to the soil. The top of the severed tree bore a massive gash, from which eerie black mist continuously billowed, suggesting that the malevolent octopus could break free from its seal at any moment. It appeared that Duan Muqing's actions had inflicted irreparable damage on the seal. Xu Changsheng felt a chill run down his spine. The tree's capacity to contain the malevolent octopus was now drastically diminished compared to before. He even began to doubt whether, in the absence of external interference, this sun-level beast could eventually breach the seal on its own. When that time came, its first target would undoubtedly be Xu Changsheng, the one who had re-imprisoned it. As Xu Changsheng pondered, a sudden and intense spatial fluctuation emanated from the horizon. Out of nowhere, a black halo appeared, its size just sufficient for a person to pass through. What was happening? Xu Changsheng was taken aback. Could another seal be breaking? With that thought, Xu Changsheng quickly summoned his beast to his side, readying himself for battle. The black halo flickered rapidly, the surrounding space fracturing like ripples, seemingly on the brink of collapse. Then, a white figure emerged from the halo, clad in loose white garments, with long, dazzlingly pure white hair cascading casually over their shoulders. The newcomer exuded an air of elegance and nonchalance. Standing at the edge of the sky, the figure surveyed the chaos below, eventually fixing their gaze on the half-destroyed giant tree, momentarily speechless. Yet, shortly after, the figure gracefully descended before Xu Changsheng. This display left Xu Changsheng astounded. What level of power did this individual possess to fly in human form? It was known that even beings of stature like Shen Wuyan relied on flying beasts for aerial mobility. Yet, this white-clad figure had summoned not a single beast, landing smoothly before Xu Changsheng solely by their own prowess. Suppressing his astonishment, Xu Changsheng swiftly activated the world eye to glean information about the white-robed individual. Name, by Dowling. Talent, Beast Blood Baptism, Special. Note, this type of beast blood baptism is conducted in a unique manner. The physical prowess of the recipient closely resembles that of a fierce beast possessing a shattered star talent at the same realm, while their rationality and emotions remain unaffected. Note, those who undergo this special baptism will awaken various abilities and experience rapid advancement, but their ceiling is limited to the shattered star level. Side effects: a significant reduction in lifespan, with a maximum longevity of 50 years. They cannot form contracts with any beasts. Abilities: control of wind, soul devouring, shadow fire, indestructible body, spatial traversal, storm domain. Rank: Diamond level 9. The special beast blood baptism This rite astonishingly does not impair the recipient's intellect, while simultaneously awakening a plethora of skills typically possessed by beast masters. It is truly formidable. Of course, the side effects are equally daunting. Firstly, the reduction in lifespan means one can live no longer than 50 years. It is important to note that an ordinary diamond-level beast master can typically live to at least 250 years if their essence remains unharmed. This signifies a staggering 5-fold disparity. The lifespan of Baidaoling, even among common folk, is considered short. Furthermore, they are unable to form contracts with various beasts, effectively depriving them of numerous means of attack. Yet, despite this, it was sufficient to leave Xu Changsheng astounded. This individual in white is undoubtedly the second most powerful being Xu Changsheng has encountered since becoming a beast master, surpassed only by Shen Wuyan. What has transpired? Baidaoling inquired gently, gazing at Xu Changsheng. It was then that Xu Changsheng noticed the crystalline pink hue of his eyes, which, under the sunlight, exuded an indescribable beauty. His countenance was so strikingly enchanting that, had he remained silent, Xu Changsheng might have mistaken him for a peerless beauty. Changsheng. This is Baidaoling from one of the 4 hidden families, a guardian family of the Huaxiao Federation, which has fought for the safety of Huaxiao for generations. Lu Ling quietly elaborated from behind Xu Changsheng. The 4 hidden families are, for the average person, legendary entities. Most commoners regard them as mere tales and do not believe in their existence. However, as the most distinguished researcher at the Imperial Capital Theory University, Lu Ling has personally encountered these individuals. The Baidaoling before them is, in fact, the leader of the younger generation of the Bai family, holding an esteemed status and formidable power. Having recently arrived in the Imperial capital, Xu Changsheng was not as well versed in the intricate power dynamics as Lu Ling. He nodded in acknowledgement, signaling his understanding. Yet, a hint of confusion lingered in Xu Changsheng's heart. He had initially presumed that those who underwent the beast blood baptism were remnants of the Wan beast cult. He had not anticipated such beings to exist within the upper echelons of the Huaxiao Federation. Suppressing his doubts, he began to recount the series of events that transpired within the secret realm to Baidaoling. As Xu Changsheng spoke, a ripple of emotion gradually surfaced on Baidaoling's previously serene visage. He could not help but exclaim, "Are you implying that you single-handedly sealed that sun-class ferocious beast?" The disbelief in Baidaoling's eyes was palpable. It is well known that even a long-sealed sun-class beast possesses strength equivalent to at least the Shattered Star level. How could this young man, merely at the silver level, achieve such a feat? Additionally, he had reliable information provided by Lu Ling. Xu Changsheng stated. Without Lu Ling informing me of the mysterious stone's function and location, I would have been utterly incapable of preventing the malevolent octopus from breaking free from its seal. No. It was entirely Xu Changsheng's merit. I was merely a spectator, Lu Ling interjected, repeatedly shaking her head. She was acutely aware of her own capabilities and the role she played in this confrontation. If one were to apportion credit, her contribution amounted to at most 1%, while Xu Changsheng accounted for a staggering 99% of the effort in this sealing battle. Baidaoling scanned both faces, still reeling in disbelief. Even as a Diamond Level 9 expert, he had brought along his family's treasured artifacts to ensure a secure sealing. Yet, before he could even intervene, a silver-level young man informs him that the matter has been entirely resolved. This instilled a profound sense of frustration within Baidaoling. His family was renowned for their rapid cultivation, and yet, as the leader of the younger generation, he found himself outperformed by this evidently younger fellow. After a moment of awkward silence, Baidaoling cleared his throat and remarked, "Very well, this has indeed saved me considerable effort." As the next generation patriarch of a hidden family, Baidaoling was not one to dwell on grievances with Xu Changsheng and the others. He possessed enough composure for that. He continued, "In that case, I shall escort you back to the real world, where you will receive rewards for resolving this crisis." Upon hearing this, Xu Changsheng was elated. He had not anticipated such fortuitous news. He had been fretting over how to exit this cursed secret realm. And now Baidaoling had not only resolved this dilemma, but would also bestow rewards. He believed that given the Bai family's influence, these rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. "Please wait. I shall check if there are any other survivors within the secret realm," Baidaoling stated. With that, he vanished from Xu Changsheng's sight in an instant. Xu Changsheng, with his current strength, failed to discern how Baidaoling had departed. Only a subtle spatial ripple remained where he had stood. Xu Changsheng turned to Lu Ling and asked, "What is the situation with these 4 families? Please enlighten me." Lu Ling seized the opportunity to engage in discourse with Xu Changsheng, responding enthusiastically. All members of the 4 families undergo a special beast blood baptism at the age of 15. This baptism does not affect the recipient's personality, yet it is fraught with danger. Failure results in death, with an annual survival rate of less than 10%. Moreover, Only individuals from hidden families may undergo this unique baptism. Ordinary people attempting it are doomed to perish. Their physiques are exceptionally robust, their cultivation speed is astonishingly rapid, and they possess various remarkable abilities, rendering them the pinnacle of combat strength within the Huaxia Federation. However, members of hidden families typically meet a natural death in their 40s, leading to a notably short lifespan. Furthermore, they solely rely on their own strength in battle and have never contracted any beasts. Lu Ling relayed all that she knew in one breath. Much of her information aligned closely with what Xu Changsheng had discerned through his own abilities. He nodded, feeling a measure of caution dissipate. To Xu Changsheng, regardless of how strength is attained, as long as their goals align, they become his allies and comrades. Moreover, individuals like Bai Daoling must endure the threat of a short life. Even so, these individuals continue to contribute to the safety of the Huaxia Federation, which instilled within Xu Changsheng a sense of admiration. They did not wait long before Bai Daoling reappeared before them, holding a pale-faced student whose limbs trembled uncontrollably. "This is the only survivor," Bai Daoling lamented. He then gently set the student down and forcefully tore at the air with both hands. In an instant, a dark portal manifested before the gathered crowd. "Let us proceed," Bai Daoling remarked, casting a glance at Xu Changsheng before stepping into the black circle first. Without hesitation, Xu Changsheng followed in Bai Daoling's footsteps, with Lu Ling trailing closely behind him. The remaining student, however, lingered in place, trembling for quite a while. It was only when the portal began to waver slightly that he reluctantly took a step forward into the dark circle. A familiar sensation of dizziness enveloped him. When Xu Changsheng opened his eyes once more, he found himself back in the teleportation array of the Imperial capital's theoretical university. The first person he laid eyes on was Lu Anxue, her face etched with concern. Upon seeing Xu Changsheng emerge, Lu Anxue let out a sigh of relief and waved at him. After the harrowing experience of life and death, the sight of a familiar face filled Xu Changsheng's heart with warmth as he approached her. This incident had escalated significantly. The upper echelons of the Imperial capital were outraged, allowing a spy from the Beastmaster sect to infiltrate such a crucial secret realm. It was said that even prominent figures from the Bai family had taken action personally. "Thank goodness you are unharmed." That esteemed individual arrived just in time, Lu Anxue exclaimed with excitement as Xu Changsheng drew near. Heaven knows how she had managed through the day. Learning that her student had been embroiled in a conspiracy involving a sun-class beast had chilled her heart. Now, seeing Xu Changsheng unscathed, with a healthy complexion and a demeanor less icy than usual, her heart warmed. "Actually, it was I who resolved the issue," Xu Changsheng remarked, stroking his chin. The reward would soon be in his hands, and such news would quickly spread throughout the Imperial capital. There was no way to conceal it. Moreover, there was no need to hide it at all. "What? You? Don't be ridiculous. That was a sun-class beast." Lu Anxue laughed, clearly incredulous. She could hardly believe that Xu Changsheng could have personally resolved such a matter. It was well known that even the young leaders of the diamond-tier hidden families had not been entirely confident. Xu Changsheng? How could that be possible? He could barely defeat himself, let alone handle such an incident. Lu Anxue's perception of Xu Changsheng still lingered in the past. She thought he was merely jesting. Observing Lu Anxue's expression, Xu Changsheng could only shake his head in resignation, opting not to elaborate further. In this day and age, even the truth was met with skepticism. At that moment, a striking woman with silver hair and pink eyes traversed through the crowd, making her way directly towards Xu Changsheng. "Are you young Master Xu?" she inquired, presenting a black brocade box in her hands. With such distinctive features, Xu Changsheng did not need the eye of the world to ascertain that this woman was indeed a member of the Bai family. "Indeed," he replied, casting a discreet gaze over her face, silently marveling at the beauty of the Bai family. Bai Daoling was exquisite, and this radiant woman was no exception. "I am Bai Daohong, the younger sister of Bai Daoling. My elder brother specifically instructed me to deliver this brocade box to you," she continued, her voice melodious and gentle, soothing to the ears. Xu Changsheng felt a flicker of surprise at her words. He had expected Bai Daoling to send a servant with the reward, not his own sister to undertake the task. Such a gesture was indeed significant. After all, the younger sister of the next generation head of the Bai family was a person whom many prominent figures in the Imperial capital might never even meet. Yet here she was, personally delivering something to Xu Changsheng, underscoring Bai Daoling's regard for him. "Please convey my gratitude to Brother Bai," Xu Changsheng said, accepting the brocade box, momentarily unsure how to address Bai Daoling. However, given that their age difference was minimal, he settled on calling him Brother Bai. Bai Daohong performed a graceful bow and departed, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. They then turned their gazes back to Xu Changsheng, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. What is so special about this kid? How could he converse with someone of Bai Daohong's stature? Lu Anxue's expression was one of shock, her mouth agape in disbelief, revealing a glimpse of her pink tongue. Her mind was flooded with incredulity. Could it be that Xu Changsheng was telling the truth? Chapter 75. The Jade Essence of Time. The evolution of the Candle Dragon beckons. Luan Xue recalled her previous fervent declarations, and her face flushed with warmth. The pallor of her cheeks blossomed with a subtle crimson hue. Yet, compared to her embarrassment, her heart was primarily filled with astonishment. She had witnessed Xu Changsheng's weaknesses firsthand. In those days, even with all his strength, he could barely breach the defenses of her weakest familiar. And now, how little time had passed. He had already reached a level of overall strength that could rival, if not surpass, her own. What extraordinary talent was this? Why are you staring at me? Let us go, Xu Changsheng said, noting Luan Xue's unwavering gaze upon him. As for the brocade box delivered by Bai Daohong, he placed it into his spatial ring, planning to investigate its contents once he returned to his dormitory. Oh, let's go, Luan Xue stammered, abruptly snapped from her reverie by Xu Changsheng's sudden remark. She clearly had not yet recovered from the shock of his significant power increase. By the way, are there any delightful happenings in the Imperial capital? Xu Changsheng inquired, rubbing his belly as they walked. During his days in the secret realm, he had hardly eaten a proper meal, subsisting instead on high-nutrition frozen foods that had left his palate yearning for more. Moreover, this opportunity to dine with Luan Xue was also a perfect moment to broach the subject of moving to a larger dormitory. Oh, Luan Xue regarded Xu Changsheng with curiosity. In the past, he would rush back to his dormitory immediately after emerging from a secret realm. What was different today? Was he starting to enjoy life? Noticing Luan Xue's scrutinizing gaze, Xu Changsheng offered a harmless smile. If one were to merely glance at his clean and handsome visage, no one would associate him with the legendary campus killer. All right, let us proceed. I know of a quaint little shop nearby the university that serves delightful fare, Luan Xue declared, waving her hand. Their relationship was one of both mentorship and friendship, making it entirely normal for them to share a meal together. The two soon arrived at a small establishment near the Imperial Capital University. Although it was not yet mealtime, the place was already bustling with patrons. The shop, though modest in size, was vibrant with life and warmth, an atmosphere Xu Changsheng had seldom experienced. Ever since he became a beastmaster, he had either been training or battling, rarely indulging in such tranquil comforts. They found a relatively clean table amidst the crowd, ordered their meals, and as Xu Changsheng wore a rare gentle smile, Luan Xue felt a pang of sympathy in her heart. Everyone at the Imperial Capital University considered Xu Changsheng an exceptional genius. How few knew of the effort he had invested behind the scenes. Even the number of times he dined out was pitifully scarce. Soon, their meals arrived, and the two engaged in conversation as they ate. Sister Lu, I need to change my dormitory, it's rather urgent. Xu Changsheng mumbled while chewing on a mouthful of fried noodles. That's perfectly fine, Luan Xue replied. I shall promptly submit my application to the school administration, and it is estimated that it will be approved within 2 days at most. Naturally, Luan Xue would not refuse such a modest request, especially given that a prodigy like Xu Changsheng would be treasured in any university. Xu Changsheng chuckled, but suddenly furrowed his brow, forcing down the stir-fried noodles in his mouth, and with a hint of exasperation remarked, how can they put chicken essence in stir-fried noodles? It is simply unacceptable in Changnan City. The chef deserves a reprimand for such a transgression. Is there really such a custom? Luan Xue was taken aback and turned to Xu Changsheng, as this was her first time hearing that chicken essence should not be included in stir-fried noodles. Observing Xu Changsheng's difficulty in swallowing, she decided to push her own meal towards him, saying, Here, you may have mine. This one contains no chicken essence. She then took Xu Changsheng's stir-fried noodles and began to eat heartily, without a trace of disdain. After their meal, Xu Changsheng and Luan Xue parted ways and returned to their respective dormitories. He patted his stomach, noting that aside from the dish tainted with chicken essence, the other dishes were unexpectedly palatable. However, it was clearly not the time to reminisce about the flavors of the meal. Xu Changsheng retrieved the black brocade box that Bai Daohua had sent from his spatial ring. The box, primarily black in hue, was adorned with dark green patterns, creating a striking contrast that lent the brocade box a unique charm. Gently, he opened it to reveal 2 tiers. The upper tier contained an ancient piece of chalcedony, exuding a profound aura, while the lower tier held a white flower that faintly glimmered, its purity reminiscent of moonlight. The Bai family certainly displayed thoughtfulness in their gift. A flicker of joy passed through Xu Changsheng's eyes upon seeing these 2 resources. The ancient chalcedony, known as the time chalcedony, was said to originate only from the brains of beasts at the fragmented star level or above, containing the insights gained over centuries by high-tier beasts, an exceptionally rare treasure. It was especially invaluable for certain time-affiliated beast tamers, deemed a supreme treasure among treasures. Yet, it was lamentably true that among humans, strong individuals at the fragmented star level were exceedingly rare, let alone the capture of beasts at that level. Consequently, the time chalcedony available today was mostly remnants from previous generations. One could say each piece was precious beyond measure. In Xu Changsheng's generation, an ordinary person without connections would find it nearly impossible to procure even a single piece, even with expenditures reaching billions of federal coins. Thus, the fact that the Bai family rewarded Xu Changsheng with such a gift clearly indicated their wealth and generosity. Moreover, this time chalcedony was a crucial material required for the evolution of the Zhu Long into a solar-level beast. This reward was undoubtedly a direct token of goodwill from the Bai family, touching Xu Changsheng deeply. The luminous flower was the auxiliary material needed for Zhu Long's next evolution. In other words, the Zhu Long was merely two auxiliary materials away from further evolution. It was important to note that the current lunar-level Zhu Long already performed remarkably well in battles. Once it evolved into a solar-level beast, its strength would undoubtedly increase significantly, leading to a leap in Xu Changsheng's overall power. The two resources presented by the Bai family were precisely what Xu Changsheng needed. He even suspected that the Bai family had swiftly gathered intelligence on his recent endeavors and discovered his ongoing search for these materials, leading to their timely delivery. Such a coincidence seemed improbable otherwise. In light of this, Xu Changsheng gained a clearer understanding of the Bai family's immense influence. It was noteworthy that from the moment Xu Changsheng emerged from the secret realm to the point when Bai Daohua delivered the gift, no more than 5 minutes elapsed. In that brief span, the Bai family had completed their intelligence gathering and delivered the rewards to Xu Changsheng, a testament to their formidable efficiency and speed. Xu Changsheng nodded, etching this gesture of goodwill from the Bai family into his memory. With a flourish of his hand, he activated his spatial ring, summoning several materials onto the table, namely the earth fire core, lava essence, spirit of heavenly fire, and divine spring water, essential components for the evolution of Bai Fong. Subsequently, Xu Changsheng summoned Bai Fong and all his other beasts. The once spacious dormitory suddenly felt cramped. Xu Changsheng gazed at Bai Fong and declared, "Today marks the day of your evolution into a solar-level beast." Bai Fong raised its head, its emerald feathers standing erect, emanating an aura of lethal intent. With a powerful cry, it exuded absolute confidence. It then flapped its wings slightly and consumed the earth fire core. The evolution ceremony commenced. As the earth fire core entered Bai Fong's body, searing heat surged forth, causing the air around it to shimmer and distort under the extreme temperature. Gradually, flickers of flame began to emerge from within Bai Fong, expanding until they enveloped its entire form. This fire was distinct from the previous reddish blue. It was a pure, violent crimson, radiating a fierce, bloodthirsty essence. Xu Changsheng took a cautious step back. Even as an observer, the heat was nearly unbearable. Not to mention Bai Fong, who was at the heart of the inferno. Xu Changsheng even observed as Bai Fong's once majestic emerald feathers began to char under the flame's assault, releasing the acrid scent of singed flesh. Subsequently, Bai Fong's muscles disintegrated under the relentless heat, exposing its stark white skeleton to the flames and air. Xu Changsheng was concerned that even Bai Fong's bones might turn to ash in the inferno. Yet, as time ticked by, the skeletal frame remained steadfast, its color transitioning from pallid to a deep crimson. A layer of red, hardened armor gradually formed atop the bones, promising formidable defensive capabilities. As Xu Changsheng watched, he could sense that the intricate, ancient patterns beginning to form upon the armor concealed an ominous power. Simultaneously, the once ferocious flames seemed to weaken, as if Bai Fong's skeleton was steadily absorbing their energy. 10 minutes passed, and the crimson flames had almost entirely dissipated, leaving only a few scattered embers around the skeletal structure. Suddenly, a hauntingly melodious cry resonated from within the skeleton. This sound was clear and elegant, imbued with an indescribable pride and reverence. After this cry, the flames, which had nearly extinguished, surged once more, enveloping Bai Fong's skeleton anew. This time, the ferocity of the flames surpassed even their initial intensity. The red armor quickly liquefied under the extreme heat, swiftly evaporating into steam. Without the protection of its armor, Bai Fong's skeleton could no longer withstand the rampant assault of the crimson flames, crumbling into a pile of red dust. The transformation occurred in an instant. Just as the evolution ceremony seemed to reach its climax, Bai Fong was abruptly reduced to ashes by the flames. Had it failed? Xu Changsheng's gaze remained fixed on the still raging flames, his instincts telling him that Bai Fong would not perish so easily. Even if the flames raged with unparalleled ferocity, they could not surpass the life and death link of Fu Yao to directly extinguish the life of the Bai Fong. As expected, the once tranquil fragments of powder lying on the ground suddenly coalesced, forming a transparent egg the size of a palm. Xu Changsheng squinted, clearly perceiving a creature resembling Baifeng nestled within the egg, reveling in the flame's caress. Indeed, it was a moment of sheer delight. Xu Changsheng could sense the jubilant exultation within Baifeng's heart. The faint sound of cracking echoed from the egg amidst the flames. The already wild fire surged even more violently upon hearing that sound, threatening to engulf the entire dormitory. Had it not been for the protective presence of Zhu Long and other summoned beasts shielding Xu Changsheng, the flames would have scorched him entirely. Suddenly, another resonant howl pierced the air. The voice retained an ancient and unyielding pride, as if nothing in existence could ever earn the attention of its master. The cracking sounds of the egg grew increasingly distinct. At last, Baifeng burst forth from the transparent egg, now reduced to the size of a palm, yet standing majestically at the very heart of the flames. It stood still, emanating an aura of nobility. The once rampaging flames, upon witnessing the rebirth of Baifeng, immediately subdued themselves, adopting a docile demeanor as they encircled him. The flames lost their previous wildness, bowing their proud heads as if before a sovereign. Surrounded by fire, Baifeng advanced step by step towards Xu Changsheng, each stride drawing in a torrent of flames. Its form expanded rapidly, akin to a balloon inflating. Once the flames were fully absorbed, its size rivaled that of its former self, perhaps even surpassing it. The evolutionary ritual was complete, transcending into a daylight-level summoned beast. Baifeng's fur had shed its azure hue, transforming into a dazzling red akin to that of a garnet, resembling not merely fur but an array of flames in perpetual combustion, exuding an overwhelming aura of savagery. As Baifeng approached Xu Changsheng, its expansive wings cast a shadow that enveloped him entirely. Excellent. Witnessing Baifeng's evolution culminate, Xu Changsheng could hardly contain his elation. He swiftly activated the Eye of the World, and Baifeng's detailed information materialized before him. Species: ultimate fire, dual attribute of wood and fire. Qualification: high daylight. Rank: silver 6th tier. Talents: sovereign of the sky, legendary. Source of wood and fire, legendary. Celestial fire purification, legendary. Ancestral wood domain, legendary. Unyielding wrath of fire, invincible. Sovereign of the sky, ruler of the skies. While airborne, this summoned beast's physical attributes are tripled, with a significant increase in speed. While in the air, it is immune to all attacks from ground foes. Source of wood and fire, the origin of wood and fire attributes. Your summoned beast is immune to wood and fire attacks from enemies of the star fragment rank and below. This skill will strengthen as the summoned beast's rank increases. When subjected to wood and fire dual attribute damage, not only will the damage be nullified, but your injuries will also be healed. Celestial fire purification. The fire of the heavens purifies all. The summoned beast will unleash celestial fire, inflicting original damage upon enemies, until the enemy perishes. The celestial fire endures. Ancestral wood domain. The summoned beast can unleash a domain, summoning ancestral wood. All enemies within the domain will be bound and assaulted by the ancestral wood, while allies will receive boosts and healing from wood attribute energy. Unyielding wrath of fire. The summoned beast forcibly activates the bloodline of Baifeng, releasing all internal energy to inflict unpreventable original fire damage upon enemies before it. Note: enemies of the star fragment rank and below will be instantly annihilated. Enemies of the star fragment rank and above will suffer significant damage and continuous burning. Note: upon using this skill, the summoned beast will enter a state of extreme weakness. Unique evolution path. After one evolution, it can advance to Baifeng, mythical level. Final evolution condition. Baifeng's bloodline concentration must exceed 50%. Chapter 77. Equality among all below the star fragment. Upon discerning Baifeng's detailed information, Xu Changsheng's eyes sparkled with an uncontainable astonishment. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Each of his daylight-level summoned beasts had brought him immense shock, as if the chasm between daylight and star fragment was not merely a tier apart, but a monumental divide. Following this evolution, Baifeng had experienced a monumental enhancement in nearly all its abilities. First, the enhancement of Sovereign of the Sky. This skill's boost to Baifeng's physical attributes had escalated from double to triple. It is crucial to note that as a summoned beast's rank rises, its physical strength also amplifies. With such a foundation, even a slight enhancement in physical attributes translates to a substantial advantage in combat, not to mention a threefold increase. However, the most terrifying aspect lay in the final clause of this skill, which transitioned from immunity to ranged attacks from ground enemies to immunity to all ground enemy attacks. Though it seemed a mere change of 2 words, the implications were entirely different. After all, some summoned beasts exhibit extraordinary physical prowess, capable of leaping several dozen or even 100 meters into the air, Under such circumstances, even if Bai Fong were airborne, enemies could still strike. However, now Bai Fong could negate all enemy attacks. This meant that even if an enemy leaped to assault Bai Fong, they would simply bounce back, repelled by the barriers surrounding Bai Fong, rendering it formidable. In other words, Bai Fong now wielded a dimensional advantage over ground enemies, leaving no possibility of defeat. Undoubtedly, it was the sovereign of the sky. The source of wood and fire also witnessed a significant elevation following Bai Fong's evolution. Now, Bai Fong was entirely immune to wood and fire attacks from enemies of the star fragment rank and below, with the immunity range extending to the star fragment rank. In this world, how many summoned beast masters or ferocious beasts exist at the star fragment rank? One could count them on one hand. This implies that when wood and fire dual attributes summoned beast masters or ferocious beasts encountered Bai Fong, all their strengths and pride would be utterly obliterated. Presently, Bai Fong could be regarded as the nemesis of all wood and fire dual attribute abilities, with no countermeasures against it, highlighting its terrifying nature. Finally, the Pai Seed or assistance was the newly emerged invincible skill, Unyielding Wrath of Fire. It could annihilate all enemies below the star fragment rank, inflict severe injuries on those above the star fragment rank, with the subsequent celestial fire relentlessly consuming the enemy's life force until their demise. What does this signify? In front of Xu Changsheng today, all beings below the star fragment rank stood equal. None could evade the wrath of Bai Fong. Conversely, should an enemy of the star fragment rank provoke Xu Changsheng, he would unleash Unyielding Wrath of Fire at all costs, inflicting irreparable damage. What was Xu Changsheng's most significant deficiency previously? It was not defense. With the blood contract of Blood Shadow, he possessed nearly 2 chances at immortality. Nor was it controllability. The time control of the Candle Dragon is arguably the most unfathomable ability within the realm of control skills, to the extent that even the feeble Sunday-class beast cannot extinguish it completely. Furthermore, the 2 skills activated upon entering the true form of the Candle Dragon exhibit commendable control effects, distinct from mere healing abilities. All skills of Fuyo are inherently designed for healing. Its hatching has significantly enhanced Xu Changsheng's vitality and endurance. Previously, Xu Changsheng lacked a powerful offensive skill akin to Purifying Fury. When confronting ordinary foes, this shortcoming was not particularly severe. However, when faced with exceptionally resilient adversaries, the deficiency in offensive power proved to be fatal. For instance, during the encounter with the malevolent octopus, the beasts under Xu Changsheng's command exerted their utmost efforts, yet could only inflict minor injuries, failing to deliver damage sufficient to alter the tide of battle. Had the malevolent octopus not been sealed and restrained, even 10 Xu Changshengs would have met with inevitable demise. However, the situation is markedly different now. The formidable destructive power of Purifying Fury affords Xu Changsheng the opportunity to retaliate against foes of star-shattering rank or higher. It can be asserted that Xu Changsheng now stands at the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world. Even if this peak can only be sustained for a single strike, it is certainly beyond the provocation of lesser beings. With his overall strength greatly augmented, Xu Changsheng feels a profound sense of satisfaction, bolstering his confidence for the imminent international tournament. The so-called geniuses from other nations? In Xu Changsheng's eyes, they are no different from mere children, devoid of any capacity to counter his might. Time swiftly passes, and half a month has elapsed. Xu Changsheng sits in his spacious suite, slowly opening his eyes. A brilliant light flashes through his gaze like a bolt of lightning. He has finally transcended to this new realm. Xu Changsheng exhales a breath of stagnant air. In the brief span of half a month, he has ascended from Silver Tier 5 to Gold Tier, an average of merely 2.5 days per tier. Such a pace, if revealed, would undoubtedly incite envy and resentment among countless individuals. Those renowned geniuses, when it comes to the speed of cultivation, pale in comparison to Xu Changsheng. Of course, this is closely tied to his diligent training and the rapid advancement of the beasts under his command. After all, each advancement of a beast reciprocates power back to Xu Changsheng. The synergy of the two has propelled Xu Changsheng's rank to soar like a rocket. Achieving the gold tier as a beast master represents a substantial qualitative transformation, marking the transition from a low tier to a mid-tier beast master. At this tier, the contracted beasts do not perish completely upon death. Instead, they enter a remarkable state of repair within the beast space. Simultaneously, the volume of the beast space for gold tier beast masters expands significantly. For example, Xu Changsheng's original beast space was akin to an island spanning several dozen square kilometers. Upon fully entering the gold tier, the beast space undergoes a tremendous metamorphosis. The island module rapidly expands and subsequently splits, forming a connected archipelago. In terms of scale, it rivals the territory of an entire nation in the east. Moreover, The small creatures inhabiting this space have undergone qualitative changes, with some even exhibiting the potential of black iron or bronze tier talents. The environment has become increasingly conducive to the growth of beasts. In summary, everything is progressing favorably. Upon reaching the diamond tier, a Beastmaster's beast space will even acquire storage capabilities. At that point, the evolution of beasts can occur within the beast space itself. Prior to this, external items could not be stored within the beast space, even resources needed for beast evolution. However, few would utilize their beast space as a storage area, as spatial rings remain a necessity. After thoroughly examining the changes within himself, Xu Changsheng swiftly rises and exits the exceptionally spacious room. The dwelling he currently occupies has been specially approved by the school, covering an impressive area of 500 square meters, complete with a swimming pool and a small garden. All of this belongs solely to him, a testament to extravagant luxury. Yet, compared to Xu Changsheng's contributions to the school and the Huaxia Federation, all of this is well-deserved. The international tournament is set to commence tomorrow. Xu Changsheng murmurs softly, a flicker of anticipation glimmering in his eyes. His current outing is in response to Lu Anshua's invitation for a meal. Prolonged periods of rigorous training can leave Xu Changsheng's nerves taut, making a bit of relaxation essential. Chapter 78. Outsiders dare to insult my homeland. As he steps outside, the refreshing air floods into Xu Changsheng's nostrils. He follows the route etched in his memory toward the designated restaurant. Along the way, he notices a significant increase in the number of foreign individuals, their appearances markedly diverse. Most of these foreigners have come to partake in the excitement of the international tournament, seeking profit or perhaps to compete, although the latter is relatively rare. After all, each nation is allotted only a few spots, and some smaller countries have the unfortunate limitation of a single slot. Their presence adds a lively vibrancy to the streets of the Imperial capital, making it more bustling than usual. With Xu Changsheng's current physical prowess, it takes him only a few minutes to arrive at the agreed-upon restaurant. A quick glance reveals Lu Anshua, her complexion as fair as snow, smiling and waving at him. Oh my god, John, truly do not understand why these Huaxia people enjoy consuming food that resembles maggots, he exclaims, filled with disdain for both the food and the people of Huaxia. Suddenly, a harsh and poorly pronounced Huaxia phrase emanates from behind him, laced with extreme contempt for Huaxia's cuisine and its people. Xu Changsheng furrows his brow, preparing to turn around when a remarkably robust man forcefully squeezes his way past. This man's skin is as dark as charred coal, and he exudes an incredibly foul, rancid odor. He walks like an uncivilized gorilla, swaying left and right, charging forward with immense force. Were it anyone else, being jostled by him would likely result in a fall, and should one strike their forehead against a table corner, severe injury would be inevitable. Yet, Xu Changsheng's physical constitution is extraordinarily formidable. The man collided with him as if he were a mountain, failing to push past Xu Changsheng and nearly stumbling backward due to the recoil. This incident instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the restaurant. All eyes fixated on the man, akin to that of a monkey, causing him immense embarrassment. Embarrassment quickly morphed into fury. He raised his middle finger at Xu Changsheng, spitting as he spoke, a most unappetizing display. The tone unmistakably belonged to the man who had earlier belittled Huaxia. Oh, what about me? Xu Changsheng replied coldly, his jade-like hand grasping the man's black finger, contrasting their skin tones starkly. Crack! With a sudden grip, a painful, crunching sound echoed from Xu Changsheng's palm. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. I am sorry. I was wrong. The gorilla-like man cried out in immediate agony. John's robust physique bent down like a shrimp that had just been cooked, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Oh, pray tell, where did you err? Xu Changsheng continued, pressing down relentlessly on the fingers he had grasped. Due to the excruciating pain, John gradually lowered his body in tandem with Xu Changsheng's movements, ultimately collapsing entirely before him, akin to a black dog under his control. I shouldn't have bumped into you, John uttered weakly. An unending agony radiated from his middle finger, so intense that he believed it might detach entirely from his hand. Oh, Xu Changsheng replied noncommittally, releasing the black finger he had held. It was then that John noticed his raised middle finger had been twisted into an irregular spiral shape by Xu Changsheng's immense strength. This gruesome sight elicited gasps from all present. They were astonished that this seemingly harmless young man could exhibit such brutality. Just as John sighed in relief and prepared to rise from the ground, a cold voice suddenly pierced the air. It seems you still do not comprehend your mistake. Accompanying the voice was a heavy foot that landed squarely on the very hand John had injured. With pain he could no longer bear, John succumbed to the ground. Howling in anguish, he desperately attempted to withdraw his hand from beneath Xu Changsheng's foot, but there was no escape. Instead, his futile struggles only intensified his suffering. I suggest you ponder this further. Xu Changsheng said, his gaze lowered as he observed John, who resembled a wretched dog on the ground. He slowly ground his left foot onto John's hand, seeking to inflict exquisite torment upon every inch of his skin. What a despicable creature, daring to wreak havoc in my homeland. John groaned in agony, flipping over and over, unable to fathom how he had offended Xu Changsheng to deserve such torture. He was aware that as a foreigner in China, no matter where he went or how arrogant he acted, everyone had treated him with utmost respect, fearing any potential diplomatic fallout. Yet this man before him seemed utterly unconcerned. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck John, and he cried out, "I apologize. I should not have insulted the culinary delights of China, nor should I have disparaged the Chinese people. I am a lowly creature, oblivious to the wonders of exquisite cuisine. I am wretched. I am inferior. I am nothing. I beg you spare me." John crawled at Xu Changsheng's feet, lamenting like a lost dog. This pitiful sight drew applause from those present, who silently commended Xu Changsheng. Some even cheered, "Well done. These scoundrels truly deserve a beating." Their voices brimmed with delight. This approval quickly attracted numerous echoes of agreement, revealing that they too had suffered at the hands of these foreigners. With Xu Changsheng standing up for them, standing up for China, how could they not feel elated? Bark 3 times and crawl out. Let today's incident be forgotten, Xu Changsheng coldly declared, lifting his left foot from John's hand. At these words, John trembled, his lips quivering as he managed a whimper, "Woof." Just as he uttered this, a booming voice rang from the entrance. "I dare anyone to oppress the people of Gangya." A tall, dark figure swiftly approached Xu Changsheng. Upon seeing John's pitiful state, his eyes erupted with a fury so intense it seemed almost tangible. Gangya? Xu Changsheng mulled over the name in his mind. What a trivial nation, one he couldn't even recall. Chapter 79, Still an Unsightly Dog. Gangya was a newly independent nation in the Philippines, where the strongest possessed the power of Diamond Rank 5, with a total of 9 known Diamond Tier experts. As the situation escalated, Luan Xue stepped behind Xu Changsheng and quietly elucidated. Upon hearing this, Xu Changsheng nodded slightly. No wonder he had no recollection. The strongest beast master of Gangya was merely Diamond Rank 5. It was no exaggeration to say that if Xu Changsheng unleashed his full power against Gangya, he alone could annihilate the entire nation. Thus, what audacity did these individuals possess to provoke him? The elderly man with a dark complexion, mistaking Xu Changsheng's silence for fear, grew increasingly arrogant. He turned his gaze toward Luan Xue, his eyes gleaming with interest. As a top-tier instructor at the Imperial Capital University, Luan Xue exuded an aura of strength and scholarly elegance that was unmatched by the sycophants who typically surrounded him. With this thought, the dark-faced elder brazenly declared, "Kid, be wise and sever a hand. Then hand over the woman behind you for me to toy with for a few days. Perhaps I might spare you." Hearing this, Xu Changsheng regarded him with a curious expression. Where did this man derive such confidence? Was he simply a fool, activating his eye of the world? Xu Changsheng absorbed all information about the old man before him. Name, Alex Carter. Talent, Beast Mastery Fury. Beast Mastery Fury. You can forcibly induce your beast to enter a state of fury, during which it will attack indiscriminately all except its master, while enhancing its physical attributes by 80%. After this state ends, the beast will succumb to a brief period of weakness. Rank, Diamond 1. Contracted Beast, Diamond 1. Observing Alex's rank, a slight smile graced Xu Changsheng's lips. Was this his source of confidence? One of Gangya's 9 great experts? In his presence, he remained utterly insignificant. Witnessing the disdainful smile on Xu Changsheng's face, a surge of rage ignited within Alex, who stepped forward, his imposing frame nearly filling Xu Changsheng's field of vision as he bellowed, "Bastard! Did you hear what I said?" Saliva splattered, mingling with a foul stench, landing before Xu Changsheng. Seeing this, the onlookers could hardly contain themselves, eager to assist Xu Changsheng, but their companions restrained them. These foreigners were either immensely powerful or had profound connections, far beyond the reach of ordinary civilians. However, Luan Xue was unconcerned by such matters. Witnessing her student being oppressed so ruthlessly by an outsider, she immediately stepped in front of Xu Changsheng, her beast mastery energy surging, ready to take action. Observing this, Alex's contempt deepened. Coward, hiding behind a woman. Luan Xue, infuriated, prepared to retaliate but was halted by Xu Changsheng. "Allow me to handle this. Do not let these scum taint your hands." Xu Changsheng smiled as he positioned Luan Xue safely behind him. As for Alex's taunts, who would pay heed to the cries of an ant? However, if his noise became truly unbearable, Xu Changsheng would not hesitate to crush him beneath his heel. Witnessing Xu Changsheng's actions, a sneer crossed Alex's lips. Fool! How foolish it was to let himself be provoked by such a trivial taunt, facing his own solitude. Alex gazed at Luan Xue, who stood behind Xu Changsheng. Her flawless beauty, curvaceous form, and a demeanor that combined gentleness with an undeniable edge ignited a fire of desire within him. He resolved to humiliate this insolent young man before Luan Xue, to demonstrate just how unworthy the man she admired truly was. With this thought in mind, Alex's lips moved, ready to utter a scornful remark. Suddenly, panic and shock flickered in his eyes as he beheld a magnificent beast, its feathers a fiery red akin to agate, materializing beside Xu Changsheng. The creature's gaze was locked onto him, exuding an aura of sheer brutality. More critically, a tempestuous energy was rapidly coalescing within its maw. Just as Alex contemplated summoning his own beast for protection, a crimson fireball struck him at a nearly instantaneous speed. Boom! The violent energy unleashed upon Alex with not a hint of escape, engulfing him entirely. The scarlet flames swiftly consumed his form. Strangely, no matter how ferocious the blaze, it burned solely upon Alex, seemingly sparing all those around him. This was the terrifying mastery of fire wielded by the mythical creature, Bifong. Ah, it hurts. Alex's agonized cries pierced the air, sounding almost inhuman. The flames seared his flesh, and his blood, under the intense heat, clung to his bones like glue, amplifying his torment. He gritted his teeth against the pain, barely managing to summon his own beast. Yet, the moment it appeared, the inferno spread rapidly, enveloping it before it could even emit a cry of despair, reducing it to ashes under Bifong's flames. Xu Changsheng remained rooted in place, observing the contorted figure of Alex amidst the flames. The fire had been intentionally weakened by Bifong, significantly diminishing its lethality, yet the agony remained undiminished. Only in this manner could this boastful foreigner comprehend the true essence of suffering. The restaurant fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by Alex's pitiful wails. Meanwhile, John, cowering on the ground, was nearly paralyzed by fear, a faint yellow liquid seeping from beneath him. In his eyes, his uncle Alex was invincible, unmatched by anyone. It was precisely because of his uncle's protection and tacit approval that John dared to act so boldly within the confines of the Huaxia Federation. And now, the formidable figure he idolized was decisively vanquished by Xu Changsheng? No, it was more horrifying than mere defeat. Even a novice like John could discern that Xu Changsheng possessed the capacity to annihilate Alex, but chose to torment him instead. This realization only deepened his dread and regret. What kind of devil had he provoked? Time passed, and eventually, Alex's anguished cries ceased. A grotesquely contorted, blood-red figure stood in the center of the restaurant, encased in a gelatinous shell of his own blood, resembling a wax figure gone horribly wrong. A powerhouse of the diamond tier like Alex was utterly powerless against the mere flames of Bifong. Excellent. Xu Changsheng clapped his hands, shattering the oppressive silence that enveloped the restaurant. A dog that doesn't bark is far more agreeable. With that, he delivered a swift kick to the blood-red figure, which shattered upon contact with the ground, revealing charred remnants within. The interior had been reduced to ash by the flames, with only the outer gelatinous blood maintaining a semblance of form. Subsequently, Xu Changsheng approached the owner and handed him a compensation of 100,000 federal coins. After all, the incident would undoubtedly affect the owner's business, and since it stemmed from his actions, it was only right to offer recompense. Upon receiving the money, the restaurant owner's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected such a formidable figure to consider compensating him. No, I cannot accept. You are a national hero for ridding us of this menace. How could I possibly take money from a hero? The owner quickly recoiled. As for the potential impact on his business, what a jest. News of a Huaxia warrior vanquishing a foreign scourge would surely attract countless curious patrons to witness the sight of the incident. Surely his restaurant would thrive. Please accept it. It will bring me peace of mind, Xu Changsheng insisted, pressing the money into the owner's hands. He was not unreasonable. He merely exhibited a touch of cruelty towards his enemies. After all, to show mercy to one's foes is to be cruel to oneself. The onlookers, witnessing this exchange, felt their admiration for Xu Changsheng reach new heights. Young, handsome, powerful, a defender of his nation, and compassionate towards the common folk. Who could not love such a man? Even some single women in the restaurant gazed at Xu Changsheng with sparks of interest. Had Luan Xue not been so strikingly radiant beside him, they would have surely approached him without hesitation. After completing these actions, Xu Changsheng did not depart, but rather sought a clean seat, patiently awaiting the arrival of the enforcement team. After all, within the borders of Huaxia, one could not casually employ beasts, let alone having directly slain a foreigner like Alex. This was undoubtedly a grave offense. However, Xu Changsheng's boldness suggested he had the means to back his actions. The enforcement team from the capital operated with remarkable efficiency. Not long after Xu Changsheng took his seat, a squad clad in near-black uniforms arrived at the restaurant. Only the emblem of a differently colored enforcement sword embroidered on their chests distinguished their ranks. The sword's hue signified their status within the enforcement team. Ordinary personnel bore white swords, totaling 3,000. Squad leaders wielded red swords, numbering 300, each commanding 10 subordinates. The Grand Squad leaders possessed purple swords, with only 10 in total, each overseeing a specific region of the capital, and the Chief Enforcement Officer, a solitary figure, managed public order throughout the capital. The squad leader, adorned with a red sword emblem, swiftly approached Xu Changsheng, followed closely by his 10 team members. Their movements were brisk, seemingly intent on questioning him. Tension hung in the air as onlookers anxiously regarded Xu Changsheng. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, upon reaching Xu Changsheng, the squad leader did not accuse him but instead bowed respectfully, saying, "My lord, what transpired here that prompted your personal intervention?" His gaze discreetly scanned the dark green token hanging at Xu Changsheng's waist. Particularly upon noticing the character Shan engraved upon it, his demeanor shifted to one of profound respect. The squad leader's entire team followed suit, bowing in unison to Xu Changsheng. The entire scene exuded an air of gravitas, as if Xu Changsheng were not a perpetrator of heinous acts, but rather a figure of immense stature, akin to a celestial being. "It is of no consequence." Xu Changsheng waved his hand dismissively, indicating that formalities were unnecessary. He continued, "A short while ago, someone dared to insult Huaxia, an egregious crime indeed. One was struck down on the spot, while I spared the life of another." He gestured towards the limp form of John on the ground, his gaze piercing as he intoned, "Is that not correct?" At Xu Changsheng's words, John, already trembling with terror, shuddered even further, rendered speechless, and could only nod incessantly. Tears streamed down his face, his nose running like a river, a pitiful sight. "For insulting Huaxia, seize him." Upon hearing Xu Changsheng's decree and observing John's markedly foreign features, the squad leader waved his hand decisively. His 2 subordinates swiftly advanced, roughly hoisting the prostrate John to his feet. "Ah, these 2 hail from the kingdom of Jaya. Handle them as you see fit," Xu Changsheng added. The squad leader's expression lightened considerably at this remark. Had it been a major power, it would have posed a significant challenge for them. Such a minor nation could hardly muster the audacity to question the actions of the capital's law enforcement team, relying on those 9 formidable diamond tier warriors? Oh no. Wait, now it is 8. Even if they were granted tenfold courage, they would not dare to meddle in the affairs of the capital. "Enough, you may withdraw," Xu Changsheng commanded, his hand waving dismissively. "Yes." The squad leader responded with a bow before leading his team away. "Captain, was that truly the insignia of the chief of the law enforcement team?" One of the team members could not contain his curiosity as they exited the restaurant. To them, the chief was a figure of legend. "Absolutely." The squad leader nodded gravely, asserting, "Who in Huaxia would dare forge Lord Shen's insignia? Moreover, it is clear that such a young individual possesses Lord Shen's insignia. He must be the illustrious Xu Changsheng." This revelation elicited gasps of astonishment from the other team members. Is he truly the Xu Changsheng rumored to have close ties with the Bai family? "Mind your words," the squad leader admonished sharply. Such eminent figures typically prefer to remain unspoken of. Meanwhile, John, being escorted, felt an overwhelming sense of regret wash over him upon hearing these discussions. Shen Wuyan, the legendary Starbreaker tier powerhouse. The Bai family, a reclusive clan, possesses more diamond tier warriors than his entire nation combined. What grave sin had he committed to incur the wrath of such a personage? Unbeknownst to Xu Changsheng, these events were transpiring. He and Luan Xue emerged from the restaurant, basking in the admiration and awe of the onlookers. Xu Changsheng's audacity in confronting Alex was not solely due to his monumental increase in strength, but also because he bore the insignia personally entrusted to him by Shen Wuyan. With the insignia in hand, it was as if Shen Wuyan himself had come forth, granting him immense authority. As Huaxia's foremost powerhouse, Shen Wuyan was not merely the president of the capital university. He also held titles such as chief of the law enforcement team and deputy governor of the Huaxia Federation, among others. Possessing the insignia of Shen Wuyan conferred upon Xu Changsheng considerable power, which was why the squad leader had shown him such deference. The fact that Shen Wuyan had entrusted this insignia to Xu Changsheng signified his absolute trust and high regard. Chapter 81. The Arrival of All Nations. The grand competition approaches. Upon leaving the restaurant, the duo sought out another establishment for their meal. The incident that had just unfolded was but a minor interlude, hardly worthy of their concern. Such was the confidence that power instilled in Xu Changsheng. During their meal, Luan Xue educated Xu Changsheng on the realms and strengths of the other nation's prodigies. The majority were, without a doubt, unable to compare to Xu Changsheng's current prowess. Only a select few possessed abilities commensurate with the diamond tier. After all, the upcoming grand competition encompassed the brightest talents from schools worldwide. Given the vast pool of contenders, it was inevitable that a handful of exceptionally gifted individuals would emerge. Furthermore, their training durations far exceeded Xu Changsheng's. Thus, it was hardly surprising that they possessed such strength. However, regardless of how prodigious these individuals might be, they would ultimately be unable to surpass Xu Changsheng in the grand competition. Setting aside other factors, merely the recently acquired invincible-level skill was enough to secure his victory. It was unlikely that any peers would even stand a chance against him. In fact, among the entire world, perhaps only a mere handful could survive the onslaught of purifying fire fury. With this thought, a flicker of fervor ignited in Xu Changsheng's eyes. He had now ascended to the rank of Golden Beastmaster and acquired new contractual qualifications. Yet, he had struggled to find a suitable and powerful beast egg to form a contract with. He recalled Shen Wuyan's earlier words about the scarcity of beast eggs with qualities akin to Fuyao within the Huaxia Federation. If such eggs were indeed rare, it implied that there were only a few left. The reward for the grand competition would grant him the privilege to select resources from the Huaxia Federation's treasury at will. Securing first place would also allow him to choose 4 treasures. This represented the most valuable cache of a superpower, the worth of which was beyond imagination. Xu Changsheng was confident he would discover a fitting beast egg there. The meal passed without incident. After dining, the two engaged in casual conversation, with Luan Xue, as Xu Changsheng's homeroom teacher, naturally expressing her concern and issuing reminders to the student who was to participate in the grand competition the following day. After their discussion, they each returned to their respective lodgings. Upon arriving back at his spacious villa, Xu Changsheng, unusually, did not engage in his usual training. Instead, he ventured into the Beastmaster space to frolic with his 4 beasts, thoroughly unwinding. During these days, not only had Xu Changsheng's realm improved, but his beasts had also experienced significant growth. Bai Feng and Blood Shadow had both attained a golden tier, while Zhu Long advanced from bronze tier 8 to silver tier 6. Fuyao's growth was particularly astonishing, leaping across an entire major realm from black iron tier 9 to bronze tier 9. The next day, Xu Changsheng awoke early from his slumber. After a night of rest and adjustment, his energy and spirit reached their zenith. He stepped outside, making his way towards the heart of the capital. The streets appeared much more crowded than before, nearly reaching a point of congestion. As Xu Changsheng navigated through the throngs of people, he could not help but overhear snippets of conversation among passers-by. Have you heard? Our Huaxia seed contender, Xu Changsheng, dealt a severe blow to 2 oblivious foreigners yesterday. One even possesses strength at the diamond tier. Indeed, and it's rumored that Xu Changsheng has only just turned 18. To have such strength at his age is truly enviable. You wouldn't believe it, my daughter was there as a spectator. She returned practically glowing with admiration for Xu Changsheng. I, as her father, could only feel a pang of jealousy. With his current physical prowess, even without actively listening, these discussions effortlessly penetrated Xu Changsheng's consciousness. Upon overhearing the conversations of passers-by, Xu Changsheng felt a flicker of astonishment within. He had not anticipated that the events of the previous day would spread so swiftly throughout the capital. Moreover, he was taken aback by the high regard in which he was held by the crowd. Fortunately, in this world devoid of the internet and photographs, most people were only familiar with his name and his deeds. As for his appearance, it remained shrouded in ambiguity. Thus, as Xu Changsheng mingled among the throngs, aside from being strikingly handsome, he bore no distinction from the ordinary pedestrians. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the grand open-air arena at the heart of the capital. This was the largest open-air competition venue in the Huaxia Federation and indeed the world, sprawling over tens of thousands of square meters. The center of the arena was meticulously divided into 20 competition platforms, each measuring 500 square meters, allowing even the most formidable beasts to unleash their true potential. Furthermore, the platforms were inscribed with damage reduction formations, ensuring that the battleground remained intact despite the tumult of combat. Surrounding the platforms, the spectator stands could accommodate a staggering 100,000 spectators. What a formidable figure. Just imagine, as you command your beast in battle. Each attack is met with the roars of 100,000 voices. Such encouragement is monumental for any combatant. At this moment, the entrance to the arena was distinctly divided into 2 lines. To the right, a long queue had formed. Extending over 100 meters, a throng of spectators eager to witness the international championships. The sheer scale of this line reflected the public's immense anticipation for the event. On a broader scale, the ranking of a nation in the international championships represented its prowess in cultivating talent. And talent is the very foundation of a nation's enduring strength. Thus, each occurrence of the international championships is a grand spectacle on a global scale. In contrast, the line to the left was sparse, with only a few individuals present. This was the queue for competitors, most of whom had already been waiting within the arena. Naturally, Xu Changsheng gravitated towards the left side, his movement inadvertently drawing the attention of everyone on the right. Look, that competitor is so young. Someone whispered to their companion. They look barely of age. What are you talking about? Most competitors are 3rd or 4th year students, at least in their 20s. The companion replied. What? Isnt there is Xu Changsheng from Huaxia? Isnt he only 18? The first person continued. Suddenly, as though struck by a realization, she cast a disbelieving glance at Xu Changsheng's back, then turned to her companion. She noticed the same profound astonishment reflected in her friend's eyes. After a brief pause, she finally spoke, her voice now tinged with a rasp and tremor. Could it really be him? What had she overlooked? He was, after all, the most renowned, sought after, and youthful genius in Huaxia, possessing striking good looks. That such a person had walked right past her without her recognition left her feeling restless. Certain she would struggle to sleep that night. Xu Changsheng, oblivious to the stir he had caused, proceeded to the designated area for competitors from the Imperial Capital University, awaiting the official commencement of the competition. Although the international championships boasted the participation of numerous nations, it consisted of just over 100 countries and 600 competitors. The tournament operated on an elimination system, where victors advanced while the defeated were eliminated. The top 75 would receive rewards, with those placing higher receiving increasingly substantial prizes. The top 3 could even select any resource they desired from the Huaxia Federation's treasury. This format not only tested strength, but also fortune. Should one possess top 10 capabilities yet encounter Xu Changsheng in the first round, they would leave empty-handed, even missing the most basic reward. However, for Xu Changsheng, regardless of the rules in play, he was destined to emerge as the unequivocal champion. In the face of absolute strength, all else is rendered inconsequential. Chapter 82, The American Powerhouse? An effortless overwhelm. Roaring. Once all competitors had assembled, a dragon's roar reverberated from above. The formidable presence silenced the previously cacophonous arena, drawing all gazes towards the man upon the dragon's back, Shen Weiyuan, the foremost powerhouse of Huaxia, and indeed the world. Shen Weiyuan offered a slight smile, eschewing elaborate ceremonies or lengthy speeches, simply declaring, the international championships officially commence. With a grand gesture, he summoned the 5-clawed golden dragon, which soared into the skies, releasing another thunderous roar that heralded the beginning of this grand event. 20 judges swiftly took their positions, each possessing at least mid-tier diamond strength, capable of preventing unforeseen incidents during the battles. Their presence underscored the Huaxia Federation's status as a global powerhouse. In the blink of an eye, a blue luminescence enveloped all competition platforms. One by one, competitors stepped forward to their designated battlegrounds. Before long, it was time for Xu Changsheng to make his entrance. He strode confidently onto the platform, locking eyes with his opponent, a woman with golden hair and blue eyes, clad in revealing shorts, her long, bare legs captivating the air around her. As Huaxia's most celebrated and popular competitor, Xu Changsheng immediately drew the attention of countless onlookers. What is that woman wearing? Isn't she trying to seduce my brother? One exclaimed upon seeing Xu Changsheng's opponent's scant attire. Meanwhile, some older spectators fixated on her exposed legs, as if mesmerized. A few others wore serious expressions, having recognized the competitor from the United States, Fiona. At 22 years old, she was a platinum-tier contestant and had reportedly withstood the onslaught of a diamond-tier beast for half an hour without sustaining significant injury, an indication of her formidable prowess. Among the 10 competitors from the United States, she ranked 3rd. This battle would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. The spectators collectively harbored this thought. Hey, I'm Fiona from the United States. You're quite handsome, Fiona remarked in awkward Huaxia dialect, gazing at Xu Changsheng's striking visage. Xu Changsheng remained silent, perplexed by her intentions. However, Fiona's next utterance left him at a loss for words. After the match, would you be interested in sleeping with me? Are Americans really this forward? Xu Changsheng mused, gazing at the woman before him, feeling a twinge of distaste at her casual demeanor. Even the nearby judge cleared his throat, unable to tolerate the exchange, and declared the battle to commence. As the combat began, the previously flirtatious expression on Fiona's face vanished, replaced by a seriousness and intensity. Her earlier provocations had merely aimed to unsettle Xu Changsheng's resolve. Every muscle in her body tensed, her beastly powers surging forth. In the blink of an eye, several beasts were summoned forth. As soon as these creatures emerged, they surged towards Xu Changsheng from various directions, subtly forming a pincer movement that nearly sealed off all his escape routes. Simultaneously, Xu Changsheng had already summoned his own beasts. The massive body of the candle dragon enveloped him protectively. Its menacing vertical pupils glinted with a chilling hue, fixating on the approaching adversaries. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though everything had come to a standstill. Fiona's grave expression froze on her face, her beasts rendered motionless in a state of suspension. Time control. This formidable and dominant ability, enhanced by the Candle Dragon's elevated rank, exhibited a remarkable improvement in efficacy while also reducing its toll on stamina. Bai Fong and Blood Shadow would not let such a prime opportunity for attack slip away. On the arena, Blood Shadow transformed into a streak of silver lightning. With each strike, it claimed the lives of opposing beasts, blood blossoming like a tragic flower at its throat. Lives were effortlessly harvested by the deathly presence of Blood Shadow. Bai Fong soared at low altitude, surveying the entire arena. A turbulent energy brewed within its maw. In less than a second, a sphere of crimson flame rapidly coalesced, brimming with unmatched might, hurtling toward the remaining beasts. The explosive flames instantly sent these creatures flying. The weaker ones could not withstand the violent impact and searing heat, dying on the spot. Even the more powerful beasts could not resist the subsequent burning damage. In a mere 3 seconds, all 3 of Fiona's summoned beasts had perished. Meanwhile, time control concluded. Fiona felt a moment of disorientation as her vision refocused ahead. However, what she beheld was a horrifying scene that would haunt her forever. The very beast she had just summoned, whom she regarded as family, lay either in pools of blood or reduced to ashes by flames. All within the span of her momentary days. How could this be? A desperate scream erupted from her lips. The gravity of her prior demeanor was replaced by panic and disbelief. Her eyes, now filled with crimson, could not fathom. Why had she lost focus during such a critical match? Why had a mere moment of distraction led to the slaughter of her beasts? Observing the almost unhinged Fiona, the referee on the stage cast a deep glance at Xu Changsheng. A chilling sensation surged within him. Time control, while not capable of fully controlling the referee, had significantly diminished his cognitive faculties and mobility. This referee sensed that if he remained in such a state for too long, he would surely be no match for Xu Changsheng. Fortunately, with his experience and insight, he discerned that such an extraordinarily potent control ability could not last indefinitely. Talent emerges in every generation. The referee sighed deeply in his heart and announced Xu Changsheng's victory. In a battle between beast masters, with the opponent's beasts entirely obliterated, there was no reason for Xu Changsheng not to triumph. Chapter 83, the second stellar tier expert. In stark contrast to Fiona's hysterical outburst on the arena, the audience in the stands fell into a profound silence. They gazed incredulously at the blood trickling before Xu Changsheng and the ashes dancing in the wind. What had transpired? How had Fiona been defeated so utterly in the blink of an eye? Where was the promised fierce battle? This was nothing short of a one-sided annihilation. The spectators barely had time to react before they witnessed Fiona's beasts collapsing like wheat before a scythe. Time control manipulated time within a specific area. Those outside this realm could only observe Fiona's once mighty beasts standing suddenly still before being ruthlessly vanquished by Xu Changsheng's summoned creatures. Such a shocking turn of events left everyone momentarily speechless. Once the referee announced Xu Changsheng's victory, the audience finally emerged from their stupor, erupting into thunderous cheers. The overwhelming roar even caused the very ground of the arena to tremble slightly. Their faces were alight with uncontainable joy. This was the unparalleled genius of our Huaxia. They felt a profound pride in being a part of Huaxiao alongside Xu Changsheng. Above the arena, the 5-clawed golden dragon and the black dragon soared side by side, both exuding boundless majesty. Shen Wuyan stood atop the back of the golden dragon, nodding slightly. He had witnessed Xu Changsheng's performance with his own eyes. Truly, he was a talent worthy of my appreciation and cultivation. He boasted inwardly, yet maintained an air of calmness. Indeed, Huaxia has produced a remarkable prodigy. On the black dragon, a tall figure spoke in a deep voice, his words unaffected by the howling winds above. Alan, what do you think of Huaxia's genius? Shen Wuyan turned to face the man atop the black dragon. Alan, the mightiest figure from the United States, had long been regarded as Shen Wuyan's equal. Their relationship a blend of rivalry and camaraderie. After all, in this world, there were few who could converse on equal terms with the two of them. His talent is impressive, yet he is still quite young. I wonder if he can surpass Alji, Alan replied nonchalantly. Alji was the foremost prodigy of the current generation in the United States, barely in his 20s, yet already at the Diamond Tier 3. Since awakening his talent, he had remained undefeated among his peers, a terrifying force both in strength and ability. The United States, due to Alji's presence, consistently held an advantage over Huaxia in international competitions. As for the young members of the hidden families, their unique training systems kept them from participating in various tournaments, choosing instead to silently safeguard Huaxia with their strength. Well then, let us wait and see. Shen Wuyan smiled faintly at Alan, sensing a familiar aura emanating from his old friend, an aura unique to the stellar tier. Following Shen Wuyan, the world had finally witnessed another stellar tier expert. Xu Changsheng's battle concluded so swiftly that he found himself waiting for an extended period before receiving his second opportunity to take the stage. This next opponent happened to be He Jin, also a contestant from the Imperial Capital University. However, the two were not acquainted, their relationship limited to mere recognition of names. "A bit unfortunate to face you, Junior," He Jin said, a trace of resignation flickering in his eyes upon seeing Xu Changsheng. He and Fiona shared a comparable level of prowess, both being at the pinnacle of the platinum tier, capable of contending with ordinary diamond tier beasts. Such strength was sufficient to place them among the top 50 in the global competition, earning official accolades. Yet, facing Xu Changsheng, it was evidently insufficient. "Since I am here, let me experience what a true genius is like." He Jin adjusted his mindset, the resignation in his eyes swiftly transforming into fierce determination. As the most outstanding prodigy of Imperial Capital University, how could he possibly concede defeat due to the formidable strength of the enemy? Even dying in battle is infinitely preferable to a mere existence. Xu Changsheng inclined his head slightly towards He Jin, acknowledging him. The battle was imminent. The potent beast-taming energies surged forth from both individuals. In the blink of an eye, their respective beasts appeared at their sides. 3 seconds later, the multiple beasts summoned by He Jin lay battered and bruised on the ground, utterly incapacitated. He Jin's gaze was vacant, almost unconsciously surveying the injuries afflicting his beasts. Some bore wounds deep enough to expose bone, while others were charred by flames, their skin marred and unrecognizable. He felt as if he had traversed a long yet fleeting dream. Upon awakening, he realized he had been defeated. At that moment, he comprehended the vast chasm separating him from true genius. He also understood why Fiona had emitted such a hysterical scream upon losing her match. It was a cry of despair and frustration. He Jin bowed his head, silently recalling his beasts into their space. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Thank you, Junior, for your mercy." Although his beasts appeared gravely injured, they were, in fact, not in life-threatening peril. Their recovery would be swift, and it would not hinder his training tomorrow. He Jin was acutely aware that Xu Changsheng possessed the ability to slay his beasts, but chose to show restraint. Thus, he felt immense gratitude. Though he had lost, his fate was far more favorable than Fiona's. Xu Changsheng nodded in acknowledgement. As both were students of the Imperial Capital University, they held no animosity, and he was not a bloodthirsty individual, so he naturally refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Leaving a thread of hope for future encounters is wise. After expressing his thanks, He Jin descended the arena. His demeanor was no longer the calm self-assurance he once exhibited. Instead, he appeared somewhat forlorn. Another genius crushed by a prodigy. The referee watched He Jin's departing figure with a hint of melancholy. Once upon a time, he too had exuded the same confidence as He Jin, until he encountered Shen Wuyan. Shaking his head, he dismissed his old memories and declared Xu Changsheng the victor. The audience in the arena, witnessing He Jin's inability to withstand Xu Changsheng's prowess for even a few seconds, erupted in astonishment. Unlike Fiona from the United States, He Jin was a local prodigy, his strength well known to the crowd. Some even believed he possessed the capability to break into the top 20. Yet now, he had swiftly fallen to Xu Changsheng, without a glimmer of resistance. This revelation left them utterly astounded. Time flowed steadily onward. Xu Changsheng once again descended from the arena. His third opponent, a genius from a smaller nation, possessed a competence level merely at the moderate tier of platinum rank. Such an adversary required no use of Zhu Long's time control to dominate. Relying solely on the formidable physical prowess of Blood Shadow, he could obliterate the opponent's beasts entirely. Thus, the battle concluded within mere seconds. Xu Changsheng had successfully entered the top 75, achieving a rank that allowed him to obtain initial rewards. However, this was merely the beginning. The 4th, 5th, and 6th opponents fell rapidly before Xu Changsheng's overwhelming might. The audience no longer cheered for his victories. In their eyes, his triumphs were a foregone conclusion, devoid of any need for celebration. It was only with the arrival of his 7th opponent that the crowd erupted into a frenzy once more. Even Xu Changsheng felt a jolt of seriousness upon learning the name of his opponent. Chapter 84, Alj. Alj. Xu Changsheng gazed upon the towering American man before him, the words of Lu Anxue from the previous day echoing in his mind. The world's youngest powerhouse, the son of God, the pride of America. Each title was a spectacle in its own right, bestowed upon this tall young man, and none dared to question their validity. He was deserving of such accolades. "I didn't expect to meet you so soon," Xu Changsheng. Alj spoke, his command of the Chinese language remarkably fluent and standard, setting him apart from typical foreigners. "Your talent is indeed exceptional, surpassing my 18-year-old self," Alj continued, his eyes filled with admiration, directly conceding that his younger self was inferior to Xu Changsheng. But alas, you are still far from being my match, he asserted. The treasury of the Huaxiao Federation is as good as mine. His tone was calm and assured, as if he were merely stating a predetermined fact. Hearing this, Xu Changsheng narrowed his eyes. He recognized that the man before him was exceedingly confident and proud. Such individuals rarely waver from their convictions. The only way to alter his mindset would be to defeat him decisively. Therefore, Xu Changsheng refrained from wasting words and activated World's Eye, revealing Alge's information in its entirety. Name: Alge Jones. Talent: Primordial Wounding. Primordial Wounding. The source power of the beast you contract gains a significant enhancement, and their attacks carry source damage. Additionally, you can contract one more beast. Rank: Diamond Tier 3. Contracted beasts. Diamond Tier 3. An additional beast contract. Furthermore, all of Alge's beasts could strike at the source. Upon witnessing such a terrifying personal profile, Xu Changsheng couldn't help but lick his lips. A fervent battle spirit ignited within his eyes. Having awakened his talent for nearly half a year, this was the first truly challenging opponent he had encountered. Without further ado, Xu Changsheng signaled the referee to commence the battle. The contest between the world's top geniuses was about to unfold. Meanwhile, the audience was on the edge of their seats. As avid enthusiasts of various competitions, they were acutely aware of the terrifying strength possessed by the American man standing before Xu Changsheng. Countless prodigies had sought to challenge Alge's position before him, yet their fate had always been the same: defeat. It seemed as if victory was the exclusive domain of the golden-haired man. In fact, some in America referred to Alge as the embodiment of God, a messenger sent to save mankind. The arena fell into a hushed silence, every spectator fixated on the impending duel between Xu Changsheng and Alge, unwilling to miss a single detail. Simultaneously, both Xu Changsheng and Alge had summoned their respective beasts. In terms of sheer numbers, Xu Changsheng was vastly outmatched. He had only 4 beasts, while Alge commanded a staggering 7, an almost 1-to-2 disparity. Moreover, each of Alge's beasts radiated an aura of formidable might. All 7 had reached the diamond tier. Notably, one of them emanated a familiar fluctuation, a signature resonance of time attribute beasts. This implied that Zhulong's time control might not hold significant sway over Alge. What a pity it is if we were of the same age. This could have been an exhilarating battle. Surrounded at the center by 7 formidable beasts, Alge addressed the crowd with a calm demeanor, a confident smile gracing his features. In his perspective, the greatest asset behind Xu Changsheng's continuous victories was the peculiar temporal abilities of that colossal dragon. However, his own beasts possessed the capacity to perfectly negate such control. He was inherently in an invulnerable position. How could he possibly lose? Thus, Alge refrained from immediate aggression. He was keen to observe whether this rising star from Huaxia could still surprise him. After all, he had been invincible for far too long and yearned for a worthy opponent. Suddenly, Xu Changsheng spoke. Alge, has anyone ever told you that you talk far too much? Taken aback, Alge paused. Throughout his life, he had been regarded as a prodigy, idolized by countless individuals. Compliments and accolades had become so commonplace that they nearly dulled his senses. Yet this kind of sardonic remark from Xu Changsheng was a first for him. Nevertheless, he felt no anger, a faint smile curving his lips. However, the moment that smile appeared, it promptly froze on Alge's handsome, godlike visage. His facial muscles trembled with fear. The beasts surrounding him instinctively shielded him, leaving no gap for escape. Before him, crimson flames rapidly coalesced and compressed at the front of the Baifeng. Terrifying energy brewed within, and a violent aura emanated from Baifeng's being. The temperature of the entire arena soared dramatically due to the gathering of this fireball. Everyone sensed the anomaly, their minds gripped by astonishment. It was crucial to note that this arena spanned a vast area and was exposed to the open sky. Just how formidable must the energy within that fireball be to affect the entire venue? The flames condensed swiftly, compressing at an even greater pace. Amidst the tumult of emotions, countless red flames were compacted into a fireball no larger than a palm. Upon closer inspection, the innermost flames even exhibited a black hue. This was a manifestation of space struggling to contain such immense energy, beginning to fracture. Purifying Fire Wrath was primed and ready. Xu Changsheng unleashed his most potent offensive capability right from the outset. The palm-sized crimson fireball suddenly surged forth, targeting Alge, who was ensconced within his protective beasts. The flames sliced through the air, igniting even the atmosphere in the path of Purifying Fire Wrath with its searing heat. Around Alge, a sandy-hued lizard dragon unfurled its wings, positioning itself at the forefront. The scales on the lizard dragon stood erect like blades, and a silvery viscous fluid continuously oozed from the crevices between its scales. Concurrently, A massive water sphere emerged from behind the lizard dragon. Although termed a water sphere, its internal temperature plummeted to frigid lows, emanating a chilling aura capable of freezing one's very soul. Yet, this water sphere bore no intent to attack. Rather, it enveloped the lizard dragon, bestowing an additional layer of defense, a dual-layered defense. This was nearly the apex of Alge's defensive prowess. However, could it withstand Baifeng's purifying fire wrath? No one possessed an answer in their hearts. Chapter 85. A star-shattering expert takes action. Compensation and reparation. Alge cowered behind his beasts, an overwhelming sense of crisis prickling his skin painfully. I will die, Alge screamed inwardly. Unlike the spectators in the stands, he, as the target of purifying fire wrath, could distinctly sense the terror embodied in that fireball, suffused with a chilling stillness and brutality. The absolute defense he had previously boasted about felt as fragile as parchment before this inferno. Yet, under the suppression of this ferocious flame, Alge found himself deprived even of the opportunity to concede. In the blink of an eye, purifying fire wrath unleashed its unparalleled might, striking the lizard dragon with devastating force. The icy liquid enveloping its surface was instantaneously vaporized into steam. In an instant, ethereal vapor enveloped the arena completely. Alge's first layer of defense crumbled under Baifeng's full-force strike, failing to endure even for half a second. The palm-sized fireball maintained its ferocity, surging directly toward the lizard dragon's exterior. The sound of clashing blades echoed as the lizard dragon's sandy-hued scales, resembling blades, lunged toward the rampant flames. However, those scales could not even approach the fire. The intense heat melted them into a viscous liquid. Droplets fell to the ground, creating fist-sized craters. Boom. At last, the flames penetrated the multiple barriers, reaching the lizard dragon. Bang. The fireball struck fiercely against the lizard dragon's chest, dispersing into a myriad of sparkling embers. The sparks slipped through the tiniest of gaps, cascading down upon Alge and his other beasts like a plague. Suddenly, countless tiny sparks erupted, unleashing waves of fire that soared skyward. These flames intertwined and fused, spreading rapidly. Within moments, they enveloped the entire arena where Xu Changsheng stood. The rising flames danced as if they were a legendary dragon, freely soaring through the air. The energy of brutality and death roared outward from Xu Changsheng, sending shockwaves in every direction. This spectacle left the already tense audience in sheer terror, with many scrambling to flee, their composure lost. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed from above, followed by the rapid expansion of a golden figure. The five-clawed golden dragon descended upon the arena with the majesty of a sovereign. Its entire form became a protective ring, shielding the multitude of spectators. The ferocious flames met its golden body and faltered momentarily. However, astute observers noted that the dazzling golden scales of the five-clawed dragon, under the onslaught of the terrifying flames, began to shed one by one. Their pupils constricted, their hearts filled with disbelief. Xu Changsheng could inflict harm upon Shun Wuyan's beast, and quite significantly at that. It was essential to realize that these flames were merely the residual force of Xu Changsheng's terrifying strike. Just the aftershock alone could injure a beast of the star-shattering rank. At that moment, doubts regarding the outcome of the battle evaporated. After all, in the presence of Shun Wuyan, what did any young prodigy truly amount to? The stark difference between the two was glaringly evident. Seeing the five-clawed golden dragon shield everyone, the chaos among the spectators finally subsided. At this moment, countless eyes turned their focus back to Xu Changsheng, eagerly fixated on the white mist swirling above the arena, yearning to glean the final outcome. Time passed, and gradually, the mist dispersed, revealing the scene within. What? This is... Suddenly, someone gasped, as if witnessing something utterly inconceivable. This exclamation acted as a spark, igniting the emotions of everyone present. Worldly Titans, Alan. In unison, the crowd uttered this name. On one side of the arena, a fearsome black dragon, with a body as imposing as a mountain, bowed down protectively over Alge and his beast. At this moment, it had lost all its former grace and pride. Crimson flames ravaged the black dragon's form, and its once dark and enigmatic scales had now fallen away in tatters, exposing charred flesh beneath. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The crimson flames, conjured by the mythical creature Baifeng, seemed inexhaustible, relentlessly seeking to penetrate the dragon's skin. With terrifying roars, the black dragon twisted its massive body, its lantern-like vertical pupils flickering with intense fury. Were it not for its master, Alan, exerting control, it would have likely torn apart the instigator, Xu Changsheng, by now. Xu Changsheng regarded the foreign middle-aged man standing before him, his brow furrowing slightly. Under the enhancement of his eye of the world, he could discern all the man's information clearly. A star fragment level beastmaster. Xu Changsheng marveled inwardly. as this was his first encounter with a star fragment level beastmaster other than Shen Wuyan. My apologies for the intrusion, the middle-aged man, Alan, said, bowing slightly before gesturing behind him. I am Alan, and Alge is a descendant of an old friend of mine. I cannot stand by and watch him perish like this. Despite Alan's explanation, Xu Changsheng's expression remained unchanged. This was a nationwide competition hosted by Huaxia, and the abrupt interference of a foreigner was quite unacceptable. Did he truly believe there was no one in Huaxia to oppose him? Xu Changsheng was the first to disagree. Sensing the tension in Xu Changsheng's demeanor, Alan let out a quiet sigh. I will negotiate with your country later, offering a concession of 3 years of newly discovered secret realms in the East Sea as compensation for this unexpected disruption. Additionally, you will have the right to select 3 resources from my country's treasury at your leisure, with no time limit. With every word he spoke, Alan felt as if his heart was bleeding. The East Sea was renowned for its abundance of high-level secret realms, brimming with countless precious resources. It could be said that the annual yield from all secret realms in the East Sea amounted to hundreds of billions of Huaxia Federation dollars. Moreover, all secret realms within the East Sea were controlled by the 2 global hegemons, Huaxia and the United States. Smaller nations had no qualification to partake. To concede 3 years was an immense loss. Furthermore, the rarity of resources within the U.S. Treasury was self-evident. Even someone of Alan's stature could utilize no more than 5 resources in a year. Now he was relinquishing 3. In essence, to save Alge's life, the U.S. was incurring a loss nearing 1,000 billion Huaxia dollars. At this moment, Shen Wuyan had also approached Xu Changsheng, having clearly heard the compensation proposed by Alan. As a person in power, the prospect of conceding 3 years of East Sea secret realms stirred his interest immensely. However, Shen Wuyan did not hastily agree but turned to Xu Changsheng and inquired, what do you think? This battle was between Xu Changsheng and Alge. Even as an elder, he could not interfere arbitrarily and had to respect Xu Changsheng's opinion. Upon hearing Shen Wuyan's words, Xu Changsheng recognized that he was indeed intrigued. Not only him, but Xu Changsheng himself was equally tempted. The conditions proposed by Alan were extraordinarily generous. The right to select any 3 resources from the U.S. Treasury, coupled with the 4 resources selection right as the reward for winning first place in this international competition. This amounted to a total of 7 high-level resources. What did this mean? If Xu Changsheng were to choose beast eggs, he would have all the beast eggs required from the golden tier to the legendary mythical tier. Of course, Xu Changsheng would not do so. He needed to seek various materials necessary for the evolution of beasts, especially the primary materials, which were increasingly rare and challenging to find. It was utterly impossible to rely solely on his own efforts. He needed the assistance of the state. Given such lavish conditions, along with Alan's nearly impeccable demeanor, it was nearly impossible for one to refuse his request. Moreover, Xu Changsheng and Alge bore no enmity, so there was no need to resort to violence. With this thought in mind, Xu Changsheng nodded decisively. I have no objections. Upon seeing Xu Changsheng acquiesce, both Alan and Shen Wuyan visibly relaxed. Then, as if recalling something, they exchanged somewhat awkward glances. Changsheng, could you extinguish the flames? While conversing with Xu Changsheng, they had commanded their beasts to quench the flames consuming the black dragon. However, they were astonished to discover that no matter what measures they employed, the flames persisted, unquenchable. If this continued, even though both the 5-clawed golden dragon and the black dragon were star fragment level beasts, their lives would ultimately be extinguished by these seemingly endless flames. It was precisely for this reason that they had treated Xu Changsheng as an equal in their discussions. After all, someone capable of causing them harm was equally capable of ending their lives. What was even more terrifying was the fact that Xu Changsheng was merely 18 years old. They could hardly fathom how powerful he would become in just 2 years. That is only right, Xu Changsheng nodded, turning to face Bifong. At this moment, Bifong had lost its former majesty. Its once proud head now slightly bowed. Its aura was diminished, as if it might faint at any moment. Were it not for Fu Yao continually channeling immense vitality to heal Bifong, it would be exceedingly difficult for Bifong to even stand. After all, this was its first time using such a spell-like ability, which demanded tremendous energy and made it difficult to control the flame's extent, nearly resulting in collateral damage. Seeing this, Xu Changsheng quickly stepped forward, kneeling to gently stroke Bifong's lowered head. You have worked hard. Now extinguish these flames and return to rest. Upon hearing its master's voice, Bifong managed to lift its head with difficulty, a glimmer of light appearing in its eyes. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, mysterious waves of energy radiated from its body, and in an instant, all flames in the arena, along with even the minuscule, invisible embers, were extinguished. The temperature itself seemed to drop a few degrees. Very well, well done, Xu Changsheng praised. patting Bifang's head before returning it to the beast's space. He then glanced at Fu Yao and said, "You should accompany it." Fu Yao's abilities were remarkably effective in aiding Bifang's recovery, or rather, their powers had a beneficial effect against all negative states. The surrounding spectators were rendered utterly astonished by this seemingly miraculous scene. This young man had brought them an abundance of surprises today. One person muttered in disbelief, "If I'm not mistaken, those two big shots, Shen Wuyan and Alan, are negotiating with Xu Changsheng." Another, equally stupefied, replied, "Indeed, it is a negotiation, with all three treating each other as equals." Finally, someone came to their senses and lamented, "But Xu Changsheng is only 18, just 18 years old." Xu Changsheng, at the tender age of 18, had already made a name for himself throughout the world. Within mere hours, the name Xu Changsheng reverberated throughout the entire Beastmaster world, becoming known to all. His deeds would echo across the farthest corners of the earth. So much so that even newborns would come to regard him as an idol and a paragon of life. As for Alj, he was carried away after Xu Changsheng's departure from the stage. Although Alan had intervened in a timely manner to safeguard Alj, the latter, as the direct target of the purifying fire of wrath, had still sustained unimaginable injuries. Had it not been for his innate talent bolstering his essence, Alj would not merely be grievously wounded, he would have likely perished by now. This scene elicited a collective sigh from the onlookers. The birth of a new deity often heralds the fall of an old one. Alan, too, departed the arena alongside Alj. His substantial investment in preserving Alj's life was not solely due to the latter being the descendant of an old acquaintance, but also because Alj had come to symbolize the spirit of the youth in the United States. Had he been slain by his peers in Huaxia, the ramifications would have been unfathomable. Moreover, a flicker of hope ignited within Alan. Alj had previously sailed through life too effortlessly. This ordeal might serve as a crucible, enabling him to transcend his limits. The United States had not yet conceded defeat. Alan reassured himself. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that the decline of the United States was beyond salvage. The dominion of the coming century would inevitably belong to Huaxia, especially given the extraordinary talent and prowess exhibited by Xu Changsheng. No matter how Alj might strive to reinvent himself, he could never surpass Xu Changsheng. It is the existence of top-tier powerhouses like Xu Changsheng that constitutes the fundamental strength of a nation. The forthcoming international competition appeared devoid of any uncertainties. Even in the absence of support from Bifang and Fu Yao, Xu Changsheng's approach to his adversaries was one of overwhelming dominance. His unparalleled physical prowess and the monstrous control reminiscent of the Candle Dragon delivered a categorical blow to his opponents. Thus, he effortlessly clinched the first position in this grand competition, once again showcasing his unequivocal might. At the moment Xu Changsheng stood upon the podium, receiving the medal, the long silent voice of the achievement system suddenly resonated in his mind. Upon hearing this voice, Xu Changsheng's hand, which held the medal, nearly trembled, almost causing him to cast aside this emblem of supreme honor. Fortunately, his formidable control allowed him to maintain a firm grip on the medal. Simultaneously, the mechanical voice of the system grew increasingly distinct.